eyes widening in understanding. Exactly, Taekyung grinned. Just learning this, it should change a lot. As for our new guild members, we'll decide on that later. But for you guys here, right now, please focus on learning the Jin family's cultivation technique. Oh, and of course, you absolutely must do it in secret. Choi Min-woo asked, wait, are you seriously telling us you're going to teach us mana cultivation? Taekyung replied, of course. Why else would I bring it here? Obviously, this is the Jin family's cultivation technique, folks. Did you really think I just brought it here to show off? As you all know, we won't last long in this war at our current level. Lee Young-ryong might not make a move right now because of the recent incident, but let's be real, it's only a matter of time. But imagine, what if we learn the Jin family's cultivation technique? Think about it. Everyone was absolutely stunned, just frozen in place after hearing his proposal. Taekyung clapped his hands, a slight smile playing on his lips. Ah, nice reaction, he chuckled. Anyway, I've thought long and hard about this decision, so I really hope you'll all stick with me. Taekyung walked towards the door. Now, first things first, we need to clear out these blocked pathways. Please, make sure no one disturbs us in here. Let's start with you, Team Manager Choi. Suddenly, the system notification popped up. Quest. Let's take a look at your back has been created. Modern society was peaceful for a while, unlike the Murim. But reality right now, it's grim. You felt threatened by this harsh reality and decided to teach your trustworthy friends martial arts. Let's see if this decision will be a wise one or a foolish one. Well, that all depends on how you do. Good luck. Jin Taekyung thought to himself. Ugh, this makes me not want to do it. Seriously, who the hell is writing these things? Taekyung said, Team Captain Choi. Choi Min-woo replied, yes. Taekyung continued, let's take a look. Choi Min-woo asked, pardon? Taekyung clarified, what I mean is just get into the position I tell you to. Choi Min-woo took off his shirt. Jin Taekyung sat behind him. Choi Min-woo suddenly spoke. Jin Taekyung. Taekyung replied, yes? Choi Min-woo asked, his voice a little wary. What are you planning to do to me? Taekyung, clearly annoyed, retorted, you didn't have to say it like that. I'm going to guide your mana, using true chi, then force your mana pathways open, just like it's explained in the book. After that, we'll follow the microcosmic orbit method and finish it off with chi circulation. Do you understand? Choi Min-woo just blinked. Yeah, I didn't get any of that. Taekyung sighed. Fine then, just close your eyes, be silent, and focus on the flow of mana in your body. And if you feel uncomfortable anywhere, just say it. Say it right now. Choi Min-woo murmured, I feel a little uncomfortable in my right shoulder blade. Taekyung asked, what's wrong? Does it hurt? Choi Min-woo replied, no, it's just a bit itchy. Taekyung let out a long sigh, then reached out and scratched Choi Min-woo's back. Here, he asked. Choi Min-woo let out a satisfied, that's good. With that, Taekyung placed his hands firmly on Choi Min-woo's back and declared, all right, let's begin. He began slowly, carefully, guiding Choi Min-woo onto the true path. Taekyung thought, Captain Choi's mana, it's purer than I thought. His body and meridians are surprisingly healthy too. If that's the case, with just a little help, he could easily reach a higher realm. Suddenly, black drops appeared on Choi Min-woo's forehead. Then, they were all over his body. Taekyung thought, wow, the chaotic flow of energy has been regulated. Now, I just need to bring it into his core to complete a heavenly cycle. But then, he noticed something else. Oh, what's that? Is it chi that hasn't been digested yet? This has got to be at least 60 years worth of chi. How's he even have this? Then it clicked. All right, his grandfather is Cheon Taemin. He must have fed him some really good stuff when he was young, didn't he? Just then, an unexpected mission popped up. It read, unexpected mission. I will only take half of your chi. Do you want to accept this mission? If you do not answer within 5 seconds, the mission will be automatically canceled. Taekyung pondered the title, the description. It's like it's telling me to absorb it. But if I touch this thing without being super careful, I could end up with some serious internal injuries. He was confused for a few seconds, wondering what to do. Should I do it, or shouldn't I, he thought. Oh, what the heck? I'm sure I won't die. So he quickly declared accept. Outside the room, Songi wrinkled her nose. Ugh, what does this smell? She exclaimed. It smells absolutely terrible. Butler Kim explained, he's exuding all the toxic material that built up in his body through sweat. You know, even healing magic can't do that. That's one of the greatest things about mana cultivation. Songi was intrigued. But who exactly created this technique, and how? Hyuk-jin chimed in, that's right. I've been a hunter for so many years, and I've never heard of any kind of martial art or technique like this. Butler Kim replied, he created it for the first time during the Great Cataclysm. It's very top secret, so it makes sense that you wouldn't know about it. Songi's eyes widened. By do you mean? She began, but Butler Kim finished her thought. Just as you're thinking, mana cultivation is a very strong weapon. There have been many incidents related to it, and most of them were erased from history. The Great Cataclysm is actually a rather fitting name for those times, wouldn't you say? Inside, Choi Min-woo started to feel incredibly uncomfortable. Everyone outside was worried. Captain Choi, are you okay? They called out. Songi was about to run in, but Butler Kim quickly stopped her. No, he urged. You absolutely shouldn't touch someone who's going through mana cultivation. Songi looked worried, but she started. Butler Kim reassured her. Trust me, Jin Taekyung isn't the type of person to do anything bad to the young master. Gradually, Choi Min-woo's grimace of discomfort softened. He immediately relaxed his facial muscles. Sweat was still dripping down his face, but now he seemed relaxed. He was even exuding a faint aura from all over his body. As Taekyung finally removed his hand from Choi Min-woo's back, Butler Kim rushed in. Young master, he called. Choi Min-woo looked at his own hands, utterly astonished. This is amazing, he thought. I can feel the mana flowing throughout my entire body. Furthermore, my mana has nearly doubled. This is mana cultivation. He turned around, ready to thank Taekyung. Jin Taekyung. That was... But before he could even finish his sentence, his mouth dropped open in complete surprise of the scene before his eyes. And you know what? The other three outside were exactly the same. All of them stood there, mouths agape, staring at the incredible sight. So, Jin Taekyung was floating there, right? He was practically glowing, radiating an incredible aura from his entire body. Choi Minhwa, completely baffled, could only think, what the hell is this? Taekyung was surrounded by these powerful flowers of pure mana. As one of them began to bloom, its petals gracefully fell away. Taekyung's eyes, now shimmering with mana, opened wide. He just knew something extraordinary had happened. But then, thud, he immediately crashed back to the ground with a very painful landing, right on his butt. "Ah, damn my tailbone," he cried out. A series of notifications flooded his vision, almost mocking him. "Trance has been cancelled. Your chi is now worth 100 years. You have made a great accomplishment. You have earned the title, I'm the expert. You have successfully completed the sudden quest. I'll only take half of the chi you digested. Scorching Fire Divine Arts is now at 7th Mastery. You have earned a vast amount of EXP. Level up." But Taekyung didn't care about any of that. He just screamed, "Man, I was almost there. Just a little bit left until transcendent level. Why can't I ever be happy?" He lay there, clutching his sword but with one hand, the other pounding the ground as he cried and moaned in frustration. Meanwhile, his four companions, watching the whole spectacle, began to whisper amongst themselves. Did something happen to him? I'm not sure, but I did hear that sometimes things go wrong when doing mana cultivation. Did you see those powers? You saw them too? I thought we were in some kind of flower garden. Suddenly, Taekyung's wailing stopped. A realization dawned on him. He thought, right? It's way too early to be disappointed. I still have 3 more test subjects left, don't I? He looked up at the 3 bewildered people still standing, a mischievous glint in his eye. "Everyone, pay attention," he declared. "Take off your shirts immediately." Songi visibly flinched, clearly scared by the sudden, strange command. Taekyung, a genuinely evil grin spreading across his face, clarified, "Your backs. Let me see your backs." Just then, another notification popped up. "Repeat quest. Let's take a look at your back. Has been created." Later, after the rain had cleared and the sun had dipped below the horizon, we find Taekyung's teammates diligently practicing in a nearby room. Jin Taekyung, however, was just outside, leaning against the doorframe, lost in thought. His expression was blank, perhaps still a little dejected. He mused, "I failed to reach transcendent level. I guess it wouldn't make sense for just any common person to have that much chi in them, right? Well, at least they adjusted to chi circulation quickly. I did expect Songi and Mr. Kim to adjust fast, since they're mages and used to handling mana. But I didn't expect him to adjust so quickly. He might actually improve the most out of everyone here. If he continues with his chi circulation, it'll significantly improve his physique and vessels, so he won't have to worry about side effect from any past injuries. Now, what's left is to figure out how to choose the right people in the guild that I can teach this to. Alright folks, listen up. A system notification chimes in. A few people have reached 1 star in the Win family's cultivation technique, thanks to your great guidance. The title, Trainee, has been changed to Training Instructor. Whoa, pretty cool, right? Jin Taekyung thinks to himself, wow, that's great. Is this the heavens telling me to train them really intensely for a while? A few days later, on a full moon night, a mysterious gate appeared in the forest. The hunters, still laughing and chatting, approached it. When Hunter asks, "Hey, is this like a mock battle or something?" The notice said it'd just be workshops for a whole week after joining the guild. Another replies, "Yes, this is the workshop, and this is an A-rank gate. The Dark Mage's Dark Forest." At this, everyone panics. What? An A-rank gate? Oh my god, we're doomed. The Dark Wizard's Black Forest? It can't be. You guys are kidding, right? What guild would hold a workshop session in an A-rank gate? And for a whole week? Someone deadpants. Obviously, it's a peaceful guild. Another hunter retorts, "What do you mean, no way?" "Yes way," the first insists. "Did you really think we were going to be doing workshops in a nice cottage or something? We're going to hunt monsters in a gate together and build a bond." The atmosphere started to get really heated. Hunters started to grumble. "This is a scam. I need to go to the bathroom." Another whispered, "Oh my god, how many times have we been here this week, huh?" Yet another chimed in, "The real experience is the best, damn it." Then someone asked, "Oh, where's Hunter?" Jin Taekyung. "At this time, he's out hunting monsters." "Oh, there he is." Jaiwon commented, "You can call him the flute player." Taekyung ran over, cheerfully calling out, "Hey." The hunter standing next to Jaiwon looked at him, then trembled, pointing behind him. "That's..." Jin Taekyung, oblivious to their horror, just smiled. "I can't be the only one to work my ass off, guys. Let's have some fun." Just a week prior, team manager Choi had managed to get everything he wanted after a long negotiation with Lee Jung-ryong, a monopoly over 20 gates, an estate, and even cold, hard cash. It wouldn't have been possible without the Black Hunters and the close personnel of Myeongdong Guildmaster Park Taeseop. He declared, "The evolution of the Peace Guild will begin here, at one of the gates we now have a monopoly over." Cut back to the present, and the skeletons were swarming like an endless army. The overwhelmed hunters called out to each other, "Hey, what are you doing? The formation is fragmented. I need to pee. Don't falter. Hold on to your shields." Then a hunter shouted angrily, "Newcomers, get together. Jin Taekyung, that bastard, never helps. I'm telling you, he made that charity foundation because he knew people might die here." Meanwhile, high up in a tree, Taekyung sat contemplating. He thought, They're making me sound like a really terrible guy. Yeah, I guess they've got to say stuff like that to get the newcomers in the right mindset. But I won't forget your face. Then, suddenly, a loud noise erupted from the gate. A new, formidable monster appeared. Taekyung realized, a skeleton knight? A strong one this early on? Nice. You guys do your best. There are 2 of them. Just as he finished that thought, another one appeared. Suddenly, Taekyung shot to his feet, absolutely stunned. 3, he muttered. No, that's not a knight. What's that aura? Chi sense. Then the skeleton raised its sword and growled. Come down, human. You guys, this isn't just any skeleton. This is the level 105 skeleton warlord. Miss Jaiwan was aghast. What? Did just talk. I've never seen anything like that before, she exclaimed. You won't believe it. Taekyung almost slipped, but quick thinking saved him. He grabbed a tree branch, used the momentum to climb back up, and urgently called out, Kim Jaiwan. She instantly replied, yes. He wasted no time. That's a named monster. Jaiwan just calmly said, that's it. Taekyung was genuinely surprised. Huh, aren't you surprised? Jaiwan chuckled. Well, I'm a bit taken back, sure. But I assumed you have a fallback if the situation was that terrible, wouldn't you? Taekyung looked at her, thinking, wow, I knew she was brave, but I didn't realize she was this bold. He then nodded. Yeah, it's doable. I'll take those 3 over there. You guys handle the rest. How long do you think you'll be able to hold up? Jaiwan pondered for a moment. The new guys we have this time around don't have much experience, she admitted. But we should be able to hold up for at least an hour. Suddenly, a loud bang shook everyone to their core. What was that? Then, a notification flashed. LV 106 Skeleton Warlord has used a special skill. Special skill. Undead Summon has been activated. The sleeping undead are rising to the call of the commander. And just like that, mounds of earth began to churn, hands of skeletons reaching out. Underground, even more terrifying skeletons started to claw their way out of the ground. These are way scarier than the originals, folks. Taekyung immediately turned to Jaiwan. Jaiwan, he said. Yes, she replied, ready. Are you sure about an hour now? He asked, a hint of worry in his voice. She quickly adjusted. Well, since the situation's getting worse, I think we'll last at least 30 minutes. As long as that skeleton warlord doesn't pull any more tricks. Taekyung's eyes narrowed. I think he will, he murmured. Jaiwan's eyes widened. Are you kidding? She started. But before she could finish, the commander let out a loud growl, its magical eyes glowing ominously. Taekyung instantly exclaimed. See? I told you. Jaiwan just sighed. Come on. And boom. Another notification. Special skill. Commander's encouragement has been activated. All monsters under the command of the skeleton warlord have had their strength, agility, and magic reinforced. The enemy's vigor has been greatly increased. The enemy's level increased by 5. Taekyung looked over at Jaiwan, a serious question in his eyes. 30 minutes, you can do it? He asked. She could only offer a nervous smile, unable to find words. But before anyone could react, a bolt of lightning slammed into the old tree where Taekyung was standing. He instinctively jumped down, narrowly avoiding the blast. Taekyung's gaze swept over the enemy ranks, and it hit him. Something was seriously wrong here. He immediately spun around and shouted, retreating. Everyone quickly returned to the gate. But the skeleton commander wasn't letting them go that easily. It roared an order to its army. Kill them all. And with that, the skeletons surged forward, a terrifying tide of bone and fury. Can you hear that? The sound of running footsteps echoed as all the hunters, following Taekyung's command, quickly sprinted towards the gate. Jaiwan was running, but she couldn't help but look back, right? She had to see what was happening. And what she saw, Taekyung, fighting the enemy all by himself. She stopped dead in her tracks, calling out, Senior. But he just yelled back, go quickly. I'll follow soon. Jaiwan hesitated, but before she could finish, a skeleton's blade slashed right across Taekyung's face. He managed to dodge the worst of it, but still caught him, leaving a nasty gash across his cheek. The wound flashed, almost glowing, but even then, he was still urging her to go. Jaiwan stood there, frozen, just staring at him for a few agonizing seconds. Then, she finally made her decision. I'm sorry, she whispered, come back alive. And with that, she turned and sprinted towards the gate. Now, Taekyung was truly alone against everything, even a formidable skeleton commander. Dodging one attack after another, he was slowly but surely pushed back, closer and closer to the gate. And just when you thought it couldn't get worse, a few more skeletons appeared on his left. Then on his right, before he knew it, Taekyung was completely surrounded, a perfect circle of walking dead. The skeleton commander, feeling pretty confident, taunted him, Stupid human, are you ready to die? But then, something unexpected happened. Taekyung, instead of cowering, just stood up. It startled even the skeletons. He calmly touched the fresh wound on his cheek and muttered, Phew, they finally left. Honestly, what were they all being so slow for? I got cut a little deeper than planned though, about 2 millimeters more. The commander was confused. What were you planning to do? Taekyung just flashed a chilling smile. Oh, nothing special, he replied. Just killing all of you. That's it. Taekyung took a stance, spear held firmly, pointing directly at his enemies. A surge of power, almost visible, began to surround him. Even the skeleton commander seemed surprised, taken aback by the radiant light pulsing from his body. One strike, Taekyung roared, a deafening shout, as he unleashed a devastating slash, straight through the ranks of skeletons. Instantly, the system flashed before his eyes. You have consumed all your chi and stamina. You have fallen into exhaustion. Whoa, just like that, Taekyung was utterly spent. He bent over, clutching his knee, gasping for breath, completely winded. A flurry of notifications exploded around him, flooding his vision, all showing he'd earned a ton of EXP. Even through his heavy breathing, he managed to think, okay, I can control my strength so much better now, but one strike still completely wipes me out. Its destructive power is incredible, no doubt, but the risk, it's just too high. I really should save it for a last resort kind of situation. Still, this was definitely the best time to use it. And just as he thought that, more notifications popped up. Massacre. You have earned a significant amount of EXP. You have earned points. Level up. And in that moment, we saw the aftermath, a long, scorching streak left on the ground by that one strike. Every single one of those skeletal monsters, just obliterated in a single slash. A few had managed to escape, but Taekyung wasn't having it. I think I killed about 300 of them, he mused, including that named monster. Then, without missing a beat, he sprinted back, making short work of the remaining few skeletons. But even after all that, he couldn't help but grumble to himself. Just one level? Seriously? How petty is that? He scrolled through the system board, clearly annoyed. They're like Scrooge with their EXP, he complained. Suddenly, Taekyung's eyes lit up. He jumped up, practically vibrating with excitement. Oh, that's right, he exclaimed. He practically sprinted over to the skeleton commander. It's nice to meet my friends. If you're still alive, why don't you say something? What's with the silent treatment, huh? Now remember, this poor guy only had the strength to growl a few times, because, well, he was just a skull. Taekyung, being Taekyung, took his spear and playfully shook the skull's head. You little clever bastard, he chuckled. Are you gonna pretend to be one of your minions? Because, let's be real, I'm killing them all anyway, haha. But then, something unexpected happened. The skull spoke. Wait a minute, human. Why don't we negotiate? Taekyung's eyebrows shot up. Negotiate? Oh, look at that. You can talk perfectly fine now, can't you? The skeleton head, suddenly much more articulate, replied. That's right. I'm the owner of this forest, the commander of the undead, a true warlord. I'm sure there's much I could offer you. Oh really? Taekyung leaned in. Like what exactly? The skeleton seemed to hesitate, maybe not used to being interrogated. What do you mean? Taekyung sighed, clearly impatient. Don't play dumb. Just list what you can give me. I'll decide after listening. The skeleton growled, regaining some of its bluster. I am the ruler of this forest. I will give you this entire forest. Taekyung, however, just looked down at him with a dismissive air. But it's ours already, isn't it? We already have a monopoly over this gate. The skeleton, clearly out of its depth, stammered. I don't know what you're talking about. But being the owner of a forest is better. Is it though? Taekyung challenged. No, it's not. It's much better to just kill monsters whenever they respawn. Think of the experience. The skeleton was utterly shocked. What? You're telling me that you mere humans are hunting us? Taekyung gave a nonchalant shrug. Yeah, and I'm considering killing one right now too, for good measure. The skeleton, now genuinely scared, shrieked. Wait a minute. I might actually die. Suddenly, Taekyung's face lit up again, a mischievous grin spreading across it. Oh really? That's great. Free experience points. The skeleton, in desperation, screamed. Experience? I'll give you experience. Taekyung, twirling his spear dangerously above the skeleton's head, scoffed. I was about to take it anyway, so why don't you just lie still? Besides, you don't even know what experience points are. No, I can give it to you, the skeleton insisted. I'll make sure that my subordinates get it for you. What the hell are you even talking about? Taekyung muttered, confused. EXP isn't some item. But then, something clicked. Taekyung immediately sat down, a new thought forming. Wait, you said you're the master of the Black Forest, right? Yes, that's true, the skeleton quickly confirmed. Taekyung turned the skeleton's head upright, his gaze intense. How many people do you have to serve, exactly? The skeleton, now panicking, blurted out, all of them. I can get more than 1,000 of them together if I scour around the forest right now. A sinister smile spread across Taekyung's face, amusement sparkling in his eyes. He lifted the skeleton's head. Perfect. You, my friend, should do a mission with me. What mission? The skeleton asked cautiously. Taekyung, his face now a mask of pure greed, simply said, Oh, you just need to do as I say. Now, shifting gears completely, we catch up with Taekyung and Choi. Taekyung's curiosity was piqued. Team manager, he began, Did you eat some miracle food when you were younger? Like ginseng or some kind of special herb? No, seriously, it's just really strange. I mean, your body is in such good shape. I just thought maybe your grandfather did something to help his grandchild, you know? Choi mused. The last time I saw him was probably before entering elementary school. According to Mr. Kim, he sometimes came to visit me, but because I was too young, I don't remember much. But if this amount of energy was truly hiding in me, could it have been him? We open on a tranquil scene, folks. Our four heroes are deep in meditation. Choi Min-woo is across from Hyuk-jin, while Songgi and Butler Kim are facing each other, all focused. But Choi Min-woo, well, he stirs first. He quietly stands up, thinking, the others aren't done yet. I was told not to bother them. So what does he do? He slips out of the room, gently opening the door, and makes his way into the study. Once inside, he grabs the phone from the desk. What's trending? He opens it and sees some shocking news flashes. First up, a named monster has appeared again in the A-rank gate, Dark Mage's Dark Forest. Then, even more startling, breaking news, Jin Taekyung volunteers to be a bait, isolated for the 20th time. And finally, breaking news, the Hunter Association prepares a rescue team. Reading all this, Choi Min-woo is absolutely stunned. He exclaims, what in the world is going on? Meanwhile, let's switch scenes. Far away, in the eerie Dark Mage's Dark Forest, the ground is littered with monster bones. Some are scattered, others piled high in a grim corner. Suddenly, a skeleton commander bellows loudly. I order you in the name of the commander, arise. My loyal servants, my strong soldiers of. But before he can finish that unnecessarily long incantation, Taekyung, our bait, impatiently taps the skeleton's head, making it spin around. Taekyung grumbles, damn it, seriously? That spell is unnecessarily long. I told you to shorten it. Aren't you going to answer me? The skeleton commander, looking a bit flustered, immediately replies, yes, sir. Wake up my skeletons. And just like that, one after another, bone monsters emerge from the ground. They slowly, deliberately, walk closer to their leader. Taekyung watches, his eyes wide. Wow, he says, a genuine smile spreading across his face. He thinks to himself, the harvest this year is a success. In the heart of the ragged forest, darkness hung like a rotten cloth curtain, tightly wrapping around each spindly tree trunk. Dry branches intertwined like skeletal hands reaching out desperately into the cold, vast space. 3 strange moons hung low in the sky. Below, amidst the mist, dry bones piled up, white and mangled. Somewhere a deep cry echoed. My warriors, please forgive this incompetent commander. I fell into the trap of cunning humans. Before I could show my true power, I had to disappear from here. Jin Taekyung heard so much nonsense. He was bored. He criticized it. You're ridiculous, dude. You're the one that sacrificed all your soldiers, just to save your own ass. The skull, stuck on a wooden stick, felt its honor insulted, shouting aggressively. The army will collapse without a commander. We're enduring this humiliation, waiting for the day we return. Jin Taekyung nonchalantly used his weapon to search among the crushed bones. To him, the ramblings of a loser, especially when that person is just a talking skull, weren't worth paying attention to. He coldly coaxed. Yeah, keep suffering then. I'll guarantee you your position, whether it's as the owner of the forest or military commander. The skull hissed and cackled. You evil humans. What are you doing right now, though? Jin Taekyung squatted down, reaching out to grope in a field of white bones. He muttered to himself, oh, it's been a long time since I found one. Then he pulled out a bright red gem, as big as his bicep, showing it to the skull. Can't you tell? I'm harvesting the fruits of my labor. The skull sounded surprised. Are you planning to absorb it? Jin Taekyung stood up and denied. As if. I'm going to sell it, of course. Hearing this, the skull felt regretful and cursed. You idiot. A magic crystal is the source of power. Eating it to increase strength is obvious. Taekyung didn't care, not bothering to explain to the skull. That's the job of monsters like you. Humans are different. The skull babbled nonstop. Is that so? Humans sure are mysterious. Is money really that much better than becoming strong? Jin Taekyung pondered, then affirmed, money is necessary for life. And unlike you, the demon energy in the demon crystal is toxic to us, so it can't be absorbed. The skull pondered, then wondered aloud. It was really strange. A long time ago, I met a group of people who used troll blood to heal their wounds. Jin Taekyung said, unsurprised, a potion? That's because it's been purified, and... The skull quickly followed up, so all we have to do is refine the mana crystals too. He immediately refuted. That's stupid. Even the poison in a potion can't be completely removed. How can anyone purify a mana crystal? Anyway, humans can't absorb mana crystals, stupid. The skull asked why not. Jin Taekyung is so angry. He practically snaps. Stop asking, you idiot. That's just how it is. I've never heard of anyone eating mana stones. The skull, however, isn't your average skeleton. It counters, why? I've never heard of people like you. But you still exist, don't you? Jin Taekyung's eyes widen. The hand clasping the pearl suddenly radiates abundant energy. A horrifying thought strikes him. Indeed, I myself am an existence beyond common sense. There's no need to always limit myself to conventional thoughts. Absorbing magic crystals, should I try it? Seeing that it had successfully swayed him, the skull happily entices him further. You seem like you've been persuaded. Why don't you try it, foolish, evil human? Taekyung's face darkens, speechless. How dare you, he finally manages. Jin Taekyung presses his fist close to its head, grumbling, did you want me to punch that skull of yours? The skull flips over lightning fast. I apologize for my thoughtless words. At that, Taekyung can't help but burst out laughing. I'll forgive you, since you apologized in 3 seconds. Meanwhile, the fog becomes thicker and thicker, blanketing the space like a cold, white cage. The skull, now emboldened, stares at him teasingly. Such humiliation. You should consider yourself lucky that I wasn't any stronger. Jin Taekyung takes a sip of water. He's not concerned about exposing the skull's secrets anymore. Taking a sip, his voice slightly muffled, he says, you've gotten pretty far for a skeleton knight, haven't you? You became the owner of this forest with a coup d'etat. How much stronger did you want to be? You must have absorbed an immense amount of mana stones from the Dark Mage too, since you could evolve into a warlord. The skull is shocked, quickly correcting his assumption. What are you talking about? He doesn't have any mana crystals. Jin Taekyung twists the lid of the jar, letting out a confused huh. The weighty skull continues its tale. Moreover, the Black Magician was the one who summoned me. So, until recently, his orders were absolute. No matter how strong I am, a summoned being cannot resist the summoner's orders. Jin Taekyung still doesn't understand. So how? He prompts. The skull interrupts itself. How was I able to get rid of him? The light in its eye sockets tightens as it slowly reminisces. I'm not sure how either. It's just that recently, I suddenly felt like I was no longer under his control. As soon as the connection of consciousness was broken, my magical power became stronger than ever. It has surpassed that of the summoner, and I've gone one step further. Jin Taekyung repeats. a hint of disbelief in his voice. Suddenly, the skull nods. Yes, suddenly, my magic power increased sharply. If we use human words, it's like I was possessed by a ghost. Jin Taekyung is momentarily at a loss for words. That's funny coming from a skeleton. He mutters. Suddenly, the skull's head snapped back. Magic power, flickering in its dead eyes, sensed a transformation from the portal. It warned, there's an intruder. Assuming it was an enemy, Taekyung quickly asked, invaders? The skull seemed to shift its mood, muttering, I am the owner of the Dark Forest. I know everything that happens here. Other evil humans have stepped foot into my territory. Jin Taekyung, annoyed, gave the skull a swift punch. Those are members of our guild. You idiot, he snapped. Then it hit him. He hadn't finished dealing with things before his teammates returned. Jin Taekyung broke out in a cold sweat. Damn it, I forgot. I was gonna leave right after getting rid of these guys. I haven't left for over an hour, so they must have all come running in. I shouldn't have acted like I was struggling against the skeletons. Well, I'm sure I can make up an excuse, but what about this guy? He thought for a moment. Let's just try it and see. Jin Taekyung placed his hand on the skull, silently chanting, inventory open, put into storage. The skull barely had time to let out a gasp before the entire skeleton faded away. Taekyung was overjoyed. Oh, it worked, he exclaimed, as the skull vanished completely, leaving only a wooden stick behind. Taekyung's face lit up. I was just wondering if it would, but it really did work. Is it because he's basically dead? He mused. Suddenly, the skull's panicked voice roared loudly in his ears. Oh, where am I? Jin Taekyung staggered, almost falling over. He frantically yelled back. What the hell is this? You can talk from in there. The skull, disoriented, started making a huge fuss. What have you done to me? Let me out right now. Do you think you can get away with something like this? It's stuffy in here. I feel like I'm gonna go insane. Jin Taekyung sighed. How can you suffocate? You don't need to breathe. So what's the problem? The skull, of course, cursed him warmly, calling him all sorts of hateful names. The constant nagging truly bothered Jin Taekyung, making his head spin. Waving his hands at thin air, looking a bit unhinged, he said, You're being really loud. Should I just eliminate you from this realm? The skull quickly lowered its voice, trying to appease him. Actually, it's more comfortable here than I thought. Jin Taekyung angrily advised. Yes, just rest comfortably and don't say a word, even if I let you out. The skull sadly replied. I could, but Jin Taekyung, grumpily cutting him off, said, and nothing more. The skull's voice suddenly became sharp and emotionless. Although you are an evil human, you seem to have many friends. Another group of invaders has just arrived. Jin Taekyung raised his eyebrows, glancing behind him to see if anyone was there. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, a scene of utter devastation unfolded. There was no trace of life left. The ground was crushed, sinking into a long, terrible ditch, as deep as a fatal wound tearing through the earth. Black smoke rose from the still hot crevices, and embers of smoldering fire danced ominously on the protruding rocks. Choi Min-woo stood blankly in the middle of that messy pile of smoke and dust. A figure approached him. Butler Kim, his face etched with sadness. I used detection magic in this area, he reported, but I didn't detect any movement or living creatures. I'm sorry, can you imagine the despair? Everyone who heard the news collapsed. They looked so small, so pathetic like ants caught in a storm. Hyuk-jun, his voice thick with tears, choked out Taekyung. But Butler Kim tried to reassure them. Hold on, it's too early to say. There's no guarantee this is even where the battle ended, right? Choi Min-woo noticed Butler Kim was holding a bright, glowing object. What is that, he demanded. Butler Kim hastily explained. Based on the amount of mana sensed, it seems like it's the mark of a named monster. He sighed heavily, the weight of his words crushing. He must have died, taking that named monster with him. But just as he finished speaking, both men were suddenly stunned, as if they'd encountered an enemy right then and there. Their eyes widened sharply, directed towards the source of a new sound in the distance. Then, a figure emerged. It was a bodyguard, clad in shining silver and white armor, his golden armored army following close behind. Accompanying him was a short, half-bald man. As they walked, the bodyguard chatted. Looks like we're too late to rescue him, huh? What do you think, Mr. Association President? The other man, the association president, replied, Yeah, everything's been turned to ash here. We won't be able to find anything. But hey, it looks like more people won't be getting hurt, at least. The bodyguard smiled, a sickeningly happy expression on his face, and flattered. Thanks to your wise decision, Mr. President, we were able to minimize casualties. The president was immediately polite, almost gleeful. No, it was all thanks to the Ares Guild's help. When everything is over, I'll definitely give you guys a certificate of merit. Can you believe they were talking like this, right in the middle of a place utterly annihilated? This is the first achievement in my term, so I plan to hold a solemn ceremony, the president continued, oblivious. Vice President Lee Young-ryong will also come if awarded a certificate of merit, right? I'm sure he'll be happy to attend. Once he's awarded for his efforts, the bodyguard confirmed. Choi Min-woo's face darkened. He couldn't take it anymore. Shut up, he roared, the sound echoing through the desolate landscape. The other two turned, startled. The bodyguard, clearly dissatisfied, raised his voice to lecture. I get that you're emotional because of the death of your guild member, but you should still watch your mouth. Choi Min-woo seemed to snap. He let out a long, frustrated stream of words. I said, shut the hell up. No one's dead. This situation wouldn't even have gotten this bad if it weren't for you guys stalling and making up useless rules. The bodyguard, however, looked calm and almost innocent. We did our best, he stated, shrugging slightly. There's nothing wrong with following the rules, you know. Then, his tone turning subtly hesitant, the bodyguard pointed a finger straight at all of them. Aren't you guys the most responsible for his death? He challenged. Since you were the ones who left Jin Taekyung in here alone? Every word from his mouth was like a sharp knife, piercing everyone's heart. When Jin Taekyung died, what were you guys doing? Sitting around chatting in the office or out drinking? He sounded like a judge slamming a gavel, confirming their guilt. You're the one that killed Jin Taekyung. All of you, overestimating your strength, is what truly killed him. He even had the audacity to add insult to injury. It's too late to regret it now. The dead don't come back. Choi Min-woo gritted his teeth, indignantly, but couldn't refute a single word. Then, suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. What the hell are you talking about, you bastard? That voice, it was like a beacon of salvation, instantly lifting the spirits of the entire group. The bodyguard frowned in discomfort. Then, Jin Taekyung's unmistakable iron armor appeared in his sight. Taekyung, ever the sarcastic one, immediately quipped, I was just taking a piss, and you're already treating me like a dead man? Then, Jin Taekyung boldly stepped out, raising his face to the sky, and scolded the standing figure. Come over here, you shithead. At this moment, the scene was utterly silent, as if a hush had fallen over the entire world. Jin Taekyung stood towering on the cliff edge, while the others, the bodyguard and his army, were down in a crowded ditch below. Hyukjin, overjoyed, happily ran toward Jin Taekyung, crying loudly, Taekyung, I knew you were still alive. Choi Min-woo and Butler Kim just stared at him, gaping like he was some strange creature. You want to piss? Choi Min-woo finally managed to stammer. Did it seriously take that long? The bodyguard, visibly annoyed, angrily asked, You're still alive? Jin Taekyung, clutching his weapon, just laughed. Why? Are you so disappointed to see that I'm still alive? The bodyguard's voice was a bit vague and unclear as he replied, Of course not. Jin Taekyung squinted one eye, feeling an itchy ear, so he scratched it. That's strange. I feel like you hesitated there, didn't you? Honestly, it was pretty interesting listening to your conversation. You were practically giving out a certificate of merit for my demise. But it turns out, it was all just an act, huh? A dull man criticizing an unsatisfied young man. The manager interjected, You should speak carefully. But Jin Taekyung isn't afraid of heaven or earth. He held his head high. So what? And who are you anyway? The man clasped his hands behind his back, puffed out his beer belly, and raised his voice condescendingly. What? You're a hunter. You don't know me? Goodness. I'm Lee Woo-jung. Jin Taekyung pretended to be panicked and stammered. Lee Woo-jung. Huh? Then, do you know Kim Young-hee? The manager calmly replied. Kim Young-hee? Of course, very well actually. She's a senior member of the association. Jin Taekyung immediately denied it. No, that's my mother. The surrounding atmosphere went absolutely silent, as everyone slowly realized they'd just been pranked. The manager stiffly opened his mouth. Wait, what? Jin Taekyung calmly continued. Yeah, so what? How am I supposed to know who you are when you only say your name? You might as well have not introduced yourself at all. Our manager, utterly embarrassed, quickly became enraged. He shouted, What? It's me, Lee Woo-jung, the president of the Seoul Central Branch Hunter Association. But Jin Taekyung? He just didn't care, simply waving his hand in dismissal. Oh, I see. Nice to meet you. He drawled, barely suppressing a smirk. Lee Woo-jung, utterly flabbergasted, just stood there, pointing a trembling finger. He could barely breathe as he sputtered. You. What the hell is wrong with you? Jin Taekyung's face darkened, a dangerous glint in his eyes. What's wrong with me? He asked, a chilling, evil smile spreading across his lips. He emphasized, Nothing at all. I'm just a normal person who killed 2 named monsters on his own, all while waiting for a rescue squad that took a whole hour to arrive, you know? In an instant, Lee Woo-jung's face turned ashen, fear gripping him. Jin Taekyung began to advance, step by step, his presence utterly overwhelming. President Lee Woo-jung, in turn, hesitantly retreated, matching his steps. Taekyung now looked terrifying, ferocious even, like a deadly monster ready to strike. His emotionless, threatening voice made the manager suffocate with dread. If you're the association president, Taekyung stated coldly, then work for the Hunter Association. Don't you dare work for a guild. Lee Woo-jung, trembling, managed to stammer, back off. Suddenly, a muscular figure leaped out, positioning himself between Taekyung and the president. Stop it, the bodyguard said seriously, a warning in his tone. Don't make a bigger deal out of things. Our poor Lee Woo-jung, looking like a cat with its tail between its legs, immediately scurried to hide behind the formidable bodyguard. Jin Taekyung's eyes narrowed, a provocative glint in them. Why? Are you scared? He taunted. The bodyguard, a half-smile playing on his lips, looked down. Afraid, he scoffed. He then subtly gestured, hinting at the powerful force surrounding them. You guys are the ones that should be afraid, actually. Behind me are hunters from the Ares Guild and the association itself. You'd better watch your mouth if you want to make it out of this place alive. Taekyung glanced at the group of golden-armored hunters, who looked like they were just waiting for an excuse to draw their swords. He then said, with chilling sarcasm, Oh, so you'll just kill me here if I don't back off? Is that it? Can you really deal with the consequences of that? The bodyguard retorted, his voice firm, I'm holding myself back for a reason, believe me. Consider yourself lucky. Jin Taekyung then rotated his fingers across his neck, a clear challenging gesture, his tone mockingly admiring. Oh my, I'm so scared, he drawled. By the way, how's that injury I gave you last time? Did you drink a good potion for it, huh? This question clearly hit the bodyguard right in the heart. He grimaced, letting out a cold snort. What a childish provocation, he muttered. Jin Taekyung, clearly enjoying himself, continued to tease. Look in the mirror, he suggested, a taunting smile. It looks like it worked pretty well for a childish provocation, wouldn't you say? The bodyguard, visibly irritated, turned away, choosing not to bother replying. If it weren't for my master's special orders, he spat, you would have died already. Jin Taekyung put his hands on his hips, almost casually, and asked, Master, that Young Ryong? That single statement completely startled the bodyguard. Jin Taekyung saw his prey was hooked, alright. He leaned in, deliberately slow, each word a barb. How's he doing? Shouldn't he look for a senior home soon? The bodyguard's shoulders began to shake, violently. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. He spun around, a fist flying directly at Taekyung's head. In that instant, a flood of memories crashed over him. It was a long time ago, right after he'd been adopted, fresh out of the orphanage. The very first thing he ever heard was, "You're very talented. Do you want to come with me?" The helpless child, scared but hopeful, replied, "Yes, sir." The other person smiled, gently correcting him. "From now on, call me Master." The bodyguard's eyes, now open in the present, were burning with hatred. "I know his skill level," he seethed, based on the conflict at the hospital last week. Then another memory, a more recent one, flashed. He remembered his master telling him, "From today, you will be the captain of the security team." The bodyguard, loyal as ever, had asked, "Please, Master, tell me what to do and what not to do." And Master's reply, "Listen to my orders and never disobey." That's all. Back in the present, the bodyguard clenched his palm, knuckles white. "But that was because of Master's orders," he muttered. "I didn't show him even half of my real powers." Master had once smiled, advising him, "With your strength, you could be famous anywhere. Don't you feel suffocated just being by my side?" But the bodyguard had simply bowed his head, refusing. "I want to be forever loyal to you, Master. I don't care about those things. I will always be by your side." Master had just chuckled. "Ha, you're so trustworthy." Back to reality, the bodyguard channeled all his rage and strength into a barrage of punches, relentlessly attacking Jin Taekyung. He's let his guard down, he decided, a savage grin spreading across his face. "I can kill him now. I'll finish him off with everything I have. I'll make you pay for insulting Master." Boom! The bodyguard roared, landing a direct, full-force punch to Taekyung's face. Everyone around them was stunned, gasping in disbelief. Li Woo-jung, on the other hand, smirked triumphantly, absolutely certain of the outcome. The hunter army held their breath, their eyes glued to the scene, waiting, just waiting for the results. The bodyguard held his arm tightly, his fist still pressed against Taekyung's face for what felt like an eternity. Jin Taekyung. He just stood there, silent, completely unreactive. A moment later, a look of pure horror washed over the bodyguard's face. Sweat poured down him. "This is," he thought, utterly bewildered. Jin Taekyung's voice cut through the silence, low and dangerous. "You really thought I wouldn't have changed since last time, huh? And if you look closely, my friends, you'd see it. A flickering curtain of pure fire, gently protecting Taekyung's entire body. He'd tempered his flesh into an iron-hard skin, so tough that even the bodyguard's powerful fist couldn't scratch it. The bodyguard pursed his lips, his mind screaming, "No way." In the very next second, wham! A powerful palm strike slammed into his stomach, sending a jolt of searing pain through him. His eyes shot open wide. A sweet, metallic taste flooded his throat, his cheeks puffed out. He opened his mouth, a loud, agonizing scream tearing through the air, followed by a torrent of blood pouring out. After vomiting blood, the bodyguard collapsed, utterly exhausted, his back bowed low, right before Jin Taekyung's feet. The bodyguard's mouth was smeared with blood, dripping down his chin. He let out a loud moan. "What just happened? Why am I the one suffering when I'm the one who attacked?" Jin Taekyung's voice was soft, yet firm. "Lift your head." The bodyguard slowly, agonizingly lifted his head. Losing so much blood had made him incredibly dizzy. Lee Young-ryong's face kept vaguely overlapping with Jin Taekyung's, blurring his vision. Jin Taekyung then stated, his voice cutting through the haze. "Tell your master this. As long as I'm alive, no one, and I mean no one, will be able to lay a hand on the peaceful guild." The bodyguard just bowed his head. He couldn't stand it anymore. His last conscious thought before collapsing into a coma? Monster. So the ungodly, unprovoked battle ended. Both sides turned their eyes to the smoke-filled scene. Jin Taekyung, the clear victor, stood thoughtfully. He mused, "It hasn't even been 2 weeks since our negotiation, but to attack me as soon as he saw an opening. Honestly, I'm not even surprised anymore." He frowned silently, a dark thought crossing his mind. If I had actually died here, or been severely injured, what would happen to the peaceful guild? I really need to stay alert in this war with the Ares Guild. Speaking of the Ares Guild, his eyes swept across the remaining hunters. Now what's left, he thought, is making sure these bastards don't yap. Those golden-armored hunters, who were so aggressive and energetic just moments ago, were now like turtles, shrinking their necks back into their shells. When they saw Jin Taekyung looking their way, they quickly ducked and dodged, desperate to avoid eye contact. Then, Jin Taekyung glanced at Li Woo-jung. Now, he was as obedient as a puppy, showing nothing but respect towards Jin Taekyung, almost like he was his leader. Jin Taekyung thought to himself, "Well, I'm sure Lee Young-ryong will take care of it. I'm certain he's the one who's most desperate to make sure this doesn't get out." Taekyung breathed a sigh of relief. Then, it seems this incident has been resolved smoothly, he mused. But then, Jin Taekyung suddenly had a bad premonition. He slowly turned his head, and as the angry faces of his guild members entered his sight, he silently lamented, "Ah, I completely forgot about my guild." What followed was a barrage of shouting that seemed to pierce the sky and the moon itself. "Jin Taekyung, why do you make everyone so worried? Taekyung, do you want to die? What the hell happened here?" Jin Taekyung weakly surrendered, raising his hands. "Ah, let's just get out of here," he pleaded. "I'll explain everything later. I promise. The next morning, the sky was clear and blue, as if nothing had happened. The group gathered at Choi Min-woo's office headquarters, a beautiful, elegant white villa, by the way. And currently, the internet was absolutely buzzing with news about Jin Taekyung. Headlines screamed things like, Peace Guild's hunter Jin Taekyung takes on another named monster on his own, or named monster appearance? Jin Taekyung. There was one, but not anymore. Even Seoul Hunter Association's president Lee Woo-jung was quoted saying, Jin Taekyung is our hero. People were asking, are named monster appearances happening more frequently? One article even praised him as a hero that fended off countless monsters for his guild members. And of course, there was the ever-popular top 3 methods to deal with named monsters. Talk about an eventful morning, huh? Choi Min-woo looked at the computer, then quickly looked away. The expression on his face clearly said it all. Perhaps he just couldn't bear it anymore. He finally turned to the person sprawled on the sofa opposite him and asked kindly, I do want to ask you something, but why are you always hanging out in my office? Jin Taekyung, lazily scrolling through his phone, simply shrugged and replied, What? Am I not allowed to? Choi Min-woo squinted his eyes cautiously. Could it be? He mused, a dramatic pause hanging in the air. He then went on to eloquently speculate that the 17th century Russian royal sofa set, crafted by Russian furniture master Sorkovachev, was the real reason Jin Taekyung was always there. He was really laying it on thick, wasn't he? Jin Taekyung abruptly interrupted him. Not at all, he stated plainly. Choi Min-woo fell into a silent state for a moment, letting the words sink in. He slowly stood up from the table. Then, he began, his voice trailing off as he walked closer to Jin Taekyung. Did you bring that today too? He asked, a hint of dread in his voice. Oh no, you know exactly what he's talking about, don't you? Jin Taekyung sat up straight, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Of course, he declared. He reached out and squeezed the air, his eyes radiating pure excitement. Come out, Warlord Mon. The very next second, a smoking skull materialized in his hand. And who is this Warlord Mon, you ask? The skull immediately announced. I'm the owner of the Dark Forest and the commander of the Great Undead Legion, the Skeleton Warlord. Can you believe this guy? Jin Taekyung, completely ignoring its grand babbling, just enjoyed holding it and throwing it around. Warlord Mon, quick attack, he commanded. The skull, in turn, meekly rolled forward. It then shouted, clearly exasperated, You crazy human. Looking at this ridiculous scene, Choi Min-woo was utterly at a loss. But why do you even keep that thing? He finally managed to ask, bewildered. Jin Taekyung, his eyes arcing with excitement, eagerly recounted, It passed the mana distribution examination, and thanks to its bones and armor, we were actually able to get past the government's investigation team. He then added, as an afterthought, Oh, on that note, didn't you put those shanks up for auction? I wonder how much they'll sell for. The skull, clearly offended, angrily reminded Jin Taekyung, Do not refer to my precious body with such words. Jin Taekyung just scoffed. Did you forget the position you're in? Without another word, he threw the skull straight at the table. Warlord Mon, body slam, he shouted. Choi Min-woo, poor guy, just despised him, still not quite grasping the sheer absurdity of the situation. The skull hit the edge of the table, bounced back, did a mid-air somersault, and flew right back towards Jin Taekyung, who caught it with perfect accuracy. I mean, can you imagine the chaos this guy brings? The skull, now safely back in his hand, dramatically pretended to mourn. Oh, my loyal soldiers, I miss you so much. It whined sadly. At this precise moment, the office door opened slightly. Jin Taekyung, seizing the opportunity, raised the skull high, clearly intending to scare Songi. She had just walked in and was halfway through saying, Captain, what about next week's schedule? When suddenly, a human skull appeared right in front of her face. Naturally, she was stunned and then let out a blood-curdling scream. Realizing she'd been pranked, Songi's embarrassment quickly turned to fury. She scolded Jin Taekyung for being so utterly stupid. Jin Taekyung, you crazy bastard, she yelled. I told you not to take that thing out in my presence. Jin Taekyung, however, just laughed, clearly addicted to the mischief. Warlord Mon, tail wag, he commanded playfully. The skull, ever the realist, responded helplessly. I have no tail. Jin Taekyung, completely unperturbed, continued to tease. Then quick attack. Songi, at her wit's end, cried out, Stop it. I said stop it. Suddenly, Choi Min-woo received a phone message. He said, I have to leave here temporarily for a while. The others immediately heard that and stopped the game. Songi worriedly asked, What happened? Choi Min-woo turned around, gathering his things. He replied, I'll tell you the details once I know more. Please cancel all extra raids that were on the schedule for next week. He also added, I won't have much time for work for a few days, so please help out. Songi agreed. Alright, that's not much, honestly. It's not like we can have someone else substitute your job. Then, she turned to Jin Taekyung, frowning. What are you doing? Jin Taekyung indifferently asked back. Me? Songi grumbled. Who do you think I'm talking to? Jin Taekyung then pretended to chant a spell, ready to bring out his skull to fight. Warlord Mon, quick, hey! Songi gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, and shouted, If you do that again, I will really kill you, seriously. Jin Taekyung just smiled, saying, I'm gonna go home quickly then. Songi glared at him with deadly eyes, clearly not letting him off the hook. Go home? Seriously? I've been working late both yesterday and today. What's so important that you have to leave so early when everyone else is stuck here working? Jin Taekyung pursed his lips, putting the skull back in his inventory, and said, rather oddly, Because of the university entrance exam. Songi's eyes widened in surprise. Graduation exam? Jin Taekyung glanced at the clock, mumbling, I have to leave the office. The clock ticked past 5:30. Songi, still disbelieving, confirmed again. Are you really taking the graduation exam? Jin Taekyung clicked his tongue. Are you crazy? No, I mean for my sister. And so, we cut to the university entrance exam venue. Snow fluttered everywhere, creating that classic winter exam day atmosphere. Many students, buzzing with excitement, ran out, eager to show off to their relatives. We saw father and son, couples hugging, close friends taking selfies. Everyone was excited and bustling. But only Jin Taekyung and his mother stood under a pillar near the gate, wearing masks, hats, and warm scarves, just waiting. His mother wondered, what's taking her so long? Jin Taekyung looked indifferent on the outside, but you know he was buzzing with nerves on the inside. He thought, I wonder how she did. It must have been so hard for her to focus on her studies because of the paparazzi and everything from the past few months. Just then, a short girl wearing glasses, wrapped from head to toe in a thick coat, with a visibly gloomy face, appeared at the exam gate. His mother happily called out, There's my daughter. She rushed forward, pulling her into a warm hug. My daughter worked hard. Looking at his sister's quiet, almost dejected expression, Taekyung hesitantly approached. Are you okay? He asked softly. Haeyeon shook her head. No, I'm not. Taekyung bowed his head, blaming himself. I'm so sorry, Haeyeon. I'm your older brother, but I've been so disruptive. Haeyeon blurted out. I thought I got 100%, but I got one wrong in math. Jin Taekyung barely had time to process that. I'm so ashamed, I can't even look. Wait, what? Haeyeon stomped her foot on the ground, practically wailing. I got one wrong, and I knew how to solve it. What am I going to do? Jin Taekyung and his mother just stared at her a little dumbfounded. Taekyung couldn't help but think, what the heck? Is she insane? But then, his heart filled with a strange admiration. I knew she was smart, but not this smart. How did she even know she got it wrong so quickly? Her crying, though, well, it seemed to significantly increase the hatred index from other parents along the road. You know, the ones whose kids just finished exams. How could I get it wrong? Haeyeon continued. It was such an easy question. I could have gotten a perfect score if it wasn't for that one mistake. Even the students walking out the school gate were glaring at her with killer eyes. Can you imagine? Jin Taekyung broke out in a cold sweat. This was bad. Haeyeon, still fuming, shouted, If I hadn't been careless, I would have gotten maximum points. Jin Taekyung immediately grabbed her neck, trying to cover her screaming mouth. She winced and struggled to break free from him. Jin Taekyung, totally embarrassed, mumbled, Okay, stop talking nonsense. Let's just go eat. But Haeyeon's noisy voice was ruining their whole winter day. Let me go. How can a 7th grade student like you possibly understand my feelings? Taekyung, desperate, practically begged her. Haeyeon, please, turn down the volume. Despite all that, Jin Taekyung felt incredibly lucky. Haeyeon's exams were finally over, and our family had officially moved back into our newly renovated old house. Jin Taekyung's mother had tears in her eyes. I really don't know what to say, son. Thank you so much. Jin Taekyung gently comforted her. Don't say that, Mom. The whole family, mother and children, stood arm in arm, admiring their new home. Haeyeon, ever the little rascal, even imitated her mother's voice, teasingly saying, Oh, thank you, son. Taekyung immediately shot back. Haeyeon, do you want to die? The time that followed was, thankfully, quite peaceful. But we all know things can't end that easily in a story like this, right? Kidnapping families as hostages. It's a simple, yet terrifyingly effective method. Jin Taekyung knew that even though Lee Young-ryong had never used this method before, he absolutely had to prepare for the worst-case scenario. So, he picked up the phone and contacted Butler Kim. Butler Kim, he asked, Can you find a trustworthy security company for me? We need the best. Butler Kim just chuckled. Haha, just leave it to me, Master Jin. So what happened next? Well, around Jin Taekyung's family living area, they started seeing a lot of new faces. Haeyeon, ever the polite one, would often greet these new neighbors. You know, she'd politely bow and say hello. But here's the thing. Both Mom and Haeyeon didn't notice a single suspicious detail. They had no idea that the houses right next door were secretly sold, or that those friendly-looking couples moving in were actually highly trained bodyguards. Jin Taekyung, on the other hand, just thought, what's the point of letting money rot? This is the perfect time to use it. Later, while eating with his family, Jin Taekyung's mother started chatting. Son, she said, do you know how many couples live in this area now? Taekyung was surprised. Really, he asked. She nodded. Yeah, I come across them all the time when I go grocery shopping. There are young ones and old ones, but none of them have kids. He replied nonchalantly. Well, Korea is going through a low birth rate crisis, Mom. Then Haeyeon interrupted. Brother, there are 2 men next door. They always go around with their arms linked. Jin Taekyung, a little flustered, managed to say, well, it's an era of gender equality, you know? But he really didn't expect even stranger things to come. He started to remember a few days after asking the security company to make those arrangements. He received a text message from Haeyeon, and you guys, the content was wild. It read, the neighbors want to take out the organic waste and spilled it all over his clothes. It looked so pitiful, so I helped him. Also, just now it's 2 women. They always go around with their fingers intertwined. Taekyung was speechless. He thought, is this company even trustworthy? But he didn't really need to worry. The bodyguards reported every 30 minutes, and they didn't take their eyes off his family. Everything was going smoothly, except for one thing. Suddenly, pop, went a crisp breaking sound. The system went ding ding, announcing, the level 70 archer has been destroyed. Experience received, extremely little. Then ding, a warning message popped up. Difference in strength was too great. The amount of experience received would be significantly reduced. Jin Taekyung just stared, then shouted, Oh, SHD? No, I need to level up. The skull, watching him collapse and moan, just sneered. I don't know what this level and EXP stuff is, it rasped, but it brings me joy to see you suffer, human. That's what happens when you give in to your greed. Jin Taekyung glared at it, his face strangely darkened, his tongue hanging out greedily. But I'm sure I can level up once more if I kill you. The skull, clearly terrified, quickly rolled over and fearfully replied, I will try harder. Okay, let's leave that aside for now. Taekyung said, straightening his back. He looked down, bored, at the battlefield full of skeletal remains and made a request. But in return, please continue to surrender your soldiers. Our guild members need to practice too, you know. The skull shrieked in horror. What do you mean? Jin Taekyung frowned, saying coldly, they've got to practice for battle. Have your subordinates practice acting, so it's not easy to tell they're going easy. And don't have them kill my guild members either. The skull trembled in despair. You guys are truly evil, greedy to the core. How far has the evil of humanity fallen? So what happened next? The very next day, a crisp, clear morning dawned, and at the office headquarters, everyone gathered around the discussion table. Long time no see, everyone, Choi Min-woo said, breaking the silence. He tapped away at his computer for a moment, then announced, before we go on, I've got something to show you all. With a press of the enter key, the TV screen connected to the computer flickered to life. A scene of smoke and dust filled the display. This video was sent from China, Choi Min-woo simply stated. A panorama of a city, engulfed in flames, unfolded before everyone's shocked eyes. Can you even imagine that horror? Looking at the video quality, Jin Taekyung secretly wondered, is this a drone recording? Screams tore through the smoky sky. On the streets below, countless residents were fleeing in terror. Then, the screen zoomed in on monsters, hordes of zombie-like creatures, slowly rising and chasing the panicked crowd. Frightening roars, deep and guttural, filled the air. You could practically hear them, right? Hyukjin, visibly impatient, slapped the table. Why are there monsters in the middle of the city? He demanded. Songi gasped, a monster wave? On screen, a group of monsters raised their axes, ready to strike down a fallen person who was barely clinging to life, calling for help. But suddenly, a powerful force slashed through the air, cutting one of the monsters completely in half. Jin Taekyung witnessed the scene, a mix of surprise and anger brewing inside him. Sorchi, he thought, astonished. What was that? The screen immediately went blurry, then the scene changed. The camera zoomed in, straight onto a figure facing the monster's head-on. Is that a Chinese S-rank hunter? Jin Taekyung wondered aloud, surprised. Talk about an entrance. The armored man struggled, his hand gripping a sword that seemed to burn with pure strength. He muttered, how dare you lay hands on our citizens? His body exploded with burning blue flames, and he roared, Military Department of Public Safety, kill those sickening bastards. The next second, a whole squad of armored men, weapons drawn, rushed forward with him, shouting loudly, for the people. But then a creepy, dark sound, like a terrible verdict, rose from seemingly nowhere. Submit to the eternal flame. Fire rain. Bang. Like a terrible bomb. Something suddenly exploded right where the S-class hunter and his army stood. Everything around them was obliterated in a fierce bombardment. Just like that, gone. The camera went blurry again. The scene shifted, now pointing to the top of a tall building. There, a black shadow, wearing a fluttering cloak, stood silhouetted against the sky. If you looked closer, you'd see it was some strange creature, radiating a glowing purple aura with its magic. Closer still, you could make out its head as it raised a bony hand, pointing directly at the camera, threateningly. Humans have brought their belongings into our territory, it hissed. Those who dare to set foot here must pay the price with their lives. Kill everyone and take over everything. As it spoke, a beam of light shot from its fingertip, striking and shattering the camera. The screen flickered, then lost all signal. The video feed ended completely. A heavy silence fell over the meeting room. Can you imagine the tension? So, Jin Taekyung, naturally, was the first to break that tense atmosphere. What is this? He asked. Choi Min-woo explained, well, this monster wave was caused by that person. But since he's not human, calling him the culprit isn't exactly accurate. He then dropped a bombshell. It's been identified as a lich, a named monster. Choi Min-woo continued his report. Just 10 days ago, on November 5th, a reconnaissance drone from the Chinese intelligence department recorded this footage. It was in a small town near Nanchung City, Sichuan province. And then, the chilling part, the estimated number of deaths? Up to 300,000 people. Song Yi's ears were practically ringing. 300,000 people? Choi Min-woo calmly put his hands in his pockets, adding, and folks, those were just the statistics for the first 24 hours after the monster wave hit. Everyone collectively held their breath. Jin Taekyung then turned to Butler Kim, a flicker of concern in his eyes. Butler Kim, he asked, was the lich inherently that strong? Butler Kim stroked his chin thoughtfully. No way, he mused. Times have certainly changed. I once faced liches myself. They were very strong, yes, but they absolutely couldn't perform such terrible fire magic. Jin Taekyung was stunned. He thought, okay, hold on. How did China end up with something that dangerous? If 300,000 people died on the first day alone, then by now... Wait, why haven't I heard anything about this? Shouldn't the entire world be in an uproar? I haven't seen a single article. He looked up at Choi Min-woo, a new question forming in his mind. And how did team manager Choi get his hands on this kind of information? He wondered, as if guessing exactly what Jin Taekyung was about to ask. Choi Min-woo replied, about a week ago, I received an unexpected call. His expression darkened. More accurately, he corrected, it was actually a scouting offer for you, Jin Taekyung. They were asking for your help. Jin Taekyung was completely surprised. "Eh, for me to help," he stammered. "Who? Wait, are you saying China?" asked. Choi Min-woo pointed straight at him and nodded. "Yes," he confirmed. It was Xiao Yang, the chairman of China himself, who personally requested Jin Taekyung's help. Song Yi and Hyuk Jun practically banged on the table, shouting, "Ha! It was Xiao Yang himself." Choi Min-woo, ever the calm one, simply asked Jin Taekyung, "So what do you want to do?" Jin Taekyung was visibly stunned. He shyly poked his index fingers together. Well, you see, it hasn't been long since my family moved," he mumbled, "so for me to go all the way to China?" Choi Min-woo interrupted him smoothly. "They offered to pay 10 billion. This time, it was Jin Taekyung's turn to gasp. Choi Min-woo, with a knowing shake of his finger, continued, "And if you have to be there for longer than a week, which was the initial promise date range, by the way, then you'll be given an extra 10 billion per week." Everyone was absolutely floored. "What? 10 billion a week?" Jin Taekyung, despite greedily wiping away his stiff mouth, declared, "Even so, I won't go. Thousands of monsters with a crazy skeleton mage. That's just a bit much, even for me. Come on, I'm not some money-crazy guy," Choi Min-woo casually reminded. He said he'll reward the person who kills the lich with 5 trillion won. Jin Taekyung glared, then, preparing his knife and fork skill, turned around and replied, "Ah, I suddenly want something spicy. I heard food from Sichuan is really good and spicy." Everyone at the office was a bit skeptical about his attitude. Clearly noticing their doubt, Jin Taekyung viciously directed Choi Min-woo. "What? Did you think Jin Taekyung, would just sit back and watch as the citizens of China suffer?" Choi Min-woo was truly at a loss. He simply told Taekyung, "I'll take that as a yes then. I'll come with you. The rest of you, please look after the guild." Meanwhile, in a beautiful, dignified traditional building far away, a voice affirmed from a red-carpeted hallway. This was an unofficial diplomatic letter sent by Chairman Xiao Yang. Countless bodyguards, dressed in white, stood rigidly in front of the room's door. Inside, people in the room chatted and discussed amongst themselves. They were hiding such a big incident. I don't know if I should be impressed or what. The government has announced it as an immense earthquake and employed the army to stop people from approaching the region. The man in the middle, wearing a neat suit, was Baek Han-sung, the 27th and youngest president in Korean history at 40 years old. He gave a fake, sad smile. But if the truth were revealed, he stated, the whole of China would fall into chaos. At that point, it couldn't be saved anymore. Baek Han-sung probed the other person. Was it the Lich? It seems that named monster ended up helping the government out. Even the US satellite can't tell what's going on in China. The other person reviewed the report, then answered nonchalantly, "It's a space warping magic, a very strong one too." This familiar voice belonged to Lee Young-ryong. He coldly analyzed, "It might have helped the Chinese government, but it's definitely not helpful to our situation. We have no idea what's truly going on in there." Looking at the report, Lee Young-ryong silently calculated the mercenary contracts. 30 A-rank hunters, including me, and 200 B-rank hunters. He mused. He paused, then continued. "That's basically half the force of the Ares Guild. From what I've seen in the video, it's clear that the Lich is dangerous. However," his eagle eyes opened wide and bright. "With great risk comes great reward," he declared. His attention was clearly drawn to the huge amount of money printed on the black and white paper. Lee Young-ryong was confident. "Besides," he stated, "since I'll be going as well, it'll be impossible for us to fail." He quickly arranged the report neatly, then seriously agreed with Baek Han-sung. "We'll take the offer. Let us choose the members for this mission." Baek Han-sung applauded. "A wise decision," he exclaimed. "If the Ares Guild performs well in this mission, I'm sure it'll have a good influence on diplomatic affairs too." Then, Baek Han-seong pretended to hesitate, almost casually. "Oh, well, there's one more place that received an offer from China," he mused. "Guys, are you ready for this?" Lee Young-ryong was visibly startled, his gaze sharpening. "Could it be?" he murmured, a hint of dread in his voice. And you can bet who that dread was for. Baek Han-seong then dropped the bombshell. "It's the Peace Guild," he announced, "where none other than Hunter Jin Taekyung is working." Surprise, surprise, right? Lee Young-ryong's face visibly paled. He hesitated, clearly struggling to find the right words. "Mr. President," he stammered, "I guess you wouldn't know, since it hasn't been long since your appointment, but this kind of stuff, it's always been Ares Guild's responsibility." Can you feel his frustration? Baek Han-seong calmly waved a hand, cutting him off. "Ah, I know," he said, though he sounded almost reluctant. "But Chairman Xiao Yang contacted them himself, so there wasn't much I could do. He specifically requested that you, Ares, and Hunter Jin Taekyung all come." Talk about a direct hit. Lee Young-ryong gritted his teeth, a silent fury burning within him. "Jin Taekyung, it's you again," he seethed, leaning back his chair with an angry slump. "Our poor Lee Young-ryong just can't catch a break. Can he?" Baek Han-seong, still wearing that careless smile, updated the situation. "The Peace Guild is a smaller guild, so it seems they prepared very quickly. They're probably on a plane by now. Looks like our hero is already on his way." And just as he said it, a sleek flight was already soaring across the vast blue sky, headed for China. Inside, Jin Taekyung was experiencing a VIP cabin for the very first time, and let's just say he was beyond excited. He practically bounced into the living area, marveling, "Whoa, this isn't an airplane. It's a luxury hotel room. Can you even imagine the excitement?" He then bounded into the bedroom, happily boasting, "Look, Captain, there's even a bed here, too." Next, he burst into the bathroom, complete with a comfortable bathtub, and exclaimed loudly, "Wonderful, a genuine Chinese aircraft. Our guy is really living it up." Choi Min-woo watched helplessly as Taekyung became, well, hyperactive. Jin Taekyung, He gently reminded him, "We're not going on a trip." Min-woo couldn't help but think he was babysitting, not embarking on an important mission. But Jin Taekyung just ignored him, rushing out to investigate further. "Wait a minute, let me ask if there's anything to drink." Nothing stops Taekyung when he's curious. What left Min-woo truly speechless was watching Taekyung cheerfully and smoothly communicate with two Chinese flight attendants, effortlessly asking for 2 glasses of water. Choi Min-woo suddenly had a thought, a baffling one. I heard he's not good at studying, yet he speaks Chinese so fluently. And he can also talk to monsters? What is going on? Seriously, what is going on with our guy? Choi Min-woo sighed, tiredly supporting his forehead. "Let go. Don't think about it anymore," he told himself. "Just ignore him. He'll probably tell me eventually. Right? Ever feel like that, folks?" Suddenly, a cool feeling pressed against his cheek. "Here." Jin Taekyung offered him a delicately decorated glass of water. "You said it'll take like 5 to 6 hours to get to Chengdu Airport, right?" See, he's not completely oblivious. Choi Min-woo nodded. Yes, in an emergency, it may take longer. Taekyung, holding his glass of orange juice, looked at him curiously. "In case of an emergency?" he asked. "A fair question, don't you think?" Choi replied. "Like if the army led by the Lich has taken over Chengdu. Of course, that possibility is very low. I'm sure a huge number of the People's Liberation Army and other hunters are defending that place." "Well, that's reassuring. Mostly." Taekyung slumped into his chair, a sigh escaping his lips. "You can't trust statistics," he lamented. "If they were so trustworthy, the monster wave wouldn't have happened in the first place, would it? Always think of the worst-case scenario, folks, instead of optimistically hoping for the best." Choi Min-woo's eyes sparkled with surprise. He gazed at Jin Taekyung, a strange thought crossing his mind. What a peculiar person. It's not just his language skills, you know? Sometimes he sounds like a veteran with hundreds of years of experience, yet he's still younger than me. Breaking the silence, Jin Taekyung spoke up. "Team manager." "Yes." Choi Min-woo replied, slightly startled. Taekyung arched an eyebrow, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. "Let's say, if I earn 5 trillion, will I have to share it with the guild?" Choi Min-woo frowned. "Pardon?" Jin Taekyung shook the glass of orange juice in his hand, almost ostentatiously. "We should be clear about this kind of stuff beforehand. It's important to be transparent about financial matters, don't you think?" Choi Min-woo secretly mused. He's already thinking about what'll happen after having killed the Lich. Then out loud, he stated, "It'll be a 9-to-1 split. Dvin Taekyung Goset. He's gonna take a part of it, even though it's supposed to be a personal reward. I'm not the one, right?" After that, the atmosphere grew silent again, as both of them retreated into their private thoughts. Garbage. The guild is trash. At that moment, Warlord Mon suddenly screamed in Taekyung's head, "You insane bastard, don't go." Jin Taekyung choked on his water. The voice kept whispering in his ear, "You crazy idiot, don't go." Jin Taekyung sprang up, covering his ears. "Shut up. You're acting up again, huh?" Choi Min-woo was scared, completely bewildered by what was going on. A glass of orange juice, forgotten, spilled onto the table. Even more terrifying, the 2 flight attendants standing outside, who peered in, only to see Taekyung, looking like a total psycho, jumping around and talking nonsense. "Ah, I wasn't talking to you guys," Taekyung quickly explained. "The skeleton just keeps whining that he doesn't want to go to China." Choi Min-woo was surprised. "It must be because of the Lich, I guess. It's scared, since it's a high-ranking undead monster, even if they're both named monsters." Choi Min-woo then asked Taekyung. "Jin Taekyung, something's been off lately, hasn't it?" Jin Taekyung just cursed. The atmosphere, which had been silent, immediately did a 180-degree turn as he asked, "Huh, do you have a herniated disc? Or something?" No, I'm referring to the gates and monsters," Choi Min-woo said, clicking search on his computer. Jin Taekyung agreed. There's definitely something strange going on with named monsters. They're the kind that only appear every few years, but in the past few months, 2 have popped up," Choi Min-woo thoughtfully said. "This year, the number of portal accidents has also increased dramatically. The press blames the carelessness of guilds and individuals, but the Nation's Gate Research Lab is saying something different." Choi Min-woo began to suspect something big. Though it hasn't been officially announced, he thought. It's true, the amount of mana in many portals is rapidly increasing. He then spun his computer screen towards Jin Taekyung, showing him a chart. Investigation results about the sudden surge in teleportation gate activity. So, Taekyung pondered, this is the real cause of all these gate incidents. Choi Min-woo nodded. Exactly. Mana is the source of a monster's power. If the mana in a portal increases, it's obvious the monsters become stronger. And the best proof for that, well, Jin Taekyung sighed, leaning back. "It's right in my hands, isn't it?" Choi Min-woo continued his research, speculating, this time, the Lich may have also undergone a similar power-up process. Taekyung's thoughts turned grim. "I somewhat expected it," he worried. "But it seems it'll be even more difficult than I thought." Choi Min-woo was explaining why countermeasures were crucial. "So, we need a good plan," he said, "according to the files I've received." But Taekyung stood up abruptly. "I'll take a look at those files later," he stated, already turning to leave, heading back to his room. "I'm pretty behind on some work right now." Choi Min-woo was taken aback. "Work? What work?" he asked, genuinely surprised. "I wanted to get some sleep," Taekyung replied simply. "Sleep?" Choi Min-woo couldn't believe it. "Sleep? How could he even think about sleeping in this situation?" he probably thought. But Taekyung just argued. "Sleep is a miracle tonic." "Hold on, wait. Choi Min-woo tried to interject, but it was no use. Jin Taekyung had already climbed into bed, pulling the blanket right over himself. He even shushed Choi Min-woo. "Don't wake me up, no matter what," he whispered. This is the solution." He then rolled over, completely covered, seemingly not caring about anything else. Choi Min-woo, utterly defeated, followed him into the bedroom, staring in disbelief. All he could manage was a frustrated, "What the hell?" Finally, he gave up, about to turn and just ignore the sleeping Taekyung. But then, Jin Taekyung's voice suddenly broke the silence. "Oh right, Team Captain Choi." Choi Min-woo spun around, thinking, did he actually wake up? But no, Taekyung just indifferently asked for a favor. "Please, turn off the light for me." Choi Min-woo's face instantly went dark. His hand groped for the switch, his heart seething. "I'm definitely setting the profits at 9-1, he silently vowed. Click, the light went off. And just like that, Jin Taekyung also opened his eyes. In the world of Murim, the first thing he noticed? The ancient lanterns hanging from the ceiling. He was fully awake now, his face back to the familiar appearance of a black-haired knight. He sat up from the chair, doing a quick mental calculation. I was in modern society for about a month, he thought, so that should be about 3 hours here. As if remembering something important, he glanced back. His eyes met the silent, old figure lying on the bed. He looked at the familiar old man, with his white hair and beard, and softly spoke. "I'm back, old man." Then cautiously, he glanced right and left. Once he was completely reassured, a deep sigh of relief escaped him. "Ah, it's nice and quiet without the skull, isn't it?" However, a sound akin to a cow snoring in the corner of the room snagged Jin Taekyung's attention. He looked over, and there, slumped against the wall, was Hyuk Moo-jin. He was fast asleep, snoring, and yes, even drooling. Jin Taekyung slowly, almost stealthily, walked toward him. Suddenly, Hyuk stirred. A heavy, cold shadow had fallen across his skin, disturbing his sleep. He rubbed at his face a few times, still half asleep, but he couldn't stand it anymore. He immediately woke up, complaining, "Ugh, why does my spine suddenly feel so cold?" Then, he faced Jin Taekyung, whose anger was palpable, revealing a truly terrifying rage. Hyuk startlingly gasped. Jin Taekyung growled, "I'm pretty sure I asked you to keep watch before I rested." Outside the room, someone was gradually approaching. It was an old man, a doctor, wearing old, worn-out clothes. He came to Ji Cheong-gang's room. Just as the doctor was about to open the door, a noisy ruckus spilled out from inside. Forgive me, just this once. I've forgiven you 500 times already. It's been 500 times already. One more won't matter." The doctor, completely bewildered, swung the door open and started to say, "Why is the patient's room so noise?" Crash. A strange object flew out, instantly drenching the doctor's entire head in wine. Wine bottle fragments clung to his hair and face as the bottle slowly fell to the floor. Jin Taekyung's jaw dropped. He just realized he'd done something truly terrible. The doctor, trembling with rage, pointed a shaky finger at Taekyung and shouted, "You rotten brat." Before he could finish, he collapsed, hitting his head. Blood splattered, and he promptly fainted. Both Jin Taekyung and Hyuk were utterly startled. Soon, another loud noise echoed throughout the mansion. It was Jin Taekyung yelling, "Strange physician of Luoyang. Goodness, he threw it, not me." Later, the doctor had a bandage on his forehead, properly stemming the blood. He smiled, a little bewildered. "Haha, I've certainly gained a new perspective on the world." Jin Taekyung scratched his head, clearly apologetic. "Are you okay?" The doctor shook his head. It's okay. Head hurts a bit, but I'll be fine." Just then, Jong Rishu appeared in the room. He leaned over, asking, "Hey doctor, are you okay? That bottle hitting your head was so loud, I thought the dark heaven had invaded." The doctor politely chuckled. "Haha, you needn't worry about me." He then pointed at Jin Taekyung, telling Jong Rishu, "Instead, take care of this promising young man. Don't let him get hurt in the upcoming war." Jong Rishu quietly replied, "Yes, dear old man." Jin Taekyung, covering his mouth, looked at Jong Rishu with sparkling eyes of worship. However, the doctor then turned around, waving a long needle in his hand. He threatened with a grin, "If he gets hurt, and I have to be the one to treat him, I might not be able to stop myself from stabbing him in the wrong spot with this great acupuncture needle." Jin Taekyung and Jong Rishu immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Jin Taekyung groaned. How could he kill someone? You're a doctor. Meanwhile, outside, poor Hyuk was being punished, kneeling there. He grumbled, "What'd I even do wrong?" Back inside, the doctor checked Jeek Cheon-gang's pulse. He closed his eyes, thinking deeply for a long time. Jeek Cheon-gang remained completely still, without any movement. Finally, the doctor hesitantly smacked his lips. "I just don't get it. What a strange case." Jin Taekyung nervously asked, "Was there no other way to treat him?" The doctor gave him a sharp glance and declared, "No other way? There's no disease in this world that can't be cured." However, he then blurted out helplessly, "But how am I supposed to find a way when I don't even know the name of the disease?" Jin Taekyung was shocked. He looked at Jeek Cheon-gang lying on the bed. "Old man, why can't you wake up? You're so strong. Was it because you saw Hong Dao lying in a pool of blood and flesh? Were you unable to handle the grief of losing both your disciple and your closest friend? Or is it the after effect of having used the sacred fire demon dance?" Jin Taekyung frowned. "Or did that blood lord cast some kind of sorcery on you?" The doctor propped himself up on the bed and sat up straight. It wasn't due to demonic energy intrusion, nor was it due to poisoning. But if he continues like this, his meridians will certainly gradually become clogged. Jin Taekyung was surprised. "What do you mean?" Jong Rishu, clearly dissatisfied, blamed the doctor. "Didn't you say that his life wouldn't be threatened?" The doctor argued. "You didn't listen to me closely then. I said there was no threat to his life at the moment." He bent down, thoughtfully analyzing the situation. His state is different, even from yesterday. If he continues to stay unconscious, all of his chi paths will become blocked. He'll end up an ordinary man. Taekyung asked, "Are you telling me that he'll only wake up once he loses his martial prowess?" The doctor shook his head. "I'm not even sure about that." Then he looked down at Jeek Cheon-gang's old face, a hint of weariness in his own. Even if heaven blesses him, and he wakes up with this body that's over 100 years old, if he doesn't have internal martial arts strength, how long can he live? Half a year at most. The doctor gave a temporary timeline. He judged that if he continued acupuncture and opened the acupuncture points, it could last a few more months, but that was all. After listening, Jin Taekyung bit his lips in despair and pain. Only half a year? Is there really no other way? The doctor slowly spoke up. He pointed straight at Taekyung and said, "You'll need to find the divine physician." Jin Taekyung's eyes widened. "The divine physician? Who's that?" The doctor was shocked. "You don't know the divine physician? He sounds like a physician, a really skilled one." Jin Taekyung guessed almost casually. The doctor, boiling with rage, scoffed. "Of course. The name practically screams it. Even a dog passing by would figure that much out. How stupid can you be?" He then turned to Jong Rishu. "Sir, are you certain this guy's from Murim?" Jong Rishu, caught off guard, quickly deflected. "Ah, he must be a very famous person." The doctor was left speechless. "These stupid Murim bastards," he screamed inwardly. He cleared his throat, trying to compose himself, and began to tell the story of the divine physician. Like his name suggests, he possessed medical skills close to that of a god. 40 years ago, he appeared on the outskirts of the continent and performed miracles, truly. He cured thousands of the sick, put pandemics to rest, and earned his title as the divine physician. What's even more amazing, the doctor continued, leaning in a bit, he never rejected anyone who came to him for help, and he never, ever accepted payment in return. His personality was just as commendable as his medical knowledge. The most powerful people in the world wanted to invite him as an honored guest, but each time, he'd disappear without a trace, leaving a message that he intended to look after those truly in need among them. The doctor sighed, recalling the physician's elusive nature. He always covered his face with cloth, so no one knew what he looked like. What a wonderful saint, wearing a mask. Jin Taekyung chimed in. That was it. The doctor saw red. He practically foamed at the mouth, looking like a panicked horse. Grabbing a long needle, he pressed it right up against Jin Taekyung's face. "Shut your stupid little mouth," he hissed. He then turned back to Jong Rishu, exasperated. "Grandmaster, do you intend on leaving me like this?" But when he looked at Jong Rishu, he saw him stroking his chin, eyes sparkling with pure joy. "Wonderful, the divine doctor." Jong Rishu breathed. The doctor just sighed, glancing between the two idiots, thinking, "Oh yeah, you two are exactly the same." Once things calmed down a bit, Jin Taekyung, surprisingly serious, asked, "So, no one actually knows his identity?" The doctor frowned. "I told you, he always wore a mask." Jin Taekyung wasn't convinced, trying to poke holes in the story. But he was active for 40 years. How does it make any sense that no one figured out? The doctor raised his hand high, as if referring to a legendary figure. "Perhaps someone knows, yes, but it's certainly not widespread knowledge, even if there is someone who knows." "Why though?" Jin Taekyung wondered aloud. "Is it because he kept running away?" The doctor immediately denied it. "No, it's because the testimonies were always different. Someone said the divine physician was an old man with white hair. Others said it was a bikini, a nun, you know? How could anyone find a divine physician when all the testimonies differ so wildly?" The doctor just smiled faintly, telling them, "His prestige among the people? It's absolute, you see. So many volunteered to be his eyes and ears, to hide his whereabouts. Even the royal palace had to give up trying to find him." Jin Taekyung quickly nodded, agreeing, "The divine doctor is talented, no doubt, but..." He frowned, looking genuinely puzzled. "How on earth am I supposed to find someone even the royals couldn't track down, huh?" Jin Taekyung's words seemed to startle the doctor for a moment. But then, looking at Taekyung's worried face, he smiled reassuringly. "Don't you worry," he said. "Do you really think I'd bring this up if I didn't already have a plan?" Jin Taekyung's face lit up. "I knew I could trust you," he replied, a cheerful smile spreading across his face. Jin Taekyung and Jong Rishu watched, captivated, as the doctor began searching for something. His hands moved constantly until he finally found it. "You see," he began, 10 years ago, I was so deeply impressed by the divine physician story that I set off on my own journey to practice medicine. I followed his very route, crossing the entire continent, spending 5 years traveling. It was such a fulfilling and joyous time, truly. Though I'll admit, it was tough for me, already past 60 years old. But, my friends, all those efforts bore fruit when something I'd only ever dreamed of actually happened in the southern part of the continent." The doctor then vividly recounted the scene. He'd been attentively examining a patient when suddenly, a man with a face full of freckles walked over. A local worker respectfully asked him, "Are you a doctor from Luoyang?" The doctor, a bit confused, replied, "Yes, I am. Why do you ask?" Hearing this, the man immediately pulled out an object, holding out to him. "Someone who treated us a while ago," the man explained, "asked us to give this to a physician named O from Luoyang, if one ever came through here." And now, right there, he pulled out that very piece of stone, engraved with those words from all that time ago. He carefully placed it on the table in front of the curious Jin Taekyung and Jong Rishu. They couldn't help but lean in, wondering, what could it be? The doctor's face, a little proud, prompted them, "Just read what it says." Jin Taekyung stared at the words carved on the stone. "The best gallnut comes from Sichuan." He quickly looked up. "What does it mean?" he asked. At this point, the doctor practically swelled with pride. "Gallnut is a very popular medicinal herb. You see," he explained, almost beaming. "I believe the divine physician wanted to tell me he's in Sichuan and that he actually wishes to meet me to discuss medicine." Now, His grand revelation, well, it seemed to have little to no effect on Taekyung or Jong Rishu. In fact, Taekyung even made a slightly disdainful face, turning his head away. I don't think so, he flatly stated. Oh, you can bet that made the already arrogant doctor absolutely furious. He couldn't help but practically scream. That's true. Look at it, you too. Can't you feel the divine physician's heart in this message? Honestly, Taekyung barely touched the seemingly useless piece of stone on the table. And guess what happened next? The system immediately chimed. Jin Taekyung's eyes went wide, and he exclaimed, Old man, I can actually feel it. Even the doctor, who was right there, gasped in surprise. HM? Really? Really? He stammered. Suddenly, the system panel popped up, right in front of him. Jin Taekyung was so thrilled, he clenched his hands into fists. And I see it too, he thought. A notification flashed. You've obtained a quest item. Traces of the Divine Physician. Now, you can actually deduce his location using these traces. The quest, looking for Mr. Divine in Sichuan, has been created. The system didn't stop there, it detailed all the requirements. Basically, folks, Taekyung now had the only clues left behind by the Divine Physician, the absolute best doctor in the world. He's our only hope, you see, to awaken Jeek Cheongang. A crucial thought popped into his head. This is it. This is how I save the old man. Jin Taekyung quickly stood up, bowing his head in endless thanks to the doctor. Thank you, truly. Thank you so much, doctor. The doctor just smiled. Well, at least you've got manners. Now come on, get packed pronto. Then, Jong Rishu turned to Jin Taekyung, offering, I'll write letters for Sichuan's Tang clan, Ame, and Qingcheng. With their help, this whole search will be much, much easier for you. Taekyung looked at him, practically buzzing with excitement. Thank you. Oh, and by the way, could you maybe find me a good carpenter? And a few folks to join me. Jong Rishu gave a slight smile. That's no problem at all. Do you have anyone specific in mind? Taekyung just burst out laughing. Yes, I do, actually. A moment later, as Jong Rishu walked with the doctor, he just couldn't help but ask, are you truly all right with just giving away that plaque the Divine Physician left for you? The doctor, ever so calm, replied, the heavens, they aren't something you should force. If I'd really wanted to find him, I would have been off to Sichuan the moment I got that plaque. Besides, I'm too ashamed to face him now, honestly. I can't even cure a simple patient at my age. Just having received the plaque, well, that's enough for me. Jong Rishu clasped his hands, looking at the doctor with deep respect. Thank you. This is going to be incredibly helpful for the entire Murim world, especially with all these ominous things going on. The doctor just waved a hand, looking totally confused. Oh, don't say that, goodness. Why are you being so nice? It's really not like you. Then he paused for a beat and, with a knowing look, asked, are you already practicing what it's like to be the Murim Alliance leader, perhaps? Now it was Jong Rishu's turn to squirm, trying awkwardly to dodge the question. I don't know who's spreading those rumors, honestly. I've turned down that offer so many times already. The doctor looked at him intently, then said, you, my friend, are the perfect fit for it. Hearing that, Jong Rishu immediately shook his head. Please don't say that, he insisted. Everyone's just worried because of this mysterious enemy showing up, so they're making poor choices. There's definitely a more suitable person for that position. Someone who isn't an old man, at least. The doctor looked at him, asking once more, why do you think so? The first divine has vanished, and our 10 kings, well, they've grown old. In my eyes, you possess incredibly powerful martial arts and sharp mind. You're the perfect candidate to lead the Murim Alliance, the very symbol of Orthodox Murim. Jong Rishu tried to deflect. Goodness, it simply can't be me, he stammered. There are so many others who could take that position. Seeing his reluctance, the doctor couldn't help but get curious. All right then, he probed, who do you think is a better candidate? Jong Rishu suddenly brightened, a happy smile spreading across his face. Oh, I know, he exclaimed. We've got the Thunderbolt Blade King. As soon as the doctor heard that name, his face immediately stiffened. That person's temperament is, well, it's a bit too much, he trailed off. Jong Rishu probed, confused. What's wrong with his personality? He's very manly. Hearing those words, the doctor couldn't help but sigh. I'm afraid, he replied, he'll destroy the Murim Alliance in a very manly way. Refusing to give up, Jong Rishu still tried to find someone suitable. Then how about Jae-gal Gonghu, he suggested. He used to be a general strategist for the Murim Alliance, remember? He's one of the 10 kings, with excellent martial arts and brilliant formations. Interrupting him, the doctor replied, a note of sadness in his voice. He passed away. Jong Rishu was shocked. What? When did that happen? The doctor replied, it's been more than 10 years now. Jong Riku sighed. I've really been in seclusion for too long. So, do you know what happened to the remaining 2 people from the 3 saints? The doctor replied, the arrow saint has been missing for 20 years. And honestly, the other person shouldn't even be mentioned. Jong Rishu heard that and frowned. Why not? The doctor looked at him, utterly bewildered. Who in their right mind would try to make the murdering Saint the Murim Alliance leader? Jong Rishu wondered, what's wrong with her? Her martial arts are superb, and she's incredibly thorough with everything. The doctor's eyes grew a bit thoughtful, and then he explained, she uses her martial arts and her thoroughness to assassinate people. We simply can't have the world's best assassin as the Murim Alliance leader, can we? Jong Rishu couldn't think of anyone else with the necessary abilities. He scratched his head, looking troubled. That's right, he mumbled. So what do we do now? The doctor turned to look at Jong Rishu, then slowly lifted his gaze to the blue sky, an indescribably thoughtful look on his face. Will the Orthodox Murim truly be alright? He wondered aloud. Elsewhere, Jin Weekyung shouts, I cannot permit it. But Jin Taekyung doesn't back down. He objects. Oh, then I don't permit your non-permit. Wee Kyung, truly furious, orders. I don't permit your non-permit of a non-permit. With father not here, you can't go against my orders. Without a flicker of hesitation, Jin Taekyung challenges him further. What if I disobey your orders? Wee Kyung says loudly. Then I will have to punish you according to family law. Taekyung calmly sniffs, then kick me out of the family. That hits a nerve. Wee Kyung, completely cornered, has no choice but to kneel down, complaining. How can you even say that? Right now, Taekyung's mind is a mess. There's no time to waste, he thinks. It's a long way to Sichuan from here. Even if I use Qinggong, it would take a month to get there. And even when I arrive, it'll be incredibly difficult to find the divine physician, since I don't even know what he looks like. Even if I do find him, we might be too late by the time we come back. I need to prepare for the worst case scenario. Old man, just hold on a bit. I'll make sure to find that divine physician. As it's time to close the door, Jin Wee Kyung looks at Taekyung with a gaze full of earnest desire, making Taekyung sigh in frustration. Jin Taekyung tries to reassure him, don't worry, nothing bad will happen. Wee Kyung tries to persuade him, at least take the Jin Dragon Squad. But Taekyung shakes his head. That's why the vice leader of the Jin Dragon Squad is coming with us. From behind, Hyuk steps forward, a confident expression on his face, and says to Wee Kyung, you can put your trust in me. Standing in front of his subordinates, Wee Kyung can't lose face. It makes his expression awkward, and even Hyuk seems a bit confused by it. Wee Kyung finally has to give in to his younger brother's stubbornness. It's okay, he says. I'll entrust him to you. From afar, Chong Peng runs like he's flying, shouting excitedly. Benefactor, benefactor, when do we depart? Ha, benefactor. Jin Taekyung helplessly turns his head away. We will depart soon, so please be quiet. But that only makes Chong Peng even more excited. He jumps up and down with idiotic joy. Sichuan divine physician. I'm so excited. For a moment, Taekyung has serious doubts about his decision. Am I making the right choice, taking this guy? Suddenly, his eyes become sharp, locking onto Gung Jabang, who's walking toward him. Taekyung speaks, long time no see. As soon as he makes eye contact, Gung Jabang immediately says, it's a bad idea to take me with you. But Jin Taekyung firmly affirms, no, you must go with the cavalry. Jabang frowns and replies, I've only learned the 10,000-mile wind-chasing physique art too. Taekyung interrupts, 5th mastery. I know. Jabang is surprised. How do you know? Jin Taekyung asks. Is there anything you've learned above 5th mastery? Now, Taekyung's squad is truly something, isn't it? We got Chong Peng, a total troublemaker and a glutton, for crying out loud. Then there's Jabang, a master villain with incredible information networks, who's actually pretty good at looking after the team. And the last one? That's Hyuk Moo-jin, simply well a stupid subordinate. Jin Taekyung just had a sigh, watching this motley crew. Huh, I asked for them, didn't I? He muttered. But seeing them all together like this, what a lineup. Finally, the moment arrived. Wee Kyung got all sad, with a big puppy dog face. Meanwhile, Taekyung, with a ridiculously large luggage pack on his back, grabbed his stick and shouted loudly, all right, let's go, you freaks. And just like that, everyone followed him, full of enthusiasm. The scene shifts, and we see everyone around the barracks. They're all busy setting up their camps. But in a small corner, by the crackling fire, Warren bows her head, lost in a whirlwind of frustrated, chaotic thoughts. From behind her, her uncle slowly approaches, his face etched with sorrow. Escort Leader Suk, he's passed away, he announced, his voice heavy. There wasn't anything I could do. The poison had already spread into his spinal fluids. I'm so sorry. Hearing those words, Warren immediately spoke up, trying to console her uncle. This isn't something you need to feel sorry for, uncle. His death, it's all our fault. She kept gazing thoughtfully towards the flickering flames. Somewhere in her chaotic mind, an image of her father suddenly appeared. He was smiling happily, remember? The Tempe Dragons? He chuckled. I have a talented, beautiful young woman as my daughter. There's nothing more that I could ever want, haha. You're the only one who can succeed my position. The last 50 years of the Dragon Peak Escort Agency are nothing compared to what you will achieve in the future. Now, Warren felt like a lost child. She frowned, thinking, Father, everything started falling apart ever since I took your position after you fell ill with chi blockage. What am I supposed to do? Seeing her miserable appearance, her uncle couldn't help but worry. Warren, are you okay? Catching a glimpse of his worried face, she didn't have the heart to complain. Instead, she reassured him, don't worry about me, uncle. Can you help me by preparing for the funeral? We should hold it before we leave tomorrow. He could only helplessly turn around and leave. Okay, you should rest. Watching his back, she clapped her hands together, trying to regain some sanity in her mind. Let's get it together, she thought. We're almost there. There are 7 weeks left until we reach Zhongnan Mountain. That should be enough time, as long as we get through the Blackstone Mountain fine. We've taken quite a few losses, haven't we? But it'll be worth it if we just successfully complete this escort mission. The real problem is, she mused, that the Blackstone Stronghold, a group so powerful people compare them to the legendary 18 Green Forest strongholds, is based right there in the Blackstone Mountain. If we were to come across them, we would lose a lot more than what we've lost until now. Let's just hope everything goes well. Suddenly, a noise in the bushes made her startle. She pulled out her sword and screamed loudly, "Who goes there?" Everyone immediately panicked and quickly pulled out their weapons. Her uncle shouted, "Protect the young agency owner." From afar, a large figure gradually approached, saying, "I was wondering who you all were, but you're the brave little escort warriors of the Dragon Peak Escort Agency." Everyone who saw him exclaimed in surprise, "Cheon Ryokbu." Warren didn't hesitate to speak. "Good timing. We're going to give you the toll fees." The corner of Cheon Ryokbu's mouth suddenly curled up cunningly. It's just that the amount has increased a little. Oh folks, all sides were surrounded by Cheon Ryokbu's people. Warren looked left, then right. Her eyes, full of murderous aura, fixed on him as she spoke. You want to see bloodshed. Cheon Ryokbu looked quite proud and stroked his chin. You're quite fast to catch on, despite being so young. You're right. I mean to paint this mountain in blood tonight. Warren gritted her teeth and asked indignantly, why? Are you doing this? This isn't how you used to do things. With a teasing tone, the other person smiled slightly and replied, you wild brat, a bandit kills people and robs people. Do you need any more reasons? She tried to save the situation. We, the Dragon Peak Escort Agency, are a part of the Orthodox Murim. They won't sit back and do nothing once they find out about this. But ironically, none of that fazed Cheon Ryokbu at all. On the contrary, he replied in an overbearing tone, Orthodox Murim? That's no good. That's why I'm going to make sure that they don't find out about this. I'll be fine as long as the secret doesn't get out, no? What just came out of his mouth made everyone shudder, because he means to kill us all. Just as the bandits were about to pull out their weapons, Warren's uncle quickly offered them a good deal. 100 silver niang. We'll give you 100 silver niang if you'll let us pass. That's 5 times the normal toll fee. Stop with this wicked prank. But Cheon Ryokbu just thought even more. He stroked his chin, chuckled, and replied, a wicked prank? Is that what it seemed like to you? You think I'm some idiot? Hey, you better pay the price properly. The uncle was shocked. What do you mean? Cheon Ryokbu continued. Even our dogs know that the thing you're transporting is the 1,000-year snow ginseng. You get thousands of silver niang if you were to sell that. Isn't that right? Warren gritted her teeth, contemplating a truly difficult choice. Only a very few know about the item we're transporting, she thought. The Zhongnan sect discreetly requested this from us. But if he knows, that would mean I didn't think it was too strange to be a coincidence, didn't I? We kept running into bandits and other nuisances like they were our sworn enemies. We've lost 33 people trying to fend them off, and you're telling me it's all because someone leaked the information? But who could it be? She mentally listed the suspects. The people who knew about the 1,000-year snow ginseng's existence are me, head escort leader Hyo Jun, and the 3 escort warriors known as the Dragon Peak Escort Warrior Trio. The person I find most suspicious, though, has to be escort leader Song Ilseum. I'd heard he used to be a vagabond, a mercenary of sorts. I'd even heard he was willing to do anything, as long as he was paid. And that's not all, is it? There were also rumors that he has a big crush on a young lady. I heard he joined the agency for her in the first place. I was told he'd always loiter around the garden. He became an escort leader early on, thanks to his martial skills, but he was the last of the trio to join. Nothing about him is clear, you see, but none of that is certain yet. Suddenly, just as Warren's thoughts raced, Song Ilseum turned sharply towards her. He launched an attack. Luckily, thanks to her uncle's swift intervention, she avoided the fatal sword blow. Everyone was utterly shocked by his sudden betrayal. Warren's uncle, unable to control his rage, shouted, Song Ilseum, what in the world are you doing? He calmly replied, what? Isn't it a little too late to ask that now, is it? Warren's uncle was speechless, seething with indignation. Warren held her sword firmly, her grip unwavering. What he said, she stated, was true. Across the chaotic scene, Cheon Ryokbu swung his massive axe, embedding it hard into the ground. He roared, I will slaughter everyone. The brutal reality of the situation caused a grim thought to flash in Warren's mind. This might truly become my last escort mission. Lifting his axe high once more, Cheon Ryokbu shouted even louder, kill them all. But on Warren's side, her people rallied. Everyone spoke in unison, a desperate cry. Fight with your lives. Suddenly, as the battle was about to truly ignite, strange, high-pitched sounds rang out. Everyone, do not fight. Fighting is a very bad thing. This bizarre declaration immediately grabbed everyone's attention. On a nearby cliff, a group of truly strange people were talking and gesticulating wildly, moving very differently from anyone they'd ever seen. Even the bandits looked utterly confused, wondering amongst themselves, what? Who? Where did they come from? The entire, already noisy crowd was now utterly disturbed and bewildered by this bizarre group on the cliff. The cliff people weren't visible, but their voices could be heard clearly. A voice from above wondered, who are those people? Another replied, bandits, I think. Some of them seemed to be from an escort agency. A third voice, sounding annoyed, chimed in, well yeah, that much is obvious. But why are they fighting here in the middle of the night? I'm busy as it is. I think those people are busier than we are. Someone quipped back. Mujin, do you want another beating? A stern voice threatened. No, you already beat me up like 15 minutes ago. Mujin whined. Jabang was then asked, do you know those guys? Of course, he replied confidently. Then who are they? The first voice pressed. Jabang explained, they must be the Dragon Peak Escort Agency, given the flags. And the other guys? They're the Blackstone Stronghold, with Cheon Ryokbu as their leader. I've never heard of either group, another voice mused, but Cheon Ryokbu. That name sounds familiar. Jabang elaborated. The Dragon Peak Escort Agency used to be one of the top 10 escort agencies, and Cheon Ryokbu is actually among the top 20 martial artists in the Green Forest. The voices from the cliff spoke again in the darkness. While both names were new to most of them, that Cheon Ryokbu name was still strangely familiar. Jabang then asked, you know him? A shocked voice replied, I definitely killed him though. Did he get hit by a reincarnation truck or something? Hold on, I gotta take a look at his face. Someone, perhaps Mujin, piped up, savior. What's a reincarnation truck? The reply was classic. Try crossing the road with a toast in your mouth if you want to know. The moon was hidden behind the clouds, but when those clouds finally moved, it shone brightly once more. And guess what? That group on the cliff, just now? It turned out to be Jin Taekyung and his team. Jin Taekyung, still carrying Jeek Cheon Gang on his back, shouted, "That's not him, though." He shouted and puffed, trying to gain some morale, but his screams also attracted the attention of the group on the mountain. As he got closer to them, he could use his chi sense to see each person's level. Not only that, but they were also in a battle-ready position. And wouldn't you know it, one of them was glaring at him with truly unpleasant eyes. Jin Taekyung watched them, humming silently. However, he seemed genuinely surprised to see a woman in this group, and that person was Hwa-ran. He immediately thought, "Oh," then, as he passed by them, he silently complimented her, "She is so beautiful." After walking for a while, he finally spotted a tall guy with a scar on his face, looking at Jin Taekyung unsympathetically. And folks, that person was none other than Cheon Ryokbu. Jin Taekyung seemed satisfied and thought to himself, "So that's the real Cheon Ryokbu. I can tell from his level and appearance. I knew something was off. My fame stat had gone up too high for having killed a level 10. Well, thanks to that, I was able to shed off my image as the shame of the household." It feels like just yesterday. A moment later, he stood directly in front of Cheon Ryokbu again and, with a straight face, said, "But you don't look anything special compared to the rumors." Hearing that, Cheon Ryokbu let out a harsh laugh and snarled, "Hee, what a crazy guy. This guy should die." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately took action, trying to chop Taekyung in half with his axe. But Hwa-ran, quick as a flash, blocked his axe for Taekyung and urged, "Sir, get out of here." Cheon Ryokbu looked both surprised and confused. "How dare you," he fumed. Yo Aran just snorted in response. Then Taekyung chimed in, "She only needs to say one thing." Yo Aran, a bit puzzled, asked, "Pardon?" Taekyung quickly clarified, "Just say, help me." Yo Aran immediately started glancing at him, a thought bubbling up. Is he out of his mind? He couldn't even react in time to this attack just now. But Jin Taekyung was patiently waiting for her words. Finally, she turned to him and hesitantly, almost reluctantly, said, "Please, help me." Taekyung flashed a slight smile. He gently tapped his foot a few times, a familiar ritual, then immediately activated his system. "You're all grown up now, Jin Taekyung," he mused to himself. "You're even making your own quests." A second later, he roared, "Accept." The moment he spoke, he lunged, attacking Cheon Ryokbu. Jin Taekyung's sheer power was incredible. Even the horses nearby reared back in fear. Cheon Ryokbu was knocked back, stunned, as he saw a hole in his axe. He's no ordinary guy, Cheon Ryokbu thought, a chill running down his spine. He immediately demanded, "Who are you?" Taekyung, with that familiar arrogance, replied, "Me? Someone who's going to kill you a second time now." Hearing this, Cheon Ryokbu was absolutely furious. "Kill me twice. What nonsense are you talking about?" he roared. But Taekyung's only response was a devastating palm strike. The divine palm of fire. This single, powerful strike from Jin Taekyung sent Cheon Ryokbu and everyone near him flying. It created a massive explosion, blasting smoke and dust across the entire sky. Once the chaos settled and the dust cleared, we saw a gruesome sight. A corpse lying on nearby rocks, a severed arm chillingly pinned beneath one. Cheon Ryokbu, despite his anger, fell silent for a moment. Then he bellowed, "What are you all doing? Attack him!" Immediately, all his men rushed in, swarming Jin Taekyung. But did he strike back right away? Nope. Jin Taekyung simply dodged their attacks, a master of evasion. Then, in just a second, he burst into action, continuously counterattacking. In a mere blink of an eye, everyone was defeated by Jin Taekyung, his triumphant laughter echoing across the sky. Can you believe the speed, folks? A moment later, two more guys came at him, slashing repeatedly. "This is quite easy," he muttered to himself, feeling confident. "I can see the trajectory of all the swords." But wait! As he was basking in that confidence, a sword strike suddenly came for his neck. He felt a jolt of confusion, a silent huff of surprise, and barely avoided it. But the instant he saw that sword touch the box where Jeek Cheon Gang was kept, he completely panicked. His eyes practically popped out of his head in sheer terror. "You little shit!" Taekyung roared, delivering a furious punch. He then muttered, breathing heavily, "That scared me. That could have been really bad." But our hero, Jin Taekyung, wouldn't get a moment's rest. Very quickly, a group of people jumped up, shouting loudly, "It's just one guy. Attack him all at once." But Taekyung, seeing this mob charging his way, just smiled. He activated his fire attack, thinking, "All at once? You know what? That's even better." And just like that, with a single blazing burst, he incinerated them, sending them crumbling down like ants. Talk about a fiery defeat. Meanwhile, Hyuk just stood there, watching the scene unfold. As the poor soul screamed in fiery agony, Hyuk calmly mused, "Looks like he's having fun all by himself." Amidst all the shouts and screams, the remaining onlookers could only groan in stunned disbelief. Cheon Ryokbu, though, he just stood there, silent, watching his people fall one by one. A moment later, he angrily gritted his teeth, a realization dawning on him. He muttered to himself, his heart pounding, "Wait. A year ago, there was a rumor that I'd been killed. Back then, I just dismissed it as ridiculous, right? But now it makes sense. If that's him, the person in the rumor was." By the time this thought fully formed, his entire squad was utterly decimated. After a moment's stunned silence, Cheon Ryokbu let out an enraged roar, his aura flaring out, covering his body and spreading everywhere. The hidden dragon of Shangxi, Taekyung, ever so calm, simply walked towards him, a smirk playing on his lips. "Ah, so you finally realized, do you?" he said. No sooner had he finished speaking than he lunged, rushing to engage. Their first clash was incredibly intense, unleashing a powerful shockwave. A moment later, where they fought, a massive explosion erupted, echoing throughout the sky. As the dust and smoke began to clear, there they stood, glaring at each other with pure hatred. But take a look at Cheon Ryokbu's axe. It was reduced to nothing but a burning piece of wood, still smoking. And get this, with just one fire punch, one entire side of Cheon Ryokbu's body was burned, so severely that he'd lost an arm. Less than a minute later, he crumpled, his injuries simply too devastating to bear. Immediately, the system popped up with the good news. You have defeated level 93 Fong Yeol. Quest completed. Kill Cheon Ryokbu. You have earned a significant amount of EXP. Next, Taekyung calmly turned to the terrified survivors. So, anyone else still want to fight? He asked. A chilling question. The remaining enemies just panicked, their faces white with fear. I can't believe it. The Fire King. It's the Fire King, they stammered, utterly defeated. And speaking of success, the system loudly announced, you have completed. Defeat Blackstone Stronghold. Quest successfully completed. Dragon Peak Escort Agency at risk. You have earned a significant amount of EXP. Level up. After all that fierce battle, the horses were finally fed and cared for. At this point, Hwa-Ran immediately bowed deeply to Jin Taekyung, her voice filled with sincere gratitude. Sir, I am greatly indebted to you, she exclaimed. Hearing that, Taekyung just calmly said, oh, it's nothing really. I just happened to be passing by, that's all. Plus, I even leveled up thanks to it. But she replied, if it weren't for your help, we all would have died here. I've heard so much about you, you know? To think it's true that you're a truly chivalrous man who just can't ignore injustice. When he heard her praising him like that, he just looked confused, scratching his head. He replied, chivalrous man? Me? Haha, no. That's just a rumor people spread. An exaggeration, really. I just sometimes deal with the guys who get on my nerves, you know? And hey, wouldn't you know it? The guys that get on my nerves all happen to be evil bastards, just like these jerks right here. Besides, our household also has an escort agency too. Hearing this, she immediately asked, ah, the Jin family escort agency? As soon as Taekyung found out she also knew the Jin family's escort agency, he laughed loudly and said, oh, you know them? That's great. Be nice to them if you ever come across them, okay? People in the same field should really help each other out, you know? But then, she surprisingly asked, mutual cooperation? Oh, young Master Jin, could it be? Are you completely unaware that the Jin family escort agency and our Dragon Peak escort agency are, in fact, rivals? At this point, Taekyung panicked. What? Is that true? He asked. Warren immediately confirmed. So, young master, you didn't know it all? Finally, Jin Taekyung just had to admit, no, I don't really pay attention to the household affairs, to be honest. A second later, she explained further to him. If you hadn't saved me today, the Jin family escort agency would have probably taken over Shangxi too. This field is much more competitive than you'd expect, you know? There are lots of conflicts happening in the background. After hearing her say that, Taekyung could only bow his head and reply, I see. But then his face lit up. He looked happy and said, well, no matter. I'll tell my older brother to be nice to you guys. Even though the two companies compete with each other, we don't have to treat each other like enemies, right? She looked surprised again, then she smiled happily and said, that's great. Thank you, young master. Taekyung was actually quite embarrassed by her smile, blushing slightly. But right after that, he immediately became angry when he overheard the gossip happening right behind him. First, Hyuk said, goodness, this is my first time seeing a woman prettier than Lee Seo-wool. And Jabang objected, saying, Ju Hwa-Ran is one of the top beauties. I don't know who this Lee Seo-wool is, but how dare you compare the two? And then Hyuk replied disapprovingly, I'm just saying what I heard. Don't get angry because of that. If you're still like that, then I won't even bother to talk to you. Looking at you every day, I find it more and more unsatisfactory. You beggar. And Jabang, in response, scoffed. If that's what you're saying, then how could you possibly know anything? Hwa-Ran, seeing them approach, immediately called out, who are these people? Are they with the young master? Taekyung just turned away, looking utterly annoyed. I don't know them. Let's go, he muttered. Well, you can imagine how that went over. His companions immediately erupted. Chong Peng shouted, Benefactor, why do you say that? Jabang, clearly offended, added, am I embarrassing you? And Hyuk, just as indignantly, chimed in, Squad leader, are you embarrassed of us? At this point, Taekyung had no choice but to admit it, though you could tell it weighed heavily on him. Well, they're actually my friends who came with me, he sighed. Hwa-Ran, quite surprised, looked them over. Taekyung then started introducing them. Let me introduce them, starting from the left. But before he could finish, Hwa-Ran quickly clasped her hands together in a polite bow. I, Ju Hwa-Ran, the vice leader of the Dragon Peak Escort Agency, greet my saviors. Then, her gaze fixed on Hyuk, she added, you're the swift wind sword, Hyuk Mujin, right? Hyuk, utterly bewildered, just managed a She continued without missing a beat. I've heard of your achievements in the raid of the demonic cult in the north. Now, Taekyung was completely confused. He thought to himself, Swift wind sword? Since when did he have a title like that? No. Actually, what did she even know that? Next, she turned to Jabang. And you must be second beggar Gun Jabang, the disciple of the beggar's sect leader. Jabang, always polite, replied, pleased to meet you. Finally, it was Chong Peng's turn. Lastly, it's an honor to meet you, rising dragon of Mount Hua, Chong Peng. My grandfather and father always talked highly of sword saint Mei Zhonghak. Chong Peng was so surprised, he just blurted out, wow. After a moment, as she stepped a little closer, Chong Peng looked genuinely embarrassed. How could the lady know all those things? He asked. She smiled. I'm the vice leader of the Dragon Peak escort agency, you know? So, I also have some news from the streets. Watching them, Jin Taekyung muttered in his heart. She's a lot smarter than I thought, isn't she? Knowing Chong Peng and Gun Jabang, I'd expect that. But she also knows Hyuk Mu Jin and his title, even though she's only active in Shangxi. Hidden Dagger Flower, Ju Waran. She's got the looks, the martial arts, and the brains. She doesn't just have one dagger hidden. I guess she's not one of the 10 peak dragons for no reason. That's interesting. But as soon as that thought crossed his mind, he remembered what Jabang had once said. The Dragon Peak escort agency has been on the downfall for the last 2 years. So, Taekyung thought to himself, you'd think that she'd manage the escort agency fine. Oh well, whatever. It's more important that I look for the divine physician, right? With that in mind, he turned to her. Miss Ju, it was fate that we met, but now we probably have to continue on our journey. Hearing this, Waran was surprised. She asked, you have to go right now? But it's already night. Why don't you just camp here and leave tomorrow morning? But Taekyung refused. It's not possible, he stated. It's too urgent. We need to be in Xi'an by tomorrow. So, she could only reply, I don't know when I'll see you again, but I won't forget the favor you've done for us. And Jin Taekyung calmly replied, well, even if it weren't for me, I'm sure you would have been fine. You don't need to thank me so much, although you would have suffered some damage, perhaps. But Waran was a little confused by his words. She asked Taekyung, what do you mean? Seeing how naive she looked, he thought to himself, does she not know? Well, I guess that would make sense if he hid his true powers. The Murim sure is large. Someone that's skilled. Really just some escort warrior? And just as he was thinking this, the very person he was pondering looked at him with unkind eyes. And get this, his level was 110. Song Ilseum, on the other hand, glanced at that mysterious person standing by a nearby tree before leaving. He thought to himself, but it's strange. Why does he keep staring at me like that? I haven't offended him, have I? At this moment, Chong Peng chimed in. Did my benefactor also think that person was strange? And Taekyung admitted, yeah, I did. I don't know why, but he's not exactly subtle with his glaring, is he? Then, Taekyung and Chong Peng both started running, eager to catch up with the two people ahead. Chong Peng grinned, right? He must be interested in you. Taekyung, of course, immediately scolded Chong Peng. Please cut the nonsense. A moment later, after Waran saw them disappear, her uncle walked towards her. The two kept looking in their direction for a while. Then, Waran's uncle immediately said, Hidden Dragon of Shangxi, Jin Taekyung. He's definitely a very skilled young man. And the others too. And Waran agreed, right? I thought the rumors in the Jianghu weren't credible. But I guess there are always exceptions, aren't there? But in her heart, she was still thinking, if only I had powers like that, the Dragon Peak escort agency wouldn't be in the state it is right now. A second later, she suddenly used her voice transmission technique to ask her uncle, Uncle Hio, keep an eye on escort leader Song. He seemed to understand exactly what she meant, responding, Waran, do you mean that? She continued, it's only a guess for now, but there are multiple things I find suspicious. And what was she remembering? Especially what Mr. Jin had said before leaving. That meant there was someone skilled enough within their own group to take down the enemy easily. And the person he was looking at when he said that, well, it was escort leader Song. That couldn't have been a coincidence, could it? In addition, she observed everyone around her, thinking to herself, clearly, there was something quite strange going on here. So, the next morning, at the Xi'an Pavilion, two richly dressed men were enjoying a meal and just chatting away. One guy was like, dude, I heard the rising dragon of Manhwa has already surpassed the 10 great sect elders. Can you believe it? His buddy, clearly impressed, nodded. Yeah, I wouldn't expect anything less from a genius like him, honestly. But then the first guy shifted gears. Okay, but hear me out. I think the Mount Hua first crane should be the next leader. Baek Musung, he's just different, you know? He's got literally everything you'd need in a leader. His friend totally agreed. Oh, you're right. He's got the martial arts skill, and he's got the personality. Honestly, who else could be more fit for that role? Then, the conversation got even more interesting. Psst, I heard he went into isolated training, the companion whispered. Maybe he'll come out of it even stronger than the rising dragon of Mount Hua. The other guy just scoffed. That's so long ago. He has to be done with that by now, right? Is that so? His companion murmured, clearly still pondering. Now, here's the kicker. Baek Musung himself, along with the pavilion's butler, accidentally overheard all of this. Talk about awkward, right? The butler, being a total pro, immediately turned to Baek Musung, praising him. Grandmaster Baek, I've heard so much about you. It's truly an honor to serve someone of your stature. Baek Musung, looking a little embarrassed, just chuckled. Grandmaster? Oh, you're being too kind, really. But the butler just laughed even louder. No, Grandmaster. I'm just calling a grandmaster, he insisted. After a bit, the butler proudly led Baek Musung to this magnificent building. Grandmaster, he announced, this is the only separate building we have in the Xi'an Pavilion. Baek Musung was totally taken aback by the sheer luxury, but ever so humble, he politely declined. I apologize, but I really don't have the funds to use an entire building just for myself. I simply need a quiet room. The butler, completely charmed, praised him again. You truly are as humble as everyone says. Don't worry about payment, Grandmaster. Our pavilion master actually ordered us not to charge a single penny if we receive a precious guest from the Mount Hua sect. He explained, there was a bit of a problem last autumn with the Zhongnan sect, you see, and it was all resolved thanks to 2 disciples from the ultimate Plum Blossom trio. Baek Musung immediately put the pieces together. I see. That must have happened while I was in isolated training, he mused. But still, this place is just way too extravagant for me. But just as he was thinking this, BAM, a loud, angry shout echoed from outside. Manager, where's the manager? The sudden scream made Baek Moo-sung jump. He quickly turned towards the source of the ruckus. A staff member was trying to defuse the situation. Sir, the manager isn't here at the moment, he pleaded. Please calm down and... Calm down, the person roared back, absolutely furious. Don't look like I can calm down right now after the treatment I've received. As I've already told you, sir, the separate building is occupied. The staff member trying to remain calm. I'll happily take you to a special room. So please, calm down. Shut it, the person screamed. I must use the separate building. Get out of my way. Hearing that familiar voice, Baek Moo-sung was instantly surprised and secretly confused. This voice, he pondered, it sounds so familiar. Just a second later, a full-blown fight broke out right outside the door. You could hear the sounds of struggle, and soon, several CN Pavilion staff members were defeated, sprawling on the ground. Then, the person, who clearly meant business, stepped inside. As soon as Baek Moo-sung saw him, his face lit up with a huge smile. Long time no see, he exclaimed happily. Are you okay? The man who just entered, still with a fierce expression from the fight, looked utterly surprised. What the hell are you doing here? He shot back. The bustling market square of Xi'an, absolutely buzzing with life. Well, that vibrant energy suddenly shattered by a boisterous cry. Everyone, locals and merchants alike, froze. All eyes were drawn to the commotion. Of course it was Chongpeng. Whoa, he's shouting, face practically glowing with pure, unadulterated excitement, pointing like crazy through the crowd. And poor Jin Taekyung? He's walking right beside him, hand pressed to his face, totally overwhelmed by a familiar wave of exasperation. Please stop shouting like that. Jin Taekyung hissed. Don't you see everyone staring at us? Savior, Chongpeng exclaimed. Look, candied fruits over there. Ugh, those candied fruits again. Jin Taekyung sighed. Aren't you sick and tired of them yet? Not at all, Chongpeng declared. Oh, and look, they've got noodles over there. And beef broth too. Just be patient, okay? Jin Taekyung pleaded. We'll eat as much as you want, I promise. Really? Chongpeng's eyes practically popped open, a little string of drool threatening to escape his lips. But folks, Jin Taekyung's patience? It had officially hit rock bottom. His expression hardened into a glare that, well, it could probably freeze a flowing river. He practically hissed. I've already repeated myself 100 times. So just shut up and come with us quietly. Chongpeng yelped, startled, clapping his hands right over his mouth, finally silenced. Jin Taekyung sighed internally. He really needed to remember why they were even in this boisterous city, didn't he? He cast his mind back to about a year ago. Jin Taekyung's inner thoughts. We were going to pass through this town too. But no, the head of the Manhwa sect, the Heavenly Sword Sage himself, insisted we stop by Xi'an. He'd said, please get in touch with me if you ever come to Shaanxi. I'll treat you. And now, Baek Moo-sung is supposed to meet us here. So, just a day's rest, it should be fine. Right, alright, back to the present. The group continued their journey, navigating through those ridiculously crowded streets. Chongpeng, still subdued, was at least whispering now. Jin Taekyung, perhaps sensing a lull, seized the opportunity. Anyway, he asked, where exactly is this Xi'an pavilion? Jabang simply pointed in one direction. Over there. Jin Taekyung blinked. Where? Really? How did you know? Jin Taekyung's gaze was already locked. He was looking at a magnificent, multi-tiered structure, dominating the entire skyline. Yep, the Xi'an Pavilion, a grand testament to Murim architecture, just waiting for them. As the Grand Xi'an Pavilion loomed larger and larger, Jabang offered a slight smirk. His earlier confidence about its location? Well, it was about to be humorously undermined by a much more cynical truth. Because, he announced, it's the best place to beg for money. Jin Taekyung was genuinely surprised. As they started moving towards it, Jabang elaborated, there are mountains of food waste that get thrown out, and you've always got people of high social status coming and going. So it's perfect for getting money. Every beggar knows this place. Jin Taekyung's inner thoughts. So it's the beggar sect's most premier location then. The bustling energy of the market finally faded behind them as Jin Taekyung, Hyuk Moo-jin, and a still hungry Chongpeng approached the imposing entrance of the Xi'an Pavilion. But something was off. To their surprise, the usually vibrant forecourt was eerily quiet, almost completely deserted. An unsettling stillness, a palpable tension, just hung in the air. A stern-faced man, clearly part of the pavilion staff, stepped forward, blocking their path with an unyielding posture. His gaze was polite, but incredibly firm. I apologize, he said, but we're not open today. Chongpeng, his stomach grumbling in protest, blinked in confusion. Jin Taekyung raised an eyebrow. What? Is it a holiday or something? It's not like that, the staff member explained. We just had some problems. Jin Taekyung's calm facade wavered slightly, a hint of disappointment flashing across his face. He let out a soft, oh, as if understanding a deeper, unspoken issue. Beside him, Chongpeng's expression twisted from confusion to utter despair. His wide eyes and slack jaw betrayed the devastating impact of the news on his ravenous appetite. Poor guy, right? Undeterred by the refusal, Jin Taekyung stepped forward, his expression firm. He extended a hand in a polite, yet insistent gesture. Can we just be let in, please? I was supposed to meet someone here. The staff member started to reiterate. Let me repeat myself, but right now. Jin Taekyung cut him off smoothly. I was told that you should know if I say that I'm here for Baek Moo-sung. The staff member blinked. Sorry. His initial dismissive tone abruptly shifted. His eyes widened, a flicker of surprise and respect crossing his face. Another staff member nearby also reacted, their posture stiffening instantly. Did you just say? The first staff member asked slowly. Grandmaster Baek Musong's name? Yes, Jin Taekyung confirmed. The Manhwa first crane, Baek Musong. Suddenly, an exasperated wail pierced the air as Chongpeng, unable to contain his hunger any longer, collapsed to his knees, clutching his stomach dramatically. Baek Musong, where are you? He cried. Can you hear my stomach grumbling? The staff member, seemingly ignoring Chongpeng's theatrics, made an immediate about-face. His demeanor transformed from rigid refusal to eager subservience. I'll guide you to the separate building right away, he announced. With a resounding clunk, the grand doors of the Xian pavilion swung open, revealing the path inside. Jin Taekyung, however, remained cautious, his eyes narrowing slightly. The abrupt change in attitude felt forced, wouldn't you say? He thought to himself, what the hell? I don't have a good feeling about this sudden switch-up. As the group entered, the real reason for the pavilion's closure became starkly clear. Within the elegant courtyard, scattered debris and signs of struggle marred the usually pristine grounds. Two figures, swords drawn, were locked in a fierce, chaotic battle. Man, they're fighting? Jin Taekyung muttered. I wouldn't expect any less of martial artists. Shit. He stepped over a broken piece of pottery, his attention still on the ongoing skirmish. He noticed the extent of the damage. Wow, he observed, there's a whole damn feast of destruction. The pavilion staff member, startled by Jin Taekyung's casual comment amidst the chaos, hesitated. Meanwhile, the battle raged on in the courtyard. Suddenly, one of the combatants, a man with a tired yet determined look, turned towards Jin Taekyung with a questioning gaze. Baek Musong, looking happy to see Jin Taekyung, chuckled, Huh, you're here. Jin Taekyung, still carrying his large wooden backpack, replied, I came since you asked me to, though I'd like to leave now. Long time no see. Baek Musong clasped his hands, a welcoming smile on his face. But, the others, where are they? Jin Taekyung's eyes scanned the chaotic courtyard, a hint of confusion crossing his face. He noticed the absence of his companions, Chongpeng and Hyuk Mujin. The air still felt thick with residual chi, like a fight had just been happening, or was still happening. I thought they were coming with me. He mused to himself, a slight smirk playing on his lips. But they strayed off, huh? Please, don't cause any trouble. The guard, who'd been standing awkwardly at the door, finally broke the tense silence. I'll just excuse myself then, he stammered, quickly retreating. Jin Taekyung's gaze hardened, his attention snapping back to the brawling martial artists. He subtly stomped his foot. He wasn't amused. Not one bit. That's not the problem right now, Jin Taekyung said, his voice calm, yet carrying an undeniable edge. What is all this? Is it a habit of the Mount Hua people to make trouble like this? His words caused Baek Musong to flinch, but the fighting continued, oblivious to the simmering anger of the sleeping dragon. Well, Baek Musong began, quickly explaining the situation in hushed tones. There's a small problem. Before Baek Musong could fully elaborate, one of the fighters, a wild-looking man with disheveled hair and a sword clutched in his hand, glowered at Jin Taekyung, completely misunderstanding his presence. Screw off, the fighter snarled. This isn't the place for a beggar like you. Jin Taekyung's eyes narrowed, a cold glint appearing in them. He looked directly at the man. Who are you? He's the supreme dragon of Zhongnan, Hyuk Sapyeong. Baek Musong quickly interjected. Zhongnan again? Jin Taekyung sighed, a mixture of annoyance and sarcasm in his tone. Why are there so many damn dragons in Murim? He then looked directly at Hyuk Sapyeong, assessing the self-proclaimed dragon. Baek Musong, trying to clarify, added, he's the most skilled martial artist of the Zhongnan sect, and one of the 10 peak dragons. Jin Taekyung scoffed. He looks more like a worm. Hyuk Sapyeong's face twisted in a snarl, his wounded pride igniting his temper. He clutched his sword hilt, ready to retaliate. What? What the hell did you just say, you bitch? Jin Taekyung's eyes narrowed further. A bitch, he retorted, his voice chillingly calm, is better than a worm. The air crackled with tension as Hyuk Sapyeong drew his sword, the metallic rasp echoing across the courtyard. But before he could even raise it, Jin Taekyung's voice cut through the air, sharp and absolutely menacing. That sword, he said, his gaze unwavering. You better think before you wield it, because right now, you're in the greatest danger of your life. The threat hung heavy, palpable. The ornate Xian pavilion, once a symbol of peace, now vibrated with the unspoken challenge. So the self-proclaimed supreme dragon, Hyuk Sapyeong, is staring down Jin Taekyung. Hyuk Sapyeong narrows his eyes. I thought you were some merchant, he states. But you're no ordinary man. Reveal your affiliation and name. Jin Taekyung, though, he's just unimpressed. He lets out a little puff of air, almost a sigh, and says, goodness, that's all that everyone cares about. But Hyuk Sapyeong? Oh no, he's not deterred. His face contorts with pure malice, and the air around him, it just gets heavy, thick with murderous intent. He warns Jin Taekyung, I'll guarantee you this. If you're not from the most renowned sects or clans, you will not be walking away from this alive. Jin Taekyung, ever the drama king, gives a theatrical gasp, feigning terror, but we all know that subtle smirk playing on his lips, right? Really? Oh, I'm so scared. I'm not from one of the most renowned sects or clans, and there are only 2 people in my sect. Can't you just let me walk away from this? Hyuk Sapyeong, of course, just scoffs, completely dismissing Jin Taekyung's words as pure weakness. 2 people, he mocks. Mount Hua, first crane, you must have quite a lot of time on your hands to be befriending losers like him. Wouldn't it be better to train your martial arts instead? But then, Baek Musong, who's been quietly observing this whole exchange, finally steps in, cutting right through Hyuk Sapyeong's arrogance like a hot knife through butter. I don't think so, he states. It seems like you're gravely mistaken. Then, gesturing a finger in the air, he clarifies, first, Mr. Jin's sect isn't third-rate, nor is he a loser. And second, you're weaker than me. You have been, ever since the day we first met. Baek Musong's declaration just hangs there in the air, a blunt challenge to Hyuk Sapyeong's pride and strength, isn't it? Hyuk Sapyeong's eyes are burning with fury as he glares at Baek Musong. What did you just say? He demands. Baek Musong doesn't flinch. I said you're weaker than me, he calmly reiterates. And I don't think that fact will be changing anytime soon, considering you're causing all this trouble because you're drunk. Of course, Baek Musong's calm, logical retort only fuels Hyuk Sapyeong's rage even more. With a primal roar, Hyuk Sapyeong unleashes a devastating sword attack. His blade is glowing ominously with red energy, and the ground, it actually trembles as chi erupts around him. This guy is not holding back. Jin Taekyung, ever the pragmatist, watches this unfolding scene with a critical eye, his expression completely unreadable. Then, with a serious gaze, he says, I think I said that you'd better think it through before wielding that sword. But Hyuk Sapyeong, completely blinded by his anger, ignores the warning. You bastard, he snarls. Let's see if you're as skilled as you make it sound like. Now in a full-blown frenzy, Hyuk Sapyeong launches into his ultimate 36 sword techniques, a flurry of red, glowing sword slashes that tear through the air, aimed directly at Jin Taekyung. As chaotic sword energy surged towards him, Jin Taekyung stood his ground, a deep sigh escaping his lips. Honestly, he was just annoyed by the escalating conflict. Sheesh, he muttered. I didn't want to worsen my relations with the Zhongnan sect, but they just won't stop, will they? As Hyuk Sapyeong continued his relentless assault, a fiery aura suddenly engulfed Jin Taekyung's wooden backpack, igniting with the formidable power of the blazing fire path, martial art. In a blur, Jin Taekyung moved with tremendous speed toward Hyuk Sapyeong, leaving a burning trail of light behind him. He stopped Hyuk Sapyeong's attack mid-strike, clasping his hand tightly. The sheer force of this counterattack sent Hyuk Sapyeong reeling back, his face contorted in utter disbelief. Is the Tiger Swordsman song, IL, doing well? Jin Taekyung casually inquired, almost as if he hadn't just stopped a fatal blow. Hyuk Sapyeong, utterly shocked, stammered, How did you? Without a word, Jin Taekyung's hand glowed with internal energy. With a swift, devastating strike, he disarmed Hyuk Sapyeong, sending his sword clattering to the ground. But he wasn't done yet. Jin Taekyung then slapped him so hard that Hyuk Sapyeong's head tilted sharply to the side, his hair flying in the air, a bright red handprint instantly blooming on his cheek. Ouch, right? Hyuk Sapyeong struggled to process. Two people. Are you from the Scorching clan? Then, you must be. Yeah, bingo. Jin Taekyung confirmed, a dangerous glint in his eyes. I'm Jin Taekyung. Hyuk Sapyeong staggered backward, clutching his chest. The force of Jin Taekyung's casual revelation hit him even harder than the physical blow. Drops of crimson splattered onto the earth, a stark testament to the brief, brutal exchange. Hyuk Sapyeong dropped to one knee, defeated and bleeding, as Jin Taekyung towered over him. Jin Taekyung, with one finger pointing into the air, began his negotiation. If you know of the Scorching clan, you should also know about my master's temper, right? So, why don't we just end this here? Instead of complicating things further, let's just pretend this never happened yet. Hyuk Sapyeong coughed, blood trickling from his lips, the full weight of Jin Taekyung's words and actions settling upon him. Jin Taekyung, a genuinely evil smirk playing on his face, leaned closer to Hyuk Sapyeong. That's strange. You're not answering me. I wonder if you'll hear me after another 10 smacks. Hyuk Sapyeong, defeated, mutters, all right. But, Jin Taekyung, ever the instigator, asks, what was that? I can't hear you. Hyuk Sapyeong, fueled by pain and anger, finally shouts, I said all right. Jin Taekyung simply replies, good. Then, take care on your way back. As Hyuk Sapyeong began his slow retreat, Baek Musong watched him go, a contemplative expression on his face. He murmured, this reminds me of the boy I met 10 years ago at the Chinese Final Branch Assembly. Meanwhile, Hyuk Sapyeong, his face bloodied and swollen, silently retreated. Baek Musong offered a soft farewell, goodbye Sapyeong. With Hyuk Sapyeong finally gone, Baek Musong turned to Jin Taekyung, a warm smile gracing his lips, as Jin Taekyung leaned forward to grab his stick. Suddenly, Jin Taekyung's voice cut through the air, sharp and clear. Come on. That command, so unexpected, completely stunned the person standing just outside the pavilion. Jin Taekyung and Baek Musong then made their way deeper, into the inner sanctum of the Xian pavilion, leaving poor Chong Peng to peek in, his eyes wide with surprise from the courtyard. You see, Chong Peng was remembering how he'd knocked out a trio when he escaped last time, and Baek Musong was one of them. He was so embarrassed, wasn't he? With a mouth still stuffed full, he mumbled, I'm really sorry about last time, Baek. As the sun began to dip, casting long, dramatic shadows across the pavilion, Baek Musong finally addressed Chong Peng. Long time no see, he said. Have you been well? Jin Taekyung chimed in. At least you feel bad about it. But seriously, where have you been? Chong Peng, ever the scamp, just grinned. Ah, someone was giving out food over there, see? Meanwhile, Hyuk Sapyeong, who'd just been so thoroughly scorned, couldn't stop reflecting on the battle. The raw, terrifying power Jin Taekyung displayed kept echoing in his mind. He looked incredibly serious as he thought to himself. He dodged the ultimate 36 sword techniques of 7th mastery so easily. How could he possibly be so strong? Dusk truly settled then, transforming the pavilion into a breathtaking spectacle lit by soft lanterns. Suddenly, a voice from somewhere high up spoke, creating a ruckus like that before it even got dark. Hyuk Sop-young, still smarting from his recent, humiliating defeat, nursed his wounds, replaying every painful moment in his mind. Then, from a balcony, someone holding a cup mused aloud. He's supposed to be the best rising star of the Jongnon sect, too. I guess that really says a lot about that sect then, doesn't it? Across from him, another person gave a thumbs-up sign, adding, this is why they were never able to surpass the Manhwa sect. Again, a voice from the balcony, a bit more curious now. Why are his cheeks so swollen? I heard that the Manhwa first crane was here. Maybe. Hyuk Sop-young, hearing all this, was practically trembling with anger. He clenched his fists, thinking, now even random bystanders are looking down on me. That's it. I will change. I have to. Just as Hyuk Sop-young was silently vowing revenge, a new figure, panting and desperate, rushed into the courtyard. There you are, he cried out. Hyuk Sop-young looked up, surprised. You're Bong-soo? What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at the sect? Bong-soo quickly explained, I'm on a mission right now. Actually, all of the Tai Sword Squad is here. A mission? Hyuk Sop-young questioned, his anger momentarily forgotten. The Tai Sword Squad doesn't usually leave the mountain. What kind of mission is it? Bong-soo clasped his hands together respectfully. We were ordered to bring you back. Hyuk Sop-young, his expression still a bit angry, demanded, who's looking for me? Senior Master, Bong-soo replied, is currently in Zan. A cold sweat, folks, prickles Hyuk Sop-young's brow. The realization of who was looking for him just hit him like a ton of bricks, a terrifying recognition reflected in his wide, horrified eyes. He thinks the first Senior Master is currently staying put in the sect, right? He's got those internal injuries from the Fire King. There's no way he would have come all the way here. Which means, the sinister aura intensifies, twisting into a shadowy, malevolent silhouette that confirms Hyuk Sop-young's absolute worst fears. The Tai merciless sword Hwang Boum. He gasps, horrified. He's looking for me? But he's never talked to me once in the last 10 years. Bong-soo, sensing the urgency, interrupts his spiraling thoughts. There's no time. Hyuk Sop-young, though still visibly shocked, snaps back to reality. All right, he says with a determined glint in his eye, take me to him. Suddenly, the Xian Pavilion, which was just bustling moments ago, descends into utter chaos. A powerful blast of internal energy rips right through the street. But Hyuk Sop-young, his eyes wide with dread, understands the true, horrific nature of what's unfolding. What in the world is going on? He wonders, a chill running down his spine. Meanwhile, amidst all that destruction, we see the figure of Jeek Chonggang, the legendary Fire King, lying unconscious. His face is pale, his breathing shallow, and he's being carried in that very wooden backpack Jin Taekyung now wears. It's a silent, ominous testament to the immense danger that still looms. In the serene confines of a room, Jin Taekyung sits diligently beside the unconscious Jeek Chonggang, carefully pouring his internal energy into the Fire King. As he focuses, a cascade of notification messages pops up around him. You've successfully completed True Chi Guidance. The target's condition has improved by a small amount. Your Scorching Sun Chi has increased by a small amount. Scorching Sun Divine Art is now at 6th mastery. You're now able to utilize Chi better and more freely. You can now use the Scorching Clan's martial arts more effectively. You've obtained a large amount of EXP and bonus points for the Enlightenment. Level up. Jin Taekyung lets out a long breath, sweat profusely beading on his brow. He's exhausted. Suddenly, a strange sound breaks his concentration. He slowly peeks his eyes open and looks to the side. And guess who's there? Chongpeng, interrupting everything. What are you doing over there? Jin Taekyung asks, slightly annoyed, but mostly curious. Chongpeng, who somehow got a tight grip on Hyuk Mujin, replies, I'm trying to teach him the turtle breathing technique because he's about to snore. Jin Taekyung, getting out of Jeek Chonggang's bedside, chuckles. A good job. He keeps sleeping on duty whenever I tell him to stand guard. But wait, what is the turtle breathing technique? Hyuk Mujin, you see, is just lying in the corner, and Chongpeng is literally grabbing him, demonstrating with a mischievous grin. Oh, it's when you use your internal energy to draw out your breathing. Chongpeng explains proudly. I've never tried it before, though. Jin Taekyung, bless his oblivious heart, has no idea about the true nature of this so-called turtle breathing technique, or Hyuk Mujin's rapidly worsening condition. Unbeknownst to our hero, Chongpeng, in a seriously misguided attempt to help, is performing a brutal, actual turtle breathing technique. He's holding Hyuk Mujin's mouth and nose shut. Poor Hyuk, naturally, becomes unconscious, his face turning an alarming shade of blue due to the severe shortness of breath. Talk about an unexpected turn, right? Jin Taekyung sees Hyuk's condition, and he's in a full-blown panic. He suddenly punches Hyuk right on the chest with a resuscitating fist. That unexpected impact, folks, it jolts Hyuk Mujin wide awake. His eyes snap open in a disoriented stare, totally confused. Cough, cough. Squad leader. Hyuk manages to gasp, still catching his breath. Yes, Mujin. Jin Taekyung cries, clutching his own left pinky. Are you alright? Can you breathe? What the? I was just in the clouds, you know? Hyuk mutters, shaking his head slightly. As Hyuk Mujin slowly sits up, groaning, Jin Taekyung rushes to his side. And just then, Jabang walks into the room, observing the chaotic scene with a very wry expression. Classic Jabang, right? Jabang just takes it all in. What a mess. Where the hell have you been? Jin Taekyung demands, looking at him. Were you off begging again? Jabang, clearly annoyed by the taunt, shouts back in anger. As if, I was gathering intel at the sect branch here. Oh really? Jin Taekyung asks, moving closer. Did you find out anything useful? Like say, the whereabouts of the divine physician? Yep, Jabang replies, although it's not about him. But this intel, it smells pretty fishy. Jin Taekyung can't resist. More so than you? Jabang just mutters, clearly fed up. Hee just kidding. Jin Taekyung quickly reassures him. Sorry, tell me seriously. Jabang, ever the opportunist, starts to negotiate. It'll cost 5 silver niang if you want to know. With a conspiratorial glance, Jabang leans in to reveal the intelligence he's gathered, all while subtly slipping those 5 silver niangs right into his pocket. Smooth, right? Okay, so it's about the Dragon Peak Escort Agency. Jabang begins. Their founder was the escort king, Ju Gongsan. And get this, it was one of the top 3 biggest escort agencies around. But because of some serious internal injuries he sustained in the Great War of Good and Evil, he passed away, you know? After that, his only relative, the gentleman's sword Ju Ho-gun, took over. And that, my friends, is when the downfall really began. Grandmaster Ju Ho-gun was a talented martial artist, absolutely, but not exactly a shrewd businessman. Still, he managed to keep things afloat for about 30 years. But then, he suffered a chi blockage 2 years ago. And that, believe me, was a huge hit to the agency. So, it wasn't really Ju Waran's doing, was it? It's just that all kinds of misfortunes started piling up for them. She must have quite a burden on her shoulders, Jin Taekyung thinks to himself. But then, what's so fishy about that? Jin Taekyung asks, as he continues pressing Jeek Cheongang's legs. Hyuk, who's now sitting close to Jabang, pinches his nose. Yeah, you're the one that smells fishy, he says. When did you last brush your teeth, seriously? Jabang, surprised to see Hyuk acting like this, replies, Sheesh, enough complaining. It's been 4 months. But hey, according to what the branch gathered, it seems like the Zhongnan sect has something to do with the downfall of the Dragon Peak Escort Agency. Them again, Jin Taekyung asks, a surprised look on his face. Are they just up in everyone's business? So, are you telling me they've been scheming for the past 2 years to just swallow up the agency? Jabang, now sitting opposite Taekyung, nods. It seems very likely, doesn't it? The Zhongnan sect does have their own escort agency, of course, but they're just not as big as the Dragon Peak. To them, the Dragon Peak was probably like a real thorn in their side. Chongpeng asked, Swallow, are they going to absorb the agency? Jin Taekyung immediately followed up. How many people know about this? Jabang, looking up, replied simply, it's top secret, you know. Jin Taekyung, pressing his legs firmly, asked, then even the Manhwa sect doesn't know about this? Jabang just shrugged. Who knows, right? Maybe they know, and they're just playing dumb. Jin Taekyung pressed his legs even more firmly, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Playing dumb? Why the hell would they do that? Well, Jabang said, a pause in his voice, they're allies, after all. Jin Taekyung gasped, genuinely surprised. What? Jabang leaned forward, planting his hands on the table, speaking with a very affirmative tone. The Manhwa first crane, Baek Mu-sung, he's a fair man, alright. And the same goes for the sword saint, Mate Jong-hak. However, don't you ever forget that there are 2 sides to every man, my friend. Jabang's words hung heavy in the air then, a profound truth settling over Jin Taekyung like a shroud. Jin Taekyung's gaze darkened as he thought, this bastard. He saw right through me, didn't he? I truly thought that Baek Mu-sung would resolve this problem if I just told him about it before leaving. Because, as far as I knew, he was a good person, you know? I thought he wouldn't just sit back and do nothing if he knew of injustice happening right under his nose. But I guess even he plays favorites, after all. Jabang, still leaning forward on the table, asked, You're not going to intervene in this yourself, are you, Taekyung? As if on cue, Jin Taekyung's thoughts drifted, an incredibly beautiful woman's captivating image appearing in his mind's eye. He thought, yeah, if I do that, it would put her in danger, wouldn't it? Back in the harsh reality of a room, Jeek Chonggang lay unconscious on a cot. His white hair fanned out, his features still and pale. Jin Taekyung, ever vigilant, continued to attend to him, his earlier hope dimming. He sighed internally. I guess I can say something if I meet him before leaving, but honestly, that's all I can do. Under the silent gaze of a luminous full moon, Jin Taekyung continued his internal monologue, a memory surfacing from the depths of his experiences. Now that I think about it, you know, Jeek Cheonggang did talk about the escort king sometimes. Maybe it was because even Jeek Chonggang, who often had such a skewed view on life, still deep down believed the escort king was a good person. Then, the scene shifts, a flashback to a brighter time. We're outdoors now, at a small, inviting table adorned with an earthen sake bottle, a cup, and a plate of savory food. Jeek Chonggang, alive and full of spirit, gestures with his sake cup, a mischievous twinkle in his eye. Hey, do you even know how that buddy of mine became the escort king? Jin Taekyung, sweat beading on his face, eyes strained from the grueling training, can't help but retort internally. You don't have any buddies, old man. But as if sensing Jin Taekyung's silent jab, Jeek Chonggang's voice takes on a playful, yet unmistakable, threat. It's been a while since I hit you with the divine palm of fire, hasn't it? Jeek Chonggang sips his drink, a mischievous glint in his eye. Jin Taekyung, still struggling with his weights, knows better than to refuse the old master's tales, or his threats. He forces out a compliant tone. Please tell me, I'll listen. The Fire King, Jeek Chonggang, casually pours more sake. It was when the great war of good and evil was at its absolute climax. He begins, his voice carrying the weight of the past. Suddenly, we see a map. Large swaths of it are marked in ominous blood red. It's clear, the demonic cult controlled vast territories during that war. At that time, the demonic cult undeniably had the upper hand. Jeek Chonggang explains. Naturally, he continues, they were mercilessly killing any orthodox martial artist they came across. But their treatment of escort agencies and merchant unions, well, that was a bit different. The scene shifts. We're now in an ornate hall. Two figures, representing merchant unions or escort agencies, kneel before a commanding leader of the demonic cult, flanked by his formidable guards. Before them sit chests overflowing with gold, a clear, undeniable display of the cult's wealth and power. You see, Jeek Chonggang clarifies, even the demonic cult needed money. So, instead of simply killing these groups, they chose to try and win them over, to leverage their resources. An escort warrior, easily identifiable by his characteristic, flag-adorned spear, rides through a desolate, snow-dusted Murim landscape. Jeek Chonggang explains, it wasn't considered strange at all that he, a mere mercenary escort warrior, was traveling through Guangdong, deep in demonic cult territory. That was, Jeek Chonggang says, his voice dropping slightly, until he met a certain pregnant woman. He continues, this woman carried the child of a man from the Guangdong Jin clan, a clan completely eradicated after a fierce resistance against the demonic cult, mind you. The young escort warrior? He realized the gravity of his situation after coming across a demonic cult squad that was hot on her trail. The warrior's face, now grim and resolute, clearly shows the heavy burden of his predicament. He was caught. He was in a situation, Jeek Chonggang emphasizes, where he had to either turn her over or immediately become an enemy of the demonic cult. What do you think he did then? Back in the present, Jeek Chonggang takes another sip of his drink, a playful, challenging glint in his eyes. Jin Taekyung, still straining, still burdened by his chained weights, continues his grueling training, waiting for the answer. Holding the iron balls Jin Taekyung used, he wouldn't be called the escort king, would he, if he'd actually handed her over? Jeek Chonggang just nodded, a silent acknowledgement that Jin Taekyung was spot on. You're absolutely right, Jeek Chonggang affirmed. He flat out refused to help the demonic cult. And just like that, we're plunged into the thick of it, watching the escort warrior in mid-battle, his axe whirling with lethal intent. Why? For just one reason, Jeek Chonggang explained, taking a final sip of his drink and gazing up at the sky. He'd already been paid for the escort. That's it, folks. That's the poignant detail. He started what could have been his very last escort mission right in the middle of a war, all for an old jade hair stick the woman had paid him with. And as Jeek Chonggang says this, images just flash before our eyes. The escort warrior battling savage wild beasts, swimming treacherous, storm-lashed rivers, even fighting desperate skirmishes against shadowy, straw-hatted figures with swords on rocky terrain. It said it took him a whole year, you guys, just to get through Guangdong, Jiangxi, and Hubei, finally reaching Hunan, the stronghold of the Murim Alliance. Seriously, no one knows how he managed to get through all those unimaginable hardships and dangers, but it's absolutely true. What he accomplished. That was a historical feat. And then, we see it, the weary, tear-streaked face of the woman, cradling her newborn baby, who's crying softly. Both are utterly exhausted but safe. They made it. So, in the end, when they finally reached Hunan, you know what happened? The last child of the Guangdong Jin clan was crying. Jeek Chonggang recounted. And there he stands, the escort warrior, face etched with the scars of his epic journey, yet a radiant smile lights up his lips. He fulfilled it. His perilous mission done. Someone, somewhere, said he deserved to be called a king. And you know what? No one disagreed. The scene snaps back to the present, as Jeek Chonggang takes a hearty gulp from his drink. Meanwhile, Jin Taekyung, still chained and training, lets out a strained oomph with each heavy lift. Jeek Chonggang continued, I did hear that after the war, he set up an escort agency in Shaanxi. I don't know what happened to him after that, though. Maybe I'll stop by sometime and get a drink with him. The narrative shifts, bringing us back to the present moment, focusing on Jin Taekyung. He's now attending to the unconscious Jeek Chonggang, carefully wrapping him in a blanket. Jin Taekyung continues to care for Jeek Chonggang, a somber expression on his face as he observes the old man's frail state. He thinks to himself, what a small world, huh, old man? The escort agency I coincidentally came across, it was that very escort king's agency. He kneels by Jeek Chonggang's side, meticulously arranging his resting place. Standing silently in the background, Baek Musung observes the scene. He finally speaks, his voice low. I didn't know he was in such a bad state. A pause, then he adds, so, this is why you wanted to leave right away, isn't it? Baek Musung is clearly deep in thought, a touch of frustration etched on his face. I wish I knew something about the divine physician. Then I could truly help. Baek Musung sighs, I really wanted to bring you to the sect, but what a shame, huh? Meanwhile, Jin Taekyung is meticulously rolling up Jeek Chonggang's bedding. But don't let that fool you. His mind is elsewhere. He's mulling over a thought. Should I ask him about the Dragon Peak Escort Agency and the Zhongnan sect? He glances at Baek Musung, who immediately picks up on it. What is it? Is there something on my face or what? Baek Musung asks, confused. Jin Taekyung quickly shakes off the thought, though, and offers Baek Musung an alternative plan. Oh no, it's nothing. I'll stop by on the way back instead. Could you give me a proper tour then? Baek Musung just laughs heartily, clearly pleased with the idea. Haha, don't you worry. I'll give you a proper tour, alright? Jin Taekyung goes back to rolling up the bedding, his expression unreadable, but his thoughts? They're already drifting back to his own agenda. Ugh, whatever, either group is just a bunch of strangers to me anyway. It's none of my business. I already have enough on my plate as it is. But then, a flicker of doubt crosses his mind, making him pause. No, wait a minute. He suddenly remembers a specific man. Song Ilseum, stern expression, bandages around his forehead, sword in hand. But who was that guy? Was he an assassin sent by the Zhongnan sect? Is that too dramatic of an assumption? Either way, he was really suspicious. Jin Taekyung wonders if Song Il-seum's motive could have been simpler, but he quickly dismisses the idea. Why? Because Song Il-seum's hidden skills speak volumes, telling a different story. Could he really have joined just because he fell for Ju Waren's looks? No, then there'd be no need to hide his skills, right? Maybe it's like a protagonist hides his skills kind of trope, because it'll look cooler if some loser saves her. As he considers his next move, a fleeting image of Ju Waren flashes through his mind. Beautiful, kind. Should I just tell on him before leaving? Ju Waren. I only talked to her for a bit, but she was obviously too kind for her own good. Although she's martially talented. She was very direct too. And she had a nice dimple. Suddenly, his mental image of Ju Waren shifts, morphing into a cute, feline-eared version of herself. She's got those dimples, making playful cat paws, and even a little meow. He blushes, clearly charmed. Oh, Jin Taekyung. She actually looks like a cat. And my favorite animal is a cat. Back in reality, one of the team members has been watching Jin Taekyung's peculiar behavior. They're a mix of confused and concerned, addressing him cautiously. Squad leader. Jin Taekyung snaps out of his reverie, his face twisting in pure annoyance at the interruption. Yeah, what? Jin Taekyung asked, noticing his team members' flustered, questioning expressions. Why are you looking at me like that? I wasn't thinking about anything. Hyuk Moo-jin stepped forward, calmly assessing the scene. It's not that, he began. In my opinion, I think Grandmaster Jeek will suffocate if you wrap him up that much. No sooner had Hyuk Moo-jin finished speaking than a series of muffled sounds erupted from Jeek Chonggang. A sudden, frantic shock jolted Jin Taekyung as the heavily wrapped elder began to thrash, struggling desperately for air. The commotion sent objects tumbling, cluttering the room. Alarmed, Jin Taekyung rushed to Jeek Chonggang's side. Old man, he shouted. Just then, Chongpong appeared, a wide grin plastered on his face. He pointed an accusing finger at Jin Taekyung, completely misinterpreting the situation. Savior, that must be it, right? He exclaimed. The turtle-breathing technique. Jin Taekyung's face darkened with irritation, a vein throbbing on his forehead as he turned to Chongpong. You're insulting me, aren't you? No, Chongpong stammered, still trying to make sense of things. But before he could finish, Jin Taekyung's exasperated voice cut him off. Whatever. We're leaving now. Get out. Baek Mu-sung calmly stepped forward, offering to escort them. I'll see you all out, he said. A wide shot revealed the traditional Murim buildings, now bathed in a bright, inviting light. The scene shifted, taking us inside a traditional Murim chamber. Soft, natural light filtered through ornate windows, illuminating the room. A woman, presumably Ju Waren, lay asleep in a comfortable bed, her long hair fanned out around her. Suddenly, she jolted awake, her eyes wide with a start. She gasped. With another gasp, she scrambled out of bed. Her gaze landed on a wooden table, where a beautifully carved box with vibrant red ties sat. Her hands quickly reached for it, carefully lifting the box as she let out a relieved sigh. Ju Waren, still clutching the box, her mind racing, thought, when did I fall asleep? I don't remember anything after checking the items and the 1,000-year snow ginseng. I must have let my guard down after arriving in Xi'an. She steadied herself, a resolute expression on her face. The mission isn't over yet. I need to get it together. Just as she prepared for the day ahead, a knocking sound echoed from her door. Waren, are you up? A voice called. Ju Waren quickly responded, her voice firm. Yes, uncle. Just a moment. The scene shifted once more to a serene outdoor view of the traditional Murim buildings, now under a clear, bright sky. Inside, Ju Waren sat across from her uncle at a small table laden with refreshments. He smiled broadly, ready to deliver some news. All right, everyone, listen up. Uncle announces, his voice carrying an unusual excitement. We'll be returning earlier than planned. Apparently, the Zhonan sect is already waiting for us in Xi'an. And get this, the Tai Merciless Sword will be joining us as well. Whoa, Ju Waren's expression shifts to surprise, her eyes widening with concern. She thinks to herself, the Zhonan sect? Here, already? And the Tai Merciless Sword is coming too? This doesn't sound right. She turns to her uncle. Uncle, don't you think something's a little off? Her uncle, looking utterly perplexed, questions her concern. Huh, what do you mean by off? Ju Waren elaborates, her brow furrowed in deep thought. Well, think about it, uncle, she begins. The Zhonan sect set up such incredibly difficult conditions for this mission, right? I actually thought maybe they wanted us to fail. But now, to come all the way to Xi'an when we still have 3 days left in our original plan, and not just anyone, but a martial master like the Tai Merciless Sword? Why him, instead of an administrator or a palace master? It just seems really strange, don't you think? Her uncle just dismisses her worries with a knowing look. Come on, kid, I know the rumors about the Zhonan sect, he says, waving a hand. It's true they're wary of us, mostly because they want to grow their own escort agency. But we accepted the conditions, didn't we? And we carried out the mission perfectly. It'll all be over once we hand over the items. They're a part of the 10 great sects. They won't be able to try anything like breaking the contract. Plus, remember, isn't it because of the Tai Merciless Sword's senior disciple that they even wanted the 1,000-year snow ginseng? I'm sure he just wants to get it as soon as possible for him. Don't worry so much about it, alright? Ju Waren remains silent, clearly unconvinced, her gaze fixed on the table as her uncle finishes speaking. A persistent sense of unease still lingers in the air. She sits, her hands clasped tightly, still wrestling with her intuition despite her uncle's confident assurances. It'd be nice if he's right, wouldn't it? She thinks to herself. Was I just overthinking it? Maybe. But you know what? I won't let my guard down. Not until the very end. Changing the subject, she inquires about Song Ilseum, that suspicious escort warrior. So, how's escort leader Song doing? She asks. Her uncle, looking a bit embarrassed, clears his throat, offering a sheepish explanation for Song Ilseum's lack of supervision. Huh, ah well, he stammers. I did have a few trustworthy escort warriors keep an eye on him day and night. Ahem. But, as you know, last night, everyone was just having a bit too much fun. Zhu Waran finishes his sentence for him, her tone dry. So they weren't watching him, were they? Zhu Waran, her frustration clearly mounting, closes her eyes for a moment, letting out a soft, exasperated ha. Her uncle quickly apologizes. I apologize. It's my fault. Zhu Waran thinks to herself. I told him how important it was. Oh well, I'll just have to hope he doesn't make this mistake again. With her expression now stern and resolute, Zhu Waran redirects the conversation to the immediate task at hand. All right then, she asks. Where exactly did the Zhongnan sect want to meet us? And just like that, we're shown a glimpse of their destination. It's a truly grand building, isn't it? An elegant sign proudly displays Wisteria King Pavilion. It's a serene, architectural marvel bathed in the light of a clear sky. Inside, the Wisteria King Pavilion is absolutely bustling. Figures move about on elevated walkways, all hinting at a very important gathering. Hyuk Sop-young, scars tracing old battles across his face, a thoughtful, almost weary expression etched deeply as he sits at a pavilion table. An attendant approaches, head bowed, worry clouding his features as he carefully places a cup of tea before him. You see, this isn't just any tea. The man with the striking white hair lifts the cup, takes a slow sip, his gaze firm. Then, he simply says, it's bitter. Our scene shifts to a breathtaking panoramic view of a traditional Murim town. It's truly picturesque, nestled against majestic mountains, crisscrossed by tranquil canals where boats glide by peacefully. It really is a sight to behold. But our attention quickly lands on two Murim warriors, strolling casually across a bridge. Hey, the first warrior whispers, leaning in conspiratorially. Did you hear that the Zhongnan sect Tai Merciless Sword is here? The second warrior's eyes widen. What? The Tai Merciless Sword? What's he doing here? He asks, clearly surprised. How should I know? The first warrior shrugs, almost bumping into a passerby before catching himself. Sheesh, watch where you're going, he mutters under his breath, then continues. Someone said they saw him heading to the Wisteria King Pavilion. I heard he's going to meet the Dragon Peak Escort Agency, but I'm not certain. His face tightens, a hint of disappointment. At the Wisteria King Pavilion, the second warrior groans. Ugh, I guess no tea for us today then. As they grumble, a figure walks past, seemingly lost in thought, yet subtly catching every word. It's Jin Taekyung, a sly smile starting to play on his lips. Chongpeng, he calls out. Chongpeng quickly responds. Yes, savior. Jin Taekyung turns to him, that sly smile now fully formed. Have you ever had tea before? He asks. The bustling street hums around them, canals, boats, pedestrians, but Chongpeng stands tall, asserting himself with a confident grin. Yes, I have. Jin Taekyung, however, just chuckles, quickly deflating his enthusiasm. No, you haven't had any before, he says playfully. Chongpeng protests. I have though. Ah, but you haven't had any from Xi'an. Jin Taekyung corrects him, a twinkle in his eye. I heard that tea in Xi'an is really good. And speaking of good tea, let's head back to the Wisteria King Pavilion's open-air section. There, an elderly man, dressed in earthy tones, sits across a low table from Hyuk Sop-young. With incredible focus and grace, he's diligently preparing and pouring tea. Hyuk Sop-young watches, his expression stoic, as the elderly man extends a quiet invitation. Will you try some? Hyuk Sop-young nods subtly, a respectful, thank you, sir, his only reply. With practiced grace, the elderly man pours a thin, vibrant stream of glowing green liquid from a ceramic pot into Hyuk Sop-young's waiting cup. It's not just tea, you see. Its luminescence hints at something truly extraordinary, something powerful. Hyuk Sop-young's eyes widen, a sharp gasp escaping his lips as he struggles, visibly, to maintain his composure. A bead of sweat trickles from the corner of his eye, revealing the immense strain he's under. The elderly man watches him with a calm, discerning gaze, a subtle, golden light gleaming in his own eye. He questions Hyuk Sop-young's unusual reaction. What is it? Can you imagine the pressure? Hyuk Sop-young's hand is just trembling violently around this tiny cup, and there's this dark, oppressive aura that seems to be coming right from the tea itself. It's just tea, right? But the pressure is absolutely immense, threatening to overwhelm him completely. He can't even speak. He's just silent. He thinks to himself, it's just tea, but each drop has so much pressure. What an insane force of chi. I can't take it anymore. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoes through the pavilion as cracks spiderweb across the surface where Hyuk Sop-young's hand rests. It's a clear testament to the overwhelming force he's enduring. Then, the teacup shatters, exploding into countless fragments, and that potent green liquid splashes outwards with unexpected force, scattering across the pavilion floor. And get this, the elderly man, he just impassively observes the aftermath. The spilled tea is still glowing faintly on the ground, a silent testament to its potent nature and Hyuk Sop-young's failed struggle. Holding the teapot, the elderly man begins to berate Hyuk Sop-young. I already know that you've been dirtying our sex name, the elder states, his voice sharp. You've been going around Zan, causing quite the ruckus. Hyuk Sop-young tries to interject, sir, but the elderly man cuts him off sharply. Shut it. I'm still talking. The elderly man's gaze intensifies, his disappointment clear for everyone to see. You're all a mess, he continues, sweeping his hand. You, and everyone else, even the higher-ups. You're all painting mud on the name of the Zhongnan sect. Same goes for your master for making the Zhongnan sect like this. Two men in the pavilion exchange a quick, concerned glance. The elder shakes his head. I don't understand why master gave him the leader position. He then turns his cold gaze back to Hyuk Sop-young, his voice dripping with contempt. Hyuk Sop-young, visibly agitated, stares back. You're being too harsh, he manages. And as he says this, red energy begins to flicker around the elder, clearly indicating his rising power. Things are heating up, folks. What? The elderly man challenges, eyes narrowing. Say that again. He rises from his seat, now enveloped in a furious, crackling red aura. His form seems to expand, his eyes glowing with malevolent power, a terrifying silhouette against that crimson glow. He's the great Zhongnan sect's leader. Hyuk Sop-young pleads, desperate. You, too, are a disciple of the Zhongnan sect. Please have manners toward the sect leader. With immense force, the elderly man slams his hand onto the table, a visible shockwave rippling outwards from the impact. What do you know? He roars. Guards around the pavilion start to notice the commotion, but Hyuk Sop-young's face is pale and strained. A solitary tear, or maybe a bead of sweat, clings to his cheek, emphasizing his intense internal conflict and struggle. The elderly man, eyes narrowed, his white beard bristling, mutters a chilling thought to himself. These bastards. Looking down upon Hyuk Sop-young, he continues his verbal assault, a sneer twisting his face. Seems like your ego isn't dead. With the entire pavilion in view, the elderly man, now seated authoritatively once more, maintains his condescending tone. The great Zhongnan sect, he scoffs. Will Zhongnan rise back to its former glory if you call it that? You should think of doing things that would actually help the sect, instead of involving yourself in all that debauchery. Even though Hyuk Sop-young stays silent, in his mind, he's probably thinking he's the one who didn't do jack squat for the sect. His jaw tightens, and you can see a fierce, almost dangerous resolve ignite in his eyes. But wait, our attention shifts. From the other side of the pavilion, who arrives but Ju Waran and her dedicated team members. Their eyes are immediately drawn to this tense, almost suffocating confrontation. Ju Waran, with a determined expression, steps forward, her escort warriors right behind her. They approach the Grandmaster Huang Boam, offering their formal greetings. She says, I, Ju Waran of the Dragon Peak Escort Agency, offer my greetings to the Grandmaster Huang Boam. Grandmaster Huang Boam, looking stern but also clearly expectant, cuts right to the chase. He asks, all right, did you bring the item I asked for? And just like that, we get close up. There's an ornate box, bound tightly with bright red ties, holding what we can only assume is this incredibly precious item. Ju Waran gently places it on the table. Grandmaster Huang Boam nods slowly, his sharp eyes never leaving her. He responds, thank you for taking on such a difficult commission. I wouldn't expect any less from the best escort agency in Shaanxi. Ju Waran looks down for a moment. She says, we do not tolerate even one mistake when it comes to our work. But internally, she's thinking, we've sacrificed far too much in the last 4 months. But once he checks the item and hands over the papers to prove its transfer, this mission will finally be over. Grandmaster Huang Boam's voice suddenly slices through the air, sharp and demanding. Now, he commands, show me the 1,000-year snow ginseng. Ju Waran's eyes widen in apprehension. A bead of sweat trickles down her temple, and you can just feel a chilling sense of dread washing over her. She's thinking, why do I feel like something is off? Grandmaster Huang Boam's commanding presence looms over her, his eyes glaring intensely as he reiterates his demand. The air around him seems to ripple with an unseen, almost oppressive pressure. What are you doing? He barks. Open it. Ju Waran hesitates, her hands hovering nervously over those red ties of the ornate box. A chilling premonition grips her. She wonders, could it be? But then, with a determined resolve, she unties the intricate red knots, trying to dismiss those growing fears. No, she murmurs, it can't be. That's impossible. As the last knot loosens, Ju Waran carefully opens the wooden box. In the moment that lid parts, a chilling blue aura bursts forth. It's cold, sterile, and it illuminates a dreadful, empty void where that precious ginseng should have been. Her eyes go wide with pure shock and horror, a devastating realization hitting her like a physical blow. Her face now etched with pure despair as the brutal reality of the situation sinks in, and around the pavilion, gasps and exclamations of shock ripple through the stunned onlookers. Her uncle and the other escort warriors, they're just staring in utter disbelief, their faces pale with horror, witnessing this impossible, terrifying turn of events. All right, so Grandmaster Huang Boam, you see a faint red energy just barely glowing around his hand, a subtle hint, truly, betraying his deception. He says with a sneer, interesting. This looks more like 100-year snow ginseng, at best. Am I seeing things, perhaps because of how old I've gotten? Ju Waran's mind is racing. Oh no, I've been had. Perfectly too. I checked it myself. I had it on me at all times. So how could this happen? The Grandmaster, of course, just tosses that inferior ginseng aside with utter contempt. His voice, dripping with pure malice, outlines his harsh judgment. He says, I won't ask what happened, nor do I care to know why this 1,000-year snow ginseng suddenly became 100-year snow ginseng. However, I've already paid you 100,000 silver niang for what I thought was the real deal. plus the fees for breaching our contract. So, naturally, I'll expect to receive compensation for this. Uncle's face, it just contorts in shock and outrage. He finally realizes the blatant treachery. He stammers out a protest. Grandmaster Huang Boam. That's outrageous. But Ju Waren's gaze, it's burning with pure fury, fixed directly on Grandmaster Huang Boam. Her words, now laced with bitter defiance, cut through the tension. She demands, is this truly how the Zhongnan sect works? And what does Grandmaster Huang Boam do? His face just twists into a mocking sneer, as he feigns complete ignorance of Ju Waren's accusations. Can you believe the nerve? He coolly replies, I don't know what you're talking about. You see Ju Waren, just sinking, like she's falling into a swirling vortex of dark energy. It really symbolizes her utter despair. Her thoughts, they echo the sheer gravity of their predicament. She thinks to herself, there's no way out of this. Can we even come back from this? 200,000 silver niang. We'll be able to pay that, right? We'll have to sell all our land and let go of hundreds of escort warriors and porters we can no longer afford. But then, once that's done, the Dragon Peak Escort Agency will be nothing but an empty shell of its former self. Is it really over for us? Just like that, Grandmaster Huang Boam, meanwhile, just observes Ju Waren's distress with a cruel smirk. He's enjoying this. He thinks, I did hear she's clever for her age, but she's still just a kid. Poor thing. But then, suddenly, Grandmaster Huang Boam's expression changes. His eyes dart quickly towards something unseen. He exclaims, what's this? The scene shifts, now, to a long, shadowy corridor, really emphasizing the sense of an approaching presence. Grandmaster Huang Boam muses aloud, his tone shifting, clearly, to one of intrigue. He wonders, there can't be many in Xi'an with such an aura. Could it be the Mount Hua sect? The long corridor remains empty, for now. Yet the sense of an impending arrival just grows stronger and stronger. And then, who steps in? It's Jin Taekyung, with Jabang and Hyukmujin right by his side. He's carrying that wooden backpack and the adorned staff. They enter the Wisteria King Pavilion, a quiet, but undeniably impactful entrance that immediately draws the Grandmaster's attention. Now, completely oblivious to the mounting tension and the betrayal unfolding within the Wisteria King Pavilion, Jin Taekyung. He's ever the pragmatist, right? Always on eye for simple comforts. He gestures expansively with this wide, satisfied grin. What would he be thinking? Wow, wouldn't you know it? Jin Taekyung was just thinking about tea, and then, like magic, his eyes landed on this charming little tea house, nestled right there amidst the bustling buildings. Oh, how lucky! He beamed, truly delighted. A tea house right here. I've been craving this. But as he made a move to approach, a stern-faced man suddenly stepped forward. He was clearly a disciple, sporting a very distinct mustache and goatee, and he immediately raised a dismissive hand. Hey, you there! The disciple shouted, his voice sharp. Someone very important is here right now, so you better head elsewhere. Jin Taekyung, completely unfazed and still beaming, just casually waved him off. Oh, I'm plenty important to my parents, you know, he chirped back, a smirk playing on his lips. And besides, it looks like there's enough room for everyone. The disciple's brow furrowed in annoyance. He took another step, clearly trying to block Jin Taekyung's path and assert his authority. What a pain, he muttered, then puffed out his chest. I am a disciple of the Southern Edge sect. Do you understand now? But Jin Taekyung smiled. Poof, gone. It was replaced by an expression of utterly exasperated disbelief. What the hell do you mean? He retorted, his voice laced with genuine annoyance. I just want some tea. And with a sharp, sudden shove, Jin Taekyung sent the protesting disciple stumbling backward. The man let out a pained cry as he fell, landing with a groan. Amidst the sudden chaos, other voices started to pop up from the crowd. Some candied fruits as well, someone shouted. The fallen disciple, gripping the hilt of his sheathed sword, squinted at the unfolding scene, clearly disoriented. Candied fruits? Do tea houses even sell those? Another person wondered aloud. What kind of question is that? Came a quick reply. The disciple, still on the ground, growled. Who the hell are those fools? Suddenly, a new figure made an entrance. It was Baek Musung, in his familiar robes, his back turned to the assembled crowd. His presence was immediately recognized, sending a shockwave of disbelief rippling through everyone. It's Baek Musung. A voice from the crowd, filled with utter astonishment, broke the tense silence. The courtyard erupted into a cacophony of murmurs and exclamations. What? Baek Musung, people whispered. The Mount Hua first crane? From the Mount Hua sect? Is he really from Mount Hua? A collective gasp swept through the crowd, quickly followed by a shout of alarm. Don't let him in. Amidst all this rising commotion, Ju Waran stood staring, her features contorted in a mixture of shock and what looked like profound recognition. A single tear, friends, traced a path down her cheek. Her gaze remained fixed on Jin Taekyung as he slowly turned, his expression calm and assured despite the uproar. As their eyes met, her voice was barely a whisper, laden with so much unspoken history. You, Jin Taekyung, completely unfazed, offered a casual, almost charming smile, giving her a little wave. Oh, nice to see you again, he said, but you aren't looking very healthy today either. But hold on a second, his attention totally shifts, right? A playful glint, or maybe a mischievous one, flashes in his eye as he turns towards this really stern-faced, white-bearded elder standing close by. Jin Taekyung, casually holding his stick, points it right at the elder. Hey, Gramps, you got a problem with her? Now, you can imagine, the white-bearded elder's weathered face hardens, and his eyes, they just narrow with undisguised contempt for Jin Taekyung's absolute insolence. The elder just sneers, It seems we have quite the jester here, he declares, clearly not impressed. All right, so inside the refined confines of this tea house, Jin, Taekyung carefully, almost reverently, unshoulders his large wooden backpack. The heavy thud of this sturdy container echoes softly as he sets it down with practiced ease. Then, with a series of quick, deliberate movements, his hands deftly manage the straps and latches. For just a flicker, a moment of serious intent crosses his usually carefree face. He's protecting his cargo, after all. Meanwhile, Ju Warren has been watching this whole spectacle. Her eyes narrow just slightly, a hint of displeasure in her gaze as she observes Jin Taekyung's rather casual intrusion. As Jin Taekyung finishes securing his precious cargo, he finally turns to face the room. Chongpeng, who clearly followed him inside, stands nearby, his expression a mix of surprise and maybe even a little mild amusement. And the young woman, Ju Warren, now steps closer, her gaze fixed intently on Jin Taekyung. Ju Warren, bewildered, asks, "How did you get here?" Jin Taekyung, with that wide, almost boyish grin we know so well, just shrugs nonchalantly. He says, "Oh, I just stopped by." Then, pointing playfully toward Chongpeng, Taekyung adds, "He said he really wanted some tea," which was a total coincidence. He finishes, a playful glint dancing in his eyes. Chongpeng, not missing a beat, interrupts, "And candied fruits too." Ju Warren, folks, just stares at him, utterly speechless. Her lips form a silent ellipsis, like she can't even process his nonsense. It's then that Huang Boam, the white-bearded elder, declares, his eyes flashing with defiance, "You must be awfully bold to barge in despite knowing who I am." Jin Taekyung, still grinning, finally turns his full attention to Huang Boam. Meanwhile, Ju Warren, still fuming, stands right beside him. Jin Taekyung, with a disarming smile, replies, "Oh, I wasn't always this bold, you know? But going through some various things definitely brought that out of me." Huang Boam, a flicker of curiosity now in his eyes, thoughtfully strokes his beard. He muses, "Various things, eh? Yes, you've experienced the Shaolin bloodbath after all." Whoa, that's a mic drop moment, isn't it? Jin Taekyung's eyes widen. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple. He's completely taken aback that his identity as the sleeping dragon of Shangxi and his past trials are known to this stranger. How could he know? The Hyuk Sapyeong beside him just looks on with a puzzled expression, clearly out of the loop. Huang Boam just chuckles, his gaze fixed on Jin Taekyung, a knowing glint in his eyes. "What are you so surprised about?" he asks. "I've heard that the Fire King took the hidden dragon under, and that he left the martial arts alliance just a week ago." Talk about being well-informed. Jin Taekyung's mind raced, a surge of paranoia washing over him. How could this be happening? The casual mention of the Fire King, it sent shivers down his spine. What in the world is this old man? Jin Taekyung thought, his thoughts a frantic scramble. How does he know everything? Did the Southern Edge sect leader send a letter about me, or something? Wait, then maybe he knows about... A shiver ran through Jin Taekyung. Huang Boam, meanwhile, observed Jin Taekyung's reaction with an amused smile, his gaze never leaving the younger man. Then, Huang Boam delivered another bombshell. "I didn't expect the successor of the Fire King would pretend to be a leather salesman." Jin Taekyung's heart absolutely pounded. He stared at Huang Boam, a cold sweat forming on his brow. The old man's words confirmed his deepest fear. This elder knew not just about him, but about the Fire King, Jeek Chonggang, hidden right there in his backpack. Is he playing dumb? Jin Taekyung wondered, his mind reeling. No, only a very few knew about that. There's simply no way it could have leaked. And since I've even covered its aura with this pile of leather, even a supreme peak martial master wouldn't easily sense it. Seated opposite Huang Boam, Jin Taekyung's composure was visibly shaken. He hunched slightly over the exquisite tea table. The old man noticed his discomfort, tilting his head slightly. "What's the matter?" Huang Boam asked, his tone deceptively gentle. Jin Taekyung stammered, trying desperately to regain his usual confident demeanor. "And nothing, just thirsty." Huang Boam, a warm, almost knowing smile gracing his lips, picked up a pristine white teapot. Beside him, remember Hyuk Sapyeong? He stood respectfully, his eyes sharp and observant, missing nothing. "Take a drink," Huang Boam offered. Jin Taekyung, still clinging to his facade, reached out for the teacup. "Then I won't refuse." As Huang Boam poured the tea, a subtle, almost imperceptible surge of energy emanated from the teapot. But Jin Taekyung, ever sensitive to such things, felt that surge as his hand drew closer to the cup. A thin, green stream of tea poured, and the moment Jin Taekyung's fingers closed around it, a visible burst of internal energy, swirling with deep purple and black, flared around his hand. And Huang Boam? He watched, unblinking, his expression utterly unreadable. A thick, heavy silence descended upon the tea house, broken only by that sharp, almost painful sensation of surging energy. The old man, however, remained perfectly calm, his eyes still fixed on Jin Taekyung. Then, almost imperceptibly, Huang Boam turned his head slightly, as if something else had caught his attention. "Hey, Mr. Huang Boam," Jin Taekyung called out, a forced smile playing on his lips. Huang Boam responded with a soft grunt of inquiry. The tea was already overflowing the small cup, a green puddle forming on the polished table. "It's overflowing," Jin Taekyung said, his voice a little strained. "So, I think you can stop pouring now." Around them, the tea house buzzed with hushed whispers. The Southern Edge sect disciples watched the unfolding scene, their faces a mix of confusion and apprehension. What was going on here? Jin Taekyung took a sip of the tea, and a familiar feeling washed over him. He thought, "Ugh, this isn't the first time I've dealt with this. Do old men just love these types of pranks, seriously?" With an exaggerated sigh, he swallowed the lukewarm liquid, trying to appear nonchalant despite the lingering unease. Inside, he just shrugged. Well, this isn't much compared to the real old man, is it? He placed the cup down with a soft tap. Thanks for the drink, he said, a subtle glint entering his eyes. Then, with a mischievous grin, Jin Taekyung seized the teapot. A subtle, golden-hued internal energy shimmered around his hand as he confidently hoisted the vessel. My turn, then, he offered. Should I pour you a drink next? And just like that, with a casual flourish, Jin Taekyung levitated the teapot using his internal energy. A vibrant, golden aura shimmered around it, making it float effortlessly in the air. The display of refined martial arts left the bystanders absolutely stunned. A collective gasp swept through the Southern Edge sect disciples. Their usually composed faces now reflected utter shock and awe at Jin Taekyung's effortless telekinesis. Even the most seasoned among them exchanged bewildered glances, whispering amongst themselves. Wah! Telekinesis at that age? One disciple muttered, barely audible. Jin Taekyung's gaze swept over their astonished faces, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He continued to levitate the teapot with that warm, golden aura, showcasing his formidable internal energy. He thought, I've already gathered 120 years worth of chi, and I've almost reached the edge of the peak level. I just don't use it often because of how much chi it requires, but this level of showmanship, it's not bad, especially since I was taught it first. And hey, consider this a service. The old man watched intently, his usually serene face now a mask of pure surprise. His eyes were wide as he took in Jin Taekyung's incredible display of power. With another flourish, Jin Taekyung precisely poured the tea from the floating teapot into the waiting cup. The liquid, now steaming warmly, offered a sharp contrast to the previous lukewarm offering. He then gently lowered the teapot, placing it back on the table with a soft thud. Jin Taekyung, his smile radiating confidence, spoke. Your tea was a little lukewarm, don't you think? Wouldn't it be better to drink something warmer? It's getting cold out there. Someone as old as you should take more care, after all. The old man, finally recovering his composure, returned Jin Taekyung's gaze. This time, there was an unmistakable hint of respect in his eyes. Your martial arts aren't bad for someone so young, are they? The old man, a bit surprised, commented. What, Jin Taekyung? He just threw his head back and let out a hearty, unapologetic laugh. With a twinkle in his eye, he exclaimed, Not bad? Come on, old man, they're excellent. The old man just let a slight smirk play on his lips, narrowing his eyes ever so slightly. Then he retorted, Your arrogance, young man, it pierces the very heavens. Jin Taekyung, completely unfazed, simply leaned back, a confident grin plastered across his face. He replied, Well, I'm quite good at piercing, actually. I use the spear, you see. That's when you could just see the old man's expression harden. His patience? Oh, it was clearly gone. He leaned forward, his voice losing all traces of pleasantry. He snapped, I've tolerated enough of your rubbish, kid. So, tell me, why have you really come here? Still, Jin Taekyung remained unfazed by the sharp question. He just shrugged, a nonchalant look on his face. He said, Oh, I just saw someone using a trap, so I came to help. Coincidentally, of course. The old man's eyes narrowed dangerously, a vein throbbing in his temple. He retorted, a challenge in his voice. A trap, you say? And that someone must be referring to me, wouldn't you agree? Jin Taekyung, ever the provocateur, he replied, Well, you can think of that however you like, can't you? Meanwhile, Ju Waran, who'd been standing nearby, could only watch, her expression tense. The old man, now truly stern, cautioned him, You must not be aware, young man, that all words, they have consequences. Jin Taekyung, he then said, almost too casually, That's exactly why I'm here, though. At this point, the old man's patience was completely exhausted. He just glared at Jin Taekyung, pure disdain in his eyes. Then he snapped, A brat like you should learn to hold your tongue. No longer amused, the old man slammed his hand onto the table. And get this, a surge of potent internal energy erupted right from his palm. The air around him actually began to crackle. The tea, which was just lukewarm in the cup, started bubbling and boiling, transforming into this viscous, glowing liquid. It had a fierce red and pink aura, writhed and pulsed, an absolutely ominous display of raw power. The old man roared, his voice thick with fury. Lad, you have just insulted me with nonsense you can't even begin to prove. He looked truly menacing, his fury completely unleashed now. He demanded, his voice resonating with pure power. Do you even understand what it means to face the Southern Edge sect? And me? Meanwhile, that glowing tea in the teacup, it just kept simmering and expanding right there on the table. It formed into a shimmering, arrow-like shape, radiating an almost unbearable heat and a truly menacing red glow. Faced with all this simmering rage and the tangible threat of such unleashed power, he remained outwardly calm, believe it or not. Though if he looked closely, a flicker of determination did harden his gaze. He was ready to meet the elder's challenge head-on, even as that arrow-shaped tea on the table shimmered fiercely, just daring him. Honestly, if I wished it, today could be your funeral. Jin Taekyung declared, his voice firm, unwavering. He gestured towards the table, where that simmering, shape-shifting tea, it was now a clear, potent force between them. He continued, Well, either way, that'd be a bad choice for both of us, wouldn't it? The old man quickly shot back, and that's precisely why you're still alive right now, isn't it? The old man, clearly taken aback by Jin Taekyung's audacity and the raw power in his words, narrowed his eyes. Slowly, he retracted his internal energy. That fiery aura around him, and the tea, dissipated with a soft sizzle. but still laced with a warning, the old man stated, "Look, I'll deal with today's matters at a later time. Just back down if you don't want to die. This is a matter strictly between our sect and the Dragon Peak Escort Agency." But as the old man spoke, Jin Taekyung calmly replied, "Oh, that's just what you think." Ju Waran, who had been listening intently, she transmitted her voice, a desperate plea echoing in his mind. "Please, you really don't need to do this." Jin Taekyung looked at her, his expression absolutely unreadable. But she continued, her voice softening, clearly trying to protect him from the dangerous path he seemed to be treading. Ju Waran urged, "Thank you for your consideration, truly. But he's right, you know? This is a matter between our Southern Edge sect and the Dragon Peak Escort Agency. If you get involved, it'll just place you in even more danger." Jin Taekyung remained silent, his gaze steady, as he considered her words. The weight of this impending conflict hung heavy in the air, but his resolve, though clearly tested, seemed absolutely unshaken. He turned to Ju Waran, preparing to speak. He said, "You're right, you know? I actually considered this possibility on the way here. I suppose I was just being too nosy, wasn't I?" Ju Waran, momentarily relieved, took a deep breath. She glanced at Jin Taekyung, a flicker of appreciation in her eyes, while Chongpeng and Hyuk Mujin observed the entire exchange from a respectful distance. Ju Waran started, "Jin," but Jin Taekyung interrupted her, his gaze intense. "Maybe I should just walk by, then, acting like I saw absolutely nothing?" His gaze intensified further, his thoughts clearly focused elsewhere now. He looked past Ju Waran, his expression grim. Jin Taekyung said, almost to himself, "At first, you kept coming to my mind. I genuinely thought that was the only reason I was here. But then, a terrifying memory suddenly flashed through Jin Taekyung's mind. An imposing figure, face obscured, delivering a harsh ultimatum. Those words, they echoed with chilling authority. The shadowy figure's voice boomed, "Shut down your sect until we send someone informing you otherwise." Then, another chilling memory of his own defiant question to that very same person. "If we don't accept, then what exactly will you do?" The memory dissipated, and Jin Taekyung's focus snapped back to the present. He stood tall, his presence now radiating an unwavering defiance. Ju Waran watched him, clearly confused by his sudden, intense shift in demeanor. And then, Jin Taekyung's voice, now colder and far more determined, cut through the silence. "How can I act like nothing's happening?" he challenged, "when these so-called orthodox sects are preying on the weak?" The old man, still rooted at the table, fumed silently. His face was a mask of rage, teeth gritted as he glared at Jin Taekyung. "You damned," the old man cursed under his breath, barely audible. Then he snarled, "Your sin of accusing our sect without evidence. It won't be punished lightly." Jin Taekyung, completely unfazed by the threat, with a voice dripping with sarcasm, he drawled, "Huangbo, I'm not your grandson, am I? Or anything like that. So tell me, why else would I be talking to some old geezer for this long?" The blatant disrespect hit the old man like a physical blow, his eyes widening in pure fury. "What are you scheming?" the old man demanded. Jin Taekyung retorted, a clear taunt in his voice. "Scheming? You're the one scheming. Me? I've got a plan." But wait, just then, a new presence emerged from behind him. A group of stern-faced men, led by a strikingly beautiful woman with cascading pink hair, advanced purposefully. Her captivating smile, well, it held a hint of cunning, didn't it? This, of course, was Woowa. Woowa's eyes sparkled as she greeted Jin Taekyung with a knowing wink. "Our dear Mr. Jin," she purred, "you seem to have gotten even more handsome." Suddenly, a man from Woowa's group shouted, his face a mask of outrage. He pointed an accusing finger straight at Jabang, his voice booming with fury. "You goon, Jabang. You idiot," the man bellowed. Jabang, however, seemed completely unfazed by the outburst. "Ah, there's my longtime buddy, Big Nose," Jabang called out, "but what in the world brings you here?" The man with the big nose, his face already red with indignation, stormed towards Jabang, a paper clutched tightly in his hand. He was clearly furious. "What do you mean, what brings me here, you absolute fucker?" Big Nose roared back. "I warned you countless times, so something like this wouldn't happen. And I told you not to call me Big Nose. If the elders have to come down here because of this mess, I swear, I'm blaming it all on you." The tea house courtyard was now a complete scene of escalating tension, wasn't it? The old man still simmered with rage, his glare fixed on Jin Taekyung. Jabang stood, hands on his hips, clearly fuming from the verbal exchange, while Woowa and her entourage simply maintained their positions, observing the entire chaotic scene with keen interest. Jabang snarled, "Phew, you sure run your mouth a lot for someone of your position. Maybe you should take care of your elders first, before talking to me." Big Nose, his face an even deeper shade of red with fury, roared back, "What? You piece of shit." The old man's gaze then finally fell on Woowa, and a flash of recognition, quickly followed by suspicion, crossed his face. He thought to himself, wait, they're people from the house sect and the beggar sect, aren't they? They're not here because they know what's going on, are they? So, Jin Taekyung turns to an old man, right? You can practically see the question marks floating above his head. He's like, hey, why aren't you two saying hello? I mean, you're both huge names in Shanxi, aren't you? The old man just glares back, a single word escaping his lips. Ew. And get this, folks, his hand instinctively flies to the hilt of his sword. You know what that means, right? He's totally frustrated, totally ready to throw down. But Jin Taekyung? Oh, he sees that gesture, and what does he do? He just smirks, issuing a silent challenge. You can practically hear him thinking, yeah, go on, take that sword out. I dare you. The old man hesitates, though, his hand dropping back to the chair. Then, he turns his stern, authoritative gaze directly onto Woowa and her crew. He declares, hey, I don't care why you're all here, but this isn't the spot for the house sect and the beggar sect to butt in. You'd best leave right now. Woowa, though, she just gives him this charming, yet totally resolute smile. She even places a hand over her heart, her whole posture just screaming confidence. She replies, sorry, but I really can't do that. You see, I've already accepted the job. Then she adds, and the client, well, that's Mr. Jin Taekyung over there, isn't it? Jin Taekyung chimes in, oh, of course. You got the upfront fee, right? Woowa, with a playful quip, responds, of course, but just 1 silver niang? Seriously, you're so cheap. Don't worry, though, I'm gonna get a lot more once this is all done. So be prepared. The old man from the Southern Edge sect, his face now a mask of simmering fury, absolutely glared at Jin Taekyung. Their eyes narrowed, a silent, intense challenge passing between them. Oh, the tension. He demands, so what are you going to do? Does the beggar sect also want to make an enemy out of us, huh? Now, Jabang's friend, Big Nose, steps forward, scratching his head. He's got this weird mix of nervousness and defiance on his face, you guys. Big Nose stammers, huh? Oh, goodness, no. But, well, this isn't really something I can do much about, is it? We got our own rules, too, after all. Isn't that right, dear second beggar? Jabang, who's standing right next to Hyuk Mujin, suddenly shouts, oh, so you're gonna be nice now, huh? You better have prepared everything I mentioned in that letter. Big Nose, quickly regaining some composure, nods vigorously. He affirms, of course. It was the second beggar's orders, after all. And then, he gestures to his fellow beggar sect members, who immediately start dropping their heavy, bundled bags, packed with all sorts of supplies, onto the ground. You hear a whole series of thuds and rustles, guys. Woowa, her charming smile never faltering, then turns to her own contingent. Her voice clear and authoritative, she commands, what are you all doing? Get to work. Her followers, the house sect members, immediately spring into action, pulling out their own supplies from their packs and spreading out to set up their stations. So, as both the house sect and beggar sect members are busy setting up their stations, Ju Waran, who's still right next to Jin Taekyung, looks out at this bustling scene. She gasps, what is all that? Jin Taekyung, his expression turning serious, then turns to her. Didn't you find it strange, Ju Waran? All the misfortunes that have plagued the Dragon Peak escort agency these past 2 years. Jin Taekyung asked, his gaze firm. Her eyes widened in shock, a dawning realization spreading across her face. How did you? She stammered, but Jin Taekyung cut her off. Let's consider everything that's happened, shall we? He began, his voice unwavering. He gestured towards a box on the ground. And on top of that, let's really think about how that 1,000-year snow ginseng mysteriously became 100-year snow ginseng. Just then, a robust man from the house sect, with a thick mustache and a round face, stepped forward, clearing his throat. He was ready to lay out the cold, hard facts. All right, so listen up, he began. 2 years ago, on December 7th, the Dragon Peak escort agency, well, they failed their negotiations with the 5 Gold Merchant Union. Lost 1,000 silver niang, just like that. But here's the kicker. A man named Huang Keelsim secretly intervened, and according to our intel, he's a member of the Zhongnan sect. The Southern Edge sect disciples, who'd been listening intently, exchanged shocked glances. The name Zhongnan sect sent a ripple of alarm through them. This was a serious revelation. The house sect man didn't stop there, either. Holding up a bamboo scroll, densely packed with writing, he pressed on with his meticulous breakdown of the Dragon Peak escort agency's misfortunes. Next up, he continued. Last year on February 12th, the escort agency was ambushed by thieves. They lost 17 escort warriors, 30 porters, and 900 silver niang. And guess what? Our investigations found that 12 of those 20 thieves were Zhongnan sect disciples. Guak, Yang, and Li. Unfazed, he kept going. Then, on March 5th, a bridge conveniently broke down over the Fun River. That caused a huge delay, a 500 silver niang loss, and surprise, surprise, that was the doing of another Zhongnan sect disciple, Fong. He finished with a flourish. And last year, on May 5th, you guessed it, this too was at the request of the Zhongnan sect. Silence, thick and heavy, descended upon the tea house. Can you imagine it? The full, horrifying extent of the Zhongnan sect's covert attacks was finally laid bare. The old man, still seated, looked utterly broken. His face was pale and drawn, his gaze blank, as he stared into space. His hands gripped the arms of his chair, knuckles white, the damning evidence painting a picture of systematic, relentless sabotage. This can't be, he whispered, his voice barely audible, almost to himself. But that initial shock quickly morphed into something else entirely. His face contorted, a mask of burning fury, as he clenched his teeth. The detailed revelations, they'd ignited a 2-year-long simmering rage, now reaching its absolute boiling point. And Jin Taekyung? He turned slightly, a faint smirk playing on his lips, with an almost casual indifference that only stoked the elder's ire even further. The old man's mind raced. That bastard. It's all because of that bastard. Finally, he just couldn't contain his wrath any longer. A torrent of fiery red internal energy erupted from his palm. His hand, now glowing with furious energy, grips the hilt of his sword, pulling it from its sheath with a sharp, resonant clang. You, the old man bellows, pure rage in his voice. Driven by an unbridled fury, he lunges forward, a crimson streak aimed directly at Jin Taekyung. His sword, absolutely radiating searing red energy, slashes through the air. Our protagonist, Jin Taekyung, is caught just a little bit off guard by this sudden, explosive attack, you know? The entire tea house became a blur of crimson, guys. The disciples of the Dragon Peak Escort Agency watched in terrified awe, while Chongpeng, always ready for action, instinctively shielded Hyuk and Jabang, his expression grim. Even Hyuk Sopyeong was watching in horror, thinking, what in the world is going on here? But Jin Taekyung, barely reacting, simply calmly sidestepped that furious lunge. The old man's attack, imbued with some seriously potent internal energy, just sliced through the air, narrowly missing Jin Taekyung and leaving a fiery red afterimage behind. Jin Taekyung, ever the cheeky one, feigned surprise. Ah, you scared me, he quipped, a slight smirk playing on his lips. That could have freaking killed me. The old man just stared, his eyes wide with disbelief. His powerful strike, which was absolutely meant to be lethal, had been effortlessly dodged by this young man. I mean, seriously, the sheer speed and precision of Jin Taekyung's evasion, it was astonishing. How did you? The old man spluttered. Have you surpassed the peak realm? Jin Taekyung, still completely nonchalant, just ran a hand through his neck, a faint, almost teasing grin playing on his lips. He replied, cool as a cucumber, I don't know really. I feel like the fact that I just saw your attack is probably enough of an answer, wouldn't you say? Now, a faint, almost imperceptible smirk played on Jin Taekyung's lips as he considered the gravity of the elder's words. He thought, it's a shame, but I haven't actually reached Supreme Peak yet. However, my physical capabilities, they've definitely surpassed that of humans, so I guess technically, I am at the Supreme Peak, right? The white-bearded elder, his voice, strained with sheer disbelief, just cut right through the tense air. I can't believe it, the white-bearded elder exclaimed. How is it even possible that someone as young as you could reach that level? Jin Taekyung met the elder's gaze. Jin Taekyung said, I also find it pretty hard to believe that you're willing to wield a sword in this kind of situation. The tea house courtyard, which was just buzzing nervously moments ago, suddenly grew deathly silent as Jin Taekyung's words hung in the air, heavy and unsettling. He then extended a finger, pointing it directly at the enraged elder, his smile widening ever so slightly, his tone just dripping with mockery. You were just yapping about the Orthodox faction this, and the great Jongnon sect that, Jin Taekyung continued, a glint in his eye. But let's be real, you're basically a demonic martial artist yourself, aren't you? Why don't you just rename your sect the Shithead Sect instead? Jin Taekyung quips. The elder's face immediately contorts in apoplectic rage, and a guttural growl escapes his lips. The white-bearded elder roars, disciples of Jongnon, listen here. And just like that, with an abrupt, unified rustle of their robes, the surrounding Jongnon sect disciples snapped to attention, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and obedience, fixed squarely on their elder, just waiting for his command. Yes, sir, they chant back, in perfect unison. The old man, absolutely enraged by Jin Taekyung's casual defiance, now glows with a fierce, crimson aura. He looks utterly demonic, his power reaching its absolute peak. Can you believe the intensity? He roars, seal all of the exits this instant. No one will be leaving this place. But wait, not everyone is on board. Hyuk Sopyeong, with a deeply concerned expression, steps forward, actually attempting to reason with him. He pleads, sir, please stop. This isn't something a true disciple of the Jongnon sect should ever be doing. The old man, however, was completely beyond reason. Was he listening? Absolutely not. He bellows, his voice now filled with terrifying authority. Shut it. All those who do not listen to my orders will be expelled from the sect. Jin Taekyung, observing the elder's desperate measures, just calmly shakes his head, a wry smirk playing on his face. What does he think of this? He muses, man, this isn't even just crossing the line. He's basically erased the line. Are you actually trying to get rid of all the evidence here? The old man, eyes blazing with pure murderous intent, snaps his gaze back to Jin Taekyung. He snarls, everyone will be fine, everyone other than you, that is. But our hero, Jin Taekyung, seems completely undeterred. He exclaims, goodness gracious. Do you truly think it's alright to just kill me? How exactly are you going to deal with the consequences? Does the Jin family of Taiyuan and the mighty Scorching clan not mean anything to you? And just like that, the old man flinches. He whispers, almost to himself, the Scorching clan? Jin Taekyung leans forward, his expression now intense, and a powerful red aura begins swirling around him. Suddenly, the old man's voice transmits directly into Jin Taekyung's mind, a chilling whisper. The baby tiger is in danger, but the great tiger still sleeps. Our protagonist, Jin Taekyung's sharp eyes narrow, catching that telltale flicker of recognition in the elder's gaze. Then, the old man speaks aloud to Taekyung, his voice dripping with venom. You fool, you truly thought I didn't notice? I already knew that the Fire King's sickness was too far gone. Fire King Jeek Cheongang, and you, I despise both of you. You know, it doesn't seem like such a bad idea to finally take care of the ill fate I've had with the Scorching clan, right here, right now. The white-bearded elder's face becomes a mask of pure, primal fury. But Jin Taekyung? He just ignored the elder's outburst. Instead, his expression hardened, his gaze locking onto something crucial, that sturdy wooden backpack strapped to his back. Remember who's in there, right? It's Jeek Cheongang, still comatose. Jin Taekyung took a measured step, then another, moving with a very clear purpose. With swift, precise movements, he reached for that heavy backpack. You know, the one protecting our unconscious Fire King. He glanced around, taking in the nervous patrons and those hesitant Jongnon disciples watching him. Then, in a firm but polite tone, Jin Taekyung spoke, I'm sorry, but can you guys take this and back off real far? As he secured the backpack, the only sound was the subtle shifting of the spear resting against it. His voice cut through the thick tension, a stark warning as he named his formidable opponent. Tai merciless sword, Huangbo Lim. Huangbo Lim stood firm, unyielding. But as Jin Taekyung met the elder's gaze, "You!" And with a sudden, fierce burst of burning chi, Jin Taekyung drew his spear. Whoosh! The blade instantly ignited with a scorching, vivid orange flame. "You said something you shouldn't have." The air literally crackled with anticipation. Von Boehm as facade absolutely shattered. His face twisted into this mask of pure fury, deep lines etching themselves around his eyes. They weren't just red, they glowed with an ominous, pulsating light, and the air around him, it just thickened with his barely contained rage. He didn't just stand there, no. He unleashed his power, a whirlwind of swift, unseen movements, almost like he was conjuring weapons right out of thin air. Then, with a roar that echoed through the courtyard, he shouted, "Ultimate 36 sword techniques." And just like that, a flurry of glowing red blades appeared, each one a razor-sharp crescent of pure energy, shooting forth like a deadly, crimson rain, streaking through the air with incredible speed. Their target? Jin Taekyung, of course. But our hero, Jin Taekyung, oh, he's something else. He moved with a dancer's grace, dodging and weaving, that fiery spear in his hands just a blur of motion. He ducks low, a red blade whistles inches above his head. Flames erupt from his weapon as he spins, gathering momentum, and then Fire Dragon's tail swipe. Jin Taekyung counters, his voice a fierce cry that cuts through the chaos. That fiery spear, it becomes an extension of his very will, sweeping in a wide, golden arc. A torrent of burning energy just erupts from it, forming a blazing crescent that meets Huang Boeum's barrage head-on. The two forces collide, guys, with a thunderous impact. Bursts of light and shattered fragments explode outwards, the sheer force. It's shaking the very ground beneath them. Sparks are flying everywhere. In the air, it's just crackling with raw power as their techniques clash in this fierce, blinding display. The clash between fire and crimson light. It just intensifies. Each strike is a deafening explosion. Huang Boeum, despite all his furious power, actually finds himself on the defensive. He's parrying that fiery onslaught with his bare hands. His movements a desperate blur, each deflection sending shockwaves and sparks flying. A guttural grunt escapes his lips. He's struggling against this relentless pressure. It's momentarily overshadowed by a growing sense of alarm. "You!" he snarls, his eyes still blazing red, as Jin Taekyung just keeps pressing his advantage. He doesn't pause, not even for a second. Huang Boeum shifts his stance and declares, "Tai Light Splitting Sword." Suddenly, a torrent of sharp, red energy slashes erupts from his weapon, tearing through the air towards Taekyung with blinding speed. Our guy, Taekyung, he's forced to contend with a storm of cuts, each one threatening to rend him apart. But Jin Taekyung isn't done. With a powerful roar, he brings his spear down in a devastating overhead strike. "Heavenly strike," he shouts. And then, a colossal wave of golden energy descends, a concentrated burst of raw power, slamming right into Huang Boeum. The impact, it's immense. A concussive blast that rips through the very foundations of the courtyard. Just imagine the force. Dust and debris just explode outwards, obscuring everything in a dense, roiling cloud. As the dust slowly begins to settle, swirling currents of air dissipate that thick white smoke. And there he is. Huang Boeum stands amidst the lingering haze, his body battered, his expression etched with a profound disbelief. He looks around, his mind racing. He thinks, "I knew it. He hasn't surpassed peak level yet." His thoughts are a frantic scramble, trying to reconcile what he's just experienced. So how is it, he wonders, that I'm struggling against him when I'm at the transcendent level? This can't be. It just can't be. The realization hits him with the weight of a collapsing mountain. Meanwhile, Jin Taekyung just strolled calmly through the dissipating smoke, his fiery spear held almost casually at his side. He paused, made a dismissive gesture, and then spat onto the cracked ground. That sound, sharp and definitive, just screamed, "I don't care." Huang Boeum, utterly flabbergasted, just stared. His voice, barely a whisper, a question breaking through his shock, finally managed, "You, who are you?" A smirk? Oh yeah, a smirk played on Jin Taekyung's lips. A glint of pure challenge in his eyes as he met Huang Boeum's bewildered gaze. "Why are you asking a question you already know the answer to?" he retorted. Then, he straightened up, his stance broadening, and declared with unwavering certainty, "I'm Jin Taekyung, the 19th successor of the Scorching Clan." Got it. But before those words could even fully settle, Jin Taekyung burst into action. He lunged forward, a fiery, scorching aura engulfing his outstretched fist. The air just crackled around him as he unleashed a truly devastating strike. The impact? It was immense. Directly on Huang Boeum. The sheer force of that blow, it reverberated through the entire structure around them. A roof tile above them cracked and shattered, sending fragments raining down. Then, a thick wooden beam supporting the eaves splintered with a loud, tearing sound, completely unable to withstand the unleashed power. Even the ground beneath their feet groaned and buckled, cracks spreading like spiderwebs across the stone tiles as debris scattered violently everywhere. Huang Boeum, who was still reeling from that previous exchange, not to mention the shock of Jin Taekyung's identity, barely had time to react before the next wave of attacks crashed down upon him. These two were once again locked in a furious, close-quarters battle. Their movements? Just a blur of power and precision. The furious exchange just kept going. Jin Taekyung moved with fluid, relentless precision. He unleashed a barrage of fiery thrusts from his spear, each one aimed perfectly at Huang Boeum, who parried with desperate swiftness. The red energy of his own attacks clashed violently against those golden flames. Hwang Boeum, despite all his mastery, was clearly being pushed back, his defensive stance strained under that constant, relentless assault. Then, with a truly powerful swing, Jin Taekyung brought his spear around, connecting squarely with Hwang Boeum's arm. The impact was explosive, a burst of light and raw power that sent a shockwave tearing through the air. Hwang Boeum cried out, thrown back by the sheer force of the blow, skidding across the ground and leaving a trail of shattered stone in his wake. As Hwang Boeum reeled, he saw an opening, and he seized it. He lunged, his sword a blur, aiming for a finishing strike. But Jin Taekyung, with a desperate surge of chi, twisted and dodged, narrowly evading that direct hit. The attack sliced through the air right where he'd just been, a sharp whistle accompanying its passage. Talk about a close call. The battle just raged across the entire courtyard. The very architecture was groaning and crumbling under the insane strain of their power. Pillars cracked, walls splintered, and roof tiles rained down like hail as their techniques simply tore through everything. Jin Taekyung moved with an almost ethereal grace. His attacks were lightly, but with weight, each strike carrying immense destructive force. His foot landed with a fiery stomp, the ground beneath him igniting. His movements? They were described as smoothly but roughly, a true paradox of grace and sheer, raw power. And then he declared, his voice ringing with power as he surged forward, "This is the essence of the blazing fire path." A wave of intense heat just radiated from his entire form. Looking down from above, you could really see it in that once pristine courtyard, utterly ruined. Shattered stone, splintered wood, it was everywhere. Then, a searing red beam of energy, a desperate counter from Hwang Boeum, sliced right through the air, aimed straight at Jin Taekyung. The force of it was absolutely staggering, carving a path of pure destruction. Jin Taekyung grimaced, his hands still faintly glowing with residual power. But for Hwang Boeum, a crushing realization of impending failure washed right over him. I'm too late, he thought, panic rising, because Jin Taekyung was moving with astonishing speed. Just as Jin Taekyung was about to unleash his divine palm of fire, Hwang Boeum, determined not to let him, with a powerful sweep of his hand, he unleashed his own devastating technique. Jade Cloud Heaven's Hand of Power, he roared. A powerful, golden-white energy erupted, deflecting and utterly shattering Hwang Boeum's desperate counterattack. The impact was brutal, sending a sharp, painful jolt right through Hwang Boeum's body. He cried out, stumbling backward. But he wasn't done. Hwang Boeum, fueled by desperation, launched himself back into the battle, his sword flashing. With another powerful swing, he unleashed a wide, arcing wave of crimson energy, a decisive strike he hoped to finally break this stalemate and turn the tide against Jin Taekyung. Jin Taekyung dodged that strike with swift, almost effortless motion. Red energy pulsed around Hwang Boeum's hand, his eyes wide with desperate, disbelieving fury. "How do you?" he roared, utterly unable to comprehend this relentless assault. And then, Jin Taekyung blocked that attack with a swift motion of his spear. Hwang Boeum was utterly shocked, just couldn't understand how this guy, Jin Taekyung, could possibly be this strong. Meanwhile, Jin Taekyung, standing there below him, his fiery hands still glowing, just offered a cool, confident smirk. "Well," he began, his voice dripping with that signature, casual arrogance. "Because I'm stronger, duh." His entire body glowed with a fierce, internal fire, a last stand. He lunged, unleashing one final, desperate attack. Flame-extinguishing divine fist, he bellowed, a powerful, blazing punch aimed directly. A blinding explosion of golden and crimson energy erupted between them, sending shockwaves ripping through the very air. Hwang Boeum let out a raw, anguished scream, as that combined force just absolutely battered him. And then, almost immediately, a series of familiar notifications chimed in. Enlightenment finds you in many ways. Endless training and meditations. Fights of life and death. Blazing Fire Path is now 7th Mastery. You have earned a significant amount of EXP. The courtyard lay utterly devastated, reduced to nothing but rubble and splintered remains. Smoke curled lazily from the cracked earth, and the remnants of that powerful clash painted a stark, unforgettable picture of the battle's ferocity. Through it all, Jin Taekyung walked, with a deliberate, heavy tread across the ruined courtyard, his boots crunching on shattered debris. The air still hung heavy with the acrid scent of smoke, a silent testament to the destructive power he'd just unleashed. He approached Hwang Boeum, who was now just broken. Jin Taekyung stopped, looking down at the defeated elder with a cool, assessing gaze. A silent, heavy pause hung in the air, creating all this tension. Then, his voice dropped, carrying an undeniable weight of finality. "Just stay down," he warned. "If you want to live out the rest of your short life, that is." Hwang Boeum, on his knees, his body trembling, blood trickling from his mouth and staining his once white beard. His sword lay discarded beside him, a symbol of his defeat. He coughed, a ragged, painful sound, spitting blood onto the broken tiles. His breath hitched, each gasp a desperate struggle against the pain. But despite it all, he struggled to lift his head. His eyes, clouded with agony, still burned with a defiant spark. Blood dripped from his beard, a stark contrast to its former pristine white. "I am," he rasped, his voice raw but unwavering, "the best swordsman of Zhongnan." A faint red aura starts pulsing around Hwang Boeum again. The Elder Master, despite that crushing defeat, is somehow still drawing on his internal energy. Jin Taekyung's brow furrows slightly. He's thinking he still has that much chi left. Hwang Bo-um, fueled by this desperate pride, pushes himself even higher. That faint red energy around him, it just intensifies. He clutches his sword, and now, it's a ghostly red blade, shimmering with his chi. Observe closely, he declares, his voice strained but firm. This is the sword that will stop your breathing. Then, with his hand stretched out, he shouts again, Tai formless sword. Hwang Bo-um, with a sudden, almost imperceptible movement, unleashes his technique. Jin Taekyung's eyes narrow, a flicker of concern crossing his face as he watches the Elder Master. The air around Jin Taekyung stirs, a subtle shift that sends a shiver down his spine. He reacts instantly, dropping into a defensive crouch, even touching a fresh cut on his neck. Then a sharp sting. A thin line of blood appears on Jin Taekyung's arm, a small cut that seems to materialize from absolutely nowhere. He gasps, his eyes wide. What? I can't see it, he exclaims, completely baffled. The attack was invisible, too fast, too subtle for even his enhanced senses. He grits his teeth and starts moving his spear in the air, trying to feel for something. Meanwhile, Hwang Bo-um, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and exertion, his hands still glowing red, watches Jin Taekyung's reaction. Sweat beads on his forehead, mingling with the blood on his beard. He's thinking, I didn't think I'd have to use the best technique I know. He's making it harder for me than I expected. Despite his injuries, a renewed resolve hardens his features. His chi pulses, that red aura around him flaring once more, a silent testament to his unwavering determination. He's really pushing himself, drawing on his last reserves of power. Then Hwang Bo-um thinks again, but how? How is he dodging all of them? As he watches Jin Taekyung react, his body twisting and swaying, miraculously avoiding those lethal, invisible strikes. As Jin Taekyung continues to evade, his mind drifts. A distant memory surfaces from a time of rigorous training. We see a younger, long-haired Taekyung, chained on a circular stone platform, surrounded by mysterious artifacts. Ji Chonggang, his face stern but wise, sits beside him. Keep your eyes open wide in the Murim, the elder had instructed. Then you won't get stabbed to death at the very least. Young Taekyung, sweat trickling down his face, scoffed. What if I might die anyway? He retorted, his frustration clear. Then pluck out your useless eyes and see with your mind. The elder calmly replied, his gaze unwavering. Taekyung's eyes widened, then narrowed in disbelief. My mind? How would that work? What funny joke. He shifts, clearly finding the whole concept absurd. Ji Chonggang turns slightly away, a hint of exasperation in his posture. He cast a glance back, a silent question hanging in the air. Did you even try? Suddenly, a blinding flash of understanding, a sharp spark of insight, ignites within Taekyung. Oh, he gasps, his previous skepticism replaced by a profound, dawning realization. And just like that, we're back to the present. An invisible blade, a whisper of death, grazes Jin Taekyung's neck, leaving another fresh cut. He flinches, but then, a sudden understanding dawns on him. So, this is what he meant, Jin Taekyung realizes. That memory of the wise elder's words about seeing with your mind finally clicks into place. He closed his eyes just for a moment, but when they opened, oh boy, what a difference. A new light, a fresh understanding, ignited in their depths. Suddenly, the world around him became crystal clear. He could feel it. The subtle shifts in chi, the unseen currents of raw power. Everything clicked into place. He repositioned his spear, a powerful surge of energy gathering around him, practically humming with anticipation. Thank you for your teachings, old man, Jin Taekyung murmured, a genuine, if brief, not acknowledging the ancient wisdom that now, ironically, illuminated his very path to victory. Then, with a powerful surge, he unleashed it again, another heavenly strike. Whoosh! A concentrated burst of golden fire absolutely erupted from his spear, a blazing fist of pure energy. It slammed straight into the invisible attack, utterly shattering it into a million shimmering sparks. The sheer force of his blow wasn't just enough to dispel the attack. It completely shattered Hwang Bo-um's sword into tiny, useless fragments. The impact itself was deafening, a concussive shockwave that sent tremors rippling through the dilapidated courtyard. Hwang Bo-um, already weakened and pushing well past his limits, could only watch, stunned, as the shattered sword pieces fell around him. His once vibrant red aura flickered, then vanished completely, leaving him utterly defeated, a truly broken figure. Jin Taekyung, his face grim, walked slowly towards the fallen elder, his footsteps echoing ominously in the sudden, heavy silence. He stopped, looking down at Hwang Bo-um's defeated form. The elder lay utterly still, his face pale, his breath shallow, and his pride, we can assume, completely shattered. So then, Jin Taekyung's voice cut through the quiet, cold and sharp. He stood over the motionless elder, his fist clenched, delivering his final, cutting words. Why did you talk smack about my master if you were just gonna lose like this? Honestly, you asked for this, didn't you? With a guttural cry, Jin Taekyung unleashed not just one, but a flurry of brutal blows. His fist slammed into Hwang Bo-um repeatedly. The impact was sickening, a visceral sound of bone and flesh giving way. We're talking teeth sent sprawling across the ruined courtyard, blood splattering onto the debris. Hwang Bo-um was already on his knees, unable to stand, surrounded by a whirlwind of powerful strikes. Each blow landed with a resounding crack, forcing grunts of pain from his lips, sending shockwaves through his small, battered frame. More blood spattered from his mouth. Jin Taekyung snarled, You really should have stopped when I was being nice, shouldn't you? His eyes burning with an indignant, fading fire. How dare you hit me first? Jin Taekyung, perhaps having moved to a slightly elevated position, maybe a balcony overlooking the brutalized courtyard, cracked his knuckles, a chilling smile playing on his lips. You know, he mused, almost casually, the only class I ever got 100% in was ethics. But today? Well, today I'm going against all ethics to beat up an old man. So come on now, get up. But his taunt was quickly interrupted. A guard, his face twisted in a furious scowl, marched forward, hand already gripping the hilt of his sword. You, he roared, his voice thick with venom. Stop it immediately. And he wasn't alone. A whole squad of armed guards, their faces etched with alarm, rushed into the courtyard, swords drawn and ready for a fight. Jin Taekyung slowly turned to face them, his expression utterly unreadable. What was he thinking? Then, from the opposite side of the courtyard, a new voice cut through the tension. That sword, you better put it away. And who was it? None other than Baek Musung, along with Jabang and Ju Waran. Jabang, ever the bold one, stepped forward, a defiant sneer plastered across his face. Ju Waran stood right beside him, her eyes narrowed, already looking ready for action. If you want to fight, Jabang declared, a challenging glint in his eyes, we'll definitely fight you. Just a heads up, it'll hurt quite a bit if you get hit with the dog-beating stick technique, even if I've only got it to 5th mastery. Meanwhile, the Dragon Peak Escort Agency members also charged forward. Protect the young agency leader, they shouted, their footsteps pounding on the stone, swords flashing as they prepared to engage. Hyuk Sapyeong watched them approach, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. This isn't good, he muttered. It was almost all over already. He knew, deep down, the fight had just gotten way more complicated. Big Nose, his face contorted in a furious snarl, pointed a trembling finger at the approaching guards. I order all you broke-ass beggars of the beggar sect, as your branch leader, to show those yellow dogs the taste of our dog-beating sticks, he roared, his voice cracking with pure indignation. A chorus of shouts and stomps from the ragged group of beggars behind him confirmed they were more than ready for a brawl. One of the beggars grumbled, you know, you're a beggar too. Another bald man chimed in, geez, it's been forever since I've had a fight. Big Nose shot back, it's your fault if we get injured and can't beg anymore. Despite their complaints, and as they gripped their sticks, truly ready for action. Amidst this escalating chaos, Woowa and her attendants looked on with keen interest. Write down everything that's happening instead of intervening, she instructed her scribes, a shrewd glint in her eye. We'll be able to sell it for a lot later. Her attendant, ever the pragmatist, raised an eyebrow. Are you intending on making an enemy out of the Zhongnan sect? Woowa chuckled, a low, rumbling sound. Huh, why would I make an enemy out of a precious customer? I'm gonna sell it to the Zhongnan sect. They'll have no choice but to buy it, even if we name a ridiculous price. Oh, I see, the attendant exclaimed, a wide smile spreading across his face. Woowa then instructed, draw the scene too, make it really lively. An attendant quickly replied, okay. Meanwhile, Chongpeng, standing with his hands clasped, seemed utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Whoa, I've never experienced something like this before, he muttered, a mix of awe and discomfort on his face as the beggars and guards prepared to clash. Hyuk Mujin, his face pale with alarm, cried out, you bastards. I'm here too. I'm the right arm of the Gene Dragon Squad's vice leader. Suddenly, a strained voice cut through the noise. Fall back. The guards hesitated, looking at each other. But one of them began, clearly reluctant. Hyuk Sapyeong's voice grew firmer, cutting through the rising tension. The others too. Please put away your swords. He stepped forward, his expression grave, his eyes fixed on Jin Taekyung. And Mr. Jin, that's enough pointless fighting. His voice was firm, a clear demand for the cessation of hostilities. Jin Taekyung, irritated, his back still to Hyuk Sapyeong, scoffed. Pointless? You want me to stop? You guys might have started this, but I'm gonna be the one to end it. He turned, his gaze hardening. Hyuk Sapyeong sighed, his shoulders slumping slightly. I know, he bowed his head, a gesture of respect and humility. I am asking you to have mercy as the clearly stronger martial artist. It's obvious that you've already won. Jin Taekyung's eyes widened slightly in surprise. A flicker of emotion he quickly suppressed. He was clearly taken aback by the unexpected plea. A guard, still fuming, stepped forward, ready to protest. What do you mean? You're ruining the image of the great Zhongnan sects. Quiet. Hyuk Sapyeong roared, his voice cutting through the guard's indignant outburst like a blade. The guard flinched, falling silent. Sir, he stammered, intimidated by Hyuk Sapyeong's sudden display of fury. Hyuk Sapyeong turned to face his men, his voice now calm, but filled with a heavy resignation. Anyone with eyes could see, and anyone with ears could hear how all of this began. He cast a weary glance at the fallen Huangboum. We schemed to bring down the Dragon Peak Escort Agency. That's not something to be proud of, is it? We've already ruined our own image. His gaze swept over the stunned faces of his subordinates. And worse, we couldn't even admit our mistakes when faced with clear evidence, choosing to attack instead. That wiped out any trust people might have had left in us. Hyuk Sapyeong, his voice now ringing with a surprising clarity, continued to lay into his men. So, who are we to talk about image, huh? Me, who forgot his goals and lost himself in debauchery. Or you guys, who refused to admit your wrongs, caring only about protecting your own egos? Today, at least, we were definitely not the great Zhongnan sect. Then, he turned to Jin Taekyung, bowing deeply, his hands clasped in a gesture of profound respect and apology. I, Hyuk Sapyeong, a Zhongnan disciple, dare to ask for a favor. I deeply regret what my sect has done, and I apologize on their behalf. Please, have mercy on us just this once and spare him. The sincerity in his voice was undeniable, a stark contrast to the earlier hostility. Jin Taekyung watched him, a thoughtful expression on his face. He scratched his chin, glancing back. Was he always this kind of person? He wondered, clearly surprised by Hyuk Sapyeong's unexpected humility. Jin Taekyung admitted, his voice low. I don't feel good sparing a piece of shit like him. He paused, then added, but I'll let it go this once. The tension in the air eased slightly, but then Jin Taekyung's eyes glinted with mischief. Just one more punch though, he announced, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Hyuk Sapyeong was so surprised. As the tension from the courtyard faded, it was replaced by the hushed, formal atmosphere of a negotiation chamber. Hwang Boum, bandaged and battered, slumped in a chair. Jin Taekyung, now composed, stood opposite him, while Hyuk Sapyeong sat nearby, his expression still somber. Ju Waran and Woowa were also present, silent observers to the drama. Our agency will request compensation for what the Jongnon sect has done. Ju Waran began, her voice firm. Taekyung, ever the sharp one, gently cut her off with a playful smirk. Patient, get together. It's time for a shot of negotiation. The beggar sect, always thorough, had meticulously organized all the information they'd gathered about the Jongnon sect's misdeeds. The house sect, with their keen eye for finance, then used this detailed intelligence to meticulously calculate the damages suffered by the Dragon Peak escort agency. Of course, there were a few differences of opinion during that process. What? I can't admit that. Hwang Boum tried to protest, his voice muffled by his bandages, but his indignation was clear. Jin Taekyung sighed, cracking his knuckles. Huh, not again, he muttered, and just like that, the differences were quickly resolved. Soon, a scroll of parchment was laid on the table before Hwang Boum, the staggering sum clearly written. Altogether, it'll be 400,000 silver niang. Hwang Boum's eyes, visible through the bandages, widened in outrage. You thieves, he spluttered, his voice thick with disbelief. Ju Waren's smile tightened, her gaze unwavering. Did you just call us thieves? She challenged, leaning forward. We're simply demanding our deserved compensation. If you don't want to pay it, well, I'll just have to tell everyone in the world who the real thieves are. Her threat was clear, leaving absolutely no room for argument. Her gaze sharpened, eyes narrowed with fierce intensity. If that were to happen, how do you think the disciples of Jongnon would ever be able to show their faces outside again? She asked, her voice low and dangerously calm. Hwang Boum, his face still a mask of indignation, tried to protest. You dare to? But Ju Waran cut him off, her voice unwavering, absolutely chilling. We lost 33 people in this escort mission alone, she declared, her eyes burning. And for the last 2 years, we've lost countless more because of your dirty schemes. Don't think for a second I'm going to show you any mercy here, Grandmaster. Everyone at the Dragon Peak escort agency, and I, too, will never forget about this. It was a chilling promise of retribution, a stark reminder of all the lives lost. Then she leaned in slightly, a dangerous glint in her eyes. So, is there anything else you'd like to say, Grandmaster Hwang Bolim of the Great Jongnon sect? Hwang Boum remained utterly silent, his gaze fixed on those negotiation papers. You could almost see his pride battling the undeniable truth of his crushing defeat. Observing the whole exchange, Woowa let out a delighted sigh, totally unfazed. Nice, she murmured, a smirk playing on her lips. A woman of great beauty, with brains and balls to go with them. You're in for quite a ride, aren't you? Taekyung, startled by the casual remark, turned to her. Pardon, he whispered, a little taken aback. The negotiations were finally completed after Hwang Boum, with a weak, trembling hand, stamped his own blood onto the papers. That crimson imprint was a grim, final seal on their defeat, wasn't it? As the meeting concluded, Hyuk Sapyeong and the guards began to escort the injured Grandmaster away. Let me go. I can walk on my own, Hwang Boum insisted, his voice weak but still trying to cling to some defiance as they let him out. The heavy wooden doors creaked shut, leaving behind a silence that felt even heavier than the compensation they'd just demanded. With the Jongnon sect's compensation secured, Ju Waran turned her attention to the next order of business, her hand already resting firmly on the hilt of her sword. Now, just one last thing, she stated, her gaze piercing. Isn't that right? Escort leader Song? Her eyes were locked on a man standing across the room, his arms crossed, a stern look on his face beneath a tight bandana. Escort leader Song, completely dismissive, just shrugged. I don't know what you're talking about. But Uncle Hyo, stepping forward, his voice low and dangerous, wasn't having any of it. Escort leader Song. No, Song Ilseum, he corrected sharply. Don't you dare play dumb with us. Where did you hide the 1,000-year snow ginseng? Song Ilseum merely repeated, his face utterly impassive. I don't know. Jin Taekyung observed Song Ilseum with a keen eye, internally assessing him. Song Ilseum, I know that a person's displayed level doesn't always directly correlate to their skill, but honestly, considering his detailed movements and the way he carries himself, his level actually seems to perfectly indicate his skill. He's definitely had plenty of experience, and he's clearly got very good martial arts. I'd love to get involved here, but his silent assessment was clear. Song Ilseum was far more formidable than he appeared. Uncle Hyo, however, was undeterred, his patience clearly wearing thin. It's not too late, he pressed, a note of warning in his voice. If you'll just confess your crimes and give us the 1,000-year snow ginseng. But Song Ilseum cut him off, his voice firm and unwavering. I said I don't know. Jin Taekyung watched the tense exchange, a silent observer in the background. But this is something Ju Waran has to resolve on her own, isn't it? I better just watch closely, just in case something happens. The air in the room thickened, a palpable tension. Suddenly, Uncle Hio's hand went to the hilt of his own long sword. The metallic scrape of his blade, sliding partially from its sheath, cut sharply through the stillness. "You don't intend on admitting to your wrongs," Uncle Hio stated, his voice a low rumble of finality. "You leave me no choice." But Ju Waran quickly intervened, extending a hand slightly. "Wait, Uncle Hio," she said, her gaze still fixed intently on Song Ilseum. "I want to ask him something first." Uncle Hio paused, his sword half drawn, waiting for her command. Ju Waran completely turned her attention back to Song Ilseum. "You know, there were quite a few interesting records when I was organizing documents today," she said, a subtle smirk playing on her lips. Her gaze swept over Song Ilseum, who remained slumped against the wall, head bowed. "You were on escort missions a total of 15 times in the last 2 years, she revealed, letting the information hang in the air. Song Ilseum offered no response, just a defeated silence. "And guess what? We failed 10 of them," Ju Waran continued. "Every single time, we had to pay outrageous fees because of it. I wonder, how did that come to be?" Song Ilseum's eyes remained impassive, but you could see a flicker of something, maybe defiance, harden his jaw. Then, Ju Waran delivered the final, crushing blow. "That's not even all," she added, her voice chillingly calm. "There are quite a lot of strange points when you look at the missions you were a part of. Tell me, how do you think that happened?" Song Ilseum finally lifted his head, a weary sigh escaping his lips. "I try my best, each time, but failed," he muttered, his voice devoid of emotion. "That's all I can tell you." Ju Waran's eyes flashed with renewed intensity. "That's not good enough of an answer," she declared, her patience finally snapping. She threw all the scrolls towards Song Ilseum, a cascade of accusations. "Are these all related to me?" Song Ilseum asked, his gaze sweeping over the scattered documents. "There's quite a lot here." Ju Waran didn't answer. Jin Taekyung just watched the scene unfold. Song Ilseum, however, merely bent down, picking up one of the scrolls. His fingers traced the characters, and a slow realization dawned on his face. He let out a low, humorless chuckle. "I see," he murmured, his gaze now meeting Ju Waran's directly, a newfound glint in his eyes. "I thought you were just a kid. Seems like I've underestimated you." He paused, a wry smile finally touching his lips. "You figured out something was going on with just this? You're smarter than I thought." "That just makes things certain," Ju Waran declared, her voice laced with betrayal, her eyes blazing with a fierce, red glow as she tightened her grip on her sword. "I thought of you as family, even though we didn't share any blood." Song Ilseum scoffed, a bitter sound. "Family, huh? Nonsense. People change. There's no need to hesitate," he stated, his voice firm, practically daring her. Her sword rising, Ju Waran muttered, "What a shame." Her face was a mask of cold fury, her blade now aimed directly at Song Ilseum. The room exploded into motion. There was a sickening thud, a spatter of blood, and a sharp clang as a sword fell to the ground, followed by a guttural cry of pain. "Waran!" Uncle Hio gasped, his eyes wide with shock, clutching his arm, blood dripping onto the polished floor. Ju Waran stood, her sword still extended, a silent figure amidst the chaos. She looked at the wounded uncle, asking, "Why did you do it, Uncle Hio?" Now, we're diving into a flashback to when Ju Waran's father had just died. At that time, someone was thinking, "I wonder how long the Dragon Peak Escort Agency will hold on." Uncle Hio's mind raced through the recent turmoil. "That's what I asked myself when the gentleman's sword fell ill. Could young Ju Waran even lead the agency properly? We're already in such a bad financial state. Why did it have to be now of all times? We might have to shut down the agency completely. Then what are we supposed to do with all these people under our care? What about me? What about my family?" His eyes widened with a sudden, dawning horror. "I dedicated my entire life to this organization, but what do I really have to show for it?" A dark thought began to take root in Uncle Hio's mind. His eyes now held a glint of pure desperation. He had to get something out of this, right now, before it was too late. He recalled his own treachery, a secret he'd guarded so carefully for so long. For the last 2 years, he thought, "I've been feeding the Zhongnan sect information on our missions, all in return for payment. I even snuck out valuables and money, covering them up as simple mistakes." The tables really turned, didn't they, with Jin Taekyung showing up? But, hey, I'd already stolen an enormous amount of money. If the Dragon Peak Escort Agency managed to right itself through this incident, it would just give me even more power, so I wouldn't be losing anything, would I? He glanced at Song Ilseum, bleeding and utterly defeated. I just needed to frame Song Ilseum as the traitor, let him take all the responsibility, then kill him. But a sudden, cold dread washed over him. He could feel the cold sweat trickling down his back, his hands actually trembling. "Ow, how'd you find out? I thought I had done a perfect job." He glanced nervously at Ju Waran, his mind racing. "What do I do? Should I just play dumb? No, I know her. She only uses violence when she's absolutely certain about things. There's only one way out of this." And then guess what? Uncle Hio's face contorted into a mask of pure terror. He dropped to his knees, bowing his head to the floor, his voice cracking with desperation. "I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. Please spare me. Please." Ju Waran's gaze softened, just a flicker of raw pain crossing her features. "Uncle," she began, her voice barely a whisper, "at least give me an excuse. Why did you do it? Why did you have to?" Uncle Hio stammered. "Well," he started, "I hate to say it, but I have been bribed before. But then, with your father suddenly falling ill, the Zhongnan sect approached me, and I was afraid that I'd be abandoned. I didn't want to leave this place, you know? I dedicated my entire life to the agency. And I believe the Zhongnan sect's promise that they wouldn't hurt you." He gestured wildly, desperately. I decided to just help them out once, but it was like falling into a swamp. I couldn't get out. Yoharon listened intently. Is that truly true? She asked, her voice quiet. Uncle Hyo, still on his knees, looked up, tears and snot streaming down his face. How could I possibly lie to you? He wailed, his voice thick with what he hoped sounded like sincere remorse. Please, please forgive me. Yes, I did it, he thought, a flicker of desperate hope in his eyes. She'll spare me now. But Ju Warren wasn't finished, not by a long shot. Her expression hardened once more. How did you swap out the 1,000-year snow ginseng? She pressed, her voice cutting sharply through his desperate pleas. I was never away from it, not once. Uncle Hyo flinched, his eyes darting away nervously. That's... He stammered, clearly caught off guard. He paused, then confessed. The day we arrived in Xi'an, I mixed some drugs into the food. A small amount was enough, since everyone was already tired. Ju Warren's eyes narrowed, a new, chilling piece of the puzzle clicking into place for her. So that's why you were standing in front of my room that day, she stated, the realization hitting her with a cold dread. Uncle Hyo nodded, his voice barely audible. I had to be careful not to make noise, even when leaving, because that bastard, escort leader Song, was awake even after taking the drugs. Song Ilseum, who had been observing all this quietly, let out a soft sigh. I was wondering why I was so tired that day, he mused. Try using something better next time, though I don't know if you'll get it next time. Uncle Hyo's composure? Gone. Shattered. But it was because that old man, Huang Bo, he threatened me. He shrieked, his voice hoarse with panic, throwing his hands up in a desperate plea. He said he'd kill me, my entire family, and bring down the Dragon Peak Escort Agency if I didn't swap the 1,000-year snow ginseng. I just wanted to protect everyone, you understand? Ju Warren listened, her expression unyielding. A cold, ethereal blue energy began to swirl around her, a visible manifestation of her burgeoning power. No, uncle, she replied calmly. In the end, that was still a choice you deliberately made. Father used to tell me that choices have consequences, and he was right. Uncle Hyo's eyes widened in horror. Wait, no, this can't be. She can't do this to me. He thought, panic seizing him. He pressed his bloodied hands together, bowing frantically. Warren, please. Just one last chance. I'm your father's only brother, your uncle. Surely he would have spared me, wouldn't he? Ju Warren's gaze remained steady, unwavering. You're right, she conceded, her eye glowing with an intense blue light as she fixed it on him. Father probably would have forgiven you. However, her voice hardened, becoming clear and unwavering. Head escort leader Hyo Jun. I'm not the gentleman's sword, Ju Hogan. I'm a hidden dagger flower, Ju Warren. That's a chilling distinction, isn't it? With a final, decisive movement, Ju Warren brought her sword down. The air crackled, and a chilling metallic sound echoed through the room, a sound that sealed a fate. The other escorts, frozen in place, simply watched the scene unfold, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and awe. The room now pulsed with Ju Warren's silent, undeniable resolve, a power that promised a new, unyielding era for the Dragon Peak Escort Agency. Later that evening, under the soft glow of a night sky, a lavish feast was laid out. Can you imagine it? Plates piled high with roasted meats, steaming buns, and vibrant vegetables filled the air with the most tempting aromas. Ju Warren, a gentle smile, now gracing her lips, looked around the table. I'm glad I could treat you all for saving us before you leave, she said, then turned to Jin Taekyung. But you're not eating much, Grandmaster Jin. Is the food not to your liking? Jin Taekyung, a surprised look on his face, quickly replied. Huh? What do you mean? I've already had 2 bowls of rice with all this. And, could you maybe not call me Grandmaster? Ju Warren tilted her head, observing his plate. That's strange. It looks like you haven't had much at all. Jin Taekyung chuckled, gesturing with his finger towards the other end of the table. Oh well, it's all relative, isn't it? Just look at those guys. Ju Warren's eyes followed his gaze, and she let out a soft, understanding oh. At the far end of the table, Chongpeng and Jabang were truly engaged in a culinary battle, their mouths full, cheeks bulging. They were devouring the food with an almost comical ferocity, tearing into roasted chicken and stuffing their faces with buns. They were literally waging a war against the food, just as Jin Taekyung had described. Chongpeng, mouth still full, managed to mumble, "This is so good." Jabang looked up, his eyes bright with a hopeful glint. "This place is great food. Do you think I can pack the leftovers to share with the other members of the beggar sect?" Jin Taekyung shook his head, a wry smile on his face. "Mujin and I are the normal ones, and honestly, he eats the least out of us all." Ju Warren laughed, a light, melodic sound that filled the room. "Of course, they can come anytime they want, but maybe not too often, right?" Ha! Song Ilseum, usually quiet, is sitting right in the middle of this lively meal. You can see he's watching everything unfold, a thoughtful expression on his face, arms crossed, with just a hint of a frown. What's he thinking, huh? Then, out of nowhere, he speaks up. "I've said it for the last 10 years, but this place's food is just too salty," he complains. "Salty and spicy dishes, they really weigh down the body, don't they?" Jin Taekyung, who totally overheard that, glances over at Song Ilseum with a curious look. He's thinking, he's got such a strange personality, but he doesn't seem like a dangerous person, right? Suddenly, Song Ilseum turned his head, his sharp gaze locking right onto Jin Taekyung's. "What?" he asks, his voice surprisingly low. "Do you have something to say to me? Talk about an intense moment." Jin Taekyung quickly clarifies. "No, not at all. I was just thinking about who you are." Song Ilseum gives him a dismissive look. "I don't understand why you'd want to know that," he says, picking up his chopsticks and tapping them lightly against his plate. "There's nothing special, really. My family just happens to have relations with the Dragon Peak escort agency. To be exact, my father was greatly indebted to them, you see. Ju Waren's eyes widen at this, a flicker of recognition suddenly sparking within them. Oh, could I ask what his name was? She inquires, clearly intrigued. Song Ilseum looks at her, his expression unreadable for a moment, before he responds simply, Song Pyosin. Ju Waren blinks, a puzzled frown creasing her brow. Song Pyosin? She muses. I don't recall ever hearing that name before. Song Ilseum just nods, completely unfazed. I'm not surprised, he says calmly. It happened almost 50 years ago, and at those words, Jin Taekyung, who's been listening so intently, can't help but gasp. 50! He exclaims, eyes wide. You mean during the Great War of Good and Evil? Song Ilseum confirms with a solemn nod. The Jin family of Guangdong, they were a clan that essentially disappeared because of that war, he explains. He pauses, a somber look settling on his face. The only survivor of the family who made it out, thanks to the help of the escort King Ju Gongsan, was afraid of the Murim's greed. So, she gave her child her last name instead. Ju Waren's breath hitches, her eyes widening in stunned realization. And right beside her, Jin Taekyung's eyes snap open too, as a shock of understanding hits him like a bolt. Then you're... He trails off, unable to finish the thought. But Song Ilseum remains incredibly calm amidst their sudden, shocking revelations. With a deliberate, almost graceful movement, he lifts his hand, revealing something amazing. A small, intricately carved jade hairpin. It shimmers softly in the light, a silent, beautiful testament to a long-forgotten past. And then, suddenly, Jabang, who's been absolutely gorging himself on food this whole time, chokes mid-bite. His eyes are wide with a mixture of shock and recognition. The Jin family of Guangdong, he sputters, bits of food flying everywhere. My master used to speak of the escort king's 10,000-mile escort. You the kid from that store? Song Ilseum, his expression completely unchanging, delivers a light, sharp chop to Jabang's head with that very same jade hairpin. Did you listen to him through your damn nose? Huh, he reprimands. That child was his father. And stop talking while chewing too. Ju Waren, however, is still reeling from this incredible revelation. I heard from father that grandfather used to want to know how the Jin family of Guangdong was doing. Even on his deathbed, she murmurs, a touch of sadness in her voice. But he just couldn't track them down. Song Ilseum lowers the hairpin, twirling it idly between his fingers. I heard that my grandmother was devastated about it too, he adds, his gaze distant. The escort king had given back this jade hairpin, which he'd received as payment, but she had to run away with my father without even a letter to leave behind. Ju Waren frowns. But why? Why did they have to leave like that? It was dangerous, Song Ilseum answers simply, his voice grave. The martial texts of the Jin family of Guangdong, they were all burned away, yes, but people just wouldn't believe it. Ju Waren considers this. But if you were a part of Orthodox Murim, powerful. She begins, her thought trailing off. Song Ilseum finishes it for her. Greed plagues both the Orthodox and unorthodox Murim. You see, there were those even the escort king himself couldn't defeat. Among those who desperately wanted the martial techniques of the Jin family. Jin Taekyung listened intently, a thoughtful expression on his face. He watched Song Ilseum, then asked, if the Jin family of Guangdong lost their martial arts, then how were you able to become so strong? Song Ilseum paused, a distant, almost haunted look in his eyes. He remembered the hardship, the desperate struggle. The year I turned 10, my grandmother died from sickness. He began, his voice low. And the very next year, my parents did as well. What could an 11-year-old do, honestly? He continued, his past a stark contrast to his current demeanor. I was strangely untalented at begging, you see. So, I had to make a measly living by being a sword porter. Now, Jin Taekyung, like many of us, raised an eyebrow, a thoughtful expression on his face. Huh, holding swords for people? I thought only the filthy rich hired them. Jabang shook his head, a wry smile touching his lips. He explained, surprisingly enough, it's actually the vagabonds who hire sword porters the most. Usually they just use them as errand boys, and, well, as a meat shield when necessary. Song Ilseum paused again, a flicker of dark memories in his eyes. Yes, it was not a positive experience, he confirmed. He remembered the endless days of abuse. I had to endure all kinds of verbal and physical abuse, and even pick up weapons on the battlefield with arrows raining down. His voice grew cold, recalling a particularly harrowing memory. Then one day, the vagabond that hired me just ran off without me. Can you imagine? I had to hide among corpses for 4 whole days. The image of a young, blood-stained Song Ilseum, huddled among the dead, flickered in the minds of his listeners. I eventually managed to find the vagabond that had hired me, he continued, a dry laugh escaping him. But he said some nonsense about me only having 2 swords of his rather than 3. He told me to get lost if I didn't want to die. And of course, I wasn't paid for the entire year's work I'd done. It really pissed me off. He remembered that moment, standing before the man who had wronged him, a sword now clutched in his small, bloodied hand. He described the brutal simplicity of his first kill. It wasn't that hard, actually. I had watched people fight all the time. I dodged 10 times, and then I stabbed him once. He felt just like that. In the present, he stated plainly, that's how I picked up the sword. I just learned a few tricks from killing others. Hyuk Mujin listened, a thoughtful expression on his face. How old were you then? He inquired. Song Ilseum considered for a moment. 13? 14? Somewhere around there. Hyuk Mujin, with a flicker of surprise, then asked, then what about your opponents? Song Ilseum scoffed lightly. Oh, they were some unskilled, third-rate vagabonds. Do you really think I would have willingly fought first-rate martial artists? Jin Taekyung wore a complex mix of admiration on his face as he thought to himself. He reached this point without his household's martial techniques. Was it genetics? I guess he's just incredibly talented then. As the conversation settled, Jabang, still recovering from his earlier scolding, suddenly pointed a trembling finger at Song Ilseum, his eyes wide with a new revelation. Wait, are you Soul Chaser? Song Ilseum glanced at him. People used to call me that 10 years ago, he admitted. Jabang, excited, exclaimed, haha, I didn't know the infamous Soul Chaser was my age. Song Ilseum, with a hint of annoyance in his voice, replied, Anyway, is your mouth a water fountain? Why do you keep spitting out food? Ju Waran, still reeling, her eyes fixed on Song Ilseum, gasped. You're the Soul Chaser that won those 100 life-or-death battles? Song Ilseum simply sighed. To be exact, it was 102, but it's all shallow talk, really. Don't even make a ruckus over it. There are two younger and more impressive people here anyway, wouldn't you agree? He glanced pointedly at Jin Taekyung and Chongpeng. Chongpeng, his cheeks absolutely stuffed with food, managed a muffled chuckle. Hee, not at all. You're pretty amazing, actually. Jin Taekyung, ever the quick wit, smirked right back. Yeah, you're pretty strong. Not stronger than me, though. Song Ilseum's eyes narrowed instantly. Are you insulting me right now? Chongpeng waved his hands frantically, a bit of dumpling threatening to escape. Nah, not at all. Honest. But Jin Taekyung, a mischievous grin spreading across his face, simply stated, I am, though. Oh, you gotta love him, right? Song Ilseum, perhaps choosing his battles, just leaned back, a confident smirk on his face. Is there no stronger drink here? I would like some. The table, littered with empty bottles and scattered plates, truly told the story of a long, long night. A night filled with both dark memories and, surprisingly, a burgeoning camaraderie. As the evening wore on, Song Ilseum, despite all his earlier boasts of strength, slowly succumbed to the drink. Eventually, his head slumped onto the table, completely fast asleep. Across the table, Hyuk Mujin, still brimming with energy despite the epic feast, laughed heartily as he poured more wine for Jabang. Hee, he chuckled. Drink up. Ju Waran, however, remained perfectly composed, gracefully sipping her own drink. She watched the boisterous scene, a small, subtle smile playing on her lips. Jin Taekyung caught her eye. He then rose from his seat, raising his hands in a gesture of thanks. Thanks for everything, Miss Ju, he said, bowing slightly. I would love to stay longer, but I think I better get going now. Ju Waran's smile softened, just a touch. I see. She watched him for a moment. Then, with just a hint of blush on her cheeks, she quietly asked, Do you want to walk with me for a bit? Jin Taekyung paused, his steps faltering as he turned back to her, a look of pure surprise on his face. Ju Waran quickly recovered, gesturing towards the door. Let's walk. The flowers in the garden are in bloom right now. Jin Taekyung blinked, then a wide, genuinely happy smile spread across his face. Alahite. The timing should be perfect if we look at the flowers a bit and then leave, he muttered to himself. Meanwhile, Hyuk Mujin and Jabang, looking a bit worse for wear, were having their own moment. Hyuk, swaying slightly, slurred, I'm gonna go use the toilet. Jabang, looking back at Taekyung with exasperation, grumbled, You're even worse than a beggar, you idiot. Taekyung, still a bit dazed, asked, What? Jabang then turned to Chongpeng. Get up, Mr. Chongpeng. We're leaving soon. Chongpeng, his mouth still incredibly full, looked up with a startled expression. Dumpling, he mumbled, clearly not ready to abandon his glorious feast. While the others were, leaving, Ju Waran and Jin Taekyung walked through the moonlit garden. The air was cool and fragrant with blooming flowers, a lovely contrast. The earlier tension of the day had completely faded, replaced by a comfortable, almost peaceful, silence between them. You're a very interesting person, Ju Waran said, her voice soft, breaking the quiet. Taekyung glanced at her, a faint smile on his lips. Really? Yes, she confirmed. Sometimes, you can be very frustrating, but, that's a good thing in a way. Jin Taekyung's smile faltered slightly, a bead of sweat forming on his temple. What? Is she being sarcastic or what? He thought, panicking just a little. Ju Waran quickly changed the subject, looking up at the sky. Wow, the moon is so bright tonight. Miss Ju, did you know that the moon shines because it reflects the sunlight? Jin Taekyung asked, his tone surprisingly serious. Ju Waran looked at him, surprised. What? No, I'm serious. It's what the research. It's what a scholar told me. Jin Taekyung quickly corrected himself, a nervous chuckle escaping him. Okay, I trust you. Anyway, here. She extended a small, carefully wrapped package towards him. Ju Waran gently pushed the package into his hands. He gasped, his gaze fixed, absolutely riveted on the item. Is this? Yeah, the 100-year snow ginseng. Ju Waran confirmed, a genuine smile gracing her face. It's not much compared to what you've done for us, really, but will you accept it? Just so I feel a little bit better? She asked, that small, hopeful smile playing on her lips. Jin Taekyung watched her, a silent battle raging in his mind. Should I take it or not? A soft, relieved chuckle escaped him. Then thanks. Ju Waran simply smiled, her eyes gently closed, a serene peace washing over her features. As they walked away from the fragrant garden, the grand entrance to the estate loomed ahead, bathed in the soft glow of the night. Mr. Jin, Ju Waran finally murmured, her voice a soft sound that barely broke the silence. Yes, Miss Ju. Dvin Taekyung beat. She slowed her pace, her eyes dropping, a shadow of worry passing over her features. I'm scared. Could I do well? Jin Taekyung stopped beside her. It's all right. Even if you don't do well, he said, his voice calm and steady. Ju Waran looked up at him, her eyes wide with surprise, a silent question in their depths. You're human, after all, he continued, a gentle smile playing on his lips. It's fine if you don't do well, or if you don't have the energy sometimes. You just have to keep doing as you have been, just follow the flow. Ju Waren's gaze softened even further as Jin Taekyung offered her one last, gentle piece of advice. At your own pace, step by step. He smiled. Don't you think that's good enough? Ju Waren stared at him, her eyes glistening. The sincerity in his voice, the simple acceptance of her fears, it touched something deep within her. Tears welled up, blurring her vision, a quiet, much-needed release of the pressure she'd been carrying. Then, suddenly, the rapid thudding of footsteps. A blur of figures rushed past the stone pathway. They were running, their forms a streak across the moonlit ground, kicking up dust with each powerful stride. It was Jin Taekyung and his group, of course. Jabang spoke up. Miss Ju's eyes were swollen earlier. Did she cry? Jin Taekyung's calm demeanor instantly shattered. He noticed? What does he have such sharp eyes for? He thought, a flicker of irritation mixed with surprise. As the others continued their rush, Hyuk Mujin, his face a mix of surprise and curiosity, pointed towards Jin Taekyung's hands. What's that? He blurted out, his gaze fixed on a rectangular bundle Jin Taekyung was holding. Jin Taekyung blinked. Ah, this? He mumbled. He remembered Ju Waren's tear-filled eyes. She's such a terrible liar. So kind, he mused. He then turned his attention back to the curious men, holding up the wrapped package for them to see. It's the 100-year snow ginseng, he stated. A collective gasp ripped through the air. What? One shouted. Another cried. Huuh. Their expressions shifted instantly from simple curiosity to stunned disbelief, then to an almost frantic excitement. As the night's events settled, the world shifted. A new dawn was breaking over ancient landscapes. A lone boat, small and solitary, drifted peacefully down a winding river. Its sails billowed, catching the wind, propelling it steadily forward. The deck was filled with numerous figures, but the peaceful morning on the river was abruptly shattered. Sir, pirates! Pirates approaching! A crewman's frantic shout echoed across the deck, his voice laced with pure terror. The captain, a man in a purple robe, spun around, his face contorted in alarm. What? He roared, his eyes scanning the horizon. And wouldn't you know it, a formidable ship, adorned with the banners of the Yangtze River Water Route Alliance, was rapidly closing in on them. I guess we're not getting any business today, the captain sighed, bracing himself for the inevitable. At least they're not as violent as the others. Just then, a passenger approached. Hey, he called out, his voice surprisingly even. The captain, startled, practically jumped back, his eyes wide. Whoa, who are you? A passenger, the man replied simply. Well, yeah, but why are you here? The captain asked, his exasperation growing. He then gestured nervously to his crew. All right, everyone, collect some money from the passengers. We'll need it for the toll fees. Are they pirates? The passenger inquired, unfazed. The captain scoffed. Can't you tell? It's the Yangtze River Water Route Alliance. Everyone in Sichuan knows them. He then looked the passenger up and down, a warning in his eyes. You seem like a martial artist. Well, don't provoke them, or you'll end up dead. Just go back to where you were seated. No use in running either. They're way too fast. Once they see us, it's already over. So then, the passenger, Jin Taekyung, asked, a curious glint in his eye, that ship is fast. Of course, the captain replied, gesturing toward the approaching vessel. You can already tell from the size. But Taekyung wasn't listening to the resignation in the captain's tone. He turned slightly, looking at Mujin, who was still trying to process everything. Mujin, get the stuff together. Mujin blinked, a look of utter bewilderment on his face. He stammered. Taekyung's next words dropped like a bombshell. Let's steal that ship. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit chamber within the depths of that grand, approaching ship, a powerful man sat in deep meditation. He glowed faintly with a pale blue aura, a visible manifestation of his cultivated inner energy. It's been a decade since I reached peak level, he thought, frustration simmering beneath his calm exterior. I've tried all kinds of miracle medicines, even opium, because they said it'd show me things I'd never seen before. But none of those helped me surpass this level. This isn't good. I need to break through to become the head of the Yangtze River Water Route Alliance. The ambition burned fiercely within him, an unyielding fire demanding absolute focus. But his intense concentration was abruptly shattered by a sudden, raucous clamor from outside his chamber. You guys are real unlucky. Who's the captain? A rough voice bellowed. A trembling, meek reply followed. Me? Then, a sterner voice cut in, laced with authority. You must be prepared to pay the consequences for passing by here without our permission, right? I didn't recognize you. The voice stammered, clearly the captain of the smaller, unfortunate ship. I've committed a grave crime. I'm sorry, but please take this as a token of apology. The meditating man's brow furrowed deeper. A vein pulsed visibly on his temple. I warned them to be quiet, he thought, a wave of irritation washing over him. Seems like it's over. How dare they interrupt my meditation over such trivial matters? He pushed himself up, then began to walk across the wooden floor, drawing closer to the door. The man now standing at his door was tall, his expression unreadable. What are you doing? Come on out, he commanded, his voice calm, yet firm. In that instant, the powerful man's eyes widened. A shock of recognition flashed through them. He thought, an enemy. The powerful man instantly moved toward the door with blazing speed. The door was shattered with a blue aura, clearly showing the raw power of his strike. Their fists met, a shockwave rippling outwards, tearing apart the very structure around them. The powerful man glared at the person outside. Who are you? He demanded, his voice strained. The man outside? None other than Jin Taekyung. Me? Jin Taekyung replied casually. I'm the owner of this ship. The powerful man's eyes widened in disbelief, then narrowed in fury. How dare some whelp, he growled, his blue aura surging around him. I'll teach you a lesson, he roared, his body radiating immense power. With a thunderous roar, he lunged forward, his fist glowing with concentrated blue energy. It was a technique honed over years of relentless training. Ship-destroying fist, he bellowed, his voice echoing with destructive intent. But then we see the vast open sky. Suddenly, a shadow fell over him. The powerful man looked up to see Taekyung looming above him, his face contorted in a sneer. How long are you going to stare at the sky, huh? Get the hell up. Jin Taekyung snarled. The powerful man pushed himself up, slowly, his eyes finally meeting Taekyung's. On the deck, Jabang watched in stunned silence, while the whole crew was on their knees, controlled by Mujin and Changpeng. Hey, how do you know Iron Maiden? Jin Taekyung asked, a curious glint in his eye. The powerful man blinked, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Iron water? Who are you talking about? He stammered, clearly taken aback by the unexpected question. Jin Taekyung raised an eyebrow, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. You know Iron Maiden? He mumbled, trying to recall the name. Jabang, ever the helper, corrected him. You mean the Iron Water Divine Dragon, he said. Yeah, the Iron Water Divine Dragon. Jin Taekyung confirmed, a knowing look in his eyes. He then added, you used the same technique as him. The powerful man, clearly surprised by Jin Taekyung's knowledge, stammered, You know our youngest? Jin Taekyung's eyes widened slightly. Youngest? He echoed, a hint of confusion in his voice. He's the youngest of us 3 brothers, the powerful man explained. He's the third, and I'm the second. Jin Taekyung murmured, his mind quickly piecing things together. Then is your master also? That's right, the powerful man replied. My master is the Sea King. Nice. Bingo. Jin Taekyung interrupted, a dangerous glint now in his eyes. The powerful man blinked, completely taken aback by Jin Taekyung's casual response. He just bewildered. A dry chuckle escaped Jin Taekyung. Haha, nothing, sir. I'm just talking to myself, he said. He settled back into his crouch, a thoughtful expression on his face. He was clearly deep in thought. Man, he mused to himself. I know the Green Forest Alliance and the Yangtze River Water Route Alliance are both criminal organizations, right? But it's a whole different story if one of the 10 kings is part of it. He paused, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features. Well, it might become a real pain in the ass if I just beat him up, like with Chio and Ryakba back then. At least I had a good reason that time, you know? Suddenly, Jin Taekyung lifted him up, grabbing his hand and dusting him off vigorously. Goodness, I didn't know you were my senior in the Jianghu, he quipped, his tone surprisingly cordial. Look how dirty your clothes have gotten. You're gonna need a dry cleaning service, he added, as a shower of dust motes puffed from the impact points. The powerful man, utterly bewildered by Jin Taekyung's bizarre behavior, could only splutter. What's wrong with you? Make yourself comfortable. Taekyung declared, a wide, innocent smile on his face. A small mistake is all this is. I wouldn't have done all this if I had known you were from the Yangtze River Water Route Alliance. Honestly. Jabang, who had been watching the entire bewildering exchange, crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow, a skeptical look on his face. Really, he muttered. The powerful man could only mutter a confused, really? Again. Jin Taekyung turned to him, a mischievous wink in his eye. Of course, he scoffed, puffing out his chest. Do I seem like such an asshole that would lie to my own Marshal Senior, huh? So, the powerful man, he could only stare blankly, right? His mind was just struggling to process Jin Taekyung's lightning-fast change in demeanor. You could almost see the gears grinding. He stayed silent, a bead of sweat even trickling down his temple. Jin Taekyung's gaze then drifted towards that huge, billowing banner of the Yangtze River Water Route Alliance. His expression momentarily thoughtful, a bit weary even. He let out a sigh, pinching the bridge of his nose. You know, I'm actually illiterate, he lied, putting on his best innocent face. The powerful man? He just kept staring, utter confusion practically echoing in his mind. Jin Taekyung, ever the smooth operator, grabbed his arm and leaned in. Let's just pretend none of this happened, alright? And guess what? The powerful man, still dazed, just chirped back, alright. Meanwhile, Changpeng, standing at the bow, took a deep, invigorating breath, his face alight with pure joy. It's so nice, Savior, he shouted. Of course, it's only early spring right now, Jin Taekyung replied. Changpeng leaned over the railing, pointing excitedly at the water. And look, there are a ton of fishes too. Jin Taekyung, a flicker of irritation in his eye, said, Well, it is a river, Changpeng. Changpeng then looked down at the deck. Wow, there are a ton of people taking a whipping. Jin Taekyung's irritation flared. Of course, wait, what? And that's when we see it. The powerful man was actually beating the crew members. And Changpeng, completely innocent, asked, Can I go ask for a whipping too? Jin Taekyung's eye twitched so hard, a vein was throbbing on his forehead. No, please don't, he practically begged. Jin Taekyung then turned to Jabang, his voice rising in frustration. You should have told me ahead of time if you knew this was the Sea King's ship. But Jabang just shrugged, unapologetically. Hey, I'm no fortune teller, am I? How would I know who's on what ship? Sheesh. Honestly, you're the insane one for even ambushing it after finding out they're from the Yangtze River Water Route Alliance. A flicker of annoyance crossed Jin Taekyung's face. Huh, so now you're talking back to me? Mujin, what do you think about all this? But before Mujin could even reply, a sudden, violent retching sound tore through the air. Poor Mujin was leaning over the railing, his body convulsing as he emptied the contents of his stomach into the churning river below. Jin Taekyung just sighed, shaking his head. "You've got some bad seasickness, huh? Are you alright?" Chongpeng, though, he found the sight utterly fascinating. His eyes were wide with childlike wonder. "Wow, I want to get seasick too. I've never experienced it before." Jin Taekyung just shot him a look, one that clearly communicated his rapidly growing weariness. "It must be nice," he said, a mix of exasperation and grudging admiration in his voice, "to want to try so many things." Suddenly, the powerful man strode over, a wide, booming laugh escaping him. "Hey, my juniors, everything all right over here?" he called out, waving a large hand, a friendly smile on his face. Jin Taekyung watched him, probably trying to hide his exasperation. "Ah yes, everything's good," he replied, a distinct hint of sarcasm in his tone. The man pointed toward Hyukmu-jin. "Not him though, it seems." He chuckled. Jin Taekyung, ever confident, even when things are going sideways, replied, "It's all right. I'm fine, and that's all that matters." The powerful man then cleared his throat, drawing Jin Taekyung's attention. "Ah, anyway, you said you're headed to Chengdu, right?" he asked. "Yeah, how long will it take?" Jin Taekyung replied. The man considered this for a moment. "Well, we're in Gwangyun, which is eastern Sichuan, so about 3 days at the speed we're going. Maybe 2 days if we get some good wind." "Thanks," Jin Taekyung replied, probably grateful for some actual information. "I've got control over the rivers in Sichuan, so you just make yourselves comfortable. No one will dare try anything as long as I'm here." The powerful man threw his head back and let out another booming laugh, his chest expanding with pride. "Man, you're so cool," Jin Taekyung exclaimed, his voice dripping with exaggerated admiration. But just as those words left his mouth, a sudden, terrifying chorus of shouts erupted in the distance. "Yoa, kill them all. Take everything." The cries of approaching marauders echoed across the water, instantly shattering his boastful confidence. You know, you could practically see his face contort into a mask of pure rage. "Which fuckers dare to create a commotion on the Yangtze River?" he bellowed, his voice booming across the water, openly challenging these unseen attackers. Then, 2 more ships, looking exactly like their own, rapidly approached, their sails emblazoned with the familiar banners of the Yangtze River Water Route Alliance. "I think they're also from the Yangtze River Water Route Alliance," Taekyung observed casually. "What? There's no way," the man cried out, his voice cracking with shock. He spun back to Jin Taekyung, his eyes wide with a sudden, dawning realization. "But didn't you say you're literate?" Jin Taekyung met his gaze, a subtle flicker of amusement dancing in his eyes, even as a bead of sweat traced a path down his temple. "He's sharp, isn't he? What is he, a razor blade?" Jin Taekyung thought, silently acknowledging his keen observation. But before he could ask any more questions, our guy exploded in a fresh wave of fury. "Is that the problem right now? Get rid of those bastards for messing up the order of the Yangtze River." Suddenly, a volley of arrows rained down upon the deck of their stolen vessel. The man, witnessing this direct assault, roared with renewed ferocity. "Right, how dare they?" he bellowed, his voice filled with murderous intent. "I'll kill them all." He stretched out his arm, his hand open, palm facing the sky, as if grasping for victory itself. "Raise the red flag," he commanded. From those 2 approaching ships, a chorus of menacing shouts echoed. "Die, all of you," the pirates roared, faces contorted into vicious grins, as even more arrows arced through the air and struck their ship. But then, on the mast of the other approaching ship, a familiar red flag, identical to the one he had just ordered to be raised, billowed proudly in the wind. That's when a panic cry rose from the attacker's ship. A speed ship. It's Musong. It's the water dragon stronghold of the Alliance. Our guy, seeing the attacker's ship suddenly retreat, became furious, exclaiming, "How dare they run?" Without another word, he suddenly vaulted over the ship's railing, a complete blur of motion. He plunged into the churning river below, disappearing beneath the waves with a splash. Taekyung stared, aghast. Is it alright for him to just go on his own like that? He won't have the advantage in the water." He stammered, concern warring with his disbelief. Jabang, with a deadpan expression, replied, "Are you serious right now? Do you really think a bandit who lives on the waters wouldn't have learned to fight in water? People actually say he's invincible underwater, you know." And sure enough, as the man, now fully submerged, propelled himself through the depths, a powerful kick sent him surging forward. Jabang's voice was firm. "You should worry about the other guys instead." The man, now fully enraged by the sheer audacity of those attacking pirates, gathered his formidable strength. A vibrant blue aura, swirling with raw power, enveloped him as his eyes practically glowed. With a mighty leap, he soared into the air, defying gravity for a moment. As he descended, he unleashed a barrage of glowing blue energy projectiles, sending them hurtling towards the deck of the enemy ship. The pirates shrieked in pain and surprise, completely caught off guard by this sudden, devastating counterattack. Their cries echoed across the water. Then, he landed softly, his bare feet meeting the water's surface not with a splash, but with an almost solid thud. The enemy pirates, recovering from the initial shock, quickly retaliated. "Shoot him! Shoot! Kill him!" they roared, loosing a fresh volley of arrows that whistled through the air, aimed directly at him. But our man was ready. With a powerful sweep of his arm, he commanded the very water around him. A colossal wave surged upwards, a wall of churning blue, deflecting every single incoming arrow. The wave, it just kept on coming, growing bigger and more powerful, until it crashed with immense force against the enemy ships, sending spray sky high and rocking those vessels violently. Fueled by his righteous fury, that powerful man's body glowed with an intense blue aura. Then, with a guttural roar, he lunged downwards from his watery platform. He plunged into the river with a colossal crash, the water erupting outwards in a magnificent, destructive burst. Wouldn't you agree? Immediately, a massive wave of concentrated force surged from his impact point, slamming into the closest pirate ship, its structure splintering and tearing apart with terrifying speed. The air filled with the deafening sound of wood shredding and water exploding. It was pure chaos. That pirate ship, a formidable threat just moments ago, was utterly obliterated, completely swallowed by the churning maelstrom he'd unleashed. Wreckage shattered planks, and even the unconscious bodies of pirates. They were tossed violently before finally settling amidst the frothing water. Now, on the remaining pirate vessel, a man with bound wrists, his face slick with sweat and terror, cried out, "Don't kill me. I was just following orders." But his pleas, of course, fell on deaf ears. That powerful man simply ordered, "Throw them to the fish." So what happened? Another pirate, with a cruel laugh, kicked a bound man off the edge of the wooden dock, sending him splashing into the churning water below. The pirate even cackled, "I'm just following orders too," mimicking his victim. Chongpeng stood rigid, his gaze fixed on this horrifying spectacle. A visible shiver ran through him, you could tell. Taekyung saw this and said, "Even though they deserve to die, it's still hard to watch, isn't it? Just close your eyes. I'll let you know once it's all over." Chongpeng watched as another bound man was dragged to the edge, then violently pushed, hitting the water with a heavy splash. Chongpeng's brows furrowed, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. "No," he said, I'm just trying to get used to it." Beside him, Jin Taekyung observed Chongpeng with quiet intensity. A faint ripple of surprise crossed his features. "I didn't expect to hear that from him," Jin Taekyung thought, his mind drifting back. He used to struggle at even the sight of blood before. The fight against the Bloodlord. Maybe that's when he felt that he needed to change. Jin Taekyung watched Chongpeng, a silent nod of understanding passing through his mind. "That's good though," he mused. "He needs to change in order to survive in the Murim." Suddenly, a new voice cut through the grim atmosphere. "It's your turn, Huang Taegu." On the deck, that powerful man stood over a kneeling, bound pirate. Huang Taegu, his face bruised and defiant, glared up at his captor. "I have nothing to say to a young fool like you," he spat, his voice laced with bitter pride. "Just kill me," the powerful man responded. "Your wish will be granted even if you don't tell me to kill you. But tell me, why did you do this?" Meanwhile, Jabang, watching the proceedings, felt a flicker of confusion. "I was wondering why he's here," he muttered, recalling the man's earlier presence. "But now I see why." Huang Taegu let out a coarse laugh. "What a stupid question," he roared. "I'm a bandit. What's wrong with a bandit stealing and killing?" Taekyung just asked. "What?" Jabang stepped forward to explain. "That Huang Taegu is infamous for being violent. Just a few years ago, he had dominion over the Yangtze River by Sichuan. I think he must have lost to Musong in a faction fight." The powerful man grabbed a spear from his crew member. "You don't get it, huh?" he growled, the tip of the spear hovering dangerously close to Huang Taegu. "I should have killed you long ago," he added, his voice low and menacing. Just as that deadly spear was about to descend, a new voice, clear and urgent, sliced through the tense air. "Will Grandmaster Musong the steamboat please wait?" Everyone's eyes, everyone's, instantly snapped to the new arrival. It was a young man, dressed in simple gray robes, his hands clasped respectfully, standing right there amidst the stunned onlookers. I'm so sorry to interrupt," he began, a slight tremor in his voice. "My name is Mun Kyung." Musong, still holding that spear aloft, simply raised an eyebrow. "Mun Kyung?" he mused, a hint of skepticism in his tone. "I've never heard that name before. And honestly, you don't even look like a martial artist." Mun Kyung, unfazed, nodded, his gaze unwavering. "You're right, Grandmaster. I'm just a trainee physician at the moment. I have absolutely nothing to do with the Murim world." "A trainee physician, huh?" Musong mused, his eyes narrowing ever so slightly. "It's surprising, then, that you know of me." Mun Kyung didn't miss a beat. "How can I not know you, Grandmaster? You're the one who practically rules these waters." He continued. "Think about it. Money comes and goes, but there's only one life per person. Those who remember how many lives were lost on the Yangtze River. Just a few years ago, they call you Grandmaster Humane Goodwill." A faint flush actually crept onto Musong's cheeks. He cleared his throat, a bit awkwardly. "Ahem, well that's too much praise. I'm perfectly satisfied just being called the hero of the Yangtze River. Thank you very much." Meanwhile, Jin Taekyung, watching from short distance, narrowed his eyes, thinking, what is with all this glazing? He scoffed internally. "Hero, my ass. He's still a bandit, even if he pretends to be nice." Mun Kyung, lowering his gaze, then dropped a bombshell. "My parents," he stated, his voice a little softer now, "died an unnatural death about 10 years ago, right here on the Yangtze River. If you hadn't saved me back then, Grandmaster, I'd be with them right now." Musong's eyes widened instantly. A flicker of surprise, then recognition, crossed his face. "Oh wow," he murmured. 10 years ago, you say?" Mun Kyung looked up. "Yes, you're right," he confirmed. "And the man kneeling in front of you right now, he is the one who killed my parents." Musong's expression shifted dramatically. He pondered aloud. "I see why you asked me to stop then." He paused, considering. "It technically goes against the rules of our alliance, but I understand how you feel." He looked at Mun Kyung, then at Huang Taegu. "I'll give you this opportunity." With that, he extended the spear, handle first, towards Mun Kyung. Mun Kyung's eyes widened, a sharp gasp escaping his lips. "You mean," he asked, barely a whisper, "you'll give me the rights over his life?" Musong simply nodded. "Of course," he affirmed. A heavy, almost suffocating silence descended upon the deck. Mun Kyung stood frozen, absolutely still, his gaze flickering between the spear in Musong's hand and Huang Taegu, kneeling pitifully. Everyone on that ship, even the tough sailors, held their breath, waiting for this trainee physician to decide the fate of the man who had stolen his entire past. Huang Taegu, still bound and kneeling, glanced up, a defiant sneer twisting his lips. He seemed ready, almost eager for the strike, the final, brutal end. But then, Mun Kyung spoke. His voice, clear and firm, sliced right through the tension. Then, please spare him. You could almost hear a collective gasp. Huang Taigu's eyes snapped wide, a flicker of genuine, raw shock completely replacing his defiance. Even Musong, who'd been watching Mun Kyung so intently, had an expression of utter bewilderment. What? He stammered, completely flummoxed. Why? Mun Kyung clasped his hands together, bowing his head slightly. Grandmaster, he admitted, his voice resonating with sincerity. I would love nothing more than to avenge my parents. My heart aches for it. He paused, gathering his thoughts. But I am training to be a physician. How can I, as someone who has sworn to save lives, ask for the death of another? It goes against everything I believe in. He looked up, his gaze earnest. However, if he were to shut down his internal energy, perhaps so he can never commit evil acts again, and then punish him strictly according to the laws, I'm sure he would serve as a powerful lesson to other murderers, don't you think? A ripple of murmurs, a collective gasp, almost, spread through the crowd of pirates and onlookers. One impressive young kid, one pirate muttered, shaking his head. I would have killed that guy right away if I were him, wouldn't you? Another nodded in agreement. He's really well educated. He'll make a good physician, for sure. Musong looked down at the defeated Huang Taegu. I'm sure you heard that, he said, his voice calm. What do you think? Huang Taegu, his eyes blazing with absolute fury, managed a guttural, terrifying laugh. I'll come back and rip you all to shreds. But before he could even finish, Musong's foot shot out, a swift, precise kick landing squarely on Huang Taigu's lower abdomen. A jolt of internal energy surged through Huang Taigu's body, visibly crackling around him before erupting outwards in a burst of crimson, leaving him gasping and writhing on the deck. A pained shriek, sharp and raw, tore from his throat as he crumpled to the ground, his body twitching uncontrollably. Musong watched him, his expression cold, unyielding. All right, just try it then, he challenged, though I don't know how you do that with a broken dantian. Huang Taegu continued to writhe and scream, a desperate, broken sound. I'll get my revenge. Shut it, Musong commanded, his voice cutting through the pirate's cries. Throw him in some corner of a ship. We'll have him sent to prison. Musong's men quickly moved forward, their movements sharp and obedient. Yes, sir, they affirmed. With Huang Taegu finally subdued, Musong turned his attention to the passengers. His demeanor instantly shifted back to that of the hero of the Yangtze River, the benevolent leader. He offered a polite bow, his expression genuinely apologetic. Sorry you had to see that, everyone. I do apologize for all the inconveniences caused today. A few of the passengers murmured their thanks, some still looking visibly shaken, others offering heartfelt words of gratitude. I don't know how to repay you for this favor, young man. As the last of the bound pirates were dragged away, a grateful passenger approached Musong directly. If it weren't for you, he said, his voice sincere, we would have surely died. Another passenger quickly interjected. None of us died either. Thanks to you. Please don't worry about us. As Jin Taekyung's group began to move, Jin Taekyung himself, eyes narrowed in thought, muttered to himself, now that I think about it, some were hurt but nobody died. The only bodies in the river are from the bandits, even though they were firing arrows and harpoons left and right this whole time. He glanced over at Musong, a clear spark of suspicion in his gaze. Just then, one of the passengers spoke up loudly. If it weren't for this young physician here, using the floorboards and the chair as shields, we would have all died. You hear me? Jin Taekyung's eyes widened in surprise. Yep, I don't know how he managed to keep his cool in such a chaotic situation. He's absolutely amazing, another passenger added, echoing the sentiment. Jin Taekyung's gaze, now fixed entirely on Musong, didn't waver. The young physician, hearing the praise, merely offered a humble, slightly embarrassed smile. I was just lucky, honestly. I'm just glad you're all alright. Observing the scene, Jin Taekyung thought, look at that. He's no ordinary dude, is he? Jin Taekyung's expression hardened. A cold sense of unease settled in his stomach. Something feels off when I see guys like that. He closed his eyes for a brief moment, then reopened them with a sharp glint. Activate skill. Chi sense. Then, a crisp, almost metallic ding echoed only in Jin Taekyung's mind, and holographic text shimmered into his enhanced vision, overlaid onto Mun Kyung's unassuming form. Level 6 Mun Kyung. Jin Taekyung stared. The realization hit him with the force of a physical blow. He thought Mun Kyung was merely no ordinary dude, but the truth was far more profound. He watched Mun Kyung laugh softly with a passenger, his humble demeanor unwavering. A wry, almost self-deprecating thought passed through Jin Taekyung's mind. I guess I was wrong. Jin Taekyung's sharp gaze remained fixed on Mun Kyung, even as he felt Musong step closer, a curious expression on the mercenary leader's face. What is it? Musong asked, his voice a low rumble. Jin Taekyung flinched, startled by the sudden intrusion on his thoughts. He quickly masked his surprise, forcing a casual shrug. Sheesh, when did he get here? He muttered under his breath, before turning to Musong. Nothing, I was just interested. Musong's eyes widened slightly, a strange look dawning on his face. He leaned in conspiratorially, his voice dropping to a low, slightly uncomfortable murmur. Do you like men? The question hit Jin Taekyung like a splash of icy water. His composure shattered instantly. A dangerous glint appeared in his eyes, a primal spark of chi flickering around his clenched fist. "You little," he growled, lunging forward with an angry snarl. Musong yelped, recoiling sharply, his face contorted in surprise and a hint of fear. "Ahem. Anyway, let's get moving." Musong quickly interjected, attempting to regain control of the situation. "The current's a bit strong, but the wind's on our side. It shouldn't take long to get to Suining." Jin Taekyung, still fuming, glanced at the other stranded passengers, who were huddled together on the dock, their faces weary and uncertain. "Huh? Then what about those people?" he asked, pointing towards them. "The ship they were on is broken." Musong grinned, a glint of self-interest in his eyes. "Ah, my subordinates will escort them to safety," he declared, then added with a knowing chuckle, "for a small price." "Huh?" Jin Taekyung rolled his eyes, thinking, "I knew it. He's after money." Just as Jin Taekyung was about to turn away, a soft voice spoke up behind him, making him jump slightly. Mun Kyung, the trainee physician with the hidden power, stood there, a timid expression on his face. Did you say that you're headed to Suining?" Jin Taekyung spun around, startled once more. "Shit, what now?" he thought, his irritation spiking. Musong said, "Huh? Yeah." Mun Kyung took a hesitant step closer, his cheeks flushing a light pink. He pressed a finger to his lips, his eyes sparkling with a desperate plea. "Well, I happen to be heading there too. If you'll give me a ride, just this once, I'll never, ever forget your grace." Jin Taekyung's earlier suspicions about Mun Kyung's true nature flared. He let out a frustrated sigh. "Oh, whatever. Get on." Musong saw Jin Taekyung and Mun Kyung talking. He murmured, more to himself than anyone, feeling a strange mix of annoyance and pride. It's my ship," he thought, a hint of possessiveness in his expression. As the ship began to push off from the dock, a new kind of chaos erupted. Mun Kyung pointed frantically towards a crumpled figure near the water's edge. "Captain, there's a body here too," he shouted, his voice strained. It was Hyuk Mujin. He twitched and groaned, stirring from unconsciousness. "I'm not dead," he mumbled, barely audible, his eyes fluttering open. "Who the hell are you?" Jin Taekyung watched, a flicker of suspicion returning. This whole situation felt too neat. He remembered the earlier praise for Mun Kyung's actions during the attack. He'd taken care of the bandits whenever he saw a chance, moving with a subtle efficiency that clearly betrayed his trainee status. As the journey continued downriver, it became clear that someone must have told Mun Kyung who they were. He started asking them all sorts of questions, bouncing from one person to the next, his eyes wide with genuine curiosity. During a meal shared on deck, Mun Kyung leaned across the table, his face alight with excitement, and addressed Jin Taekyung. "You're the Fire King's disciple? That's amazing," he exclaimed, his gaze then shifting to Chongpeng. "I've heard of the Sword Saint, and all that he's done too. So you're an amazing martial artist, Mr. Chong." Then, pointing at Hyuk Mujin, he gasped, "Whoa, you're the Gene Dragon Squad's vice leader?" "Ah, I see." During the short 3-day trip, they actually grew quite close with Mun Kyung, despite Jin Taekyung's initial reservations. The young physician, or whatever he truly was, proved to be an engaging and surprisingly knowledgeable companion, his incessant questions and genuine interest slowly chipping away at Jin Taekyung's wariness. And then, inevitably, the journey came to an end. The river widened, revealing a bustling port filled with ships and the distant silhouette of grand buildings. They'd arrived at the capital. Taekyung clasped his hands together and bowed deeply to Musong. "Thank you for your help," he declared, his voice ringing with genuine gratitude. "It was a very comfortable journey, thanks to you." Musong, basking in the praise, puffed out his chest. "It was nothing. You just tell me what you need. I'm the steamboat Musong," he boomed, clearly enjoying the attention. Jin Taekyung replied, "Ah, you're the best. You're the ruler of the Yangtze." With a cunning smile, Taekyung added, "Then I'll see you on the way back too." His laughter echoed loudly, a satisfied rumble. Musong just laughed loudly in return, without giving any direct answer. "Sir?" Taekyung asked, his voice soft. Musong, still riding high on his ego boost, waved a dismissive hand. "I'll send my subordinates," he said, gesturing to one of his men in a small rowboat. Hey, get going." With a splash, the subordinate pushed off from the dock, rowing towards the massive steamboat. "Thank you," Taekyung called out, offering a final bow. Jin Taekyung watched the steamboat glide away. Mun Kyung, with his cheerful demeanor, clasped his hands. "We got here so fast, thanks to you." "Thank you." Jin Taekyung, however, simply shook his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. "I'm not the one who is rowing or steering," he pointed out. "I don't know where you're headed, or for what reason, but do take care." He still had no idea what Mun Kyung's true intentions were, but for now, their paths diverged. Jin Taekyung's hands moved, and a silver naong appeared in his palm. "I don't have much to give you, but take this," he said, his voice soft as he placed the naong into Mun Kyung's outstretched hand. Mun Kyung's eyes widened slightly as he recognized the silver naong. "Mister, this is," he began, a protest forming on his lips. Jin Taekyung simply smiled, a genuine warmth in his eyes, as he gently patted Mun Kyung's head. "It's fine. Just think of it as an allowance from an older brother." He saw the hesitation in Mun Kyung's expression. "But it's too valuable," Mun Kyung insisted. "Then pay me back later," Jin Taekyung replied with a wink. His smile softened. "Come to the Jin family of Taiyuan once you become a physician as good as the divine physician." Mun Kyung blinked, the name echoing in his mind. "The divine physician," he murmured, looking at Jin Taekyung with a thoughtful expression on his face. "Yeah, it's best to shoot for the moon, don't you think?" Jin Taekyung prompted, his gaze encouraging. A spark ignited in Mun Kyung's eyes. Yeah, I will, he declared with renewed determination. Taekyung then gave a final hand wave. I'm going now. Take care. With a light step, he turned and disappeared into the bustling crowds of the capital. Hyuk Moo-jin, who'd been patiently waiting, let out a weary sigh. The heavy bundle he carried shifted with his movement. Can we please rest for just half a day? He pleaded, his voice tinged with exhaustion. Jin Taekyung, however, was already moving. Huh, no way, he stated firmly, not even glancing back. We only need to walk for half a day, so just rest after we get there. Hyuk Moo-jin groaned, his shoulders slumping. He struggled to keep up, his feet dragging. That's half a day using Qinggong technique. He muttered, exasperated. Plus, I heard that the people of the Sichuan Tang clan are scary. I'll be too scared to even breathe. He huffed and puffed, clearly out of breath. Jin Taekyung, though, was unsympathetic. Then don't rest. Just die, he stated, his voice devoid of humor. Hyuk Moo-jin recoiled, startled by the harshness. Is that how you should treat your right arm? He whined, referring to himself as Jin Taekyung's loyal subordinate. Jin Taekyung's expression remained stern. That's how I treat my left hand's pinky, he retorted, dismissing Hyuk Moo-jin's importance with a single, cutting remark. As Hyuk sputtered in disbelief and indignation, another voice piped up, soft but clear. Did you say you're headed to the Sichuan Tang clan? Jin Taekyung and Hyuk Moo-jin stared, their jaws dropping slightly. They couldn't believe their eyes. It was Mun Kyung, who just reappeared beside them. Well, Mun Kyung continued, a sheepish smile spreading across his face as he scratched his head. I'm actually headed to the Sichuan Tang clan too, his eyes sparkling with an almost desperate plea. If I could accompany you, I'd never, ever forget what you've done for me. Jin Taekyung's composure snapped. A vein throbbed in his temple. He thought, what the hell is this? He knew, deep down, that Mun Kyung wasn't truly as helpless as he seemed. Yet here he was somehow entangled with him again. Mun Kyung completed his sentence. Even when I'm dead and rotting. I get it. Just come with us. Jin Taekyung interrupted, his voice laced with defeat. There was no shaking this guy. Mun Kyung's face instantly lit up. Thank you, he chirped, bowing enthusiastically. Jin Taekyung could only think, geez, am I in the Bermuda Triangle or something? A little later, Jin Taekyung's eyes narrowed. That's the Sichuan Tang clan, he murmured, a hint of awe in his voice. That's a whole castle, he exclaimed, utterly impressed by the grand sight. They went through a lot during the Great War of Good and Evil, Jabang explained, his gaze distant as he recalled the historical struggles. When the demonic cult guys were taking over Sichuan, a lot of their bloodline were killed, and their clan was burnt down too. Their whole base burned down back then. He continued, painting a vivid, grim picture. They did pay more attention to their security since then, but they didn't go down easily during that war. When they were falling back, they let loose all kinds of lethal poisons, killing a bunch of the demonic cult guys. He paused, a shiver running down his spine at the thought. The other forces who'd sided with the demonic cult in that war were poisoned, assassinated, and chased down to the ends of the earth. The Tang clan guys killed them in all kinds of ways. Jabang turned to Taekyung, his expression serious. They're the best when it comes to poisons and stealth weapons. They're pretty conservative, and no one will beat them when it comes to their determination. So you better behave. Jin Taekyung gulped, his face paling at the grim description, with a new concern surfacing. He thought, they do everything their way without giving a damn. I get that, but will people like that help me look for the divine physician? That's what I'm actually worried about. As they approached the main gate, a sudden, piercing whistle sliced through the air, followed by a violent thud. A massive metal spear had plunged into the earth directly in front of them. Dirt and debris erupted outwards, scattering around Chongpeng and Mun Kyung, who both cried out in shock. Everyone's eyes widened with terror, and Mun Kyung let out a startled yelp, his face pale. The spear, stuck in the ground, was still vibrating from the impact. From atop the towering walls, a stern voice boomed. Who goes there? The gate, a heavy, fortified structure, remained closed. Archers and crossbowmen lined the battlements, their weapons aimed directly at the travelers. Reveal your identities, outsiders. Before Jin Taekyung could properly respond, Chongpeng, in a moment of pure excitement, shouted, Hello, I'm Chongpeng. Mun Kyung, caught off guard, surprisingly adopted an exaggeratedly humble pose, clasping his hands together and bowing low. I'm Mun Kyung, he pleaded, his voice dripping with sycophantic reverence. Please have mercy on us. I'll remember your grace for thousands of years. Jin Taekyung quickly stretched out his hand to stop them. Stop it, you trolls, he hissed, his voice low and dangerous, a clear warning to his two chaotic companions. He then stepped forward, pushing past Chongpeng and Mun Kyung, who instantly quieted down, looking sheepish. He faced the imposing gate and the armed guards. I'm sorry. They're still learning, he called out, his voice clear and resonant. I'm Jin Taekyung of the Jin family of Taiyuan. A figure on the wall, likely an officer, then spoke. The Jin family of Taiyuan's Jin Taekyung, the Fire King's disciple, hidden dragon of Shanxi. The words were spoken with a hint of recognition, perhaps even respect. Before Jin Taekyung could confirm, yes, that's me, Jabang, ever eager for attention, stepped forward slightly, puffing out his chest. I'm the second beggar of the beggar sect, Gun Jabang, he beamed, clearly proud of his identification. The officer on the wall, his gaze still fixed on Jin Taekyung, mused, Grandmaster Jeek Cheongang's disciple, and the second beggar of the beggar sect. He then gave a subtle signal, a hand gesture. With a soft click, the crossbows on the wall were lowered, though the archers remained vigilant. What brings you here? the officer asked, his tone firm. I want to see the patriarch, Jin Taekyung stated directly, his voice unwavering. The officer's brow furrowed. The patriarch? He echoed, a hint of surprise in his voice. Yes, it's important, Jin Taekyung confirmed. The officer replied, he's busy at the moment. He isn't meeting anyone, so you'll have to come back later. Taekyung's gaze locked with the officer's. I just need you to relay a message to him. The officer's expression hardened. That's not possible. He was the one who gave this order, he explained. If it was that important, you should have sent a letter beforehand. His words were final, leaving no room for argument. Jabang, observing from the side with a grim expression, muttered to himself, something seems off here. The Sichuan Tang clan is closed off to outsiders, but not to this extent. His words hung in the air, a subtle confirmation of Jin Taekyung's own unease. Jin Taekyung let out a slow breath. He still had a card to play. His gaze sharpened. Well, he thought, I guess I have no choice. He stepped forward once more, addressing the officer with unwavering intensity. I have a message from the Sword Saint Mei Jonghak. Please, let me see the patriarch. The mention of the Sword Saint's name caused a visible reaction. The officer's eyes widened slightly, a momentary crack in his stern demeanor. He paused, considering the weight of the name. After a tense moment, he finally conceded. Wait there a bit, then. The officer disappeared behind the formidable gate, leaving Jin Taekyung and his team standing in the dusty clearing before the Tang clan's imposing walls. The sun began its slow descent, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. Hours passed, marked only by the shifting light and the growing weariness of the travelers. Suddenly, a heavy thud echoed, and the massive gate slowly began to open. Every gaze snapped towards it. The same stern officer who dismissed them hours earlier now stood in the opening, his gaze sweeping over their weary figures. You may come in, the officer announced, his voice devoid of warmth, but carrying the unmistakable weight of authority. The patriarch has given his permission. Inside, the very air felt different. The sounds of the clan's inner workings immediately assaulted their senses. From a distant forge, the rhythmic clang of hammers striking metal echoed, sparks flying with each powerful blow. Blacksmiths, their muscles rippling, worked tirelessly, shaping raw iron into deadly weapons. The air here was thick with the scent of hot metal and sweat. Further inside, a different, more insidious atmosphere pervaded. Figures with faces partially obscured by cloth moved with quiet efficiency, carefully pouring dark, viscous liquids from large wooden buckets into smaller, unassuming bottles. These were the poison masters, crafting their lethal tools with meticulous precision. Nearby, a cart laden with an array of tiny, intricately designed weapons was being pushed along. Darts, needles, small blades, and various other hidden armaments were neatly arranged in compartments, ready for deployment. And everywhere, Tang clan guards patrolled, their steps measured and silent, their expressions cold and watchful. Jin Taekyung observed it all, his senses heightened, taking in the intricate tapestry of the clan's operations. Taekyung, his eyes narrowed, scanned their surroundings, then transmitted his thoughts to the others. Hey, am I the only one who has a bad feeling about this now? Jabang replied, his voice a quiet transmission. No, it definitely feels like they're preparing for war or something. Taekyung's gaze sharpened, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. Did they find a demonic heads or something? He transmitted. Or one of the guys that set the Sichuan Tang clan on fire during the Great War of Good and Evil? He looked at Jabang, seeking an answer. I'm not sure, Jabang replied, his voice low, his own unease growing. He offered a word of caution to his companions. In my experience, it's best to pretend you don't notice any of this in situations like this. Just then, Chongpeng, completely oblivious to the simmering tension, practically bounced forward, his eyes wide with childlike wonder. Whoa, I've never seen something like this before. Are you all going to war or something? He exclaimed, his voice ringing out loudly in the now surprisingly quiet courtyard. The words hung in the air, shattering the carefully maintained silence. Every head turned. The rhythmic hammering in the forge paused abruptly. The pour of viscous liquid ceased, and the patrolling guards froze in their tracks. The officer who'd granted them entry slowly turned, his gaze falling upon Chongpeng. His expression was unreadable, but the air around him grew heavy, thick with unspoken menace. Jin Taekyung's eyes widened in horror. He lunged forward with lightning speed, clapping a hand over Chongpeng's mouth, stifling any further disastrous remarks. He shot an apologetic, albeit frantic, look towards the officer, desperately trying to convey that his companions were merely ignorant fools, not spies or provocateurs. The officer from the gate, his expression still unyielding, slowly turned. Then he said, You all look like you can keep secrets. I like that. Taekyung thought, what terrible thing did I do in my past life that I ended up having to deal with Chongpeng in this one? They were led further into the Tang clan's sprawling compound, through courtyards and up wide, stone staircases. Finally, they arrived at a large, ornate hall, its entrance flanked by silent guards. Torches flickered on the walls, casting dancing shadows across the polished floor. The officer stopped at the threshold, turning to face them. Only one person can go in, he announced, his voice firm, and no weapons are allowed. The officer then turned his gaze to Mankyung. And you, he said, his eyes narrowing slightly. I heard that you're a physician in training. Here to get a prescription? Mankyung, ever humble, replied. Yes, sir. The officer nodded. You wouldn't normally be able to, but you've gotten lucky this time. I'll have someone take care of it, he stated, referring to Mankyung's request. Mankyung bowed again, a wide, grateful smile on his face. Thank you, he stammered. With a soft click, the heavy doors to the inner hall swung open, revealing a long, carpeted corridor bathed in the warm glow of lanterns. Jin Taekyung stepped forward, his footsteps echoing softly as he advanced. He walked past ornate pillars and intricate carvings, the air growing heavier with each step. At the far end of the hall, seated on a grand, imposing chair, was an old man. Jin Taekyung felt a shiver run down his spine, a primal warning from his senses. Man, this old geezer's got some aura, he thought, his brow furrowing slightly. A villainous aura, that is. This was the patriarch of the Sichuan Tang clan, a man known for his cunning and ruthlessness. His gaze met the patriarch's, a silent challenge passing between them. Jin Taekyung stopped a respectful distance away, then bowed deeply, his voice clear and resonant in the vast hall. I, Jin Taekyung of the Jin family of Taiyuan, offer my greetings to Grandmaster Tang Sadok, the Azura of 1,000 Poisons. Grandmaster Tang Sadok, the Azura of 1,000 Poisons, regarded Jin Taekyung with an unblinking gaze. I'm aware that Senior Martial Master Jeek took in a disciple late, he stated, his voice a low, gravelly rumble that filled the silent hall. I also have connections to the Jin family of Taiyuan. Jin Taekyung's eyes lit up, a hopeful smile spreading across his face. Is that so? He thought. Ooh, this might work out well. His spirits lifted. He clasped his hands together, bowing slightly. Let's see. Grandmaster Tang Sadok began, searching his memory for a common acquaintance. Right. Jin Baekyung, the blade of flower. Is Baekyung doing all right? Jin Taekyung felt a sudden, cold dread. My ass, he cursed internally. I was just about to forget about that name. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple. I might get hit with stealth weapons or poison at this rate. He quickly tried to backtrack, his voice a little strained. Well, Elder Baekyung passed away. Tang Sadok's eyes, which had been half-lidded, snapped open, a sharp glint of fury in their depths. What? He roared, his voice suddenly booming through the hall. Jin Taekyung flinched, instinctively raising his voice. It was an unfortunate accident. Of course, if you'll give me some time, I can explain. It's fine. Tang Sadok cut him off, his voice returning to its low, dangerous rumble. Jin Taekyung blinked, confused. Huh? He murmured, utterly taken aback by the sudden shift. The patriarch leaned back, a chillingly indifferent expression on his face. I didn't like him anyway. It was degrading any time others would put him on a pedestal, calling him grandmaster or whatnot. His words were delivered with a cold dismissal that sent a shiver down Jin Taekyung's spine. A man of Murim doesn't die for no reason. If he's dead, then he's dead. Tang Sadok's gaze swept over Jin Taekyung with an unsettling intensity. Enough about the dead, he stated, his voice devoid of emotion. You said that Grandmaster made Jong Hak send me a letter? The abrupt change of topic, coupled with his chilling lack of concern for a fellow martial artist, left Jin Taekyung momentarily stunned. This was indeed the Azura of 1,000 Poisons. Jin Taekyung quickly regained his composure. He pulled a folded letter from within his robes. Yes, it's about him asking for cooperation on something related to the incidents in Hunan. He began, but then paused, realizing the message's complexity. It'll just be faster if you read it. Jin Taekyung thought, I'm glad things are going rather smoothly, but I feel like something's a bit off with this old man's personality. Tang Sadok took the parchment, his eyes quickly scanning its contents. As he read, his expression, usually so impassive, subtly shifted. This piece of shit, he muttered, a low growl escaping his throat. His eyes snapped back to Jin Taekyung. Is all of this true? Is Senior Martial Master Jeek in such critical condition? Jin Taekyung nodded solemnly. Yes, that's why I wanted to ask for one more favor. He took a deep breath, preparing to deliver his audacious request. I'd like to meet with the former patriarch. The air in the hall grew heavy, almost suffocating, as Jin Taekyung spoke those words. Even Tang Sadok, the Azura of 1,000 Poisons, seemed taken aback. The silence stretched, thick with unspoken tension. Jin Taekyung was asking to meet the Poison King, Tang Saman. He was the Sichuan Tang clan's former patriarch, a martial master of transcendent level, considered the most powerful with poison and stealth weapons, even before the Great War of Good and Evil. Jin Taekyung thought he was also a very skilled physician. Not as good as the divine physician, perhaps, but Jin Taekyung clasped his hands together once more, a hopeful glint in his eyes. I don't know how long it'll take to find the divine physician, he stated, his voice ringing with a desperate plea. If the Poison King were to take a look at Master. Enough, Tang Sadok cut him off, his voice sharp, his gaze fixed. It's not possible, he stated, his voice a cold, final pronouncement. That is my response. Jin Taekyung blinked, his mind reeling from the abrupt refusal. Why not? He stammered, his frustration rising. He'd come so far, endured so much, only to be met with such a blunt rejection. Tang Sadok merely shook his head, a subtle shift in his posture betraying nothing. I cannot say. Beyond that, I'll have a few people guide you, so get out of here. His eyes, cold and dismissive, offered a final, crushing blow. The Qingsheng or Mei might be able to help you. A bead of sweat trickled down Jin Taekyung's temple. You mean you won't help with this? He demanded, his voice cracking with desperation. He clenched his fists, the stakes for his master's life weighing heavily on him. I need to find a divine physician. Tang Sadok merely scoffed. That's your problem, not mine, or the Tang clan's. He rose slightly from his seat, an air of finality settling around him. Even if Grandmaster Mei Jonghak were to come here himself to ask, my answer won't change. You asked for a favor, and I rejected it. The words hit Jin Taekyung like a physical blow. His face paled, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Tang Sadok's cold rejection left Jin Taekyung reeling, but only for a moment. He quickly regained his composure. He's right, he thought, a bitter realization dawning. For the Sichuan Tang clan, it's not a duty to help, but a choice. I was a fool for thinking they'd help. Despite the crushing disappointment, a fierce resolve ignited within him. However, I can't leave just like this. I need their help. The life of his master hung in the balance. And Jin Taekyung wasn't one to back down easily. Tang Sadak, sensing his continued presence, let out an exasperated sigh, his back still partially turned. If Taekyung began, a warning in his tone. His aura started to flare, a subtle ripple of power emanating from him. If I can't find the divine physician in time, and something happens to Master, after your Tang clan refused to aid him, then, honestly, I don't know what I might do. Is that clear? Tang Sadak slowly turned, his green eyes locking onto Jin Taekyung's. He murmured, his voice low. Don't you know fear? Jin Taekyung met his gaze, unflinching. Usually, I know how to behave, he admitted, his voice tight with controlled emotion. But I'm a bit desperate right now. Tang Sadak narrowed his eyes. That's enough, he stated, the green aura around him intensifying, pushing back against Jin Taekyung's fiery presence. This problem won't be resolved by whining, the patriarch added, his posture still rigid. It's a shame what happened. He began, his voice carrying a strange, almost mournful tone now. But the Tang clan doesn't have the time and resources at the moment. Jin Taekyung's mind reeled. They don't have the time and resources? Are you kidding? The Tang clan is a giant clan. But then, a series of fleeting images flashed through his mind, sharp and sudden. The rhythmic clang of hammers against steel in the forge, men with sweat-slicked brows meticulously crafting intricate mechanisms, others hunched over tables, preparing potent poisons and deadly traps. A chilling understanding began to dawn on him, cold and undeniable. What was going on here? Jin Taekyung shouted. Tang Sadak remained silent for a long moment. His expression was grim, devoid of its usual arrogance, replaced by a profound weariness. We received an urgent message a few days ago. The man began, his voice tight with suppressed emotion. I ran to the site as soon as I received it. He paused, a visible shudder running through him. What I witnessed was the traces of a world-shaking battle, and the corpse of my father. The word struck Jin Taekyung like a physical blow. A gasp escaped his lips, his eyes wide with disbelief and horror. The Poison King is dead. Meanwhile, deep within a desolate, rocky cavern, where stalactites hung like frozen fangs and the air was thick with the scent of damp earth, a lone man knelt. A virulent purple poison pulsed visibly beneath the skin of his left arm, spreading like an insidious vine. The best I can do is to concentrate in my left arm, he said aloud. This won't do. He gazed at his corrupted limb, a grim realization settling in. Poison King. He was better than I'd expected. There was only one way to stop the relentless spread. With a swift, brutal movement, a blade flashed, and a wet, tearing sound filled the cavern. His poisoned left arm, severed cleanly, fell to the cold stone floor with a sickening thud, a spatter of dark blood staining the rock. I didn't think it was going to be an easy feat, but still. A chilling, almost maniacal laughter began to bubble up from deep within his chest, echoing through the cavern. Back with Tang Sadak, the patriarch continued, his voice a raw whisper of grief and fury. Father's body was severely damaged. Not a single part of him was left untouched. He'd definitely been tortured. I investigated the entire area thoroughly with the others, but we were too late, though. We still don't know who tortured father or why. Then his head snapped up, his green eyes flaring with an infernal light, reflecting a storm of rage. However, we will do everything we can to find the murderer, and we will kill him. His voice rose, a guttural snarl escaping his throat as his teeth clenched. We will rip him to pieces and spread them throughout the continent. The blood that comes from his body will be poured out into the 4 seas and 5 lakes. The sheer, visceral hatred in the new patriarch's vow made Jin Taekyung's own blood run cold. A shiver ran down his spine. The Poison King is dead. The Poison King. He murmured, the words heavy on his tongue. He sank into the chair, shoulders slumping, as the grim, heavy realization repeated in his mind. Suddenly, a voice cut through the silence. Don't you know what happens if you keep saying something like that in the middle of the Tang clan? It was Jabang, who just entered the room. You're here, Taekyung said, looking up. But Jabang immediately snapped. Watch your damn mouth. It's all right, there's no one nearby, Taekyung replied, unfazed. I'm saying we should be careful. It scares me being around him, Jabang whispered back, clearly unnerved. Taekyung, maintaining his calm, looked around. What about Munkyung? He asked. Jabang answered. He's cooped up in a separate pavilion they gave him. He was so focused on his medical techs, he didn't even realize someone had come into his room. I think he'll stay the night there. Taekyung nodded slowly, then turned his gaze back. What about what I said earlier? Jabang, sensing the shift, quickly replied, I sent a message to the Chengdu branch leader, asking him to keep an eye out for anyone suspicious. Chongpeng, still a bit oblivious, chimed in. I sent a letter to Grandpa like you asked me to. I think the news will reach them in 7 days at most. Taekyung's expression remained thoughtful. Tang Sadok would be mad if he found out. He thought, but this might be a problem that extends outside the Tang clan. We need to do this. Hyuk Mujin, having listened to this entire exchange, finally gathered his courage. He raised a hand, his voice a little shaky. Can I ask a question? Taekyung, startled by the sudden interruption, snapped his head towards him, his eyes irritated. What? Hyuk, his voice filled with genuine curiosity, asked, who's the person who tortured and killed Grandmaster Tang Samon? Taekyung's eyes narrowed, a thoughtful expression replacing his irritation. That's, he began, rubbing his nose, a perfect question. Before Hyuk could even process the response, Taekyung suddenly lunged forward, his fist shooting out with blinding speed. A sharp impact echoed through the room as his knuckles connected squarely with Hyuk's chin. Perfect for a beating. Taekyung growled, his face contorted in a furious scowl. He continued to strike, a rapid flurry of blows raining down on Hyuk, who cried out, "Ack, ack, why are you hitting me? If I knew, do you think I'd just be sitting here?" Huh? Taekyung roared, each word punctuated by another strike. Jabang and Chongpeng watched in stunned silence, their eyes wide. Hyuk, reeling from the onslaught, managed to gasp out, "You could have just said that you don't know." Jabang shook his head, a look of exasperation on his face. "He's stupider than a street dog," he muttered. "If the killer was known, don't you think the Tang clan would have already done something?" Hyuk, lifting himself slightly from the floor with a harsh tug, his eyes blazing with contempt, spat, "You're a beggar that begs on the street, next to a street dog." Jabang's eyes widened in disbelief and outrage. "What?" he roared, his voice cracking. The insult was too much, too personal, hitting a nerve. "What? Am I wrong?" Hyuk retorted, his voice still defiant. Jabang, now furious and ready to fight, snapped, "Did you just insult my sect?" The room erupted. Chongpeng jumped up, shouting, "Whoa!" Taekyung's face contorted, his teeth grinding together as his body trembled with barely suppressed fury. "Nope, I'm only insulting you." Hyuk countered, "I'm the beggar sect, you idiot." Jabang shot back. Chongpeng, however, burst into laughter. "Ha ha, savior, he insulted him." Suddenly, Jin Taekyung snapped. A booming voice, filled with pure exasperation, echoed all the way out of the hall. "Get out, all of you, go to sleep. We have to leave early tomorrow." The command cut through the noise, instantly silencing the squabbling men. Inside a dimly lit room, a single oil lamp flickered, its gentle light illuminating the ailing master, who lay restlessly in bed, murmuring softly. Jin Taekyung sat by his bedside, his earlier boisterousness completely gone, replaced by a deep, pensive silence. He watched his master, a profound sadness in his eyes. He thought, the killer. The image of Tang Sadik's chilling vow of revenge replayed in his mind. He looked down, lost in thought. Well, there are countless suspicious people in Murim, aren't there? We've already got the Dark Heaven and the demonic cult. Since the Sichuan Tang clan put all their effort into eliminating those of the unorthodox Murim in the past, maybe it's a survivor trying to get revenge, like the strange Inyong duo? He mused. Or an assassin? No, I know their profession is to kill people, but I don't know an assassin with that much skill. Then, a sudden jolt of realization hit him, his eyes widening. There is one, he gasped mentally. The murdering saint. A chilling image flashed in his mind, a shadowy figure, glowing red eyes piercing the darkness, swords bristling at their back. Of course, it's not likely it was her, he thought, but I can't exclude assassins from being a suspect. He still felt a lingering doubt, a sense that something larger was at play. He closed his eyes. Right now, I'm at the end of peak level, he mused, his subtle energy beginning to swirl around him. I haven't reached enlightenment to push me to the next realm yet, but thanks to the system's powers, I can fight enemies who are at the transcendent level. But if I were to come across someone higher level than that, I'd probably lose. A wave of humility washed over him. He remembered a past battle, a swirl of spiritual energy, swords slicing through the air. If I hadn't achieved that small enlightenment in the fight against Huang Boam, I probably would have lost, he conceded. The memory was a stark reminder of his limits. But a martial artist strong enough to kill the Poison King, he pondered. That's a daunting challenge, requiring strength far beyond my current capabilities. I'd definitely lose. He tried to reassure himself. Of course, there's no chance I come across this person. I'll just have to hope the Tang clan takes care of it. He sighed, rubbing his temples. Man, I've been using my head too much, he muttered. His mind felt weary from the endless strategizing and the weight of his master's condition. I'll just head back to reality for a bit, to rest, he decided. Then, a sudden realization. He thought. There's a crazy skeleton mage going wild on that side. I was in Sichuan there too. Man, do I have bad luck with Sichuan. Phew, he exhaled, pushing thoughts of the skeleton mage aside. He had a more immediate problem. He focused, silently commanding, inventory open, summon. With a soft shimmer, a small, glowing golden item materialized in his palm. It was a rectangular stone, radiating a faint, warm light. He looked at it, then at his master, his eyes filled with a renewed flicker of hope. He recalled a vital piece of information, a whisper from the depths of his knowledge. The best gallnut comes from the earths of Sichuan. His gaze sharpened, a determined glint returning. But as dawn broke over the grand buildings, a single thought echoed. Gallnut, my ass, you should have written down your address instead. Outside the massive gates of the Tang clan, a small procession was preparing to depart. Jin Taekyung stood among them, when a Tang clan member approached him. His expression was formal. Uncle, the patriarch, he said, he asked me to relay this message to you. Jin Taekyung looked at him, his brow furrowed. What? He asked. The Tang clan member's voice was solemn as he delivered Tang Sadik's words. Once our revenge is taken care of, we will help you as best as we can. Thank you. We hope you achieve what you desire. Jin Taekyung and his team responded, offering respectful bows. The Tang clan member, in turn, offered a formal bow back, hands clasped. Likewise for you all. With that, the gates slowly closed. The small group, led by Jin Taekyung, began their journey, leaving the formidable Tang clan fortress behind. Suddenly, Mun Kyung turned to Jin Taekyung. Sorry, he began, but where are you all headed to now? Jin Taekyung gave a slight nod. Us? We're going to Ching Chung and Ame. Mun Kyung exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement. The Ching Chung Mountain and Ame Mountain. They both have the best scenery there is to offer. The sanctuary of Taoism and Buddhism. A place with all kinds of exotic flowers and precious herbs. Goodness, you go to such nice places. He clapped his hands together, practically bouncing with excitement. Jin Taekyung sighed wearily, thinking, oh no, is he going to come with us again? Then, Mun Kyung announced, suddenly looking deflated, it's a shame, but I won't be able to join you this time. I have to return to Master now. Jin Taekyung blinked, surprised by the sudden change in Mun Kyung's demeanor. He'd expected a struggle, a plea to join. Nice! He couldn't help but blurt out, a wide grin spreading across his face at the unexpected reprieve. Then, seeing Mun Kyung's confused expression, he quickly corrected himself. I mean, what a shame. Mun Kyung, still a bit bewildered, simply nodded. Anyway, thanks for everything. I was able to experience all kinds of things thanks to you, he said, bowing slightly. Jin Taekyung waved a dismissive hand. Don't thank me. Just focus on studying hard and becoming a great physician. He looked at Mun Kyung, a genuine smile replacing his earlier weariness. Mun Kyung's eyes lit up at the encouragement. Like the divine physician? He asked, a hopeful note in his voice. Yeah, like the divine physician, Jin Taekyung affirmed, his gaze softening. With that, a silent understanding passed between them. Mun Kyung waved goodbye, a hint of excitement in his eyes, before disappearing from view. Let's head out for Ching Chung, Jin Taekyung declared, his voice firm, leading the way. He took a confident step, then another, his boots crunching on the dirt path. Mr. Jin Taekyung, a voice called out, making him pause. Jin Taekyung blinked, looking around. Suddenly, two figures emerged from the dense woods nearby. Their clothes were simple and unassuming. That's the wrong way, one of them stated. It's a dead end over there. The other pointed down a different path. This way, he said, his voice calm. Jin Taekyung looked at them, surprised. Who are you guys? He asked, a hint of suspicion in his tone. These were the guides Tang Sadak had provided. As they started moving, Taekyung, ever the skeptic, couldn't help but ask, isn't it that way? The bearded guide chuckled. The map isn't always the answer, especially when the map is old. But the Tang clan gave me this map. Taekyung countered. The guide simply replied, oh, we made that map 20 years ago. Let's go then, Taekyung announced, eager to finally be on the right path. We had two guides, Jin Taekyung narrated, so we decided we didn't need to all stick together. Gun Jabang and Hyuk Mujin headed to the Ame sect, while Chongpeng and I headed to the Qingqing sect. In front of their grand temple, a group of elders, their faces lined with age but their eyes bright, greeted them warmly. The Qingqing sect been really cooperative, Jin Taekyung observed. An elder, stroking his beard, explained, we were ordered to help you as best we can in finding the divine physician. Another elder chimed in. Honestly, we haven't had much to do lately with our old age. I'd gladly help with this kind of stuff. Taekyung's face lit up with gratitude. He bowed deeply. Thank you. Thank you so much. The elder chuckled, waving a dismissive hand. Haha, we're just doing what we should. Anyway, where should we look? Jin Taekyung, a tear in his eye, replied, everywhere. Huh? What did you say? The elder asked, clearly confused. All of Sichuan, Jin Taekyung clarified. A murmur rippled through the gathered Qingchang disciples. What the hell? Someone whispered. How are we supposed to find him? Others wondered, their expressions a mix of disbelief and resignation. Ignoring their protests, Jin Taekyung and Chongpeng said about their task. Next, we headed to our second destination, Jin Taekyung narrated, to compensate for the Tang clan's lack of help. The scene shifted dramatically, revealing a magnificent structure. It was a vast, imposing palace, nestled amidst towering mountains. That's, someone exclaimed, their voice filled with awe and a hint of trepidation. As they approached the palace gates, a man in rich, red robes, clearly a person of authority, rushed out, his face pale with alarm. He stumbled, then quickly prostrated himself on the ground, his voice quivering. I, Wan Kyun, the Lord of Sichuan, offer my greetings to the great king of the mountain's plaque. His desperate plea hung in the air. Jin Taekyung held up a gleaming golden plaque, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. He thought, I got this after that fan meeting with the king of the mountain. Didn't expect to use it like this, though. I guess I'd better give him a free hug and some limited edition merch when I see him next. Then, he addressed the prostrate lord, his voice commanding. I won't make this long. I'm looking for someone. How many people can you put on this case? Wan Kyun, still trembling, stammered. I'm not sure. If we exclude the forces I need to keep for invasion prevention, a few thousand. Jin Taekyung's grin widened, a triumphant sparkle in his eyes. And just like that, he concluded, the Murim and the government joined hands to start the search for the divine physician. 3 days later, the scene shifted dramatically to an alarming reunion. Gun Jabang and Hyuk Mujin returned, their faces pale, their bodies trembling. Jabang was supporting a third figure, a member of the Ame sect, who was coughing violently, blood staining their lips. Hyuk Mujin, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and exhaustion, gasped, squad leader. Jin Taekyung stared at them, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. What the hell happened? He roared, the sudden chaos and the sight of the injured Ame disciple sending a cold shiver down his spine. The scene then cut to a panoramic view of a magnificent structure. A series of rapid, explosive sounds ripped through the air, followed by the clatter of weapons and the shouts of warriors. Figures in blue robes, led by Taekyung with an intense expression, moved across the buildings. He looked at the injured Ame disciple and remembered what had happened earlier. The disciple had collapsed to their knees, gasping for breath, tears streaming down their face. Please help. The Ame disciple choked out, their voice hoarse with despair. The heaven-revering divine nun has been killed. What do you mean? She passed away? One elder asked, shocked. What happened? What happened to you? Another elder demanded, his voice laced with urgency. The heaven-revering divine nun, the Ame sex leader. She's dead. Jin Taekyung's mind raced. First, the Poison King, and now her too. The injured Ame disciple, still struggling for air, managed to speak again, their voice barely a whisper. Not just her, they rasped. The 3 elders who were with her. They've all been killed by just one assassin. They coughed, more blood bubbling from their lips. I tried to stop him, but I got there too late. I took an internal wound from the assassin and couldn't do anything but watch as he got away, laughing. Jabang, his eyes narrowed, connected the dots. Could the killer have been? Jin Taekyung completed his thought. He's probably either the same person the Sichuan Tang clan is looking for, or someone related to that guy. I think so too. The Qingcheng elders, their faces etched with horror, gasped. Did something happen to the Sichuan Tang clan too? Tell us everything. Hurry, one elder demanded, his voice trembling with fear. Clearly, the news of the Poison King's death hadn't reached them yet. Jin Taekyung, his expression grim, stepped forward. A few days ago, the Poison King also died, or to be precise, he was murdered. He watched the Ame disciple contort in shock. The Tang clan head, the Azura of 1,000 poisons, is preparing for revenge. Jin Taekyung continued. I assume he's tracking down the culprit right now. Huh, an elder exclaimed. How could such a tragedy happen? Who would dare do such things? The weight of the escalating crisis pressed down on them all. Taekyung, his gaze fixed on the injured Ame disciple, asked, what did he look like? The disciple, still weak, managed to reply. He was middle-aged and missing an arm. Jin Taekyung's eyes widened. He only had one arm? Yes, he is, the Ame disciple replied, their voice fading. The image of a person, an arm freshly severed, flashed through Jin Taekyung's mind. A cold sweat broke out on his brow. His body trembled uncontrollably. A demon. He was a demon. The disciple suddenly cried out, a surge of terror in their voice. Please, you must stop that demon, no matter W. The disciple collapsed, blood gushing from their mouth, their body falling to the tiled floor with a sickening thud. Hey, hey, the Qingcheng elders cried out, rushing forward in alarm. But it was too late. The Ame disciple lay motionless, a spreading pool of blood staining the ground. None, one elder wailed, grief-stricken. Amidst the chaos, while everyone was still reeling, Jabang's voice cut through. How bad is her injury? He asked, referring to senior Nun Yoryang. Taekyung, his brow furrowed, responded, it's pretty serious. I did imbue her with extra chi as an urgent care method, but it's not enough. He looked down at the lifeless disciple, a shudder running through him. She wasn't this bad when we were on our way here, though. The implication was clear. The internal wounds had worsened rapidly, and the disciple had likely been struggling to hold on until they reached safety. An elder from the Qingchang sect stepped forward, his face etched with sorrow and determination. Mr. Jin, he called out, his voice firm despite the tragedy. I think we're gonna have to split up here. I'm sorry, but we can't handle all this right now. Jin Taekyung nodded, understanding. You don't need to apologize. I would prioritize my sect too. The elder offered a sympathetic glance. Thanks for understanding. He then turned to his martial brother. I'll have my martial brother guide the disciples back. Looking back at Jin Taekyung, he asked, I'm gonna go help the Ame sect with some of my disciples. What are you going to do? Jin Taekyung's gaze hardened, his attention shifting to the still injured senior, Nun Yoryang. Her injury is worse than we thought, he stated. We're gonna go look for a physician first, and I'm also gonna let the Sichuan Tang clan know about what happened. The elder nodded solemnly. Focus on getting her help, he advised. We'll send someone to the Sichuan Tang clan on your behalf. Thank you, Jin Taekyung said. Of course, the elder replied. I wish you luck. With the Qingcheng sect now mobilized to aid the devastated Ame sect, Jin Taekyung, Chongpeng, Jabang, and Hyukmujin set off once more, their mission now doubly urgent. The mountains stretched endlessly before them, a vast and unforgiving landscape, but their resolve was unwavering. Huh, what the hell is going on? Taekyung muttered, a deep sigh escaping him. I came all the way to Sichuan to treat a patient, and now I've ended up with another one. Is this some kind of prank? He shook his head, then his expression turned serious. But that's not what I should be thinking about. Her condition's getting worse, fast. He looked at the path ahead, a winding trail through dense woods, his thoughts consumed by the urgency of their situation. I wish I could just stop it from worsening. If only he were here. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, widening in surprise. Oh, he exclaimed, stopping abruptly. He'd seen something, a flicker of movement, or maybe a familiar presence that caught him off guard. Then, a familiar figure emerged from the trees, carrying a small branch in one hand. It was Mun Kyung, the eager young physician. What are you all doing here? He asked, genuinely puzzled. Mun Kyung, Jin Taekyung shouted, a mixture of relief and exasperation in his voice. The sight of the young physician, whom they'd just left behind, was almost comical, really. The scene then shifted. A serene river flowed through a rocky landscape, sunlight dappling through the trees. Mun Kyung stared at the unconscious Ame disciple, who lay on a makeshift stretcher. So, he asked, his expression now serious, a professional assessment in his eyes. Jin Taekyung looked at him, his face etched with worry. I did what I could with what I have. Mun Kyung said, but this is really bad. Mun Kyung knelt beside the Ame disciple. Taekyung's hand gently touched Mun Kyung's shoulder. Well done. That'll do for now, Taekyung said, acknowledging Mun Kyung's efforts. I'll head to Chengdu as fast as possible to treat her. Taekyung declared, his voice firm. Get ready to leave. But Mun Kyung's expression remained grim, his eyes filled with a heavy sadness. Her flesh will decay in a month, he began. In 4 months, her bones will have melted away. He paused, letting the horrific implications sink in. Taekyung's eyes widened in disbelief and horror. What? He stammered. Mun Kyung continued, his voice a low, somber tone. After spending half a year in that torment, she'll look like a living corpse. After a year at most, she'll stop breathing once her organs have rotted away. Wait, what are you talking about? Taekyung stammered, his face paling. Mun Kyung cut him off. There's no point in going to Chengdu. Civilian physicians can't treat something like this. And as for the Sichuan Tang clan, he looked at Jabang and Hyuk Jin, who stood silently, their faces reflecting the grim reality. Word on the street says the Tang clan's martial artists are headed west, he explained. We need to wait days for them to come back. You said it's been about 3 days since she was attacked, didn't you? He continued. The black handprint is a terrifying evil martial technique. Its effects will be irreversible after 7 days. Jin Taekyung grabbed Mun Kyung by the collar, his grip tight, his face a mask of desperate urgency. Who are you? He demanded, his voice low and intense. How do you know all this? Tell me. He shook Mun Kyung slightly, desperate for answers. Mun Kyung, startled by Jin Taekyung's sudden outburst, stammered, My master taught me it all. Jin Taekyung's grip loosened slightly, his eyes narrowing in thought. Your master, he repeated, a flicker of an idea, a desperate hope, beginning to form in his mind. Yes. Mun Kyung coughed, still a bit shaken. Jin Taekyung stared at Mun Kyung. A realization, so obvious yet so long overlooked, hit him with the force of a physical blow. Why didn't I think of that? The answer to their desperate search had been right in front of him all along, disguised as a cheerful, herb-gathering youth. Oh my god, he was under my nose the whole time, he thought, a mixture of disbelief and self-reproach. He definitely wasn't an ordinary guy from the start. Taekyung recalled various moments, like Mun Kyung's unusual calmness for someone his age, his sharp wits, and his undeniable boldness. I thought he was just smart and had a good personality, Taekyung mused, mentally reviewing Mun Kyung's actions. But he's skilled enough to see through a patient's condition with just a short glance. And he possesses knowledge about martial arts that no ordinary medical scholar would ever know. An image of Mun Kyung, bathed in a golden, ethereal glow, appeared in Jin Taekyung's mind. He now saw him not just as a young man, but as a beacon of immense, hidden talent. These aren't things he can learn on his own, even if he's smart. The truth was too evident to ignore. Why had I been so stupid all this time? He gripped Mun Kyung's shoulders, his gaze intense, a desperate hope shining in his eyes. Someone who can teach a disciple this much in his teens. The pieces clicked into place, forming an undeniable conclusion. The divine physician. Jin Taekyung murmured. He looked directly into Mun Kyung's eyes, his expression earnest. Your master is the divine physician, right? Jabang, Hyuk Jin, and Chongpeng, who had been watching the exchange, also looked confused and surprised. Mun Kyung's face, usually so open, now showed a flicker of hesitation. He looked down, then back up at Jin Taekyung, a nervous sweat beading on his forehead. Sorry, I couldn't tell you. Jin Taekyung's frustration, however, was quickly overshadowed by his urgent need. The divine physician, he began, then quickly corrected himself. No, where's your master right now? The other clan members exchanged glances, a mixture of disbelief and awe on their faces. Are you serious? Jabang whispered. Mun Kyung, still looking flustered by the sudden intensity, stammered. Well, Taekyung pulled out a small, intricately carved jade tablet. It glowed faintly in his hand, radiating a gentle warmth. He held it up, as if this object held the key to his master's whereabouts. This is, Mun Kyung exclaimed, his eyes fixed on the tablet. Do you recognize it? Taekyung asked, his voice softer now. Mun Kyung's gaze sharpened, his mind racing back to a crucial conversation. Master once said to me that he gave a physician a plaque long ago, telling him to come to Sichuan. He looked at Taekyung. So how do you have this? Taekyung replied, I got it from that physician. I have a patient that only the divine physician can treat. He's very important to me. The unspoken plea in his eyes was clear. Mun Kyung's eyes softened, understanding Taekyung's desperation. His voice dropped to a serious tone. Can you promise not to tell anyone? Taekyung met his gaze, his expression firm. Yes, I won't tell anyone. Mun Kyung said, Come with me. I'll take you to him. As they followed Mun Kyung, the landscape underwent a bizarre transformation. The lush, green forest of Sichuan gave way to a stark, snow-covered expanse. Winter had descended, blanketing the trees and ground in white. Snowflakes drifted through the air, creating a chilling, ethereal beauty. Am I seeing this right? Hyuk muttered, his breath misting in the cold air. I don't know either, dude, Taekyung replied, equally bewildered. Hyuk Jin, ever the observant one, provided a thoughtful explanation. That's cool, he said. It's the same mountain, but there are 2 different seasons. Jabang, still marveling at the magical array, admitted, I assume it's possible because it's the world's best array artist, the fantasy master's Chiman array. I've never seen anything like this before either. Then, with a touch of frustration, Jin Taekyung thought, what's the point in having all kinds of skilled martial artists looking for him? No one's going to find him like this. Mun Kyung continued to lead them deeper into the snowy landscape, his small figure leaving faint footprints in the pristine white. He paused, then bent down, reaching for a snow-covered rock. With a grunt, he pulled it free, revealing a hidden mechanism beneath. Phew, Mun Kyung exhaled, brushing snow from his hands. The air around them shimmered, and the illusion of winter began to break. Whoa, it's changing again. Jabang exclaimed, his eyes wide as the snowy landscape melted away right before them. The cold, biting wind was replaced by a sudden warmth. Jin Taekyung raised a hand to shield his eyes as a blinding flash of light enveloped them, the sudden transition overwhelming his senses. The light faded, revealing a breathtaking transformation. They now stood in a vibrant, sun-drenched meadow, teeming with life. Colorful wildflowers bloomed everywhere. Whoa, Hyuk murmured, still reeling from the sudden shift. What the hell? I can't get used to this. Jabang complained, shaking his head in disbelief. Mun Kyung, however, seemed perfectly at home. He took a few quick steps forward, a joyful shout escaping him. Master! His voice filled with childish glee. Jin Taekyung's eyes, filled with a profound mix of exhaustion and relief, closed for a moment. Finally, he thought, the word is silent prayer. Mun Kyung ran across the field of wildflowers. An old man, with a long white beard and a kind smile, emerged from the house, his eyes twinkling as he watched Mun Kyung. He chuckled softly, a warm, inviting sound. Haha, we have precious guests, he said, his gaze sweeping over Jin Taekyung and his companions. Jin Taekyung, his heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and trepidation, took a deep breath and thought, I've found the divine physician. The interior of the house was clearly a physician's sanctuary. Shelves lined with countless jars of herbs and bundles of dried plants hung from the rafters. A long, low table was covered with an abacus, medical texts, and various tools. In a corner, a figure lay on a simple mat, covered by a blanket, stirring faintly. Jin Taekyung, with a respectful bow, addressed the old man. I, Jin Taekyung from the Jin family of Taekyung, offer my greetings to the divine physician. Jabang followed suit, bowing deeply. I, Gun Jabang, second beggar, offer my greetings to the divine physician. Hyuk Moo Jin also bowed, his expression solemn. I, Hyuk Moo Jin, offer my greetings to the divine physician. Chongpeng, however, burst forward with his usual enthusiasm, a wide grin on his face. Hello, I'm Chongpeng. The old man chuckled, a gentle warmth in his eyes as he looked at the group. My name's Tong Fong. The divine physician title is a bit much for me. Just call me Old Man Tong. He held up a hand, a gesture of humility. Jin Taekyung's eyes widened slightly in surprise. But we couldn't. He began, confused by the old man's modesty. Chongpeng, however, interrupted with his usual boisterousness. Nice to meet you, Old Man Tong. Have you ever had candied fruits? Tong Fong laughed, a warm, hearty sound. You've got quite interesting people with you. He looked at Jin Taekyung, his eyes full of amusement. Mun Kyung bowed respectfully and said, I'm sorry. I didn't even get your permission. Meanwhile, Jin Taekyung, with an irritated look, gestured to Jabang and Hyuk to take Chongpeng away. No. Tong Fong waved a dismissive hand. I'm sure it was meant to be. Isn't that so? He glanced at Taekyung, who nodded in agreement. Indeed, Jin Taekyung smiled. He held up the jade tablet, its faint glow reflecting in his eyes. I'm sure you're leaving behind this plaque with the strange physician of Luoyang, long ago, was also meant for this meeting today. Tong Fong stared at the jade tablet, a blank look on his face. Question marks seemed to swim around his head, as if he was genuinely struggling to recall the event. I did that, he asked, his voice filled with genuine surprise. Jin Taekyung blinked, taken aback by the old man's apparent amnesia. Sorry, he echoed. Tong Fong, rubbing his beard, burst into another hearty laugh. Alright, I'd forgotten. It was so long ago. Ha. Tong Fong, his eyes twinkling, looked at Jin Taekyung. Anyway, if you've got that with you, it must mean you really need me. He then glanced towards the Amei disciple. Could it have something to do with the female monk you brought? Well, you don't need to worry about her. She's gotten through the worst of it. Jin Taekyung, however, shook his head. There's another patient, master. The strange physician of Luoyang said that only you'd be able to treat him. Tong Fong's expression softened as he looked at Jin Taekyung, then at Mun Kyung, who stood quietly by his side. He gently placed his hand on his white beard. Only I can treat him, he mused, his gaze drifting towards the sky. Life and death aren't something a human can truly interfere with. But if there's a chance for him to improve, then I'll do my best as a physician. A wave of profound relief washed over Jin Taekyung. His shoulders slumped, and he looked up, tears welling in his eyes. That's all I need, he choked out, his voice thick with emotion. Please. It was a desperate plea. The old man's smile widened, a comforting warmth radiating from him. All right. Let me take a look at him. Taekyung carefully opened his wooden, cart-style backpack and gently brought out his master, Jik Cheongang. Jin Taekyung and the others followed, helping to carry the injured man inside. Then, Jin Taekyung stood outside, a mix of anxiety and profound relief washing over him. He could only wait. After what felt like an eternity, Tong Fong emerged, rubbing his temples with a weary sigh. Phew. He looked at Taekyung, a small smile returning to his face. I think I can treat him. A wave of pure elation washed over Jin Taekyung. His face lit up, a wide, genuine grin spreading across his features. At that very moment, a series of triumphant dings echoed in his mind, system notifications flooding in. Ding! You've completed the quest condition. You get a diagnosis from the divine physician. You've completed the quest. Looking for Mr. Divine in Sichuan. You've obtained a large amount of EXP. You've completed the achievement. Human detector, level up. The world seemed to hum with his success, the tension of days finally releasing. But then, the divine physician spoke again. But the problem is, Tong Fong, still rubbing his temples, looked at Jin Taekyung. There's far too much that I'll need to prepare for the treatment. Jin Taekyung, his face lighting up with a confident smile, waved a dismissive hand. You don't have to worry about the money. My family's pretty comfortable. I can even borrow money from his family, if it's necessary. He then turned to Hyuk. Hey, don't you guys have shop in Sichuan too? We can sell that. Hyuk, with a grim face, said, of course not. Jin Taekyung, undeterred, pressed on. I'll get you a lot of interest. What if I still don't want to? Hyuk retorted. Jin Taekyung's smile turned a little sinister. Then, I'll send you off with a lot of money on your deathbed. Mun Kyung, who'd been listening silently, finally spoke up, a nervous sweat beading on his forehead. Mr. Jin, he began, that's not actually the biggest problem. He glanced at his master, then back at Jin Taekyung. It's true that it'll cost a lot of money, but there are ingredients. Some are priceless and incredibly difficult to find. Jin Taekyung's earlier confidence began to waver. Difficult to find? Like miracle medicines? He asked. Indeed, we need a miracle medicine that meets certain, very specific conditions to treat Grandmaster Jeek. Tong Fong confirmed, his gaze now solemn. Mun Kyung chimed in, but they're not just pricey and hard to find. It's incredibly difficult to predict how long it'll take to get them. If we're unlucky, it could even take years. Jin Taekyung's face, which had been beaming with hope just moments ago, utterly fell. His eyes widened in horror as the realization of this new, daunting obstacle truly hit him. Years. Jin Taekyung's voice cracked, his jaw tightening. Just what kind of miracle medicine is it that? Just tell me. I'll get it, no matter what. Tong Fong raised a hand, a calm gesture that nonetheless stopped Jin Taekyung mid-stride. Let me explain first, he said, his gaze steady, his tone measured. The patient isn't able to recover right now because his balance has been broken. His balance. Jin Taekyung echoed, his brow furrowing in confusion, trying to understand. Tong Fong nodded slowly. The 5 elements dominate this world, he explained. There needs to be a proper balance between all 5. He paused, letting the words sink in. It's the same for a human's body. The patient tried to control immense powers with his weakened body, and in the process, he broke that balance. A sudden realization struck Jin Taekyung, a jolt of understanding. Immense powers? The sacred fire demon dance. So that was the cause. The pieces began to click into place, forming a grim picture in his mind. Tong Fong continued, his voice a low, somber hum. Once a vessel breaks, what's inside is bound to leak out. This patient's yang energy leaked out, and we need to recover that to regain balance between his yin and yang. For that, we need a miracle medicine with yin cold qi. Tong Fong concluded, specifically, one with more than 60 years worth of yin cold qi. Tong Fong's words landed like another crushing blow. Huh? Jin Taekyung gasped, his eyes widening even further in utter disbelief. As that monumental requirement settled in, a series of urgent messages flashed before Jin Taekyung's inner eye, detailing a new, inescapable mission. Linked quest. Around the world for the miracle medicine has been created. This quest is mandatory. Objective. Find a miracle medicine with yin cold qi worth more than 60 years. Then, Tong Fong delivered the final, crushing blow. And if you don't find it within the next 4 months, it'll all be pointless. Jin Taekyung stared blankly, the fragile hope he'd just rekindled extinguishing once more. Taekyung, ignoring Tong Fong's pronouncement for a moment, simply reached into his inventory. We need a lot more than just that, Tong Fong continued, his voice softened with a hint of sympathy. But it's the most important ingredient. So you should leave right away to... Before the divine physician could finish, a muffled thud broke the tense silence. Jin Taekyung placed a small, intricately carved wooden box in his hands. Here, he said softly. The divine physician looked at the box, then at Mun Kyung, who seemed equally surprised. What is this? Tong Fong asked, bewildered. Mun Kyung's gentle voice cut through the confusion. Master, let's open it first. Jin Taekyung's heart gave a sudden leap. Thank you, Miss Ju. Looks like I have a reason to stop by Shangxi on the way back now, he thought. Tong Fong carefully unwrapped the package. The moment the wrapping fell away, a sharp gasp escaped his lips. This is... Mun Kyung, peering over his master's shoulder, finished the sentence in utter shock. The 1,000-year snow ginseng? They both stared at it, utterly dumbfounded. Jin Taekyung, breaking the silence, asked, will it do? Yes, Tong Fong exclaimed, his usually composed demeanor replaced with pure, unadulterated joy. Another series of chimes and notifications. You've completed the quest condition. You've completed the quest. Around the world for the miracle medicine. You've achieved Ginseng Gatherer. You've obtained a massive amount of EXP. Level up. Tong Fong chuckled, a sound of genuine delight. Come with us. He turned to Mun Kyung, his expression softening. Kyung, take care of the patients here. Mun Kyung, a bright smile on his face, bowed deeply. Yes, master. As the group departed, Tong Fong, with a swift, powerful movement, leaped into the air. He moved through the landscape with incredible speed, a series of rapid, echoing thuds marking his progress as he disappeared into the dense foliage, leaving only a lingering tremor in the air. The cloaked figure effortlessly glided across the rough terrain, a sack swinging lightly from his shoulder. Each step barely touched the ground, sending small bursts of dust scattering behind him as he moved with impossible speed. Behind him, Jin Taekyung, Chongpeng, Hyuk, and Jabang followed, their own formidable martial arts allowing them to keep pace, their feet kicking up sprays of dirt and grass. Jin Taekyung, pushing himself to keep up, couldn't help but marvel at the divine physician's prowess. I did sense he knew martial arts when I first saw him, Jin Taekyung thought, but I really just figured he'd be about first-rate. But even flight over grass? Although I could do it too, his Qinggong technique is at least peak level. The sheer effort of maintaining such speed was exhilarating, a wild race against the wind. I thought you were just a talented physician. Jin Taekyung called out, his voice slightly breathless from the exertion. But your Qigong technique is amazing too. Tong Fong, without even breaking a stride, chuckled softly. Haha, I'm nowhere near you though. He continued, reminiscing. When I was 20, my master taught me martial arts for health and self-defense. I was scolded quite a bit because, well, I wasn't very talented. Then was your master a martial artist? Jin Taekyung asked, genuinely surprised. Tong Fong simply shrugged. It's nothing to be surprised about. He'd already retired from Murim when he took me in as his disciple. Master was very advanced, as both a martial artist and a physician. Tong Fong's voice carried easily over the wind rushing past them. He said he became a physician in order to make up for all the deaths he'd caused. Jin Taekyung listened, a thoughtful expression on his face. I see. He glanced down at his own hands, a fleeting thought crossing his mind. For all the deaths he'd caused, I guess I've taken quite a few lives myself now too. The weight of that reflection was quickly shattered by Tong Fong's next words, cutting through the philosophical moment. We're here. The words were almost swallowed by a sudden, intense blast of cold air that hit them. The landscape transformed in an instant. They burst out of the lush, green forest into a blinding expanse of white, a vast, snow-covered mountain range stretching endlessly under a crisp, blue sky. The wind howled, whipping snow around them in dizzying spirals. The air was thin, biting, and sharply cold. This is the place I call the land of ice and cold, Tong Fong declared, his voice firm despite the biting wind. He unslung the sack from his shoulder, letting it fall with a soft rustle onto the snow. Inside, a collection of digging tools clattered together. You just need to dig up the herbs that I'll need. Hyuk shivered, pulling his hands tighter around him. Ugh, it's cold. Beside him, Jabang, scanning the desolate, frozen landscape, asked, Can herbs even grow here? Taekyung merely offered a knowing smile and said, Oh, that's pretty simple. The divine physician gestured vaguely at the vast, frozen expanse around them. Let's see, about 100 each will do. Jin Taekyung's eyes widened in horror. A cold sweat broke out on his brow despite the freezing temperatures. His jaw dropped in disbelief. 100 each? He thought. The sheer scale of the task seemed astronomical. Tong Fong, seemingly oblivious to Jin Taekyung's growing distress, continued with a hearty laugh. Of 24 kinds, of course. Jin Taekyung's mind reeled. 2,400 herbs? In this barren, icy wasteland? A familiar chime resonated, and a new message materialized before him, confirming his absolute worst fears. It read, Linked quest, Land of Ice and Cold's herb slave has been created. This quest is mandatory. A bone-chilling gust swept across the snowy peaks, carrying a flurry of snowflakes that stung Taekyung's face. The wind whipped around him, forcing him to hunch his shoulders, pulling his arms tightly to his chest. He clutched the pickaxe he grabbed from Tong Fong's sack. Nearby, a small, sad pile of hardy, green herbs lay, a meager, almost laughable start to an immense, impossible task. Man, it's really windy, he muttered, trying to ignore the shivers running down his spine. His teeth began to chatter. I'm not supposed to be affected by heat or cold since I'm at the martial realm, so why am I cold? He pondered this anomaly for a moment. Then a loud, explosive sneeze ripped through the icy air. Achoo! Jin Taekyung looked up to see Hyuk Mujin glaring at him, a half-filled sack of herbs clutched in his hand. Hyuk's expression was a mix of irritation and utter bewilderment. What? Hyuk asked, truly puzzled. Haven't you ever heard anyone sneeze before? No, I'm just not used to it. Taekyung replied, sounding a bit defensive. Hyuk retorted, pointing an accusing finger. Dig up more herbs instead. Stop pretending to work when you're just digging dirt. There's one right next to you, right there. Taekyung mumbled, grumbling under his breath as he turned back to his task. Hyuk watched Jin Taekyung for a moment, then sighed. I'm gonna look over there, so you keep working too, alright? I'll be back to check on you. With that, Hyuk Mujin stomped off, leaving deep imprints in the snow. Taekyung, annoyed, muttered, yeah. He couldn't help but think, he's the most productive out of us right now, so I can't even beat him up. Finally, with a grunt of effort, Jin Taekyung pulled a long, purplish root from the frozen ground, its leafy top still vibrantly green. A triumphant grin spread across his face. Another notification chimed in. You found an ice-cold herb. Amount collected. Ice-cold herb, 100 out of 100. You found all the necessary ice-cold herbs. Phew, we're finally getting somewhere, after 5 long, brutal days. Jin Taekyung exclaimed. Just then, Jabang took a step forward, his boot crunching loudly in the snow. Hey, he called out. How much more do you need? Taekyung replied. About 200. I think we'll be done by today, if we're lucky. 200? Still, Jabang groaned, the biting cold seeping deeper into his bones. Taekyung, his body visibly shivering, retorted, Yeah, only 200. You can totally do it. Jabang rubbed his arms vigorously, trying desperately to generate some warmth. No, that's too much, he whined. I'll be buried somewhere underneath this snow, frozen dead, by the time we're done with that. He slumped, his thoughts drifting back to a simpler, warmer time. I miss Master. I miss the days when I'd sit outside the warm inn, begging for money. He hugged himself tighter, a wistful expression on his face. I just want to go back to those days. The cozy noon, the glorious sunlight. He swayed slightly, the intense cold starting to make him dizzy. Jin Taekyung watched Jabang, a mixture of concern and utter exasperation on his face. What the hell, man? He muttered, mostly to himself. Jin Taekyung saw Jabang's eyes begin to glaze over, his movements growing sluggish. The bitter cold was really getting to him, threatening to drag him into a dangerous sleep. Suddenly, Jin Taekyung snapped into action. Hey, get it together. he shouted, slapping Jabang again and again, his voice sharp with urgency. Jabang blinked, shaking his head slowly. It's so warm, he mumbled, a dreamy, unfocused look in his eyes. He was succumbing to the deadly lure of hypothermia. Don't sleep, Jin Taekyung yelled, his heart pounding. Is anyone there? Someone help. He scanned the desolate, icy landscape. Then, Chongpeng sprinted through the snow, kicking up icy powder with each desperate stride. Savior! Savior! He yelled, his voice strained by the effort and the biting cold. He finally reached Jabang, who was now lying almost completely still. Jin Taekyung quickly praised him. Nice, Chongpeng. Now, take him down the mountain. But before Jin Taekyung could even finish his urgent plea, a sudden, bright sparkle caught his eye. Chongpeng, a wide, innocent grin plastered on his face, proudly presented a newly formed, perfectly round snowman. Look, he exclaimed. This is the first snowman I've ever made. Jin Taekyung stared, his mouth agape. Jabang lay unconscious in the snow, slowly freezing to death, and Chongpeng was making snowmen. The sheer absurdity of the situation was infuriating. With a burst of anger, Taekyung kicked the snowman's head with his fire technique, shouting, "You bastard!" The scene shifted abruptly. A large wicker basket, overflowing with vibrant green herbs, now sat before them. Tong Fong stood over it, a satisfied expression on his face. Nice work, he said. That should be enough. A series of triumphant chimes resonated, announcing the completion of the arduous task. You have completed the linked quest, Land of Ice and Cold's Herb Slave. You have cleared the achievement Ginseng Digger that made it back from hell. You've earned 10 bonus points as a reward for the achievement. Jin Taekyung bowed slightly. Are we done with the preparations then? He asked. Tong Fong nodded, his gaze sweeping over the mountain of herbs piled up. Indeed, he confirmed. We'll be able to prepare for any sudden scenario with this many herbs. He picked up a small sprig, examining it closely. Then, when will you begin the treatment? Jin Taekyung pressed, his impatience barely contained this time. I have to prepare the herbs so that I can use them for the great method of regeneration, Tong Fong explained. It'll be in about 7 days. He paused, his gaze hardening slightly. Until then, no one is to approach where the patient is resting. Do you understand? Jin Taekyung met Tong Fong's firm gaze, then clasped his hands together in a respectful gesture. I understand, he replied. Don't forget it'll be 7 days, Tong Fong had instructed, his gaze unwavering. However, Jin Taekyung didn't come back in 7 days. He appeared again, with Mun Kyung, in just 3. The courtyard, usually a place of calm, was now filled with a different kind of tension. Jin Taekyung stood, his face pale, eyes wide with a fresh wave of panic. He gasped, what? Mun Kyung, who'd been tending to the patient, looked equally distressed, a bead of sweat tracing its way down his temple. His voice trembling slightly, Mun Kyung relayed the grim discovery. There's a mysterious lethal poison inside the patient's body. We can't proceed with the treatment like this. Wait, Jin Taekyung stammered, his mind racing. Formless extreme poison? What do you mean? He looked from Mun Kyung to Tong Fong, who stood nearby, his expression unreadable. Tong Fong sighed. It was a heavy sound, carrying the weight of unforeseen complications. It's just as you heard, he began. I found it while I was inspecting the patient, right as I was preparing the great method of regeneration. The revelation hung in the air, a new, daunting obstacle in their already desperate quest. Poison? Is that what the Blood Lord used? Jin Taekyung's mind raced, trying to connect the dots of his master's mysterious illness. Tong Fong stroked his beard, a grim expression on his face. I don't know if I should call it luck, he said, but the scorching sun chi that's been running wild in his body, well, it's actually been keeping the poison at bay. He paused, his gaze darkening. The problem is, we only have 4 months. If we go ahead with the treatment, the scorching sun chi will calm down, but then the poison will spread immediately and it will kill him. The chilling reality of their predicament settled over Jin Taekyung, a cold not forming in his stomach. I'll look for an antidote, he declared, a spark of desperate hope in his voice. We have the Sichuan Tang clan. Tong Fong shook his head slowly. Taekyung, he began, a deep sigh escaping his lips. I know the Sichuan Tang clan is the best when it comes to poison. He glanced towards the door where Jabang and Chongpeng stood, listening intently, their faces etched with concern. But they're more focused on killing with poison rather than undoing it. There are countless ways to create poisons, so even the Tang clan wouldn't be able to just whip up an antidote for one we can't even identify. The words hit Jin Taekyung like a physical blow, the last shred of his hope crumbling. His fists clenched at his sides, knuckles white, as the grim truth sank in. The ground beneath his feet seemed to blur, a whirlwind of frustration and despair. There's no antidote. Jin Taekyung's voice was raw, filled with a disbelief that bordered on despair. His fists clenched so tightly that blood welled up from his palms, dripping onto the ground. But I found the divine physician. Why can't he be treated now? He gritted his teeth. Damn it, this whole situation it's completely messed up. He looked up, his gaze distant, as if speaking to the heavens. Old man, he whispered, what am I supposed to do now? He collapsed to his knees beside Jeek Chonggang, whose pale, unconscious form lay still. Then, Tong Fong's voice, calm and clear, cut through the heavy silence. There's a way. Chongpeng and Jabang, who had been watching from a distance, also leaned in, their expressions etched with anticipation. Tong Fong and Mun Kyung looked directly at Jin Taekyung, their gazes unwavering. Mun Kyung spoke, his voice serious. There's a treasure, a legend really, from the Sichuan Tang clan. If we can get our hands on that divine relic, the one said to cure all poisons under the heavens, then we can treat him. As Mun Kyung spoke, a new set of system notifications flared before Jin Taekyung's eyes. Linked quest. Myriad Poisons ring has been created. This quest is mandatory. Quest. The Myriad Poisons ring is said to absorb any kind of poison under the heavens. It's the Sichuan Tang clan's divine relic and one of Murim's legends. It is not certain who owns it or if it even exists, but this is the only hope for now. Reward. Large amount of EXP failure. Death of Jeek Cheongang. Jin Taekyung stared at the glowing text, his mind reeling. A divine relic. That's supposed to absorb all kinds of poison. He looked up at Mun Kyung, who simply nodded, confirming his thoughts. That's right. That's what the Myriad Poisons ring does, Mun Kyung affirmed, but his expression quickly clouded over. There's just one problem. Mun Kyung continued, glancing at Tong Fong, who sighed in agreement. No one knows who owns it, or even if it truly exists anymore. The Sichuan Tang clan themselves have denied its existence countless times, claiming it's just a legend. No, it exists, Taekyung interjected, his voice firm. It definitely exists. It's just hidden. Tong Fong looked at him, asking, how can you be so certain? Taekyung paused, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. Well, about that. He began, then thought to himself, because I just got a quest for it. I wouldn't even have gotten the quest if it didn't exist. He then offered a more logical explanation. Don't you think people would have tried all kinds of ways to get their hands on it if they just said it existed? The Sichuan Tang clan probably just wanted to avoid that kind of trouble. Don't you agree? The divine physician tilted her head, considering his words. It makes sense, Jabang conceded, the logic undeniable. He thought back to his own experiences. The beggar sect has investigated the matter quite a few times too, and Jin Taekyung cut him off. Anyway, you can stay here and tell Mujin the rest of that story. Stay here? With him, Jabang exclaimed, pointing an accusing finger at Hyuk. His face contorted in a comical expression of disgust. Hyuk exclaimed, what do you mean? I want to come with you. He stomped his foot in frustration. Don't leave me here with this disgusting beggar. Jabang, his eyes wide with indignation, bristled at the insult. What? What did you just say? He took a step forward, his hand ready for confrontation. Jin Taekyung intervened quickly. Just keep watch over Senior Nun Myo Ryung instead. Jabang, you come running to me if anything happens. Chompung asked, what about me, Savior? His expression was a mix of indignation and curiosity. Jin Taekyung sighed, a weary but resigned look on his face. You're coming with me. Who knows what kind of trouble you might get into if I leave you here. All right, Chompung mumbled, still looking a little disgruntled, but he relented. Tong Fong asked Mun Kyung, what will you do, Kyung? Mun Kyung offered a gentle smile. I'll stay with you. He then reassured the others. The female monk from the Amei sect should be fine with just rest. Suddenly, a tightly coiled rope sailed through the air, landing directly in Chompung's hands. He looked down at the rope, then back up at Jin Taekyung, a question in his wide eyes. Jin Taekyung, seeing Chompung's confused look, clarified. Chompung, tie those two down onto the carrier. He pointed a finger at Tong Fong and Mun Kyung. Tong Fong and Mun Kyung blinked, their eyes wide with surprise. Huh? What? Chompung asked, a hint of alarm in her voice. Jin Taekyung explained, we need to be as fast as possible. It'll be really bad if we drop them, so tie them real tight. Tong Fong and Mun Kyung exchanged a bewildered glance, understanding dawning on their faces as they realized the implications of Jin Taekyung's determination. They were in for a wild ride. Far from their hurried preparations, the Grand Tang clan city stood resolute under a clear sky. Its formidable, ancient stone walls stretched across the horizon. Inside, a vast, ornate hall was steeped in quiet solemnity. Towering, dark pillars, adorned with intricate golden accents, rose from the polished floor. Figures in dignified robes moved through the space, their footsteps echoing softly in the cavernous room. Tang Sadok walked with a deliberate, unhurried pace. His eyes, sharp and unyielding, seemed to weigh the very air around him with each measured step. He halted suddenly, his hand clenching tightly at his side. A ripple of shock passed through his stern features as the words reached him, delivered by a subordinate in green robes who stood a respectful distance away. The heaven-revering divine nun of the Amei sect and 3 of their elders. All killed by just one person, he murmured, disbelief evident in his voice, though it was quickly overshadowed by a chilling realization. His gaze sharpened, eyes narrowing to slits as he processed the impossible news. There can't be 2 people in the world that skilled, Tang Sadok thought, a cold certainty settling in his gut. It must be the same person who killed father. The implications of such a formidable, elusive foe weighed heavily on him. Just what's going on in Murim right now? He wondered, his frustration mounting. He clicked his tongue, a sharp sound in the quiet hall. I won't even be able to leave to chase the killer down anymore. The thought gnawed at him, a bitter taste in his mouth. Not only did we find out who the killer is, but we wasted time preparing to go looking for him. He turned his full attention to the subordinate, his voice firm with renewed purpose. What happened to the Green Shadow Squad? The subordinate bowed slightly. They dispersed into 10 teams of 5 each, sir. They split up to cover Qincheng, Amei, and other places, with the capital as the central point. Tang Sadok's eyes hardened, his gaze sweeping across the opulent hall as if searching for an unseen threat. We mustn't let our guard down, he declared, his voice ringing with authority. Increase the guards around the Forest Clan Pavilion, and don't let anyone in. The command was absolute, a desperate measure to secure what was left amidst the growing chaos. Tang Sadok dismissed his subordinate with a curt nod. You're excused. The man bowed deeply, his form disappearing quickly from the grand hall. A soft thud echoed as Tang Sadok settled onto the ornate, throne-like chair, a sigh escaping his lips. Phew, how stressful, he mumbled, his face still etched with the weight of the recent news and the heavy responsibility of protecting his clan. As he rested, a subtle movement caught his attention. A small, pale snake, its scales shimmering faintly, slithered silently from beneath his robes. It moved with an unnerving grace, winding its way up his arm. Taekyung Jin watched it, his expression unreadable, as the creature raised its head, its forked tongue flicking out to taste the air near his face. He felt the cold, dry touch of its scales against his skin, a familiar presence. A slow, knowing smile spread across his face, and a low chuckle rumbled in his chest. Ha! Taekyung Jin's laughter filled the hall, a rare moment of levity as the pale snake playfully nudged his face. Ha ha, you're tickling me, he murmured, his fingers gently stroking the creature's head. The snake seemed to respond, its small head tilting, its blue eyes blinking slowly. Suddenly, a voice cut through the quiet. Uncle, it's me. Taekyung Jin's relaxed demeanor vanished instantly. His eyes snapped open, a sharp glint returning to them. He looked toward the entrance. Why are you back? He demanded, his voice devoid of warmth. He'd given strict orders. The young man hesitated, then spoke. Well, the hidden dragon of Shangxi and the rising dragon of Manhwa have returned. Taekyung Jin's frown deepened. I told you not to let anyone in. I don't permit it. His tone was firm, leaving no room for argument. But, the young man began, his voice tinged with urgency. I think they have the divine physician with them. The word struck Taekyung Jin like a bolt of lightning. His eyes widened, and he shot to his feet, the sound of his robes rustling sharply in the sudden movement. What? The divine physician? He exclaimed, his voice laced with shock and disbelief. His mind raced. Why would he be here? The presence of the legendary healer could only mean one thing, a matter of grave importance. One that could potentially change everything. Taekyung Jin's command echoed through the vast hall. Let them in. The doors swung open, revealing a procession of 4 figures making their way down the long, red-carpeted aisle. At the front walked the white-bearded elder, Tong Fong, followed by Chong Peng, Mun Kyung, and Jin Taekyung. They stopped before Taekyung Jin, bowing in unison. Taekyung Jin's gaze, sharp and piercing, fixed on Tong Fong. Are you the divine physician? He asked, getting straight to the point. Damn, he's getting straight to the point, Taekyung thought, a smirk playing on his lips. Tong Fong chuckled softly, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He replied, it's a title far too grand for me. My name is Tong Fong. Taekyung Jin's expression remained stern. So you're him. What brings you here when you've always remained hidden away from the world? Before Tong Fong could answer, Taekyung stepped forward, raising his hand slightly. Could I answer that question? He asked, his voice steady despite the intense atmosphere. Taekyung Jin's eyes flickered to the young warrior. Go ahead, he said, a warning in his tone. If you talk nonsense, you'd better be prepared to. Jin Taekyung cut him off, his voice ringing out clearly. Please, lend me the myriad poison ring. A wave of shock rippled through the hall. Tong Fong's jaw dropped, his eyes wide with utter disbelief, while Mun Kyung gasped, his face pale with alarm. The sheer audacity of the request hung heavy in the air, leaving everyone stunned. Taekyung Jin's face contorted in a furious grimace, his eyes twitching with barely contained rage. The audacity of the request was beyond anything he had anticipated. Still, do you believe that nonsense? He roared, his voice echoing through the opulent hall. I knew you were young, but you're basically a child. Jin Taekyung, standing nearby, a mischievous glint in his eyes, pointed a finger at the enraged elder. I saw you flinch just now, he stated, a smirk playing on his lips. Nonsense, Taekyung Jin bellowed, his voice rising even further. Jin Taekyung merely chuckled. You're raising your voice because I'm right, huh? I said that's not it. Taekyung Jin's anger was a palpable force in the room. Ooh, you're clenching your fists. Jin Taekyung observed, his smirk widening. Can I have it if I find it? Taekyung Jin, his patience completely shattered, finally exploded. Fine. Look everywhere, he snarled, his eyes blazing with fury. If you can't find it, I'm going to take your head and call it the myriad poison ring. Jin Taekyung's smile didn't waver. Sheesh, you must have hidden it elsewhere then. I'll just have to cancel that statement. The elder's rage reached a boiling point. Tong Fong and Mun Kyung watched the absurd exchange silently. You insolent little, Taekyung Jin roared, his voice shaking with pure indignation, unable to comprehend the brazen youth. Taekyung then said, just once. If you lend it to me just once, I'll kill the person who murdered the Poison King. Taekyung Jin's face contorted, a guttural growl escaping his throat as his eyes bulged with fury. The sheer impudence of the young man was beyond anything he had ever witnessed. You're really asking me to kill you, he seethed, his voice low and dangerous. A faint green aura began to shimmer around him, radiating his immense displeasure. It's our duty and right to kill him. We've only paused our chase just in case, but how dare you insult us like that? The air crackled with his barely contained power. Jin Taekyung, unfazed by the elder's wrath, merely smiled. I expected this kind of reaction. I'll throw a bigger bait, he thought. He paused, then said, instead of me, just a kid, how about the Fire King instead? Taekyung Jin's eyes widened, the green aura around him flickering with renewed intensity. The mention of the Fire King was a gamble, a name that carried a different weight entirely. Jin Taekyung took a step forward, his voice calm and clear. Let's say you found the killer. It's not like he's going to offer up his arm and be like, please stick me with your poison needle, right? He looked at Taekyung Jin, a challenging glint in his eye. If the Sichuan Tang clan does its best, you might be able to avenge the Poison King. Jin Taekyung's words hung in the air, a chilling image forming in Taekyung Jin's mind. Countless bodies sprawled on a blood-soaked battlefield. But you'll have to lose countless people of the clan in the process. Jin Taekyung continued, his voice calm, painting a grim picture of the cost of their pride. He gestured towards Tong Fong. Now, if we and the old man, Master Tong Fong, help, we can minimize the damages on your end. We'll have you kill the killer, of course. Jin Taekyung's eyes, sharp and calculating, met Tang Sadok's unwavering stare. What do you think? Tang Sadok remained silent for a long moment, his expression unreadable as he considered the proposition. The weight of his clan's legacy pressed down on him. Then, with a firm shake of his head, he spoke. No matter the damage that might come from it, we need to do it ourselves. That's the path the former clan leaders have walked, and I, too, will walk it. That's the Sichuan Tang clan way. His voice resonated with conviction, a testament to his unwavering pride and loyalty to tradition. Jin Taekyung listened, his gaze steady. I know what kind of path the Sichuan Tang clan has walked, he conceded, a hint of understanding in his tone. However, people won't insult you just because you take a shortcut sometimes, especially if the reason you chose that shortcut is to minimize the loss of your people. His words were a subtle challenge to Tang Sadok's rigid adherence to tradition. Tang Sadok's jaw tightened, his eyes narrowing as he absorbed Jin Taekyung's unexpected wisdom. Jin Taekyung thought, Tang Sadok, the Azura of 1,000 poisons. I don't think he's as cold a person as he seems. No, even if he is, I don't think he's so cold that he'd only care about revenge and nothing else. If that were the case, he wouldn't have given up the chase to protect the people left behind in the clan here. Tang Sadok's gaze softened almost imperceptibly, a flicker of understanding passing through his eyes. Tang Sadok then said, if, he began, his voice gaining a serious tone. If we have the myriad poison ring, can you treat Grandmaster Jeek? Tong Fong, who'd been listening intently, stepped forward. The preparations are already almost complete, he stated, his voice firm and clear. If we have the myriad poison ring, there won't be any issue with the treatment. 2 weeks will be enough. Tang Sadok's eyes widened. 2 weeks? He murmured, the words barely audible. The possibility of healing Grandmaster Jeek, a thought that had seemed impossible moments ago, now hung tantalizingly close. He rose slowly from his throne, the rustle of his robes the only sound in the silent hall. His gaze fixed on Jin Taekyung, a new determination hardening his features. Jin Taekyung watched him, a faint smile playing on his lips. Ooh, has he been convinced? He wondered silently, a flicker of triumph in his eyes. Tang Sadok stopped directly in front of Jin Taekyung, his hand moving quickly toward his chest. Jin Taekyung's eyes widened in surprise, a gasp escaping him. Is this? He exclaimed, recognizing the movement. You really are so direct. From within his robes, Tang Sadok produced the small, pale snake. It was the same one that had been playfully tickling him earlier. It slithered out, its forked tongue flicking, as he held it out toward Jin Taekyung. Taekyung, caught completely off guard, stumbled backward with a yelp of pure terror. Shit, why do you have a snake in there? He shrieked, his face pale, his arms flailing wildly, trying to put distance between himself and the creature. Tang Sadok, unfazed by Taekyung's dramatic reaction, calmly reassured him. Don't be scared. She's not dangerous. Tong Fong, however, was equally stunned, his eyes wide as he recognized the serpent. Isn't this the 1,000-year poison-horned serpent? He stammered, a tremor in his voice. Still scared, Jin Taekyung said. The 1,000-year poison-horned serpent? Even its name sounds dangerous. Tang Sadok looked at Tong Fong and said, this isn't the 1,000-year poison-horned serpent. It's Mimi, Tang Mimi. He held the snake gently, a strange fondness in his gaze, as if introducing a beloved pet, rather than a legendary, venomous creature. I named her myself, Tang Sadok stated, a hint of pride in his voice. Taekyung's eyes widened in horror. What? That's even scarier, he thought, his fear of the creature only deepening with this revelation. Tang Sadok, ignoring the young man's distress, turned his attention to Tong Fong. I'm sure you know that this girl isn't your ordinary 1,000-year poison-horned serpent. Tong Fong nodded, his expression grim. The 1,000-year poison-horned serpent possesses a very rare, lethal poison. Its body is supposed to be completely black and very aggressive. However, Tang Sadok held up Mimi, the pale snake docile in his hand. As you can see, she's not black, and she's very docile. Tong Fong, however, wasn't easily convinced. But you never know when she might change. She's an animal that can kill 100 cows with just 1 drop of poison. Tang Sadok merely chuckled, a glint in his eye. There's no need to worry. She has no poison in her. To be precise, she doesn't have it anymore. Jin Taekyung, who'd been observing the exchange with keen interest, finally spoke up, scratching his head in confusion. Regardless of whether it's a 1,000-year poison-horned serpent or a golden retriever, what about the myriad poison ring? Tang Sadok's gaze hardened once more. His voice was firm, leaving no room for argument. The myriad poison ring doesn't exist. Jin Taekyung blinked, taken aback. Really? It really doesn't. Tang Sadok shook his head, Mimi coiling gently in his palm. No one knows about the myriad poison ring, and no one should know about it, either. His words were a stark warning, a clear indication that the legendary item wasn't to be spoken of, let alone sought. Jin Taekyung's eyes, wide with surprise, followed Mimi as the snake opened its mouth, revealing not fangs, but a small, shimmering ring tucked inside. Tang Sadok's voice cut through the stunned silence then. Keep that in mind. No one knows about the myriad poison ring, and no one should know about it, either. With a gentle gesture, the snake deposited the ring into Tang Sadok's waiting palm. The ring, a delicate artifact of intricate design, glowed faintly as it rested in the elder's hand. Its surface, a blend of green and gold, seemed to pulse with a subtle energy. This is, Jin Taekyung gasped, his jaw dropping in utter disbelief. His fear of Mimi was momentarily forgotten in the face of such a revelation. Tang Sadak held the ring aloft, a radiant light emanating from it. Yes, it's the Tang clan's divine relic, he declared, his voice filled with a profound sense of history and power. Just then, a familiar chime sounded in Jin Taekyung's mind, followed by two distinct notifications. You have completed the quest condition, obtained the Myriad Poison Ring. You have successfully cleared the linked quest, Myriad Poison Ring. The quest notifications faded, leaving Jin Taekyung with a fresh sense of accomplishment. The Myriad Poison Ring, now a tangible reality, still rested in Tang Sadak's hand, its intricate design shimmering. Tong Fong's face brightened, a wide smile spreading across his lips. Haha, I guess we just need a place for treatment now, then, he said, looking at Tang Sadak. Tang Sadak's gaze sharpened. Did you forget where you are? He countered, his voice carrying a hint of wry amusement. Tong Fong replied, I've often heard there's a physician in the Sichuan Tang clan, but there are two conditions necessary for Grandmaster Jeek's treatment. First, it has to be a place where people rarely go near, and second, it needs to be cold with no sunlight. He explained the requirements for the delicate procedure. Tang Sadak stroked his beard, a thoughtful expression on his face. A cold, dark place without people. He paused for a moment, then his eyes lit up with recognition. Ah, there's a perfectly fitting place then. I'll show you there myself. Tong Fong bowed deeply, his gratitude evident. Thank you, he said sincerely. Tang Sadak, however, held up a hand, his expression stern once more. Don't be mistaken. This is an exchange of services. I'm not some great charitable person, like you're making it seem. His gaze then shifted, fixing on Jin Taekyung with an intensity that sent a shiver down the young man's spine. So then, if the existence of the Myriad Poison Ring is ever revealed, the unspoken threat hung heavy in the air. Suddenly, Chongpeng leaned in close to the snake. Whoa, how pretty. Can I touch her? He asked, his eyes sparkling with childlike curiosity. Tang Sadak's brow furrowed. No, do you think Mimi would just like anyone? If it weren't for me calling her, she wouldn't have even shown herself. Undeterred, Chongpeng clapped his hands together, a mischievous glint in his eye. Mimi, come here, he cooed, extending a hand towards the snake. To everyone's astonishment, Mimi, with a graceful slither, moved from Tang Sadak's arm and wrapped itself around Chongpeng's wrist. Tang Sadak gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. Chongpeng, beaming with pride, winked at Mimi, a triumphant he, escaping his lips. I'm good with animals, he declared, his chest puffed out. If I lay down in the grass on Manhwa, birds, deer, and even tigers would come and play with me. Tang Sadak stared, utterly dumbfounded. Mimi, my Mimi, he mumbled, his face a picture of betrayal and confusion. Chongpeng then started playing with Mimi, getting bolder. Mimi, use whirlwind attack, he commanded playfully. Jin Taekyung watched the scene unfold, a mix of amusement and bewilderment on his face. Is he a Manhwa druid? He thought, shaking his head. This guy is so... Wait, what did he mean? Use whirlwind. Suddenly, Mimi, still coiled around Chongpeng's arm, began to spin rapidly, creating a miniature whirlwind of air and dust around him. Tang Sadak, his jaw still agape, could only stare. I can't believe it. How could Mimi do that with someone she's never seen before? Jin Taekyung's eyes widened. What? It's an actual thing? He exclaimed, genuinely surprised. Chongpeng then chimed in. Whoa. Well done, Mimi. Tang Sadak led the group away from the grand hall, down a winding path that eventually opened into a secluded courtyard carved into the side of a rocky cliff. A dark, cavernous opening beckoned from the stone face, hinting at the depths within. As they stepped inside, the air grew instantly cooler, the natural light quickly fading as they ventured deeper into the earth. Torches flickering along the rough-hewn walls cast dancing shadows, illuminating a narrow, uneven passage. Jin Taekyung looked around, a puzzled expression on his face. What is this place? There isn't a single person here. Tang Sadak's lips curved into a faint, knowing smile. It must be time for feeding. What? Jin Taekyung asked, a hint of unease creeping into his voice. Tang Sadak merely glanced back, his eyes holding a cryptic glint. You'll see soon enough. He continued deeper into the cavern, his steps unwavering. Jin Taekyung followed, his brow furrowed in thought, a growing sense of apprehension settling over him. He couldn't shake the feeling that this perfectly fitting place was far more sinister than it appeared. They reached a heavy, wooden door. Beyond it lay a chamber that stole the breath from Jin Taekyung's lungs. Tools of torture hung from the walls, chains lay scattered on the blood-stained floor, and tables were covered with what looked like instruments of torment. The sight of the torture chamber was truly shocking. Jin Taekyung stood frozen. This is, he stammered, unable to form coherent words. Tang Sadak, however, remained impassive, his voice calm amidst the macabre scene. Yes, this is our underground prison. Taekyung, his face contorted in disgust, stepped forward, his voice a mix of outrage and disbelief. You want the old man, master, to receive treatment in a place like this? Tang Sadak merely looked at them, a cold logic in his eyes. There isn't a single ray of sunlight here, and it's bone-chillingly cold. This is the perfect place. Mun Kyung, despite his initial shock, gathered his composure. Master, we're physicians. We have to tolerate this, even if we don't like it, for the sake of the patient. Yes, you're right, Tong Fong conceded, though his expression still showed his discomfort. Tang Sadak cut through the tense atmosphere. Huh, what mature young guy. Hey, divine physician, All the people in prison here were demonic heads who had done terrible things. Don't look at me like we're the bad guys. Tong Fong, surprised by the sudden confrontation, quickly bowed his head. I'm sorry about that. Please forgive my rudeness. Just then, a man in simple green robes, an older figure with a weathered face, approached them. Patriarch Tang, what brings you here? He asked, clearly not used to seeing the clan leader in this grim part of their domain. Tang Sadak replied, it's you. How are the prisoners? Well, they're the same as always. I was just checking to see if they're alive, he replied, his gaze flickering to the group. But these people? Tang Sadak explained, they're guests. They'll be staying for about 2 weeks. He then added, a subtle warning in his tone. It won't be loud, will it? The old man shuffled his feet, a faint smile playing on his lips. No. The guys that are alive are basically only breathing, so it should be quiet. I completely drained the energy out of the heavenly power demon too. I also took other things from him while I was at it. He chuckled, a chilling sound in the grim chamber. Jin Taekyung's eyes narrowed, a cold realization dawning on him. I better not make an enemy out of the Sichuan Tang clan, he thought, the casual cruelty of their methods sinking in. Tang Sadak nodded, seemingly satisfied. Good. There's a cell recently emptied on the lowest floor. He'll guide you there. He indicated the old man. Recently emptied? Jin Taekyung murmured, a shiver running down his spine. The old man, his smile unnervingly wide, gestured with a hand. Here, I'll guide the way. He's just guiding us to the cell, not to hell, right? Taekyung von internal. Further down, figures in simple green robes moved with practiced efficiency, carrying buckets and brooms. It looked like they were cleaning a cell for Jin Taekyung and his team. Jin Taekyung carefully lifted the unconscious Jeek Cheon gang, whose body felt unnervingly light, a mere husk. He carried the old man, the others following close behind, and gently laid him onto a cold, stone slab that served as a makeshift bed. Jeek Cheon gang's head lolled to the side, his long, white braids spilling onto the rough, stone surface. He lay utterly still. Jin Taekyung stood over him, his gaze sharp, lost in a flood of memories with his master. He remembered their first meeting, when Jeek Cheon gang had gruffly asked, "Who the hell are you?" Then another, when his master, curious, had wondered, "What a strange guy. Where did you say you're from?" He recalled the time his master was crying, making a flimsy excuse. This place is old, the rain is seeping through. There was the memory where his master declared him a disciple, stating, "I will leave the divine relic of the Scorching Clan with him." And another, "All right, I'll teach you everything I know." Jin Taekyung remembered his grueling training, an endless cycle of exertion and instruction, pushing his body far beyond its perceived limits. Then, he remembered a fight, his master injured and falling unconscious. Another memory surfaced, Jin Taekyung calling out, "Master." Jeek Cheon gang had looked to the side, a faint, almost imperceptible smile touching his lips, as he responded, "Just call me old man." The memories faded, leaving Jin Taekyung once more in the dim, damp cell. The weight of the past lessons felt heavy in his bones. "Did you know, old man?" he thought, the words a silent tribute to the man who had imparted so much. "I've always wanted to call you master." He reached out, his fingers gently closing around Jeek Cheon gang's frail hand, a silent farewell passing between them. The moment was broken by a voice from the doorway, cutting through the heavy silence. "Mr. Jin, it's time." Jin Taekyung turned, facing the old man, Tong Fong, and Mun Kyung, who stood waiting in the dimly lit corridor. Jin Taekyung held out the ring. "Please take good care of him." Tong Fong's eyes twinkled, a faint smile playing on his lips. "I'll do my best." Mun Kyung, his expression earnest, stepped forward. "I'll also do everything I can." With a final, lingering glance at Jeek Cheon gang, Jin Taekyung turned towards the door, a heavy sigh escaping him. As he walked, his thoughts raced, a desperate, almost comical plea forming in his mind. "Jesus Christ, Buddha, Allah, Jade Emperor, anyone, please help me this once." Mun Kyung immediately started preparations for the treatment. The heavy iron door clanged shut behind Jin Taekyung, the sound echoing ominously through the desolate prison. He heard the old man's voice, firm and clear, from the other side. "Don't forget, no one is to come here for 2 weeks." Jin Taekyung stood for a moment, his back to the door, then his own resolve hardened. "I will stop anyone from coming here with my life, no matter who it might be." Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. From the oppressive prison, we're thrown into the bright light of day. A man looked up, a single leaf spiraling down past his face. He mumbled, a strange sensation prickling at his senses. He instinctively reached up, touching his ear, a shiver running down his spine. What is this strange feeling? Strange, very strange. His gaze then swept across the landscape. The serene forest gave way to a gruesome sight, a battlefield littered with bodies. Men lay sprawled, their lives brutally extinguished. Blood stained the earth, swords lay scattered. One of the fallen, his face contorted in agony, whispered his last words. I will make sure that my people." The man with a cruel smile looked down at him, a smirk playing on his lips. What boring last words. Well, that's how the Sichuan Tang clan guys have always been. The air above the blood-soaked ground suddenly rippled, birds scattering from the trees in a frantic flurry of wings. The man with the cruel smile surveyed the carnage around him. His foot nudged a lifeless hand, its fingers still curled as if grasping for a lost weapon, and blood splattered a bit. "The Green Shadow Squad," he murmured, a sneer twisting his lips. He then let out a soft, mocking chuckle. "What a bunch of fruit flies." He looked down at another fallen warrior. "I should have killed Tang Sadak when he was out here," he mused, his voice dripping with casual malice. "Well, it only extended his life by a few days." He then vanished into thin air, his last words hanging in the silence. The end result won't change. The scene shifted. Night descended, bringing with it a blanket of deep blue, dotted with countless stars, and a luminous full moon that cast a silvery glow over the rugged landscape. Below, the earth opened into a vast, winding canyon, its sheer rock walls rising like ancient sentinels, carving a deep chasm through the wilderness. Through the narrow path at the bottom of this formidable gorge, a lone figure emerges. He walks steadily, his gaze fixed on a particular spot amidst the jagged rocks. "This must be the place," he mutters. He reaches out, his hand brushing against the rough rock face, confirming his instincts. Ahead, the canyon wall opens into a dark, gaping maw, a cave entrance shrouded in an unsettling aura. "The arrays of sorcerers always manage to impress me," he muses. He steps into the darkness, his boots echoing with each deliberate stride. He moves deeper, the vastness of the cavern slowly revealing itself. Before him lies a wide platform, meticulously carved into the cavern floor. Intricate patterns, symbols, and runes are etched into the stone, forming a complex magical array. Torches flicker on either side of the platform, casting an eerie, dancing light that makes the blood-red patterns seem to writhe. He steps onto the edge of the array, his foot falls silent on the ancient stone, his gaze unwavering as he stares into the heart of the sorcerer's work. As he stands on the edge of the ominous array, dark tendrils of energy begin to coil around his feet, swirling upwards like smoke. A profound transformation seizes him. His body tenses, muscles bulging, and a primal roar rips from his throat. "Heavenly Master!" he bellows, his voice no longer his own, but resonant with a terrifying, ancient power. The crimson array beneath him flares to life, glowing with an intense, pulsing red light that illuminates the cavern in a hellish glow. Then, as suddenly as it erupted, the light subsides. He stands tall, his eyes close for a moment, then reopens them, his gaze sharp and cold. From the shadows, a multitude of figures emerge, their footsteps thudding in unison as they advance. Dressed in dark, uniform robes, they move with disciplined precision, filling the cavern, until they stand before him, a formidable army. Their voices rise in a powerful, unified chant that reverberates through the cavern. "We offer our greetings to the Western Heaven Demon Lord." They repeat, their voices echoing with fervent loyalty. "We offer our greetings to the Demon Lord." The Western Heaven Demon Lord looks down at his kneeling army, a slow, chilling smile spreading across his face. Three particular individuals, older men with weathered faces and long white beards, move forward. "We offer our greetings to the Western Heaven Demon Lord," they say, their expressions a mix of reverence and trepidation. The Western Heaven Demon Lord's gaze sweeps over them, a faint, almost mocking smile playing on his lips. "The three oddities," he begins, his voice deep and resonant. "You've all got much older. I might as well call you the three old men instead." The elder oddities flinch, quickly shaking their heads. One of them says, "No, we can't take on such titles when you are the eldest." Then, another one stammers, his eyes darting to the Western Heaven Demon Lord's missing arm. "But, Demon Lord, what happened to your arm?" He glances down at the empty sleeve, a casual shrug of his shoulders. "This," he asks, a chilling nonchalance in his tone. "I traded it for the lives of the old geezers from the Tang clan and the Amay sect." The revelation strikes the three oddities. Their eyes widen in disbelief. Then, one of them cries, his voice trembling with a mix of horror and dawning understanding. The Demon Lord's smile widens, a glint of fierce anticipation in his eyes. "Indeed," he affirms, his voice now imbued with an undeniable authority. He looks out at his loyal followers. It's finally time. A powerful aura surges from him, sweeping through the cavern, and the assembled army roars in response, their collective energy shaking the very foundations of the earth. Let's move back to Jin Taekyung. We see the torches flicker, casting dancing shadows on the ancient stone walls. Chong Peng shouts, first, his voice booming with authority. He lunges forward, a blur of motion, his fist striking out with immense force, leaving a shimmering trail of purple energy in its wake. "I'll use the tiger's subduing fist to target your shoulder, chest, and stomach." Jin Taekyung observes, a critical eye on his opponent. That's easy to dodge. He then adjusts his stance, moving with fluid grace. Half a step diagonally back, and a punch toward the side. Chong Peng continues to demonstrate, his movements precise and deadly. "I'll use the chaotic flower hand to disperse the energy and hit back with the 36 plum blossom sword." The air crackles around him as he unleashes a flurry of strikes, each one imbued with potent energy. Taekyung pauses, a flicker of thought crossing his face. Which technique's next? He wonders aloud. Then, with a sudden, devastating motion, Chong Peng brought his arm down. A blinding arc of purple energy slashed through the air, carving a deep fissure in the stone floor. One slash under heaven. The sheer power of the attack caused Jin Taekyung to gasp. "Whoa, isn't that a bit much?" he exclaimed, a hint of fear in his voice. Chong Peng, his eyes narrowed in concentration, replied, "I should give it my all when my opponent is strong." Taekyung closed his eyes for a brief moment. "I thought I was your savior." Chong Peng smirked. "That's different," he. With another surge of energy, he unleashed the attack again, the purple slash tearing through the air with devastating force. "Anyway, one slash under heaven." Jin Taekyung scoffed. "I'll deflect it." He prepared his next move, a powerful thrust with his spear. Fire Dragon Divine Spear's first technique. Fire Dragon's tail swipe. The mental battle raged on. Chong Peng stated with unwavering confidence, "You won't be able to deflect it." A faint smile touched Jin Taekyung's lips. Was it about a year ago that we last fought? He mused, a flicker of memory in his gaze. Every day was like 10 years for me. Think again if you think I can't deflect it now. Chong Peng remained silent for a moment. Then a realization dawned on his spectral face. I was wrong, he admitted. I believe it, he declared, his voice filled with an almost playful challenge. Then, he moved with incredible speed, a blur of motion. I'll use subtle fragrance, drifting to get close to you, and then use plum blossom, three-edged sword. He launched himself forward, a dazzling display of purple energy trailing behind him, aiming a decisive strike. Taekyung, caught off guard by the unexpected maneuver, could only register surprised. H-U-H? Jin Taekyung abruptly ceased the training. He turned to Chong Peng. That's it for today, Jin Taekyung announced, wiping a bead of sweat from his brow. Chong Peng, however, looked utterly deflated, a comedic pout on his face. Ah, but why? He whined, bouncing slightly on the balls of his feet. I'm bored. Save you. Can't we just keep going? Jin Taekyung sighed, a hint of exasperation in his expression. Hey, did you know that there's a cook here that used to work for the Imperial Palace? I heard they're really good at cooking, especially sweets. Chong Peng's eyes, previously dull with boredom, widened in an instant. His face lit up with childlike wonder. No, I have to protect Grandpa Jeek with you. Jin Taekyung waved a dismissive hand. It's all right. I'll be here anyway. Before he could finish, Chong Peng was already a whirlwind of motion as he bolted from the cavern. Then I'll be right back, he shouted over his shoulder, disappearing into the darkness of the passage. Jin Taekyung let out a long, slow breath, genuine few, escaping his lips. He leaned against the cold stone wall, the silence of the cavern settling around him once more. It's only been 4 days now, he murmured to himself, the passage of time feeling agonizingly slow. Is the treatment going well? I feel like time's going by slower since all I can do is wait. I wish there was something I could do. His gaze drifted across the cavern, then a faint chime echoed in his mind. All right, a new idea sparked in his eyes, a mischievous glint replacing his earlier impatience. I did have something to do, something really annoying. Open the door, one of the prisoners bellowed, his voice raw. Then I will teach you a martial technique to rule the world. Jin Taekyung, holding a ladle full of gruel, offered it through the bars. The prisoner eagerly reached for it, his chained hands shaking. By world, do you mean above world? Because you're in prison here, you know? Jin Taekyung retorted, a smirk playing on his lips. The prisoner paused, scowling. I don't recognize you. Jin Taekyung, annoyed, said, You've seen me for 3 days. He pushed the ladle a little closer. Another prisoner, his eyes still wary, leaned in. Child, come closer. I'll show you heaven. Cut the nonsense and give me your bowl if you don't want to starve. Jin Taekyung interrupted, his tone firm. The prisoner's face contorted in rage. I'll rip you to shreds once I'm out of here. Some other prisoner shouted. Child, hey you bastard. But Jin Taekyung simply turned and walked away. As he continued down the corridor, he remembered Tang Sadek's words. From now on, no one is allowed in the prison other than Mr. Jin and his comrades, he declared, his voice firm. Jin Taekyung's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Then he sighed. I appreciate that you were so considerate, but did you need to ban that old man who worked here too? He muttered, a hint of weariness in his voice. Now I have to work as a prison guard myself. Jin Taekyung, now resigned to his new role as prison guard, carried the heavy bucket of gruel down the dimly lit corridor. At least there are only like 10 prisoners, he thought, a small comfort in his predicament. And I only have to feed them once a day. He reached the last cell, a faint light flickering from within. Anyway, this is the last one, he mused. Was his name Cheon Ryokma? As he approached, he remembered the old man from the Tang clan's warning. I'm sure it'll be fine, but Cheon Ryokma is very dangerous. Be careful, the old man had cautioned, a chilling chuckle escaping him. Jin Taekyung's hand paused, the large, ornate key poised at the lock. What's dangerous about him? He thought, a flicker of concern in his eyes. He's basically dead. Inside, chained to the wall, sat a figure of utter despair. His long, white hair hung over his face. His body was emaciated, covered in dirt and old wounds, his skin pale and lifeless. He was barely clothed. He sat in a lotus position, his wrists and ankles bound by heavy iron chains, utterly still. Jin Taekyung stepped into the cell, his bucket of gruel sloshing. He poured a meager portion into a wooden bowl on the floor. The prisoner remained motionless, his head still bowed. Jin Taekyung turned to leave. Just as he reached the cell door, a raspy voice cut through the silence, making him stop. I have something to ask you. Jin Taekyung turned back, a questioning look on his face. The chain man slowly lifted his head. The divine cult. He whispered, his voice weak. What happened to the divine cult? Jin Taekyung blinked, confused. The divine cult? Yes, the heavenly demon divine cult. The prisoner clarified, his voice gaining a sliver of strength. Jin Taekyung's expression remained blank for a moment. Then a flicker of understanding crossed his face. Ah, the demonic cult, he corrected, a hint of disdain in his tone. He shrugged, turning to leave once more. How the hell should I know what they're doing? If someone from the demonic cult ends up in the room next to you, then maybe you can ask them. He walked out, leaving the prisoner to his thoughts and the cold gruel. The prisoner watched him go, his chained arm twitching slightly, a mixture of frustration and helplessness in his gaze. The chained prisoner, Cheon Ryokma, slowly raised his head, his gaze piercing through the strands of his dirty white hair to fix on Jin Taekyung. He rasped, his voice filled with a sudden, startling clarity. The Fire King's successor, but you don't know anything about the divine cult. Jin Taekyung's eyes widened, a jolt of surprise running through him. He instinctively took a half-step back, his expression shifting from casual disdain to genuine shock. How did you know that? He demanded, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. Cheon Ryakma let out a dry, rattling chuckle. My dantian may be broken, but I still have functioning ears. His one visible eye, bloodshot and intense, held Jin Taekyung's gaze. A wide, unsettling grin spread across Jin Taekyung's face, his eyes glinting with a predatory amusement. He gripped the ladle in his hand, a strange mix of curiosity and menace radiating from him. Oh my, you sure are healthy, he exclaimed, his voice laced with a dark delight. How much do you know? Cheon Ryakma met his gaze, his single visible eye unwavering. That the Fire King is getting his wounds treated here. Jin Taekyung's expression shifted, a flicker of surprise and calculation. He murmured, his mind racing. He thought Chongpeng did mention the old man's name a few times, but for him to have heard that, even then, it must have been hard to assume the situation. He's definitely smart. Cheon Ryakma, sensing Jin Taekyung's internal struggle, continued. I used to be an elder of the heavenly demon divine cult. I was the one who took the revered cult leader's orders and took down Qinghai to begin the holy war. He spoke with a chilling pride. Jin Taekyung listened intently to the prisoner's shocking confession. Jin Taekyung's initial shock quickly morphed into a sardonic disdain. He scoffed inwardly, the words holy war echoing in his mind like a bitter joke. He lifted his gaze. You sure know how to sugarcoat your evil actions, he said. Cheon Ryakma, still chained to the wall, seemed to sense Jin Taekyung's silent judgment. A low growl rumbled in his throat. Evil, he muttered, his voice raspy. I'm fine with being punished for the murders I've committed. But what did I do that was evil? Cheon Ryakma continued, his voice gaining a strange, detached logic. The divine cult and everyone else have been hostile toward each other for a very long time, because of their own beliefs. We just happened to lose a war. That's all. His gaze hardened, a defiant challenge in his eyes. He went on, who could say that's wrong or right? I'm sure you killed innocent civilians too, in the name of justice and rooting out crime. Jin Taekyung mused, a cynical thought forming in his mind. Well, it's only an assumption. His gaze drifted, picturing the stern faces of the elders, like Huang Boam, and he thought, but I can't really believe that these guys would have let civilians in the demonic cult territories live. Jin Taekyung finally broke the silence, his tone flat, devoid of sympathy. Then you should have won, he stated, a cold logic to his words. He bent slightly, placing the bucket of gruel on the ground. Anyway, I don't know, the demonic cult has gone into hiding ever since the Great War of Good and Evil. I heard that they're barely staying afloat. A harsh, mirthless laugh tore from Cheon Ryakma's throat, echoing eerily in the confined space. Ha, he rasped. We once had power over half the world. How the mighty have fallen. I should have stopped the cult leader, even if it cost me my life, when he took in those good-for-nothings like the strange yin-yang duo. He said, a deep-seated bitterness surfacing in his mind. Jin Taekyung's voice cut through the dim cell. The strange yin-yang duo? I know them. Cheon Ryakma's head jolted up. Huh? You know the strange yin-yang duo? Cheon Ryakma rasped, his voice laced with genuine surprise. Jin Taekyung nodded, his expression calm. He leaned back slightly. I fought them in the Shaolin Temple. My master killed the young guy, and the yin guy got killed by some other insane dude. The words hit Cheon Ryakma like a physical blow. The Shaolin Temple, he bellowed, the sound raw and disbelieving. You mean we attacked Shaolin? Jin Taekyung's gaze remained steady. Well, it was an attack, but it wasn't the demonic cult. Cheon Ryakma's initial fury deflated into utter confusion, his voice now weak. What do you mean? Jin Taekyung explained. They were hanging around with some weird cult-like guys calling themselves the Dark Heaven. He finished, his eyes scanning the prisoner's bewildered face. Cheon Ryakma stared back, his wide, bloodshot eyes fixed on Jin Taekyung, the implications of this new information slowly dawning on him, unraveling decades of his own understanding. A rich, savory aroma began to drift through the stone corridors, mingling with the damp, earthy scent of the prison. A prisoner, his attention drawn by the subtle change, inhaled deeply. What is this smell? He shouted, his voice hoarse with desperation. Jin Taekyung merely glanced at him, a dismissive flick of his eyes. None of your business. But the smell was intoxicating, a cruel tease in a desolate prison. The chained man ignored Jin Taekyung's retort, his senses completely overwhelmed. Meat. It smells like meat. I think there's liquor too, he shrieked, his voice cracking with unbearable craving. He rattled his chains wildly, a desperate plea. Give it. Right now. Jin Taekyung, unperturbed by the outburst, simply continued his walk, his footsteps echoing softly on the stone floor. Shut up, he said flatly, passing the frenzied prisoner without another glance. He reached Cheon Ryakma's cell. With a bright, almost theatrical grin, Jin Taekyung pulled out a small, bulging cloth bag. Ta-da! Here's your meal, he announced cheerfully, holding it up. He offered the bag, brimming with the fragrant contents, a picture of polite service. I'm sure it must have been hard to wait. His gaze then drifted to Cheon Ryakma's visibly strained arms, still held aloft by the heavy chains. Don't your arms hurt? Should I ask the Tang clan to loosen your chains a bit? His smile widened, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Cheon Ryakma, still bewildered by the earlier revelations, watched him with a mixture of suspicion and a faint flicker of confusion, as his eyes landed on two steaming bamboo containers on the floor. Inside one, plump, white buns lay nestled, while the other held what looked like small, savory dumplings. Jin Taekyung knelt down, carefully untying the cloth bag. He moved aside the two containers. With a flourish, Jin Taekyung said, Now, don't be like that. Try some. He leaned closer, his eyes sparkling with a secret amusement. What is this, you ask? It's roast duck made by a cook that used to work for the emperor. The meat is so tender. It tastes real good too. With that, he revealed a perfectly roasted duck, its skin glistening, placed on a small platter already arranged with herbs and vegetables. The sight was utterly out of place in the grim cell, a beacon of culinary luxury amidst the squalor. Cheon Ryakma just stared, jaw slack, his one visible eye fixed on the magnificent feast. He stayed silent. Jin Taekyung, with another flourish, produced a small, elegant gourd. Its polished surface, adorned with a red tassel, gleamed. Alcohol is the best with duck, he declared, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. It's Sichuan's famous drink, jiananchan. He uncorked the gourd, and the faint scent of potent liquor wafted into the air. With a wide, triumphant grin, he poured the amber liquid into a small bowl, a soft splash accompanying it. Isn't this a fitting meal for a hero, such as yourself? Jin Taekyung held out the small bowl, brimming with rich duck and a splash of jiananchan, towards Cheon Ryakma. Yet, the old cult elder remained motionless. He didn't reach for it, didn't even flinch. Jin Taekyung's cheerful smile slowly faltered. His brow furrowed as he watched the prisoner's unwavering defiance. He slammed the bowl down onto the stone floor, the playful facade vanishing, replaced by a scowl of mounting frustration. For fuck's sake, I can't do this, he muttered, frustration clear in his tone. He leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous growl. I've offered you all kinds of things, even kissed your ass for the last 3 days. Are you really gonna be like this? Jin Taekyung's eyes narrowed, a cold glint appearing in their depths. I'm being gentlemanly to you, because I have morals. What do you think will happen if the Sichuan Tang clan were to find out? Cheon Ryakma, however, met his gaze with an unexpected, chilling calm. Tell them, he rasped, his eyes unwavering. I've already been through enough torture. Even if they were to kill me, I'd have no regrets. A surge of pure exasperation ripped through Jin Taekyung, a loud, frustrated cry escaping his lips. Sheesh, you're so hard to get through. Is it that much to ask to tell me everything you know about the Dark Heaven? Cheon Ryakma closed his visible eye, a final, resolute sigh escaping him. I've said all that I can. It's up to you whether you kill me or torture me. Jin Taekyung stared at the unyielding prisoner. What the hell? He shouted, finally defeated. He began to gather the untouched feast. He carefully picked up the plump buns, placing them back into their bamboo container. What a stubborn old man, he muttered. All right. He straightened up, turning to leave the cell. I'm leaving, but you really should eat something. You haven't eaten anything for the last 3 days. With one last glance at the unmoving Cheon Ryakma, Jin Taekyung turned and walked away. Cheon Ryakma remained perfectly still, his eyes closed, the tantalizing scent of the food slowly fading into the oppressive dampness of the cell. As Jin Taekyung walked, his mind was already churning. Cheon Ryakma. He definitely knows about the Dark Heaven, he thought, recalling the prisoner's reaction. Since he was locked up here 40 years ago, that means they existed back then too. He frowned, piecing together the fragments of information. It doesn't seem like they were enemies with the demonic cult, considering he doesn't want to tell me about them. Is it like a branch sect of the demonic cult? Or just one of their organizations? Jin Taekyung continued his walk through the dungeon, the unanswered questions about the Dark Heaven gnawing at his mind. His current arrangement with the Fire King wouldn't last forever. Time was a luxury he couldn't afford to waste. I need to find out before the old man's situation is done, he thought, his resolve hardening. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor, growing rapidly louder. A familiar, energetic figure burst into view, munching loudly on something, his cheeks puffed out like a squirrel's. It was Chong Peng, his eyes wide with delight, a piece of food held triumphantly in his hand. Yoa, hot thumb of tea. Itho gul, he exclaimed, his words barely intelligible through the mouthful. Jin Taekyung stopped, a look of utter bewilderment on his face. What the hell are you saying? He asked, a hint of annoyance in his voice. He watched Chong Peng chew and swallow with gusto. You left to get food again? You're overworking their cooks. Chong Peng, still beaming, bounced on the balls of his feet. Yeah, I got a letter from the beggar sect while I was getting food too. He fumbled in his robes, producing a neatly folded piece of parchment, tied with a red ribbon. Ooh, shouldn't this letter be the priority? Taekyung asked, holding it out. Chong Peng, meanwhile, had already found another skewer of meat and was happily devouring it. What's it say? He asked, his voice still a little muffled. Jin Taekyung finished reading, his expression returning to its usual composed state. Nothing much, he replied. It's just that they're looking for the murderer. Chong Peng tilted his head, a thoughtful frown on his face. Do you think they'll find them? Well, the beggar sect, they're skilled, Jin Taekyung mused, his gaze drifting thoughtfully down the corridor. And the Tang Clan's Green Shadow Squad is working with them, so I'm sure they'll find something. Chong Peng, while munching, asked, what about the government? Jin Taekyung replied, the government, they're slowly expanding their search area, moving toward Qinsheng and Amei. It seems they're trying to prevent another murder, too. And it looks like the Lord of Sichuan is doing pretty well, despite looking like a stupid duck. I see. Chong Peng said, still distracted by his food. Jin Taekyung asked, what food did you bring anyway? Chong Peng, mouthful of food, mumbled, it's real good. Jin Taekyung sighed, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Finish chewing before you speak, he said. I'll find what I want on my own. Meanwhile, the scene shifted, leaving the dim dungeon behind. Now, we're in the bright, sun-drenched woods near the Amei sect. A small group of beggar sect members sat on rocks and on the ground, listening intently to an older, more established elder. When I was young, the elder began, the beggar sect, they told me they'd give me a dumpling once I became an official disciple. So, I went to the nearest branch and became a disciple. He paused, a dramatic sigh escaping him. But they only gave me half a dumpling. Thinking of that still upsets me, even now. The younger members exchanged weary glances. Here he goes again, one thought, barely suppressing a groan. I feel like I've heard this story more than a dozen times. Another mused, clearly bored. A third simply let out a long, drawn-out ugh. Unaware of their internal complaints, the elder continued, a proud glint in his eye. I held on, thinking of that half a dumpling, and I got to this position. So you guys also? Suddenly, one of the listeners cried out, "Ah, my stomach." His dramatic storytelling was abruptly cut short. Another beggar sect member, clutching his stomach, let out a desperate cry. "Ah, me too." A third chimed in, "Where's an outhouse?" With a sudden burst of speed, they scrambled off into the trees. The last disciple, still sitting on the rock, watched them go with utter exasperation. Hey, you guys, he shouted, but it was no use. "These bastards," he muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. Just then, the steady crunch of boots on the forest path announced new arrivals. A few figures in government army armor emerged from the trees. The disciples' eyes widened. The government army? They've already arrived here, he thought, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. One of the soldiers, a stern-faced man, stepped forward. "Are you from the beggar sect?" he asked, his voice firm. The disciple, regaining his composure, nodded. "Well, as you can see." The soldier offered a wry smile. "Good work. You too." He then gestured vaguely around the empty woods. "But this place doesn't have a village. Why are you searching out here alone?" The disciple blinked, a slight frown on his face. "Searching," he repeated, a touch of confusion in his voice. "I just came out here, basically on a walk with some of my subordinates, because the branch leader keeps whining about the murderer." He sighed, clearly unenthusiastic about the whole task. The soldier nodded, a knowing look in his eyes. "This murderer, they're making a lot of us work. Good luck to you." He and his men continued on their patrol, their footsteps receding into the distance, leaving the disciple alone once more. "You too," the disciple called out. Then, he turned back to the now empty clearing where his fellow beggar sect members had vanished. He sighed, rubbing his temples. Now where did those guys go? The beggar sect disciple, left alone in the woods, turned to look for his colleagues. But as he did, he felt a sudden, sharp impact to his back. A cold metallic glint caught his eye, a blade, stained crimson, being pulled right out of him. A dark figure, clad in government armor, stood over him. The disciple collapsed to the ground, a choked gasp escaping his lips as pain flared through him. He lay there, blood quickly seeping into the dirt. Another figure, dressed in similar armor, appeared, looking down at the fallen man with no expression. "Find the others. They've got to be nearby," the first attacker commanded, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. "Yes, sir," the second figure replied, already moving towards the trees where the other beggar sect members had vanished. The dying disciple's breath was ragged, his whisper weak and questioning. "Why?" he managed, his eyes wide with confusion and despair, fixed on his murderer. The armored figure offered no explanation, just chilling indifference. "Stupid beggar, it's his fault for being here," he muttered, turning away as if the life he'd just extinguished was no more significant than a fallen leaf. The forest, once alive with the chatter of the beggar sect, now held only the silence of death. Far from that brutal scene in the Amei woods, a faint chime echoed in Jin Taekyung's mind. "You have successfully finished chi circulation. Chi has increased." A soft sigh escaped Jin Taekyung's lips as he completed his chi circulation. Suddenly, a voice, laced with almost desperate concern, broke the silence. "Huh, are you done, Savior?" It was Chongpong. "Savior, are you hurt somewhere?" Jin Taekyung's eyes snapped open fully, a flicker of irritation crossing his face. He felt a distinct drain on his internal energy, a direct consequence of the interruption. "Stop talking to me. I'm losing my chi," he exclaimed. Still trying to stabilize his chi, he shouted at Chongpong. "Don't you know that after you've finished circulating your chi, you need time to organize it? Why are you acting like someone who knows nothing about martial arts?" His voice rose with genuine exasperation. Chongpong visibly recoiled, a sheepish look on his face. He rubbed the back of his head, eyes downcast. "I'm sorry, I didn't know," he mumbled, genuinely apologetic. Jin Taekyung's irritation softened slightly at the admission. He looked at Chongpong, a new question forming. "Then how have you been doing it?" Chongpong looked up, his expression innocent. "I just got up right away once I was done." Jin Taekyung stared, dumbfounded. "From the start?" he asked, disbelief coloring his voice. "Yeah," Chongpong confirmed with a simple nod, completely oblivious to the profound implications of his words. Jin Taekyung could only stare, a silent, internal scream echoing in his mind. "Then why does he have more chi than me? What the hell?" Just as his internal turmoil reached its peak, a distinct creak echoed through the dungeon. The heavy wooden door to the Fire King's cell slowly swung open, revealing a burst of light and movement. Jin Taekyung's and Chongpong's heads snapped up, their eyes widening in alarm. But it's only been 10 days. Taekyung thought, a cold dread creeping in. His gaze darted towards the opening, where figures were emerging from the cell. Jin Taekyung's eyes widened further, his jaw dropping in utter shock. "What happened?" he whispered. It was Tong Fong and Mun Kyung stepping out of the room. Jin Taekyung and Chongpong excitedly rushed forward, calling out, "Old man." Tong Fong, his voice gentle but clear, replied, "His yin and yang have reached a good balance, and the poison's all been removed too." He continued, his eyes sparkling with satisfaction. "There were some difficulties, but he was able to overcome them. Thanks to that, we were able to finish treatment earlier than expected. Jin Taekyung stared, utterly dumbfounded. This wasn't just healing. The Fire King, Ji Cheongang, looked years younger, his skin glowing with vitality. He lay peacefully on the stone slab, enveloped in a faint, golden shimmer. Beside him, Chongpeng gasped, covering his mouth in awe. Whoa, he's younger now. Tongfang chuckled softly at their reactions. Ah, he didn't go through metamorphosis or anything. It's just the effect of the herbs we used in the treatment. Jin Taekyung slowly processed his words, but a lingering question remained. I see, but why is he still? He gestured vaguely at the Fire King's inert form. He should wake up in 3 days, Mun Kyung explained, his voice reassuring. The treatment just finished, so he needs time for his energies to settle down. You don't need to worry. Of course, he'll need to avoid expending a lot of energy after he wakes up. He should be able to recover quickly since he's a martial grandmaster. Yeah, he's always been full of energy, Jin Taekyung chirped, nodding enthusiastically. Jin Taekyung, however, still couldn't quite shake his disbelief. Then, he looked from Mun Kyung to Tongfang, his voice trailing off. Is he really? As if sensing his doubt, Tongfang slowly opened his eyes, a weak but genuine smile gracing his lips. He offered a gentle nod. The treatment was fully completed, he affirmed. A wave of profound relief washed over Jin Taekyung. He let out a long, shuddering breath, placing a hand on the cool stone slab beside the revitalized Fire King. A genuine smile finally touched Jin Taekyung's lips as he looked at the recovering Fire King. I'm so relieved, he murmured. His earlier frustrations? Totally forgotten, just like that, thanks to this miraculous recovery. Tongfang, sensing Jin Taekyung's relief, offered a gentle, knowing smile in return. You mustn't have had any trust in me, he teased, a playful glint in his eyes. Jin Taekyung immediately bristled, waving his hands defensively. No, it's not that I didn't trust you. It's just, he glanced desperately at Chongpeng for support. You know what I mean, right, Chongpeng? Chongpeng, however, was no help at all. He simply shook his head with an emphatic nope. Tongfang chuckled then, a warm, resonant sound. I'm just kidding, he said. Mun Kyung, having finished his immediate duties, bowed politely. I'll get going then, he announced. Jin Taekyung and Chongpeng both turned to him, surprised. Huh, where to? Jin Taekyung asked, his brow furrowing in confusion. Mun Kyung offered another gentle smile. Senior Nun Myo Ryung should be up by now, so I'm going to check on her, he explained. You're probably a bit tired, Jin Taekyung suggested, a rare note of concern in his voice. Rest a bit before you go. No, I didn't even do much anyway, Mun Kyung replied, his youthful energy evident. Before Jin Taekyung could protest further, Mun Kyung stepped forward, his chest puffed out confidently. I should be the one moving around, since I'm younger, right? Isn't that right, master? Someone shouted, you little squirt, but Mun Kyung was already running off, calling back, see you. He began to walk away, his steps light and quick down the dungeon corridor. Jin Taekyung called out after her, his voice cutting through the dungeon's quiet. Mun Kyung stopped, turning back with a questioning look. Yes, he asked. Jin Taekyung walked towards her, his expression serious now. I feel like I didn't get to tell you this, he began, his gaze steady and sincere. He bowed slightly, a gesture of deep respect. Thank you, really. A warm, genuine smile spread across Mun Kyung's face, his eyes crinkling with pleasure. That's the best thing you can hear as a physician, he replied, his voice soft with contentment. Meanwhile, flickering torches cast dancing shadows across a grand hall's vast, intricate ceiling. It's adorned with golden patterns and ornate lanterns, a sight to behold. Tang Sadak gently stroked the snake coiled around his fingers, its tiny tongue flicking out. A subordinate, moving with practiced quietness, approached the door. Sir, he announced, his voice hushed but clear. There's a message from the hidden dragon of Shamshi. Tang Sadak paused his petting, his gaze sharpening. What did he say? The treatment was fully completed, the subordinate reported, his voice even. He said he wants to use the item he borrowed for a few more days, as well as the underground prison. Tang Sadak leaned back, a thoughtful expression settling on his face. He stroked his beard. The item he borrowed. He mused aloud, a hint of dry amusement in his tone. How bold of him. The subordinate asked. Pardon? Tang Sadak replied. I wasn't talking to you. Tell him I permit it, and keep an eye on him. Yes, sir, the subordinate replied. As he retreated, Tang Sadak tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest of his chair, the soft, rhythmic sound the only noise in the vast, silent hall. He thought about the murderer. You bastard. You don't have long left. Suddenly, a door swung open, and someone shouted, Uncle! Tang Sadak rose slightly from his seat, his composure momentarily broken. What is it? Just then, a figure in soldier's armor stumbled in. His body was bloodied and battered, bandages wrapped haphazardly around his head. He collapsed onto the rich, red carpet, dragging himself forward with desperate, clawing movements. They're coming, the wounded soldier gasped. Tang Sadak's face hardened, his earlier surprise replaced by a grim realization. He thought, his mind racing. It's not just one. The true scale of the threat suddenly became terrifyingly clear. He shouted, his voice booming across the vast hall. All units, factions, and squads prepare for combat. A sharp, immediate response echoed. Yes, sir. Tang Sadak moved directly towards the collapsed, wounded soldier, who still lay sprawled on the crimson carpet, struggling for breath. What happened? Tang Sadak demanded. Tell me everything you saw and heard. The soldier, his face pale beneath bloodied bandages, his eyes wide with terror, gasped. It all began when we found a suspicious crowd around the Golden Hall. His words were ragged. A suspicious crowd? Tang Sadak repeated, his brow furrowed in thought. The Golden Hall is a significant location, only half a day's journey from here. The inspection of that area should have been completed already. A sudden, chilling realization began to dawn on him. The government's army. I see. The wounded soldier's eyes widened further, recognizing the implication. You're right. They were dressed like the government's army. Tang Sadak's expression darkened. So they're disguised. He murmured, his words barely a whisper. His mind raced, connecting the dots. Just 2 days ago, almost 1,000 of the government's army had scouted Chengdu, expanding their search far outside the city's immediate borders. It would have been easy for them to infiltrate. A wave of bitter understanding washed over him, his jaw clenching. They got us. Tang Sadak pressed for more details. How many of them were there? The soldier, his voice strained, replied. They were all divided up, but it seemed like there were at least 300. Another official, standing nearby, scoffed, accompanying his words with a dismissive wave of his hand. What? Only 300? They're begging us to kill them. He seemed confident, even in the face of such a small number. Tang Sadak, however, remained silent. Then, that other official cut through the conversation. Uncle, we've got more than 300 martial artists ready right now. Plus, weren't the walls built for this exact kind of situation? 50 years ago, even the demonic cult, with 2,000 men, needed to sacrifice so many just to get to us. If it's only 300 of them, they won't even make it past the walls. He spoke with conviction. Then, Tang Sadak's voice, low and sharp, cut through the air like a blade. Fool. The official flinched, his confident expression faltering. Sorry, he questioned, taken aback by the unexpected rebuke. Tang Sadak's eyes, usually calm, now held a cold intensity. The bloodbath is a shame we should never forget, he stated, his voice devoid of emotion. It was also a time when we proved our might, the official replied. That's why the martial artists still praise our weapons in martial arts. Tang Sadak's cold, piercing gaze held the official captive. Indeed. So, don't you think they'd know that too? The implication hung heavy in the air. The enemy wasn't foolish. They understood the strength of these walls. Tang Sadak's voice cut through the tense silence with a new, urgent command. Signal the Tang war drum. The soldier's eyes widened, a tremor running through him. The Tang war drum? He stammered. The name itself, a harbinger of dire times. The drum was only sounded in the gravest of emergencies, a call to arms for the entire city. But Tang Sadak's resolve was unwavering, his next words painting a grim picture of absolute desperation. Provide everyone, women and men, with poison and stealth weapons. Everyone, even the retired elders, those who haven't learned martial arts, and women. His voice resonated with chilling finality. Everyone shall fight. 2 nearby officials, pale-faced and trembling, shouted, Yes, sir. Just as the command settled, a deep, rhythmic thudding began to vibrate through the very foundations of the palace. The 2 officials looked around, bewildered, their eyes darting upwards. The official, his face now etched with alarm, also looked up, his gaze sweeping the ornate ceiling. How was the Tang war drum already? That's not the Tang war drum, Tang Sadak interjected, his voice grim, his eyes narrowed. Then, a flurry of hurried footsteps pounded across the courtyard outside, rushing towards the hall. They shouted, Sir, the enemies. They're approaching with their own war drum. The official chuckled. A war drum during an ambush? Huh, they sure are great. This isn't the time to be laughing, someone shouted. Sir, your orders, please. Tang Sadak turned, his eyes sharp and intense. 10 wonders of the Tang clan. You're right on time, he muttered, his voice carrying a strange mix of anticipation and menace. I've been waiting for you. Another official, his face a mask of worry, tried to interject, his voice hurried. There's no time. We need to. But Tang Sadak cut him off with a subtle gesture, his gaze now sweeping towards the wounded soldier, still struggling on the floor. Ask that friend for details, he commanded. The wounded soldier, sensing the urgency and the weight of the official's gaze, with his bloodied face contorted in a desperate plea, stammered, I'll tell you everything I know. Tang Sadak, his eyes still fixed on the wounded soldier, offered a chilling smile. That's what I like to hear, he said. A faint, green aura began to shimmer around his hand as he reached for the hilt of his sword. Then let me ask you. His grip tightened around the blade. He drew it from its sheath. How do you have more than just one arm? The soldier, still on the ground, looked up, his face a mask of utter shock and terror. Meanwhile, another official moved with desperate haste towards the massive Tang war drum. Gripping a heavy drumstick, his hand raised high, he brought it down with all his might, a surge of adrenaline fueling the blow. A deep, guttural thud vibrated through the air as the drum skin buckled. The booming reverberations of the Tang war drum filled the hall, a desperate call to arms echoing through the very foundations of the palace. But as the drum's sound faded, a new, more sinister presence made itself known. The wounded soldier suddenly convulsed. His body began to contort, a dark, shadowy aura erupting from his form, twisting and writhing like smoke. A subtle sneer played on his lips as he, now revealed as something far more sinister, let out a chilling, guttural laugh, his face contorting into a grotesque mask of glee. You have a sharp eye, he hissed. The Poison King raised his child well. A dark, corrupting energy pulsed around him, making his very presence feel like a venomous cloud. Everyone witnessing this horrifying transformation and the casual dismissal of his identity could only stammer in shock. That's demonic arts? One whispered, the realization slowly sinking in. He's using demonic arts, another shouted. It was you who killed my father, Tang Sadak said, his voice cold. He then tossed his sword sheath onto the ground. It clattered against the floor. The demon stretched his hand, his fingers twitching, as if testing newfound strength. My senses aren't like they used to be, he mused. I don't know if I'll be able to return to how I used to be. A deep green aura flared around Tang's Sadok, growing brighter and more intense. He raised his hand, a blade of pure energy forming in his grasp. His voice, now colder, cut through the fear-filled air. Don't worry, he declared. I'll kill you, so you won't have to worry about that anymore. Everyone in the hall saw this. Their swords drawn, a chorus of voices, chillingly unified, declared, We'll assist you. The transformed official, his face a mask of malevolent joy, grinned as dark energy swirled around him, tearing at his robes. If you can, he challenged, then by all means. Outside the palace walls, under the cloak of a moonless night, the heavy, rhythmic thrumming of the enemy's war drum echoed across the landscape. Figures clad in dark, stealthy attire moved through the dense trees, torches flickering like malevolent eyes in the darkness. They were a silent, deadly tide. On the palace walls, the defenders braced themselves. Archers drew their bows, their faces grim, while warriors clutched their spears and swords, their eyes scanning the approaching darkness. Suddenly, a sharp, metallic clang rang out, followed by a shower of sparks as something struck the main hall. From a hidden vantage point, figures in dark cloaks watched the unfolding siege. One of them, an older man with long white hair, clenched his fists. His voice was a low growl. It's time. He's calling for us. The white-haired elder, his face contorted in a savage grin, led the charge, his voice booming across the battlefield. The Heavenly Master has ordered us to bring down the Sichuan Tang clan. Behind him, a wave of dark-clad figures, swords glinting, surged forward like a deadly tide. On the palace walls, the burly warrior, his eyes burning with fury, roared back. They're trying to invade our home. Don't spare even one of them. Fire at will. His command was met with a thunderous response. Crossbows twanged, sending a volley of bolts whistling through the night sky. Arrows, loosed from bows, rained down upon the advancing enemy. The dark-clad invaders, however, were relentless. Some fell, pierced by the projectiles, their bodies collapsing with a sickening thud. Others, moving with inhuman speed, their momentum unbroken, continued to push forward. One, seemingly unfazed by a wound, let out a savage cry, Kua! Up on the wall, a warrior bellowed, urging his comrades on, keep shooting, don't let him come up. A relentless volley of arrows and crossbow bolts rained down upon the advancing invaders. But the surge of dark-clad figures was unstoppable, their numbers seemingly endless. At the forefront of the assault, the white-haired elder dodged and weaved through the projectiles, cackling with wicked delight. Kakik. Nice, nice, he chortled, reveling in the chaos. He reached the base of the palace wall and, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed a surge of dark, crimson energy from his hands. The force slammed into the wall, causing a massive explosion. Chunks of the ancient structure shattered and flew outwards, leaving a gaping, smoking hole in the fortifications. Through the newly created breach, the white-haired elder stepped, his foot landing with a soft crunch on the rubble. A plume of dust and smoke billowed around him as he raised his arms, his voice echoing with sinister glee. Let the bloodshed begin. He. Grim-faced, the defenders braced themselves for the inevitable close-quarters combat, their swords already drawn. Away from the grand hall, Jin Taekyung and Chong Peng suddenly flinched, their heads snapping up. Chong Peng looked at Jin Taekyung, his expression bewildered. Did you hear that, savior? Taekyung's eyes were wide. You heard that too? Tong Fong, sensing the shift in the air, chimed in. What is it? Chong Peng pressed a hand to his ear, listening intently, his eyes narrowing. I hear drums, he stated, a grim realization dawning. Suddenly, a series of sharp chimes rang out around Jin Taekyung, and a notification materialized. An urgent quest has been created. You cannot decline this quest. Taekyung stared at the glowing text, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. I have a bad feeling about this, he murmured. Check quest information. The quest details immediately appeared. Quest. Uninvited guests. The rain clouds of dark heaven have come over Sichuan. The battle has already begun, and the Sichuan Tang clan is surrounded. Good luck. Jin Taekyung's jaw dropped, his eyes wide with disbelief. What the hell? Where's the actual information? He thought, his mind reeling from the vague, yet terrifying, description. The implications were chillingly clear. I'm supposed to just fend off the dark heaven, no matter what, if I want to live? He turned to Tong Fong, his face grim. There's a problem. Tong Fong, who'd been tending to Jeek Cheon Gang, looked up concerned. What problem? The enemy is here, Taekyung stated flatly. Tong Fong, startled, repeated, the enemy? In the Sichuan Tang clan? Taekyung nodded slowly. Yes, I think we're already surrounded. I don't know what might happen, so please, be prepared. He then looked at Chong Peng. Can I ask you a favor, Chong Peng? Chong Peng, his eyes wide with concern, immediately responded, of course. Taekyung gestured towards the Fire King. Protect him here. That's why I wanted to ask. He placed a hand on Chong Peng's shoulder. We can't escape this situation anymore. Somebody needs to help the Tang clan, so, he paused, looking directly into Chong Peng's eyes. Chong Peng, sensing his hesitation, spoke, Savior, I'll stay if you want me to. I'll fight if that's what you want. But, his voice trailed off, a shadow crossing his face as he recalled a painful memory. A vivid image flashed in his mind, his younger self, trembling with fear, unable to act when those he cared about were in danger. When I had to protect someone before, I was too afraid to fight, and I was unable to protect those I loved. He looked down at the stone-paved floor. I'm an idiot. Chong Peng, however, met Taekyung's gaze with a steady, understanding look, a gentle smile gracing his lips. You have someone you need to protect now, don't you? He asked, his voice soft but firm. Jin Taekyung's eyes widened slightly. I didn't know, he thought, because he always only showed his bright, fun side, but it seems like he'd been blaming himself for what happened in Hunan until now. A brazier, flickering with warm flames, cast dancing shadows on the stone wall behind them. Jin Taekyung took a deep breath, steeling himself. All right, let me ask you again. His gaze hardened, losing its previous self-doubt and replacing it with fierce resolve. He pointed a finger towards the distant sounds of battle, his voice now ringing with authority and a newfound, unshakable determination. Chongpeng, kill those fuckers. Chongpeng's eyes gleamed, a broad, confident smile spreading across his face as a surge of power coursed through him. Yes, savior, he declared. But outside, the battle raged with merciless intensity. A terrifying roar ripped through the night, a collective cry from both attackers and defenders. Flames licked at the ancient structures of the Sichuan Tang clan, painting the dark sky with an ominous orange glow. The palace grounds, now a brutal battlefield, were stained with blood and lit by the inferno. Bodies of fallen defenders lay scattered across the stone, their weapons discarded. A warrior screamed, his voice raw. The enemy is evil. Don't show them any mercy. Amidst the chaos, another voice, filled with chilling resolve, cut through the din. The Heavenly Master wants the Tang clan vanquished. Kill anyone and everyone you see. This was the invaders' rallying cry, their masked faces showing no quarter. Then another voice echoed, frantic, stop them. Don't let them in, no matter what. The fight raged on, a blur of motion and flashing steel. A defender was caught off guard, an enemy blade finding its mark. Another, his face contorted in a primal scream, yelled, die, as he lunged forward, only to be met by a swift, brutal counterattack. Suddenly, a figure in dark, masked attire emerged from the swirling smoke and fire. He moved with a chilling grace, his sword glinting, his gaze fixed on the remaining defenders. The defenders, their eyes wide with terror, could only stare. The masked figure's lips curled into a predatory grin, his eyes glowing with a sinister red light, promising only death. The masked figure, emerging from the shadows, wasted no time. With a brutal sweep of his sword, he cut down two more defenders, their cries abruptly silenced as they collapsed onto the blood-splattered stone. You bastards! Another defender roared, his voice thick with grief and rage. Suddenly, a wave of green, glowing projectiles shot through the air, launched by a cloaked figure. The projectiles rained down upon the masked figures, piercing their bodies with agonizing force. They fell, their movements seizing up as the poison took hold. One of them, his face cracked with veins and a sinister grin, held a small, glowing green orb in his mouth, its light pulsing with dark energy. The Heavenly Master is... He began, his voice raspy, before his grin widened. Great, he finished. The true nature of their devotion, and the source of their terrifying strength, was now sickeningly clear. The Tang clan wasn't just facing mere soldiers. They were up against fanatics, empowered by a dark, potent force. The invaders continued their brutal assault, their faces twisted in fanatical devotion. The Heavenly Master has arrived. One of them shrieked, his voice filled with terrifying reverence, as he plunged his blade into another defender. But from the smoke and fire, a new voice boomed, cutting through the din of battle. Wrong. The only person you'll be seeing is Yama. Then, green threads curled around the invaders. Suddenly, someone pulled those threads, cutting all the invaders down in an instant, sending bodies and debris flying. Their dark robes shredded, their forms dissipating into dust and shadows. The voice belonged to a white-haired elder, who now stood amidst the chaos, his form radiating a powerful, golden-green aura. The great elder is here. A cry went up from the remaining defenders, a surge of hope igniting in their eyes. Someone else shouted, the elders are here. The elder's eyes, burning with fierce determination, surveyed the aftermath of his attack. A single green orb, dropped by one of the fallen invaders, rolled across the blood-slicked ground, its sinister glow now muted. With a surge of familiar green energy, the elder's bandaged hand extended, effortlessly drawing the small, sinister orb from the blood-slicked ground. As he gripped it, a dark, swirling essence seemed to pulse around the green sphere. He thought, his jaw tightening, every single one of these guys has these orbs. They're good enough to counter even our most lethal poisons. All the poison arrays we've set up are pointless. He glanced across the courtyard, the inferno casting dancing shadows as more dark-clad figures advanced through the smoke and fire. On top of that, he mused, they're wearing armor that most swords can't pierce. His gaze fell upon a fallen defender, blood pooling around his unmoving form. A cold dread seeped into the elder's heart. At this rate, the bloodbath will be worse than that day. His face contorted, a mixture of fury and desperation etched upon his aged features. What are the patriarch and the 10 wonders of the Tang clan doing? Elsewhere, a few drops of crimson splattered onto the cold stone, a stark punctuation mark in the ongoing struggle. The Western Heaven Demon Lord, his hand idly stroking his cheek, wore a confident, almost casual smirk. So, these are the 10 wonders of the Tang clan? Not bad. A fallen dagger lay beside a lifeless, bloody body. Green robes, now stained crimson, were twisted in the aftermath of his assault. One warrior lay face down, another slumped against a broken pillar. A third collapsed, gaping wound across their chest. The courtyard, once a place of order, was now a landscape of shattered stone and scattered weapons, a testament to the brutal efficiency of his power. He let out a casual sigh, that faint smile still playing on his lips. Although, I guess they can't call you that anymore, though, he mused, his gaze sweeping over the carnage. Let's see, yes, I guess you should be called the Three Wonders of the Tang clan now. His eyes then landed on Tang Sadak, who was slowly, agonizingly, pushing himself up from the debris-strewn ground. A fierce defiance burned in his eyes. No, not yet, Tang Sadak rasped, his voice strained. The Western Heaven Demon Lord watched him, a hint of amusement in his expression. Why don't you just stay seated, he offered, his tone almost gentle. I'm sure you don't have any strength left. Tang Sadak coughed, a spray of blood escaping his lips. His head lifted, his gaze locking onto his tormentor. I know the reason you left me alive, he wheezed, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Do you intend on insulting us further? Finish this. The Western Heaven Demon Lord tilted his head slightly, a thoughtful hum escaping him. The Poison King really raised his son well. He took a slow step forward, the sound of his footfalls echoing in the ravaged hall. But I guess I need to weaken you a bit more, he stated, his voice devoid of malice. The injured Tang Sadak, still struggling to maintain his footing, watched him approach. He knew the end was near. But then, a sudden voice cut through the tense silence, a voice filled with an unexpected urgency. Wait. Both men paused, turning their heads towards the unexpected interruption. A new figure bounded into the shattered courtyard, his dark hair a wild mess, a wide, relieved grin on his face. It was Chong Peng, his eyes bright with a youthful energy that seemed utterly out of place in the grim setting. He scratched his head, catching his breath. Phew, I'm not too late, he announced. Thank you for waiting. The injured elders, however, looked utterly bewildered. Their bloodied faces were etched with confusion. They glanced from Chong Peng to the other man, then back again, their minds struggling to comprehend the situation. The Western Heaven Demon Lord watched him, a silent "what the hell" in his mind. Tang Sadak shouted, "Back off." He coughed, a fresh trickle of blood escaping his lips. This is no fight for someone as young as you. Chong Peng's gaze fell upon the injured Tang Sadak. His eyes widened, a gasp escaping him. Blood, you're bleeding. Ignoring Tang Sadak's desperate warning, he continued his casual stroll towards him. Are you all right, Grandpa Tang? He asked, his voice filled with genuine concern, completely oblivious to the danger he was walking into. The Western Heaven Demon Lord, however, watched Chong Peng with growing irritation. He found the young man's carefree attitude utterly baffling. What a strange child, he thought. Without another word, his hand moved with lightning speed, a purple glow erupting from his fingers. A concentrated burst of energy shot forward, aimed directly at Chong Peng. You were entertaining, he muttered, his voice cold, but screw off now. The attack struck with a sharp impact, sending a shockwave through the air. A flash of light enveloped him, but Chong Peng dodged the attack effortlessly, moving backward. The Western Heaven Demon Lord's eyes narrowed, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. He dodged it. The thought was incomprehensible. My ghostly prison finger of 8 mastery? From his distance, he stared at Chong Peng, who now stood completely unharmed, a look of genuine confusion on his face. A low chuckle escaped him, growing into a full, booming laugh that echoed through the devastated courtyard. Ha ha. Chong Peng tried to regain his balance, looked at the Western Heaven Demon Lord. He exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. Whoa, why did you do that without even saying anything? The Western Heaven Demon Lord's laughter echoed. He threw his head back, a wide smile on his face. Ah, he exclaimed, then brought his gaze back to Chong Peng. You must be the disciple the sword saint made Zhang Hak took in so late. Your name is Chong Peng. Chong Peng's eyes widened slightly, a genuine surprise on his face. Oh, you know of me? He asked, a hint of childlike wonder in his voice. The Western Heaven Demon Lord's smile softened. He said, I could just smell the plum blossoms from your footwork technique. How could I not know? It's been ages since I saw such excellent subtle fragrance drifting. Chong Peng exclaimed, whoa, you know about subtle fragrance drifting, but how do you know my name? The Western Heaven Demon Lord's expression shifted, a hint of steel entering his voice. I have many ears and eyes. His gaze sharpened, turning directly to Chong Peng. Where are Jin Taekyung and the Fire King? Chong Peng flinched, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. The injured Tang Sadak, still struggling on the ground, seized the moment to speak, his voice filled with venom. Evil bastard, do you intend to harm those not related to the Tang clan too? The Western Heaven Demon Lord simply smiled, a chilling edge to his expression. Don't worry, I'm going to take the 3, including this child, alive with me. Tang Sadak's eyes widened in alarm. What? The gray-haired man chuckled, a sinister sound. There's someone I know who's really furious with them and wants to kill them himself. He seems to have taken more hurt to his ego than to his actual arm. His eyes, now cold and calculating, fixed on Chong Peng. Chong Peng's eyes narrowed, his casual demeanor replaced by a sudden, grave understanding. The Bloodlord, he murmured, the name heavy with unspoken history. It's him. A knowing smile touched the Western Heaven Demon Lord's lips. So you do remember him. I'm sure he'll be happy to hear that. Before the man could elaborate, a surge of defiant fury erupted from an injured Tang clan member. He lunged forward, his sword glowing with fierce green energy. He swung with all his remaining might, aiming a desperate, powerful strike at the Western Heaven Demon Lord. The blade cut through the air, a shimmering arc of light. But the Western Heaven Demon Lord simply moved aside, casually dodging the attack. The Elder's sword dissipated its force with a sharp clang. The impact sent a shockwave that rattled the debris around them. But the Western Heaven Demon Lord remained unfazed, his smirk unwavering. Then, the elder shot green energy that snapped through the air, aiming for the Western Heaven Demon Lord. But he moved with impossible speed, a blur of motion. He caught the incoming energy with one hand and resent it toward the elder as a whipping tendril of purple energy. Suddenly, the bald-headed elder, also heavily wounded, unleashed his own attack. A whip, crackling with green energy, snapped through the air, aiming to ensnare the Western Heaven Demon Lord's side. He caught the whipping tendril. Simultaneously, a wave of green energy burst from Tang Sadic's hand, moving with amazing speed, striking the Western Heaven Demon Lord on his back. The courtyard fell silent once more. Tang Sadic's wild, manic grin spread across his face. Blood stained his lips, and sweat beaded on his brow. But his eyes burned with a triumphant, almost insane joy. I did it, he thought. But suddenly, Tang Sadic's eyes opened wide in surprise. It wasn't the Western Heaven Demon Lord he'd struck, but the bald elder with the whip. His thought, "This is the Tang clans," stopped abruptly. The Western Heaven Demon Lord appeared behind Tang Sadic with a dark smirk twisting his lips. "Did you think it would really get me?" he scoffed. Tang Sadic then turned his attention to the Western Heaven Demon Lord. With a swift, brutal motion, the Western Heaven Demon Lord pressed points with purple energy into Tang Sadic's back. Tang Sadic's body arched, a final, ragged gasp escaping him as his life was extinguished. Tang Sadic fell, joining the growing pile of debris and fallen warriors. The Western Heaven Demon Lord stood alone, the sole victor in this brutal exchange, with a chilling smile of victory. Suddenly, a purple blade shot toward him. He dodged it with lightning speed. The attacker was Chongpeng, and the Western Heaven Demon Lord pushed him away. Chongpeng, his eyes narrowed in grim determination, met the assault head-on. He grunted, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he felt the immense pressure of the Western Heaven Demon Lord's power. He twisted, his foot scraping against the ravaged stone, a burst of energy emanating from his movements as he moved to attack. Chongpeng was just relentless. He moved so fast, almost defying the eye, a real whirlwind of purple energy. The Western Heaven Demon Lord suddenly found himself surrounded, assailed from all sides by shadowy figures wielding glowing purple blades. He spun, parrying, deflecting, his own movements a desperate dance of survival against that overwhelming, shadowy force. A faint smile touched the Western Heaven Demon Lord's lips, a predatory glint in his eyes. The meteor-chasing moonsword, he mused, a low chuckle escaping him. Not bad at all. His brow furrowed in concentration. The Demon Lord finally managed to deflect the last of those shadowy figures. They dissipated into wisps of dark energy, leaving him breathing heavily, but he was still standing. Chongpeng looked at the Western Heaven Demon Lord, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. "I did expect you to be strong, but you're even better," he admitted, a nervous sweat beading on his forehead. The Western Heaven Demon Lord's smile widened, a hint of arrogance in his expression. How arrogant, he thought, his gaze unwavering. He's hiding a lot too. He found himself enjoying this unexpected turn of events. I'll teach him a lesson then, he decided. Suddenly, the Western Heaven Demon Lord paused. He glanced down at the fallen elders, then back at the young man, a new thought crossing his mind. But there's something I have to tend to first, he mused, his eyes shifting to a figure in the distance. First oddity, take him. From the shadows, an old man with a long white beard and a sinister grin emerged, his eyes gleaming with a malicious delight. "Oh my, I must thank you," he cackled. "The youngest disciple, beloved by the Sword Saint. This is going to be fun. I'll keep him alive." Meanwhile, the Western Heaven Demon Lord turned his attention to Tang Sadic, his expression unreadable. He's dangerous, he thought. Since the Blood Lord asked to keep him alive, that'd be good. He paused. Then his voice hardened, a cold command in his tone. "But if you feel you can't, then just kill him." The old man, first oddity, straightened up, a mocking laugh escaping him. "Pardon," he scoffed. "He's just a child. I didn't expect you to make jokes like that. Hee. The Western Heaven Demon Lord's eyes, however, held no humor, only a chilling promise of pain and torment. First oddity, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, bowed deeply. "Yes, sir," he cackled, a malicious delight in his voice. But Chongpeng, despite his exhaustion, wasn't ready to surrender. He saw the Western Heaven Demon Lord taking away Tang Sadic. A surge of desperate energy coursed through him. "I won't let you," he shouted, his voice ringing with defiance. With a burst of speed, he launched himself forward, a purple aura flaring around him, determined to intercept. First oddity, however, stepped into his way, merely chuckling a dismissive sound. "Kiki, were you trying to stop?" he mocked. Chongpeng, his eyes wide with urgency, realized the danger. "Move!" he roared, fueled by desperation, and lunged towards First Oddity, his purple energy flaring. But before he could reach the old man, a new, powerful force erupted. First Oddity, radiating intense, red energy, clashed with Chongpeng's purple energy. Chongpeng tried to move, but the old man stopped him midway. "No, Grandpa Tang!" Chongpeng cried out, his voice filled with a desperate plea, as he saw the unconscious Tang Sadic being dragged away by the Western Heaven Demon Lord. Meanwhile, we see the Tang clan disciples, fighting with intense pressure. One soldier shouted, "Fight till the end! We are the great Sichuan Tang clan!" He stood firm, a beacon of hope amidst the despair. Then, a masked figure appeared, his blades clashing with a sharp clang. Blood sprayed from the soldier's body. He grunted, the pain evident in his voice. Then someone shouted, "Don't spare even one of them!" His voice echoed over the din of battle. The courtyard below was a scene of utter carnage. Figures clashed, blades flashed, and the cries of ah and gah filled the air. Bodies lay scattered across the stone, silent witnesses to the brutal assault. Meanwhile, on a secluded hill overlooking the inferno, Taekyung Jin leaned against a tree. He watched the destruction unfold, his green robes stained with blood. A tan-robed figure knelt beside him, his voice calm, almost conversational, despite the horror unfolding below. "Are you watching?" he asked. "The Tang clan is falling." He paused, then continued. "However, if you'll answer the question I have for you, I might let you live. What do you think?" The wounded Taekyung Jin could only stare up at him, a silent plea in his eyes, as the fate of his clan, and his own life, hung precariously in the balance. The tan-robed figure, his face still impassive despite the raging inferno below, watched the wounded Tang clan warrior. Tears streamed down the warrior's bloodied face, a silent testament to the pain and despair he felt for his fallen clan. The tan-robed man leaned closer, reaching out a hand and pressing two fingers firmly against the wounded warrior's shoulder. Taekyung Jin's voice was a low, strained whisper. "What is it?" he asked, his gaze piercing. The tan-robed figure's eyes, dark and cold, held no pity, only a relentless pursuit of his goal. He leaned in further, his voice dropping to a chilling whisper as the true nature of his offer was revealed. "Where is the myriad poison ring?" Meanwhile, deep within the Tang clan's compound, far from the raging inferno and desperate battles, lay a labyrinth of dark, desolate cells. Heavy, rusted chains hung from the stone walls, hinting at long-forgotten prisoners. On the floor of one cell, skeletal remains lay sprawled, bound by ancient shackles, a chilling testament to the fate of those who'd once occupied this grim space. A masked figure in dark robes peered into an empty cell, muttering, "I don't see a single soul here. Wouldn't it be better to just go back up and rejoin the fight?" Another masked figure, walking past with a casual air, scoffed at his comrade's suggestion. "Nonsense. Did you forget our orders? We can't half-ass our job. Not when even the Demon Lord is here, doing his duty." The first masked figure, however, remained unconvinced. "A person should be flexible, you know," he argued, his voice laced with a hint of sarcasm. "You're going to die early if you don't know how to adapt to the given situation." The second masked figure turned. "Don't say things like that. I'm sure I'd live longer than you," he retorted, a playful challenge in his tone. "You want to bet?" The first figure shot back as they continued their grim search through the empty cells. Suddenly, a sharp, metallic clang echoed. A hidden blade, thrown with incredible precision, struck the first masked figure's neck. He barely had time to register the attack. "All right, there's no reason not to." His words cut short as he crumpled to the ground. His comrade, the second masked guard, spun around, eyes wide with shock. "Huh," he exclaimed, his gaze sweeping the seemingly empty hallway. But before he could react, Jin Taekyung, moving with lightning speed, emerged from the shadows. His knife was a blur of silver, expertly slitting the second guard's neck. Jin Taekyung quickly pulled the body into a dark corner. Another masked figure, patrolling further down the dark corridor, noticed the sudden silence. He paused, his head cocked, a sense of unease washing over him. "Hey, is there a problem there?" he called out, his voice echoing in the eerie quiet. The patrolling figure's unease sharpened into a cold dread. "Hey, can't you hear me?" he shouted, his heart pounding in his chest. Something was terribly wrong. Jin Taekyung, his knife already dripping with fresh blood, calculated coldly, 12 remaining. His mind, a cold, efficient machine, quickly updated, now it'll be 11. A growing pile of fallen masked figures lay scattered nearby, a stark testament to his relentless infiltration. "These bastards," Taekyung murmured, a hint of frustration in his tone. "Why do they all keep coming in here? It was just earlier that I took care of one team." His mind raced, piecing together the larger picture. If they're here, it must mean that the backlands are down. A fleeting concern touched him, a brief thought for his companion. "I hope Champong's okay. I'm sure he's all right." He pushed the thought away. Soon, Jin Taekyung stood before Cheon Ryakma, the air around them thick with the dungeon's cold, damp silence. The prisoner, Cheon Ryakma, looked up, his eyes fixed on Jin Taekyung with an intense, unblinking stare. Jin Taekyung met his gaze, a slight frown creasing his brow. "What?" he asked, his voice cutting through the stillness. "What are you glaring at me for? Just spit it out if you have something to say." A flicker of surprise crossed the old man's face, a silent struggle evident in his eyes. Jin Taekyung watched him for a moment. Then a sudden realization dawned on him. "All right," he exclaimed, a faint click of fingers echoing in the chamber. "I used acupoint on you. What are you doing?" Cheon Ryakma roared, his voice hoarse but powerful. He glared at Jin Taekyung, his eyes burning. Jin Taekyung merely glanced over his shoulder. "Can't you tell?" he replied, his tone flat. "I'm moving corpses." "Yeah, but why here?" Cheon Ryakma demanded, his voice rising in exasperation, the sight of the bloody heap unsettling even in his dire situation. Jin Taekyung stopped, his eyes narrowing as he turned. His expression darkened, a clear warning in his gaze. "Stop yelling," he commanded, his voice low and dangerous. He raised a finger to his lips, a chilling gesture. "If you keep yelling at me, I'm going to end your life." Cheon Ryakma asked. "Why am I the only one left here?" A new question formed in his mind. "Where are the other prisoners?" Jin Taekyung glanced down, then back at Cheon Ryakma. He merely shrugged. "None of your business," he stated flatly. But Cheon Ryakma's gaze wasn't so easily deterred. He looked at Jin Taekyung. "Then what about these corpses?" he pressed, his voice raspy. "Did something happen to the Tang clan?" "Yep," Jin Taekyung confirmed, his tone devoid of emotion. "The dark heaven invaded. A profound shock rippled through Cheon Ryokma. His eyes, already wide from confinement, seemed to bulge further, a silent gasp escaping his lips as the gravity of the news settled upon him. Jin Taekyung, meanwhile, continued his assessment of the situation, his gaze sweeping the prison's desolate expanse. The outer hall is already down, he mused. I assume they're fighting in the inner hall. The situation's looking pretty bad. Ooh, Cheon Ryokma finally managed to croak, his voice barely a whisper, demanding to know the identity of the invaders. Jin Taekyung turned back, a slight frown of confusion on his face. What? I assume you took captives to interrogate, Cheon Ryokma clarified, his sharp mind working despite his weakened state. I should ask you, who's leading them here? A flicker of respect, almost imperceptible, crossed Jin Taekyung's features. You're pretty smart, he conceded. We didn't get much information because they killed themselves during interrogation, but I did get someone's title, the Western Heaven Demon Lord. As the name left Jin Taekyung's lips, a visible shiver ran through Cheon Ryokma. His eyes snapped open even wider, a raw, primal fear igniting within them. Jin Taekyung watched the old man's reaction, a knowing glint in his eyes. You must know him. Cheon Ryokma strained against his chains, the rusted metal groaning under his efforts, his body shaking. He's still alive? He rasped, his eyes wide with a mixture of terror and disbelief. Jin Taekyung watched him, a hint of annoyance in his expression. Then the cult leader. What about him? Cheon Ryokma demanded, his voice rising, his eyes now fixed on Jin Taekyung, as if he held all the answers. Jin Taekyung scoffed. I've never even heard about the Western Heaven Demon Lord until now. How am I supposed to know what happened to the cult leader? It's not like the demonic cult has an official Twitter or anything. I assume he's eating dinner, or something. Cheon Ryokma's face twisted. So this is what it's come to, in the end. Ha ha ha. He slumped back against the wall, the chains rattling as he moved. One of the heavy chains, secured to a massive stone block, shifted with a loud scrape, sending dust scattering across the floor. Jin Taekyung knelt down, his gaze intent on the old man. His hand rested lightly on his knee, a gesture of quiet insistence. Now, tell me, what's the relationship between the Dark Heaven and the demonic cult? And who the hell is the Western Heaven Demon Lord? Cheon Ryokma remained silent for a long moment. The dungeon air seemed to thicken with unspoken history. Finally, he spoke, his voice barely a whisper, laden with a heavy, painful truth. He was one of the 4 protectors of the cult. He was the one closest to the cult leader, and also the one who deceived him. One day, he began calling himself the Western Heaven Demon Lord. That was the beginning of it all. And, suddenly, Jin Taekyung felt a sharp shock. This, he gasped, his eyes wide. A few minutes earlier, in a different section of the sprawling dungeon, the Western Heaven Demon Lord moved with silent, steady determination. He stepped into a dimly lit chamber, his eyes immediately falling upon a lone, masked guard lying lifeless on the cold, stone floor. The Western Heaven Demon Lord paused, his gaze sweeping the empty room, assessing the scene before him. The dungeon's oppressive silence was broken only by the soft scrape of his boots as he continued his relentless advance, deeper into the unknown. He surveyed the rows of empty cells, the heavy wooden doors standing ajar, revealing nothing but darkness within. There are at least 20, he murmured to himself. Traces show they came down here, but didn't go back up. A grim realization settled over him. They must be skilled. These guys, they all died without a chance to resist. His thoughts then turned to the larger conflict. With the Sichuan Tang clan in danger of being eliminated, he mused, there's no way their martial masters will be down here protecting outsiders. He paused, his gaze hardening. If Tang's Sadik words are true, then there are still 3 people down here. He thought, I won't count the divine physician. It doesn't matter if he's here or not. And the Fire King hasn't regained consciousness yet, so that just leaves 1 person. His thoughts were sharp and precise. The hidden dragon of Shangxi, Jin Taekyung. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched his lips as he recalled a past encounter. To borrow the Bloodlord's words, he mused, a memory of a furious, shouting Blood Lord flashing in his mind. He's the most arrogant, determined, and fearless young lad. Western Heaven Demon Lord let out a soft chuckle. I guess he is skilled enough to survive against the Bloodlord. Western Heaven Demon Lord continued his steady walk, a calculating glint in his eyes. He won't be lucky twice in a row, though. There's no sword saying here, and no place to run. He reached the end of the corridor, stopping before a solid wall of rock. He surveyed the space, a slight frown on his face. Man, this place sure is complicated. His hand began to glow with a faint purple aura, the energy crackling around his fingers. With a sudden, explosive release, a powerful burst of energy erupted from his palm, slamming into the solid rock wall. The impact sent a tremor through the prison, dust and debris showering down from the ceiling. Where the wall once stood, a gaping hole now appeared, revealing a new, unexplored passage beyond. Smoke billowed from the fresh opening, obscuring the path. Western Heaven Demon Lord stepped through the swirling dust, inhaling deeply. Much better, he murmured, a satisfied sigh escaping his lips. As Western Heaven Demon Lord stepped through the newly blasted opening, the lingering dust swirled around him, obscuring his vision for a moment. He moved forward, his steps measured. Suddenly, a hidden blade, thrown with deadly precision, spun through the air, aiming for his head. He reacted instantly, a swift, almost casual movement of his hand grabbing the projectile with a sharp clang. Jin Taekyung, shocked, hid behind the wall, his eyes widening slightly as he saw Western Heaven Demon Lord standing there, unharmed. Are you Jin Taekyung? Western Heaven Demon Lord asked, a slight smile playing on his lips. I've heard much about you. You're just as interesting as I was told you are. Jin Taekyung let out a soft sigh, a puff of air escaping his lips as he straightened up. Don't be scared, Jin Taekyung. Fights are all about confidence, he thought, a hint of amusement flickering in his mind. Ah, yeah, I'm a pretty interesting guy, he replied, his smirk returning, a confident glint in his eyes. Western Heaven Demon Lord, still wearing his confident smirk, added, I also heard that you're very rude. Jin Taekyung's eyes widened in mock offense. What are you talking about? People call me a gentleman. Western Heaven Demon Lord chuckled, shaking his head slightly. Well, I guess I'll find out, but that's what my acquaintance told me. Jin Taekyung's brow furrowed. You don't seem like someone who'd have friends. What acquaintance? The Bloodlord, Western Heaven Demon Lord stated simply, the name hanging in the air with a heavy weight. Jin Taekyung's expression shifted, a flicker of surprise, then a sharp, intense glare. The Bloodlord is your acquaintance? He said, a hint of suspicion in his voice. You're the Western Heaven Demon Lord, right? But I heard you only had one arm. A faint smile touched Western Heaven Demon Lord's lips as he raised his left arm, flexing his fingers. That was true, until 10 days ago. What? Taekyung exclaimed. I put it back on, Western Heaven Demon Lord explained, his voice casual, as if discussing a minor inconvenience. Its movements aren't great, cause it's not originally mine. So if you're gonna fight me, go for my left arm. Taekyung stared, dumbfounded. What the hell is up with this guy? He thought, his mind reeling. He got a whole new arm in just 10 days? Wait, but why would he tell me his weakness? Is it his arrogance? Or just pure confidence? What the hell? The Western Heaven Demon Lord threw the knife to the floor. It's my turn to ask now, he said, spreading his arms wide in an almost theatrical invitation. Won't you surrender? Peacefully, he asked, his voice ringing through the dungeon. Jin Taekyung's face twisted into a comical grimace, his lips pursed. Can't you kill yourself? Peacefully, he retorted, his sarcasm cutting through the air. With a determined glint in his eyes, the Western Heaven Demon Lord declared, then there's only one answer. His hand began to glow with vibrant purple energy, crackling with raw power. He unleashed a torrent of dark energy, then a concentrated blast that surged down the corridor like a wave. Jin Taekyung, sensing that immense power, reacted instantly. Something is coming, he thought, his body tensing. He dropped low, his movements fluid and swift, narrowly dodging the incoming attack. The dark energy slammed into the ground where he'd just been, sending debris scattering and leaving scorch marks on the stone. He rolled, coming up in a crouch. Oh, the Western Heaven Demon Lord exclaimed, watching Jin Taekyung evade the attack. You managed to avoid my 8th mastery, ghostly prison finger. You're also good at surprising people, it seems. Taekyung's eyes narrowed, a new level of interest sparking within him. 50 points to stamina, strength, and agility, he thought, a predatory smile slowly spreading across his face. And now, Taekyung moved with the speed of light, shouting, blazing fire path. He unleashed a burst of searing flames from his hands. The fire surged forward with him, licking at his heels. His movements were precise and economical, his body ready for the strike. Jin Taekyung smirked. Done with that finger? I see, he taunted, referring to the Western Heaven Demon Lord's previous ghostly prison finger technique. The Western Heaven Demon Lord's eyes narrowed. How did he? He began, but before he could finish, Jin Taekyung launched his own attack. Heavenly Strike, Jin Taekyung shouted, his spear blazing with a golden aura, a blinding golden arc tearing through the air, aimed directly at his opponent. Their attacks met with a deafening explosion of light and raw force. Both were thrown back into the corridor. The dungeon groaned, dust and stone fragments erupting outwards as Jin Taekyung collided with the stone wall, momentarily obscuring everything in a blinding haze. When the dust began to settle, revealing a testament to the sheer power unleashed, the force of their exchange had cleared the immediate area. A large chunk of rock cracked where Jin Taekyung was smashed, leaving a small crater. He grunted, bracing himself against the impact, dust swirling around him, his eyes still fixed on the Western Heaven Demon Lord. You piece of shit. You're not bad, he conceded. Then, a piece of sword blade was visible, stuck in the sidewall. It was a Western Heaven Demon Lord's sword, broken into 2 parts. The Western Heaven Demon Lord, meanwhile, had been thrown back hard by the force of Jin Taekyung's heavenly strike, his body leaving a shallow furrow in the stone floor. He clutched his broken sword. He looked up, his eyes widening as he saw Jin Taekyung, still standing, his spear a formidable presence. That spear! It's a divine weapon, the Western Heaven Demon Lord muttered, frustration evident in his voice. Jin Taekyung smirked, his gaze sweeping over the damage. He said, divine weapon? Well, the Western Heaven Demon Lord, a challenging glint in his eyes, then asked, what kind of martial arts was that? Referring to Taekyung's heavenly strike. Taekyung, wincing slightly, retorted, go to hell, divine arts, a wry smile touching his lips despite the pain. The Western Heaven Demon Lord met Jin Taekyung's gaze. I see why the Blood Lord called you arrogant, he conceded, a fresh trickle of blood staining his sleeve. And why he wanted you dead. You're dangerous. Jin Taekyung smirked, a confident gleam in his eyes. I am dangerous, yeah. I think that's why women avoid me. The Western Heaven Demon Lord took a slow step forward. That young man named Chongpeng was impressive for having reached transcendent level at his age, he said, but you far exceeded my expectations. You've managed to injure me at the level you're at. Jin Taekyung's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of genuine surprise as he thought. Chongpeng, you've managed to break through your limits. The Western Heaven Demon Lord merely flexed his hand, and a drop of blood fell from his knuckles onto the dungeon floor. My deflection technique was perfect, he admitted, his voice strained. But even then, I wasn't able to completely deflect your attack, even though you're still at peak level and much younger than me. Flexing his muscles, Taekyung replied, I'm stronger than I look. I'm basically as strong as a transcendent level when it comes to strength. The Western Heaven Demon Lord's expression remained unreadable. Transcendent level in just strength, he mused. Are you trying to say your strength transcends human limits? But you're nothing compared to some people I know. He paused, then continued, his voice resonating with conviction. Let me offer it once again. Why don't you surrender instead of depending on this false hope? Then I'll beseech the Heaven Master myself, so that the Blood Lord can't do anything to you. The Western Heaven Demon Lord offered, his expression earnest. Then, suddenly, Taekyung, striking a dramatic pose, exclaimed, wait, I just had a great idea. He pointed, curling his fingers. You can come to the orthodox Murim instead. Rather than fooling around in the Dark Heaven or Gotham, or whatever it's called, I'll talk to the Sword Saint for you. The Western Heaven Demon Lord's eyes narrowed, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. You've got way too much energy, perhaps because you're so young. If you think you're gonna get lucky like earlier, you should give it up. I know that was the best you could do. His words were a direct challenge, a dismissal of Taekyung's efforts. Taekyung's face contorted in an exaggerated expression of outrage, his jaw dropping. That's the biggest bullshit I've heard this year, he roared, his voice echoing with indignant laughter. Did you get lessons on dodge nonsense from your neighbor's dog? The Western Heaven Demon Lord watched him, a faint chuckle escaping his lips. Ho my. He then adopted a more serious, almost pitying tone. What a shame. Don't regret it when you're faced with the Blood Lord. He unleashed a wave of dark energy, a powerful surge that ripped through the air. His broken sword, now a complete aura blade, glowed ominously. Jin Taekyung lunged forward. The guys who said SHD like that to me are all bowing down in front of King Yama right now, he declared, his voice ringing with unwavering confidence. The Western Heaven Demon Lord wasted no time, launching into another furious assault. He unleashed a powerful, arcing strike, a crescent of dark energy that ripped through the air, aimed directly at Jin Taekyung, threatening to cleave through anything in its path. Jin Taekyung, his eyes narrowed in concentration, met the attack head-on. He slid on the floor to avoid it. Damn it, he thought, a flicker of self-reproach crossing his mind. Should I have started off with one strike? No, it's a shame I couldn't get a surprise attack in, but I need to avoid moves that are gambles, especially when I have someone I need to protect. The Western Heaven Demon Lord, seeing him avoid the attack, didn't falter. He pressed further, unleashing a flurry of rapid, precise strikes. His sword glowed with dark energy. Each blow aimed to overwhelm Jin Taekyung. Jin Taekyung rolled back to avoid this latest assault. The Western Heaven Demon Lord was already ready to attack again. 30 points each to agility and strength. Taekyung commanded the system, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips as he observed the Western Heaven Demon Lord's relentless efforts, recognizing the immense power he was up against. The Western Heaven Demon Lord launched another powerful attack, a concentrated blast of dark energy that tore through the dungeon with a violent roar. The force of it ripped through the air, sending debris flying from the walls as it sped towards Jin Taekyung. Besides, Taekyung thought, sticking to the roof of the prison to avoid the attack, a determined glow in his eyes. The Western Heaven Demon Lord was shocked to see this. He got faster again, he thought, his surprise evident. Taekyung completed his thought. I still have ways to surprise him. He launched himself from the roof toward his enemy, twisting his body into a blur. He flung his spear with incredible force, sending it spinning through the air towards the Western Heaven Demon Lord. The Western Heaven Demon Lord, anticipating the move, met the spear with a swift, powerful strike of his glowing hand. Good attempt, but, he said, a confident smirk on his face. Taekyung's mind shouted, bingo! Just as the Western Heaven Demon Lord thought he had the upper hand, Jin Taekyung moved. His eyes flashed, a command escaping his lips. Inventory open, store, he thought, as a sudden surge of golden energy, a blinding golden light, emanated from his hand, aiming directly for the Demon Lord. This won't. The Western Heaven Demon Lord began, his eyes widening in alarm as he realized Jin Taekyung's true intention, but it was already too late. Jin Taekyung's attack was upon him, a blinding strike that promised a decisive blow. Divine Palm of Fire, Taekyung roared, unleashing a scorching wave of flames directly at the Western Heaven Demon Lord. The attack was swift and powerful, but Jin Taekyung wasn't done yet. His fist then glowed with an even brighter, purer golden light, channeling incredible power. Flame-extinguishing divine fist, he declared, slamming his fist with devastating force. The Western Heaven Demon Lord was thrown back, as a deafening explosion rocked the very foundations of the dungeon. A blinding flash erupted, followed by a shockwave that tore through the air, sending dust and debris raining down from the crumbling walls. The ground beneath them fractured and groaned, cracks spreading like spiderwebs across the stone floor. As the smoke slowly cleared, revealing the ravaged battlefield, the Western Heaven Demon Lord could be seen, slumped amidst the newly created rubble, his body visibly strained, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The Western Heaven Demon Lord pushed himself up from the fractured stone, a painful cough tearing through his chest. He pressed a hand to his mouth, trying to stifle the ragged sound. His mind reeled from the unexpected turn of events. I could definitely stop the spear, he thought, his brow furrowed in confusion. What happened? He remembered deflecting the weapon, feeling the solid impact. Yet the next moment he was struck by a blinding force. It just didn't make sense. Jin Taekyung, still standing calmly amidst the dissipating smoke, finally spoke. It's something similar to the concept of strange phenomena, feats of strength, acts of rebellion, or any deities that you believe in. The Western Heaven Demon Lord coughed again. I see. Is that also why you got faster then? He asked, a dawning suspicion forming in his mind. Jin Taekyung nodded slowly. Basically, yeah, but a few lives were lost because of you. He paused, then added, almost as an afterthought, though they were going to die anyway. The Western Heaven Demon Lord's eyes narrowed. What's that supposed to mean? He demanded, his voice raspy. Jin Taekyung gestured around them, his gaze sweeping over the empty prisons. We're in the underground prisons. Can't you feel something off? His eyes then fell upon a skeletal figure slumped against the back wall of one cell. A cold realization began to creep over the Demon Lord. There aren't any prisoners, he stated. Exactly, Jin Taekyung confirmed, his smile returning, though it held a chilling edge. The Western Heaven Demon Lord stared at him. What did you do? Are you using some chi absorption technique on them? He pressed. Jin Taekyung tilted his head slightly. I guess you could say that. I got 80 points from them, after all. He paused, letting the weight of his confession settle. Does that satisfy your curiosity? Another cough racked the Western Heaven Demon Lord's body, but his mind was clear now, a grim understanding replacing his confusion. Chi absorption technique. I see, he muttered, the words heavy with the horror of Jin Taekyung's power. Jin Taekyung's eyes narrowed, a hint of irritation flashing in their depths. He watched the Western Heaven Demon Lord, still hunched over, and said, now, quit the shitty acting and get up. You're not even coughing blood. His voice was sharp. The Western Heaven Demon Lord slowly straightened, a wry smile touching his lips. He ran a hand over his face, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. I see. I guess I'm not talented at this. He conceded, pushing himself fully upright with a slight grunt. Jin Taekyung scoffed, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Scumbag, he's completely fine. Taekyung looked at the Western Heaven Demon Lord, his gaze falling upon the subtle outlines beneath the Demon Lord's robes. Isn't it cheating for someone like you to be wearing an item? He challenged, his voice laced with suspicion. The Western Heaven Demon Lord raised an eyebrow, feigning innocence. Huh, what do you mean? Taekyung pointed, his voice rising in accusation. That thing under your garb. A small, knowing smirk finally spread across the Western Heaven Demon Lord's face. Ah, you mean the Black Dragon armor? What? Can I use it too? The realization hit Taekyung like another physical blow. His eyes widened. No wonder none of my attacks had any impact, he thought, grinding his teeth. Damn it, then I can only depend on white flames? Or his head, maybe. His mind was racing for a new strategy. The Western Heaven Demon Lord's smile widened, a glint of genuine amusement in his eyes as he looked at Taekyung. You're such an interesting young lad. Your strange tactics are interesting, but I like that you don't give up. Taekyung retorted with a hint of sarcasm. So what? You want a date? The Western Heaven Demon Lord chuckled softly, shaking his head. I appreciate the offer, but I have a lover already. The playful banter, however, quickly faded as the Western Heaven Demon Lord's expression turned serious. Dark, swirling energy began to emanate from his body, coalescing into shadowy wings that spread wide behind him, and a sinister blade formed in his hand, crackling with dark power. Anyway, I've seen all that you can do. It's my turn now. Taekyung felt a cold dread settle in his stomach. The sheer power radiating from the Western Heaven Demon Lord was overwhelming. He tightened his grip on his staff, his knuckles white. Shit, he's way stronger than I expected, he thought, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. A bitter, self-deprecating laugh escaped him. I'm dead. Huh. Sharp, jagged spikes of pure dark energy erupted from the Western Heaven Demon Lord's form, tearing through the dungeon space like a furious storm. They carved deep gouges into the crumbling walls and floor, sending shards of stone flying. Taekyung, caught in the sudden, overwhelming assault, barely had time to react. The piercing dark energy slammed into him, a barrage of brutal impacts that ripped through his defenses. He was struck repeatedly, his body jolting with each blow, thrown off balance by the sheer force. Taekyung, engulfed by the swirling vortex of dark energy, refused to be overwhelmed. He gritted his teeth, a defiant snarl on his face, and channeled his remaining strength. With a powerful, sweeping motion, he brought his spear around, its tip glowing with a brilliant golden light. The impact was deafening, a massive explosion of force as Taekyung's strike met the onslaught of dark spikes. Shards of stone and dark energy scattered in every direction. The ground beneath them groaned, further cracking and crumbling under the immense pressure of their colliding powers. Dust and debris filled the air, swirling around the two combatants. The Western Heaven Demon Lord, his eyes now glowing with an eerie purple light, watched Taekyung's desperate defense without a flicker of concern. He simply raised his hand, and the dark energy around him intensified, coalescing into a concentrated, piercing beam of pure purple force. The beam shot forward with blinding speed. It slammed into him with devastating force, a direct hit that sent him bouncing from wall to wall. Taekyung hit the crumbling wall with a sickening thud, the impact sending a fresh wave of pain through him. He slid down, landing hard on the rubble-strewn floor. A ragged gasp tore from his throat as he struggled to push himself up, his face contorted in a grimace of agony and frustration. Jin Taekyung saw a cold, purple slash moving toward him. Dark energy formed sharp, star-like projectiles that spun rapidly, tearing through the air with a menacing hum. Taekyung, still trying to regain his footing, was forced to twist and dodge. But his eyes, though strained, burned with an unyielding resolve. That, he thought, gritting his teeth, I have to deflect it. With a surge of desperate energy, he thrust his glowing spear forward, unleashing a concentrated blast of golden flames, a battle cry tearing from his lungs. One strike, the fiery energy met the incoming dark projectiles head-on, creating a violent explosion of light and force that momentarily pushed back the Western Heaven Demon Lord's assault. The Western Heaven Demon Lord, who'd been watching with detached amusement, felt a sudden, sharp jolt of surprise. His eyes widened as he saw the sheer power behind Taekyung's final, desperate attack. Taekyung's desperate one strike had met its target with a blinding flash. He lay there, gasping for air, each breath a painful struggle. Blood trickled from cuts on his face, mingling with the sweat that plastered his hair to his forehead. The dungeon, already a wreck, groaned under the strain. Taekyung's attack had left a gaping hole in the structure, and chunks of rock continued to fall from the ceiling, kicking up more dust and adding to the chaos. Taekyung pushed himself up slowly, his muscles screaming in protest, leaning heavily on his spear. He looked around the devastated chamber, searching for his opponent, knowing this fight was far from over. The dust from his last, desperate attack slowly began to settle, revealing the Western Heaven Demon Lord in the ruined dungeon. Taekyung stood, battered and exhausted, his spear still clutched tightly in his hand. Damn it, Taekyung muttered, frustration evident in his tone. The Western Heaven Demon Lord took a slow, deliberate step forward, his voice calm, almost dismissive. No need to be disappointed, he said. It was a forceful move, enough to make my heart skip a beat for a second. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched his lips. Taekyung, still struggling to catch his breath, watched the Western Heaven Demon Lord approach. Let me ask you one thing, he began, his voice raspy. If I'd thrown that blow from the beginning, could I have killed you? The Western Heaven Demon Lord paused, considering the question. I think you could have taken an arm, perhaps more, he conceded. His gaze then hardened. But you still would have died. A faint smirk played on the Demon Lord's lips as he delivered his final judgment. Now, let's end this meaningless resistance. Taekyung's head snapped up, his eyes blazing with an unyielding fire despite his battered appearance. I'm not done yet. With a guttural roar, Taekyung moved, spear in hand. A surge of golden energy erupted from him, forming not just one, but multiple blazing figures of himself, swirling with intense flames. These fiery clones, radiating heat and power, instantly surrounded the Western Heaven Demon Lord. They launched a simultaneous assault, their glowing staffs and fists striking the Demon Lord from all directions. The impacts were sharp and forceful, a flurry of blows aimed at every part of his armored form. Dust and sparks exploded from the points of contact. Jin Taekyung's eyes widened slightly, a rare flicker of genuine surprise crossing his face as he grunted, The Western Heaven Demon Lord vanished from his spot, leaving behind only swirling shadows. He's gone, Taekyung thought, his eyes wide with alarm. He spun around, searching frantically for his opponent. Behind me, he realized. He moved with brutal efficiency, his fist blazing with fiery power, which exploded in a shower of sparks and flames, its energy dissipating instantly. But the result was different. Taekyung missed. The Western Heaven Demon Lord stood impossibly close to him, one hand pressed directly onto Taekyung's heart. That was surprising, genuinely, the Demon Lord said, a hint of genuine surprise in his voice. Before Taekyung could even process the words, a glowing hand, imbued with dark energy, delivered a precise strike to his chest that sent him sprawling. His body convulsed as a choked cry tore from his throat. Blood splattered across the ruined floor, a stark contrast against the gray dust and rubble. The dungeon, now a complete wreck, lay silent, save for the settling dust and the ragged gasps of the defeated warrior. The Western Heaven Demon Lord stood over him, his dark energy receding, his expression now calm and almost pitying. You can be proud of yourself, he said, his voice surprisingly soft. You've lasted more than 300 seconds against me, even when I've gone all out. Taekyung coughed, a painful, rattling sound, as he slowly pushed himself up to a sitting position. 300 seconds. He repeated, the words tasting like ash. Should I be happy about that? You don't seem happy, so let me rephrase. The Western Heaven Demon Lord continued, his voice still calm, almost taunting. What if I said, the heaven-revering divine nun, and those elders lasted 500 seconds? Taekyung coughed. But they all died in the end, bastard, he rasped, his eyes burning with a fierce, desperate anger. He pressed a hand against his chest, feeling the sharp, splintering pain of his ribs. He thought, I've used all my stats, and have severe internal injuries. I even have cracked ribs. The Western Heaven Demon Lord simply watched him, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. That's obvious, he murmured, his gaze unwavering. You have more left to show me. All right, only then could you be called truly supernatural. Show me, quick. Taekyung swayed, his vision blurring slightly, but he refused to fall. He clenched his fists, his body trembling with the sheer effort to remain standing. Enough with the bullshit, he snarled, his voice raw. Just come at me, you supernatural-loving bastard. The Western Heaven Demon Lord's eyes narrowed, a desperate, dangerous glint in their depths. Then, he moved with blinding speed, delivering a powerful kick that slammed right into Taekyung's chest. The impact sent him flying through the air, his body twisting uncontrollably. A pained grunt escaped his lips as he crashed hard against the crumbling prison wall, the stone cracking even further from the force. But Taekyung wasn't done. He lunged back, his fist glowing with a fierce, golden flame. The Western Heaven Demon Lord, barely moving an arm in defense, blocked Taekyung's attack with just one arm. Then, he continued his merciless assault, pinning Taekyung against the wall with a flurry of brutal strikes. Each punch landed with devastating force, vibrating through Taekyung's already injured body. The Western Heaven Demon Lord landed another devastating attack, breaking Taekyung's arm. A raw, guttural scream tore from Taekyung's throat as he staggered, blood spraying from his mouth. The Demon Lord's voice, cold and unwavering, cut through the pain. "Give up," he stated. "The result won't change." Taekyung's eyes, though wide with agony, still held a flicker of defiance. "Shit," he gasped, trying to push back, to find some strength, any strength to resist. With a desperate surge, he managed to push the Western Heaven Demon Lord away, though his punch was obviously dodged. "Ah, are you waiting for help like back in Hunan?" The Demon Lord taunted, his voice dripping with condescension. "If so, you're out of luck. Who could possibly help you right now?" He lunged forward again, his fist connecting with Taekyung's face, sending a fresh spray of blood into the air. Taekyung's head snapped back, his eyes rolling, as he absorbed yet another brutal blow. "You," he gasped, his face a mask of pain and fury as he struggled to remain conscious. The Western Heaven Demon Lord continued his relentless assault, his voice cold and mocking. "Is it the Sichuan Tang clan you're waiting for? They'll soon become extinct. Or perhaps the Sword Saint, who might hear the news in half a month. Was his successor the one who fought me alone earlier?" The words were a brutal blow, each one tearing at Taekyung's fading resolve. He was battered, bleeding, and now faced with the grim reality. The Western Heaven Demon Lord pressed his advantage, unleashing a furious barrage of strikes. His shadowy form blurred, delivering a series of powerful punches and kicks that hammered into Taekyung's body. The Demon Lord paused, his dark eyes gleaming with cruel satisfaction. "If not him," he mused, "is it your master who still hasn't gotten a grip?" He delivered a final, devastating blow, a powerful punch. The impact was immense, and Taekyung crashed against the wall, his body twitching as he finally succumbed to the overwhelming power. Blood erupted from Taekyung's mouth, a crimson spray against the debris-strewn ground as his head lolled back. The Western Heaven Demon Lord loomed over him, looking down, his gaze unwavering, devoid of pity. "Enduring changes nothing," he spoke with chilling finality. "After today, the Tang clan, the Amei, and the Qingchang sect will all have been eliminated," he declared, his voice cutting through the heavy air like a blade. His eyes narrowed, a cold, merciless glint within them. "And you will all." But before he could finish, Taekyung slammed his head into the Western Heaven Demon Lord's chin, a desperate, final effort to save himself. The Western Heaven Demon Lord then straightened, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips as he adjusted his jaw. "You truly are a dangerous fellow," he said. His words, though seemingly a compliment, held a sinister edge. Taekyung, slumped against the shattered remnants of a stone wall, struggled to draw breath. Blood was still smeared across his face. "I should have," he wheezed, his voice barely a whisper. "Shattered your mouth, you monster." A low chuckle rumbled in the Western Heaven Demon Lord's chest. "Huh, I feel strange hearing that from you." Then, without warning, he slammed both of Taekyung's legs, crushing them to the bone. Taekyung slumped further down the wall, his body now broken, defeated. The Western Heaven Demon Lord's expression was unreadable. "I'll use some talented sorcerers later to treat you," he said, "so just sit there for a while." His words felt like twisted mercy, a chilling promise of continued suffering, not salvation. The Demon Lord then turned his back, his form receding into the swirling dust that still hung heavy in the air. He didn't spare another glance for the man he'd just crushed, his voice echoing with chilling indifference. "I'll be back soon. If you're still alive by then, I'll take you along. And if you're dead, well, that wouldn't be bad either." Jin Taekyung watched him go, a desperate spark igniting in his eyes. He tried to push himself up, his injured arm trembling, fingers clawing at the shattered ground. The pain was immense, a searing fire through his veins, but a primal urge to resist, to do something, clawed at him. A faint whisper escaped his lips, barely audible even to himself. "Stop." Uncaring, the Demon Lord continued his steady steps. Each crunch of his boot on the rubble felt like a hammer blow, crushing Jin Taekyung's fading hope. His body, already pushed past its limits, finally gave way. He slumped back against the debris, a ragged sigh escaping him, blood flecking his lips as darkness began to creep in at the edges of his vision. Jin Taekyung lay motionless, his face pressed against the cold, hard ground. A faint murmur escaped his lips. "It's over." The words were a bitter acknowledgement of his utter defeat. He saw it all, vividly, in the fading light of his consciousness. The Tang clan, Amei, and Qingcheng, all consumed by raging flames, their grand structures collapsing into fiery ruins. Then, faces flashed before his eyes, etched with worry and fear. Chongpeng, his youthful exuberance replaced by grim determination. The old man, Jik Chonggang, his wise eyes clouded with despair. And the divine physician, who'd also been swept into this devastating conflict, his gentle demeanor now a look of profound sadness. Jin Taekyung felt a crushing weight in his chest, a deep, aching guilt. "I'm sorry, everyone," he thought. As the darkness threatened to consume him entirely, a stark red warning flashed in his mind. "Caution. The player is temporarily unable to log out. You will be unable to revive if death occurs." The implications were horrifying. This wasn't just a game, was it? This was real. "I never thought I'd die. Like this." The thought was his last, a whisper swallowed by the encroaching void. Jin Taekyung's breath hitched, a faint, gurgling sound escaping his bloodied lips. It's a relief at least, he mused, that I didn't bring Hyukmujin and Gunjabang. His eyes, heavy with exhaustion and pain, slowly closed, tears mixing with the blood on his cheeks. He lay utterly still, as his consciousness faded, though a peculiar sound began to intrude upon the quiet. A soft, shuffling scrape, then another drawing closer. It was a faint, dragging noise, accompanied by a wet, squelching sound, like something being pulled across rough stone. His eyes remained shut, but his mind, against all odds, registered the strange disturbance. What's that sound, he wondered. Am I hearing things because I'm dying? The dragging grew louder, more distinct, followed by another wet, squelching sound, then a soft thud. Suddenly, a face appeared in his vision, upside down and horrifyingly close. It was a man with long, white hair matted with grime and flecks of blood. His wide, bloodshot eyes held an unnerving, vacant stare. He moved with an unnatural, jerky motion, his gaze fixed on Jin Taekyung, his presence a chilling, unexpected horror in the desolate ruins. Taekyung's eyes locked onto him, his mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. Cheon Ryakma, deliberate steps across a damp, uneven stone floor. Sand dripped steadily from the wooden beams above, echoing the sinister tremor shaking the earth. He moved with an air of cold purpose. His mission was far from complete. The subterranean chamber resonated with a low, continuous rumble, and the demon lord paused, his gaze drifting upwards to the dripping stalactites. Has the foundation here gotten weak because of all the battle? He mused, a hint of impatience in his tone. I'd better hurry. I wasted too much time with Jin Taekyung. His steps quickened, a soft padding sound echoing on the wet stone floor as he approached a massive, reinforced wooden door, its surface studded with heavy iron bands. He stopped before it, a faint, almost cruel smile touching his lips. This must be it, he murmured. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew back his fist. With a swift, explosive strike, his fist slammed into the sturdy wood. The impact was deafening, a sharp crack followed by a splintering roar as the thick door exploded inwards. Dust and debris billowed into the cavern beyond. As he stepped through, a vibrant, ethereal blue light began to pulse around his outstretched hand, growing brighter, more intense, until it crackled with immense energy. He clenched his fist, the powerful aura swirling around his knuckles, promising unimaginable force. The Western Heaven Demon Lord, his smile a thin, cruel line, lifted his hand, admiring an intricate green ring. Seems like the patriarch didn't lie, he murmured, his gaze sharp and satisfied. I was told the myriad poisons ring would be here. His grip tightened on the struggling hand of an old man, the divine physician, who let out a pained gasp as the ring was secured. The demon lord's eyes, cold and assessing, swept over the divine physician's face. So, you're the divine physician? His voice held a hint of mocking curiosity. You're not much like what I'd imagined. A physician, not hesitating to use a killing technique. His eyes narrowed, a dangerous crimson glow flickering within them, reflecting the old man's wide, terrified gaze. The old man cried out, then coughed, his body trembling, but his eyes remained fixed on the demon lord, who now held the green ring aloft, turning it slowly. Oh, so this is the myriad poisons ring, the demon lord declared. The heavenly master will be pleased. From his crumpled position, the divine physician roared, his voice hoarse with fury and fear. You demon, what the hell are you trying to do? The demon lord merely turned, a cold smirk playing on his lips. That's not for you to know. Your role is... He paused, then, with a sudden, explosive burst of movement, delivered another powerful blow, sending the old man flying across the chamber, crashing against the far wall with a sickening impact. Finished here anyway, he concluded. The divine physician lay broken amidst the rubble, his body twitching with the last vestiges of strength. The Western Heaven Demon Lord, however, was already moving. His gaze was fixed on the unconscious form of another old man, lying on a stone slab. Now, then, he murmured, a chilling smile playing on his lips. He extended his hand, and a swirling vortex of dark energy materialized around it, a sinister purple aura that pulsed with raw power. You're coming with me, he declared. There's someone who wants to see you. As the energy reached out, it enveloped Jeek Cheon-gang, lifting his limp body from the slab. The old man's form shuddered, his head lolling as the dark energy consumed him, preparing him for transport. Suddenly, a faint tremor ran through the chamber, a subtle vibration that caught the demon lord's attention. His eyes narrowed, and he cocked his head slightly, listening intently as the tremor intensified, accompanied by the distinct sound of cracking stone. What? Is this place already collapsing? He wondered. The walls around them groaned, dust raining down from the ceiling as the very mountain began to shift and crumble. The demon lord's expression hardened. He was running out of time. Despite the chaos, the Western Heaven Demon Lord, undeterred, let out a triumphant, almost maniacal laugh. Ha ha! Such power! That's some godly strength. A colossal, glowing spear, crackling with explosive energy, erupted from the collapsing wall, tearing through stone and debris with ease. It wasn't the Demon Lord's doing, no. This was something far greater, a raw, untamed power unleashed from the very depths of the mountain itself. Seeing shifts on the other side of the prison, massive chunks of rock and timber rained down. Amidst the chaos, a gruesome sight lay revealed. A severed arm, still bound by heavy chains, rested on the blood-splattered stone floor. Those chains hinted at a long, brutal imprisonment, now violently ended. The prisoner had finally been set free. The splintered door, once a barrier, now hung askew, revealing the bloodied stone floor within. Jin Taekyung lay, gasping, his body racked with painful coughs, a sharp log's edge pressed against his neck. Beside him, the monstrous Cheon Ryokma knelt. The old man's vacant, bloodshot eyes stared down. It was he who'd torn his own arms off in the prison, all to set himself free. Defying his pain, Cheon Ryokma forced out the words. You killed all the other prisoners. Taekyung simply managed, so then? Cheon Ryokma tilted his head, his voice a low, gravelly rasp. Why did you let me live? A bitter, pained chuckle escaped Jin Taekyung. His breath hitched, sweat beading on his brow. Did that bother you that much? So much so that you came all the way here. The old man's expression twisted, a flicker of raw frustration in his dead eyes. He leaned closer, his voice rising in a guttural snarl. Just answer my question. I could kill you right now if I wanted. Jin Taekyung coughed again. The ground beneath them rumbled faintly, a distant echo of the mountain's agony. Just wait a bit. I'll die on my own soon enough. Cheon Ryokma recoiled slightly, his face contorted in a mixture of anger and something unreadable. You? Taekyung cut himself off, his gaze softening slightly. I didn't want to kill you. Cheon Ryokma's eyes widened fractionally in disbelief. What? But why? He stared, bewildered. Taekyung's voice, though rough, carried a strange sincerity. I don't know about the other guys, but the you I know wasn't the demonic head. He paused, a flicker of something almost akin to a smile ghosting across his cracked lips. I prefer a kind guy from the demonic cult over an evil bastard from the Orthodox Murim. If I killed someone like you, I would have felt like one of the demonic heads myself. A wave of confusion washed over Cheon Ryokma. He didn't want to kill me? Because of that. The thought was absurd, yet Taekyung's words had a strange ring of truth. Jin Taekyung thought, as if speaking to himself, I did hesitate many times. I would have been able to level up a lot if I had killed him. His battered body shuddered with another cough, his mind reeling from the demon lord's overwhelming power, and now this unexpected revelation. But I think it was good that I gave up. The Western Heaven Demon Lord isn't someone I can win against easily. Cheon Ryokma let out a ragged sigh, a mix of despair and bitter irony. Phew, we're just both idiots. He looked down at his own ravaged form, a grim acceptance in his eyes. Blood still seeped from his wounds, a steady, morbid drip. It's already over for me. My body is old and broken. There's no point in extending my meaningless life here. As he spoke, a faint, golden aura began to emanate from his mouth, shimmering with a soft, ethereal light. Jin Taekyung, despite his pain, noticed the glow, his eyes widening. The old man's hand began to glow too. You have more of a chance though. The golden aura around Cheon Ryokma's hand intensified, swirling with potent energy. I'll give you my chi. He extended his glowing hand towards Jin Taekyung, a desperate, final act of transfer. Jin Taekyung's eyes widened in horror, a choked cry escaping his lips. Wait! He tried to pull away, but his body was too weak, his protests futile. The old man's hand pressed against his chest, and a searing warmth, followed by a torrent of raw power, surged into Jin Taekyung's battered body. His muscles convulsed, his face contorted in agony as the immense energy coursed through him. Cheon Ryokma's face was a mask of grim determination, his eyes burning with a desperate resolve. His own body, already broken, began to wither, his skin shriveling as he poured his life force into Jin Taekyung. The golden light flared, then slowly began to dim around him as his strength drained away. Then, with a final, shuddering breath, Cheon Ryokma looked up, his voice barely a whisper, yet filled with an undeniable plea. In return, please kill the Western Heaven Demon Lord. His body went limp, his last act complete. The immense power he'd transferred settled within Jin Taekyung, a heavy, volatile weight that promised both salvation and destruction. Residual energy from Cheon Ryokma's transfer swirled around Jin Taekyung, a golden, crackling aura that pulsed with raw power. His body now hummed with an alien strength. He emerged from the dust and smoke, his presence radiating a quiet intensity. He looked at the Western Heaven Demon Lord, then stepped forward and declared, Daddy's here. Taekyung's gaze first swept to the Western Heaven Demon Lord, then shifted to the Fire King's lifeless form, slumped against the rubble. Tongfan's face was finally at peace. The sight sent a fresh wave of grief and resolve through Jin Taekyung. He looked at the Western Heaven Demon Lord, his expression of fierce determination. The patient's room is only for family and disciples. You shit. Jin Taekyung spat, his voice raspy but firm. It was a defiant challenge to the Western Heaven Demon Lord. The Western Heaven Demon Lord, surprised by the unexpected hostility, paused, his eyes widening slightly. A tense silence hung in the air, broken only by the settling dust and the faint creak of the collapsing structure. The Western Heaven Demon Lord, still reeling from Jin Taekyung's unexpected recovery, felt a chilling tremor run through him. That wound should have been fatal, he thought. It wouldn't be possible to recover like that, even if there were dozens of sorcerers on him. He's a walking miracle. His hand, still adorned with a myriad poison's ring, began to tremble uncontrollably, a mix of fear and disbelief. Jin Taekyung watched the man's reaction, a grimace on his bloodied face. What? Are you that happy to see me? Why are you shaking like that? He challenged, his voice laced with a newfound, almost reckless confidence. The Western Heaven Demon Lord finally spoke, his voice strained. Do you know how many years I've lived? Jin Taekyung scoffed, a bitter laugh escaping him. No, I don't really care to know either. The Western Heaven Demon Lord's gaze hardened. I assumed so. To be honest, I don't know either. Taekyung chuckled. Are you retarded? He tried to summon his spear from the crumbled ground, a sharp crack echoing as debris fell. The Western Heaven Demon Lord continued. It became meaningless to count the years the older I got. I might have chosen death in my boredom instead, had I continued. The spear came flying into Taekyung's hand. He looked at the Western Heaven Demon Lord, his eyes cold. Can't you just die now instead? I can get on my knees and even beg if you want. The air around the Western Heaven Demon Lord began to crackle with dark energy, a swirling vortex of purple power, pulsing with menacing intent. He was clearly preparing to unleash a devastating attack. Sorry, but I'm having the most fun of my life right now. The Western Heaven Demon Lord's eyes, now burning with an unholy purple glow, narrowed as the dark energy swirled around him, intensifying with every word. Like how I met the Heavenly Master in the past, he declared, his voice resonating with chilling power. I have met you today. He extended a hand, the purple aura crackling around his sword, a silent invitation to battle. Let me ask for just one favor. Jin Taekyung, gripping his spear tightly, braced himself. The immense power radiating from the Western Heaven Demon Lord was suffocating, but the old man's transferred chi surged within him, a defiant counterforce. The Western Heaven Demon Lord, his eyes alight with a fierce resolve, declared, last as long as you can. With a sudden, explosive burst, Taekyung launched himself forward with lightning-fast movement. Jin Taekyung met the assault head-on, his spear slamming against the incoming blow with a resounding impact. I'll ask you for a favor too, Jin Taekyung retorted. Die as fast as you can. The chamber erupted in a blinding flash of light. Jin Taekyung braced himself, the spear in his hands humming with the immense, golden chi that pulsed through him. The Western Heaven Demon Lord, a dark, menacing silhouette, lunged forward, his sword a streak of purple lightning. Their weapons met with a violent clash, a deafening explosion of light and force that sent shockwaves ripping through the ruined chamber. Stone fragments and dust erupted around them as they exchanged blows, each strike fueled by a desperate will to overcome the other. The Western Heaven Demon Lord's face was a mask of furious concentration, his eyes burning with an unholy glow. Jin Taekyung, battered and bleeding, met his gaze with fierce determination. His jaw was clenched, sweat and blood streaked his face. Their battle was a chaotic dance of power, purple and gold energies intertwining and exploding with every collision. Another devastating strike from the Western Heaven Demon Lord sent Jin Taekyung skidding backward, his feet scraping against the debris-strewn ground. He stumbled, barely maintaining his footing, the impact rattling his bones. He gasped for air, his chest heaving. I was pushed back only 3 steps. A grim smile touched Jin Taekyung's lips. He exhaled slowly, a puff of air escaping them. This fight's doable now, he muttered. He launched himself forward once more, his spear a blur of golden light. The chamber continued to crumble around them, but their battle raged on, a dizzying blur of motion and raw power. Jin Taekyung, fueled by the borrowed chi, spun his spear in a golden arc, deflecting the Western Heaven Demon Lord's relentless attacks. The Western Heaven Demon Lord pressed his advantage, unleashing a barrage of strikes. Each one was aimed to incapacitate, to break through Jin Taekyung's defenses. Jin Taekyung parried, blocked, and dodged, his body moving with a desperate, almost instinctual grace. Sweat streamed down his face, but his eyes remained sharp, focused on every move his opponent made. With a sudden, explosive burst of purple energy, the Western Heaven Demon Lord unleashed a powerful attack. A wide, sweeping strike that sent Jin Taekyung reeling. Just as the Western Heaven Demon Lord prepared for another devastating strike, Jin Taekyung's mind raced. He saw an opening, a desperate chance amidst the chaos. With a sudden, decisive motion, he twisted his spear. A singular, urgent command echoed in his mind. Inventory open, store. His spear, glowing brightly, vanished from his hands, replaced by empty air. He had a plan, a desperate gamble, but one he hoped would turn the tide. Jin Taekyung's desperate lunge connected with a deafening impact, a furious collision of raw power that sent a shockwave ripping through the air. Debris erupted around them as the earth itself groaned under the force. His bare fist met the Western Heaven Demon Lord's guard, a desperate gamble that paid off with a jolt of searing energy. Taekyung staggered back a single, involuntary step, a sharp, pained grunt escaping his lips. He exhaled, and a trickle of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Jin Taekyung pushed forward, his own body screaming in protest, but his determination burned brighter. Blood stained his clothes, yet his eyes blazed with fierce resolve as a golden aura pulsed around him. He thought, with enrollment's chi, I've got more than 180 years worth of chi. So just how much chi does this guy have? A slow, unsettling smirk spread across the Western Heaven Demon Lord's face. His eyes, once wide with surprise, now held a cold, predatory gleam. Surprising, he mused, his voice a low rumble. You already have this much chi, even though you're nothing more than just a strong whelp. The dark purple energy around him intensified, crackling with an almost tangible menace. But that's the limit of those who haven't yet overcome the wall. Jin Taekyung's eyes narrowed as he echoed the Demon Lord's words. A strong whelp? The question hung in the air. Then Jin Taekyung unleashed a furious surge of golden chi. He slammed his fist forward, the impact resonating with an explosive force. You want a taste of a strong whelp? He demanded, his voice laced with a newfound power. Taekyung remembered that when Cheon Ryakma gave him his chi, a ding had echoed in his mind. For a split second, his eye flickered with a green glow, displaying a system notification. Remaining points, 100. Without a moment's hesitation, Jin Taekyung made his decision. 50 points to strength and agility each, he mentally commanded. With his stats instantly boosted, he lunged down, his hand shooting out to seize the Western Heaven Demon Lord's wrist with an iron grip. The Demon Lord struggled, a guttural sound escaping him as the dark purple energy around his body flared wildly, attempting to break free. But Jin Taekyung's hold was unyielding, fueled by the fresh infusion of power. The Western Heaven Demon Lord's eyes snapped open. "You're certainly strong," he gritted out, his voice strained but unwavering. "But that's all." With a sudden, explosive burst of purple energy, the Western Heaven Demon Lord twisted, unleashing a powerful kick that connected squarely with Jin Taekyung's face. The force was immense, sending Jin Taekyung flying backward. His head snapped violently from the impact, and he was launched through the air, blood dripping from his nose and mouth. The Western Heaven Demon Lord stood over him, a chilling smile playing on his lips, his eyes gleaming with malicious triumph. "Your limit is clear," he declared, his voice cold and cutting. The Western Heaven Demon Lord lashed out again, creating a storm of impacts. Blows rained down, a dizzying blur of motion and power. But Jin Taekyung refused to yield. He pushed himself up, his body screaming in protest, his mind racing. "Calm down," he urged himself internally, the memory of his past failures fueling a desperate resolve. "I've already experienced this once. I can't let it happen again." The Western Heaven Demon Lord, ready for his final attack, let purple chi envelop his fist. He struck with full force, a cunning smile on his face. Jin Taekyung gritted his teeth, absorbing the brutal attacks. His body became a canvas of fresh bruises and bleeding wounds. Then, with a sudden, precise movement, he found an opening. He ducked under a sweeping strike and unleashed a powerful uppercut, his fist connecting with the Western Heaven Demon Lord's hand. He grabbed that fist hard. "Nice," he thought. The word a mixture of triumph and sheer disbelief. Jin Taekyung stood there, still gripping the Western Heaven Demon Lord's raised arm. "I'm gonna crush your arm," he thought, but his thoughts were cut short. The Western Heaven Demon Lord was wearing the myriad poisons ring on his hand. Jin Taekyung blinked, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. His gaze wasn't on the Western Heaven Demon Lord's fist anymore, but on the small, green ring adorning his finger. A look of profound shock and disbelief spread across Jin Taekyung's face. "Why does this guy have the myriad poisons ring?" he wondered. The Western Heaven Demon Lord saw him distracted and delivered an uppercut to Jin Taekyung. Jin Taekyung's expression morphed from surprise to a disturbing, almost gleeful amusement. A low, guttural chuckle began to escape his lips. The Western Heaven Demon Lord stared down, narrowing his eyes, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. "Why are you laughing?" he demanded, his voice laced with suspicion. "Have you lost your mind?" Jin Taekyung slowly pushed himself up, his body still aching, but his laughter continued, a sinister, mocking sound. "Kikik, my mind," he repeated, his eyes glinting with a mad light. "You're the one who's lost his mind, Kiki." Jin Taekyung, still chuckling maniacally, slowly raised his hand, revealing a glint of green on his finger. "You let yourself lose an important item. Kekekek." It was the myriad poisons ring, now firmly in his own hand. The Western Heaven Demon Lord's eyes widened in horror, a surge of disbelief and anger washing over him. "Ow!" He stared at his own hand, then back at Taekyung, utterly dumbfounded. He had just seen the ring on his own finger moments ago. Taekyung's smirk widened, a smug, satisfied expression on his blood-stained face. "Well, maybe because I'm just that strong," he taunted, his voice dripping with condescension. A quick flashback then showed how he'd stolen the ring. When the Western Heaven Demon Lord had punched him, Jin Taekyung had subtly touched the ring and mentally commanded, "Inventory open, store," the same system command he'd used earlier. Back in the present, Jin Taekyung raised his hand again, the myriad poisons ring on his finger glowing faintly. "Man, it sure looks nice. Does it look good on me?" The Western Heaven Demon Lord's jaw clenched, his anger simmering to a furious boil. "Give it back," he growled, his voice low and dangerous. "It's not something you deserve to have." Taekyung's expression turned serious, his eyes narrowing. "The myriad poisons ring?" he questioned, the playful mockery gone. "This was what you wanted from the start, huh?" He paused, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. "I did think something was up, because of how obsessed the Blood Lord was with it, even when he was running away. Are you guys collecting marbles, or something? Will a dragon appear to grant your wish if you collect enough of them?" Dragon Ball reference, haha. Taekyung's taunt struck a nerve, but the Western Heaven Demon Lord held his ground, his gaze unwavering. "I said, give it back," he shouted, his voice no longer light, but a dangerous rumble that promised severe consequences. Jin Taekyung held up his hand, the myriad poisons ring glinting mockingly on his finger. "Yeah," he drawled, his tone oozing with casual defiance. Then, with a quick motion, he moved his hand, and the ring vanished once more. The Western Heaven Demon Lord's frustration was mounting, his voice tight with barely suppressed rage. "You." Dark power pulsed around him, his boots sinking slightly into the ground as his aura flared. His hand descended, a dark sword forming from swirling purple energy, its blade crackling with malevolent force. "This is the last time I will say it. Give it to me," he commanded, his voice now a low, dangerous growl. Jin Taekyung, however, simply grinned, a wild, almost reckless look in his eyes. "Oh nice," he thought. "It's great for me if he loses his cool." He could feel the golden chi still surging within him, a potent wellspring of power. He summoned his spear back into his hand, its golden glow a defiant contrast to the demon lord's dark energy. "This is the last time I'll say it too," he retorted, his voice surprisingly calm. "Nah." With that single word, the atmosphere shattered. The Western Heaven demon lord's face contorted in a mask of fury, his dark energy erupting around him like a violent storm. "You brought this upon yourself," he snarled, his voice a chilling whisper, his dark sword extended. The blade, crackling with purple lightning, stretched impossibly long, transforming into a massive, piercing spear of pure demonic energy. Its target, however, wasn't Jin Taekyung. He watched, his eyes wide with shock and a hint of fear, as the colossal spear of dark energy hurtled towards Tong Fong and Fire King with terrifying speed. Jin Taekyung barely had time to react. His full-power golden aura erupted violently, and he lunged forward to save Fire King. "No!" he screamed, his voice raw with anguish, as a wave of fiery energy burst from him. He moved just as fast as that black and purple energy beam that was rushing toward Tong Fong and Fire King. Tong Fong suddenly noticed the incoming attack, and his body began to tremble. The force of the collision was immense, tearing apart the landscape. Dust and debris exploded outwards, obscuring the view. When the chaotic energies finally dissipated, a gaping crater lay where Tong Fong had stood. The ground was scorched, churned, and utterly devastated. The air was thick with smoke and the lingering scent of ozone, a testament to the sheer destructive power unleashed. Tong Fong stared at the scene, his breath catching in his throat. His eyes, usually so calm and wise, were filled with profound shock. "Are you all right?" he heard someone ask. Through the settling dust and debris, a figure slowly emerged. It was Jin Taekyung, battered and bleeding, but undeniably alive. Tong Fong, who'd watched in despair, gasped, his eyes wide with relief. Jin Taekyung stumbled, his body swaying precariously, blood trickling from his mouth and nose. "Mr. Jin!" Tong Fong exclaimed. Jin Taekyung coughed, fresh blood splattering onto the ground. He struggled to stand upright, another wave of blood rising in his throat. "Mr. Jin, are you all right?" Tong Fong shouted, his face a mixture of shock and concern. Jin Taekyung hunched over, his body racked with pain, gasping for air. "Huff, huff, huff," he panted. "Damn it." He slowly straightened, revealing a gaping, bloody wound on his back, where the spear of dark energy had struck. "I just recovered," he thought, his frustration boiling over. The Western Heaven demon lord watched him, a faint, almost imperceptible smirk playing on his lips. A chillingly detached voice broke the tense silence as Jin Taekyung, his expression unreadable, finally spoke. "This is too petty." The Western Heaven demon lord's head snapped up, his eyes blazing. "Petty," he retorted, his voice raspy. "You were the one that kicked away the chance I gave you." He took a shaky step forward, his hand clenching into a fist, a desperate defiance in his stance. "You shouldn't have touched that." Jin Taekyung tried to stand, his body trembling, the pain from his wound a constant, throbbing reminder of his vulnerability. He chuckled. "You make it sound like I assaulted you. You're too old for it to stand up anyway." He coughed again. "But still, that's just how important the myriad poison ring is to you, huh? Take your minions outside and leave, otherwise you'll never see the myriad poison ring again." The Western Heaven demon lord, sensing Jin Taekyung's internal struggle, began to walk slowly towards him, his footsteps echoing ominously in the ruined landscape. "You don't seem to get it," he stated, his voice devoid of emotion. "I could just kill you all and take the myriad poison ring." Jin Taekyung's eyes widened. "No, but to my inventory." He started to protest, then cut himself off as a sudden realization dawned on him. Damn it, he doesn't know what an inventory is. He clenched his teeth, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Even if I were to explain, he wouldn't get it, he thought. The concept of the system, it was just completely alien to the demon lord. Jin Taekyung took a deep, ragged breath, forcing himself to calm down. "What I meant was," Jin Taekyung said, his voice now firm, "despite the pain, I can destroy the myriad poison ring before you can do anything with it." As he spoke, a faint golden glow emanated from his hand. Turning a ring like this into dust is simple, after all. He paused, letting his threat sink in, then continued, his voice low and dangerous. "So get out of here, if you come one step closer." But the Western Heaven demon lord didn't stop. He just stared at Jin Taekyung, his eyes narrowed, with a flicker of something unreadable passing through them. Jin Taekyung, his face streaked with blood and sweat, tightened his grip, the golden energy in his palm flaring brighter. "You don't think I'll do it?" he challenged, his voice raspy but firm. The Western Heaven demon lord simply watched him, a chillingly calm expression on his face. He took another step forward. "How interesting," he mused. "You guys call it a divine relic," Jin Taekyung said, his gaze unwavering, "but you don't actually think of it as such." He clenched his fist tighter, a drop of blood squeezing out from beneath his fingernails, mixing with the golden light. The Western Heaven demon lord let out a low, disdainful laugh. "You think that a human can destroy a divine relic?" he scoffed, his voice dripping with mockery. As he spoke, Jin Taekyung, in a final, desperate act, opened his hand. There, in his blood-stained palm, lay the myriad poison's ring, glowing faintly. His eyes were wide, a flicker of fear mixed with grim determination. "Shit," Jin Taekyung cursed, his voice filled with a desperate urgency. He knew, he was out of options. He'd gambled everything on this bluff, and now the demon lord was calling it. The Western Heaven demon lord said, "I do feel bad for the blood lord," he began, his voice almost gentle. But the dark energy around him intensified, growing denser, more menacing. But I'm going to have to kill you. The ruined prison crackled with residual energy, the air thick with the scent of ozone and dust. Fire King and Tong Fong lay badly beaten in a corner, amidst the rubble of a devastating attack. Around them, the remnants of battle were scattered, broken stones, splintered wood, testifying to the sheer power unleashed. But Jin Taekyung wasn't giving up. His spear, enveloped in a fiery aura, was inches away from the Western Heaven Demon Lord's head. With just one hand, enveloped in a menacing purple aura, the Demon Lord pushed the spear aside. The Demon Lord lunged, a blur of dark energy, his fist aimed directly at Jin Taekyung. Jin Taekyung met the attack. A shockwave of collision sent ripples through the air. The impact sent Jin Taekyung flying. He stumbled backward, his face contorted in pain. The golden aura around him flickered precariously, threatening to extinguish, a pained gasp escaping his lips. He choked out, blood oozing from his mouth, his eyes wide with a mixture of pain and disbelief. The Western Heaven Demon Lord stepped over Jin Taekyung's prone form. He hit Taekyung with his elbow, and another shockwave erupted. Jin Taekyung gasped, his hands clawing at the Demon Lord's feet, his face contorted in pain and desperation. He choked. The Western Heaven Demon Lord, with a cold, merciless expression on his face, asked, "You still haven't given up?" He watched Jin Taekyung struggle, his body convulsing, and blood still staining his clothes. "Like this would be all it takes for me to give up," Jin Taekyung managed to stammer, his voice barely audible. Then, with a sudden, desperate surge of will, he tightly gripped the Western Heaven Demon Lord's foot, his voice raw and ragged. "I haven't even begun." The Western Heaven Demon Lord, trying to break free, shouted, "Let me go right now." He was fueled by Jin Taekyung's refusal to surrender. He thrashed, punched, and struggled, desperately fighting against Jin Taekyung's tenacious hold. Even as the Demon Lord's punches landed with sickening thuds, making Jin Taekyung's head snap back, blood burst from his head and eyes, and his body convulsed, his eyes rolling back. "I've been prepared to die with him from the start anyway," he thought, his body trembling, barely conscious. Then, Jin Taekyung started crushing the Western Heaven Demon Lord's foot with heavy force. The Western Heaven Demon Lord fell to the ground and roared, a triumphant yell that echoed through the desolate landscape. The Western Heaven Demon Lord shouts, "What the hell?" Jin Taekyung lies there, battered and broken, but his mind races. This is my only chance, he thinks. He knows this is his last shot, a desperate all-or-nothing gamble. I need to attack him first. With a guttural grunt, Jin Taekyung pushes himself up, his muscles screaming in protest. His hands shake as he forces them against the ground. "Move! Move! Body!" he commands himself, and a surge of golden energy, faint but determined, flares around his battered hands. He launches himself forward, a desperate, uncoordinated lunge, his fist aimed at the unsuspecting Demon Lord. He pours every last ounce of his remaining chi into the attack, a final, desperate roar escaping his lips. The Western Heaven Demon Lord feels a sudden, inexplicable chill. A flicker of surprise crosses his face as he sees Jin Taekyung, battered and bleeding, launching himself forward, that desperate, golden-infused punch aimed directly at him. He shouted, "Jin Taekyung," but then something shifts. The world around them seems to slow, the frantic energy of the battle suddenly muted. Jin Taekyung's desperate lunge, the Demon Lord's surprised shout, everything hangs in an ethereal stillness. Jin Taekyung, mid-attack, feels an unsettling sensation wash over him. His body, usually so responsive, feels heavy, distant. He looks at his outstretched hand, then at the ground, a profound sense of disorientation settling in. "Huh," he mutters, his brow furrowed in confusion. "What is this? Did time stop?" He tries to move, but his limbs respond sluggishly, as if wading through thick mud. No, this feeling, he thinks, a strange sense of déjà vu washing over him. He'd remembered this strange sensation, this profound warning before. It's a primal alarm, a deep instinct screaming danger. "I felt this when I was fighting the Tai merciless sword, Huang Boam," he realizes. This feeling, like every single cell in my body, is warning me of danger. A cold dread begins to creep into his heart, a premonition of something far more terrifying than anything he has faced before. The Western Heaven Demon Lord's broken blade comes flying toward Jin Taekyung. "Ah, this is it," Jin Taekyung thinks, his face a mask of primal fear and determination, a sudden understanding dawning on him. From his vantage point, the Western Heaven Demon Lord watches with narrowed eyes as Jin Taekyung's desperate lunge continues. Still moving in that strange, distorted time, Jin Taekyung dodges the blade with swift motion. A flash of purple energy erupts from his side, and the Western Heaven Demon Lord's eyes widen in disbelief. Taekyung looks down at his side, then back at the Demon Lord, a flicker of genuine shock on his face. But even as he dodges, something else happens. The Western Heaven Demon Lord, still lying on the ground, sees an opening. He manages to deliver a powerful, chi-infused kick to Jin Taekyung. Jin Taekyung flies across the cave, hitting a stone wall with a sickening thud. The Western Heaven Demon Lord pushes himself up, his breath coming in ragged gasps, his gaze fixed on Jin Taekyung. The Demon Lord, now fully alert, looks around, a growing suspicion in his eyes. The Western Heaven Demon Lord, pushing himself up with hands on his knees, declares, "You dodged my chi control sword? You learned something new amidst all this. I really can't let you live." Jin Taekyung lies sprawled on the ground, his body broken and battered, struggling to breathe. Huff, huff. He pants, the demon lord's words echoing in his mind. Learn something new? Is that what I just did? But he feels the last vestiges of the borrowed chi fading, leaving him utterly exhausted and vulnerable. The Western Heaven Demon Lord stands over Jin Taekyung, his dark sword materializing in his hand, its purple energy crackling menacingly. It's too late now, Jin Taekyung thinks. The Western Heaven Demon Lord stands next to Taekyung, looking at him with a strange mix of pity and resolve. He raises the sword, preparing to kill Jin Taekyung. Strong kid, the Demon Lord begins, a hint of grudging respect in his tone. You really were extraordinary. He prepares to deliver the killing blow, his expression devoid of mercy. But even in his defeated state, Jin Taekyung refuses to break. He lets out a low, guttural chuckle, his voice raspy, his eyes still burning with an unyielding spirit. Then with a final desperate burst of energy, he spits out, knock it off, you retard. The Western Heaven Demon Lord paused, his sword hovering just inches from Jin Taekyung's chest. He stared down at the defiant youth, a flicker of irritation crossing his face. The air hung heavy with an unspoken challenge. The Demon Lord's patience was wearing thin. He lowered his sword slightly, then with a sudden decisive motion, plunged it downward. But suddenly, a voice, deep and resonant, cut through the tense silence, carrying an undeniable weight of authority. Stop right there. The Western Heaven Demon Lord froze, his head snapping up, his gaze darting towards the source. His eyes widened, a flicker of surprise and recognition crossing his face. From the edge of the ruined courtyard, Jik Cheongang, the old man, stood, enveloped in a furious aura of blazing golden flames. His white hair and beard seemed to dance in the inferno, his eyes burning with an intense, protective fire. Don't touch my disciple, he commanded, his voice rumbling with power, a stark warning echoing through the air. Jik Cheongang took a step forward. If you don't want to die, that is, he added, his voice a low, dangerous growl. The revelation hung heavy in the air, a sudden shift in the balance of power. The Western Heaven Demon Lord's eyes narrowed, a single name escaping his lips, a name that carried both respect and dread. Fire King. The Western Heaven Demon Lord, who'd been about to deliver the final blow to Jin Taekyung, slowly straightened. He watched as the old man, his white beard flowing like a fiery cascade, advanced towards him, each step radiating immense heat and power. The Demon Lord's mind raced, a cold sweat beating on his brow. He just had to wake up now of all times. The situation had just escalated beyond his expectations. This isn't good. This is not good at all. The casual arrogance that had defined the Western Heaven Demon Lord moments before had vanished. He knew he was outmatched in a direct confrontation, at least for now. His hand began to thrum with a dark, sinister energy. A deep purple glow emanated from his palm, swirling and pulsing with an ominous hum. I have no choice then, he thought. Jik Cheonggang's eyes, already narrowed with suspicion, tightened further. He instantly perceived the shift in the Western Heaven Demon Lord's aura, that sudden surge of dark power. He watched, a vein throbbing in his temple, as the purple energy intensified around the Demon Lord's arm, creeping up towards Jin Taekyung, who was still slumped and vulnerable in his grasp. You'd better stop, the Western Heaven Demon Lord declared, his voice cutting through the tension, now laced with a chilling confidence. The purple energy pulsed menacingly around Jin Taekyung's throat, a silent, deadly promise. If you want to save your one and only disciple, that is. Jik Cheonggang's face, already flushed with anger, darkened even further. His eyes blazed. How dare you? He snarled, his voice a low, dangerous rumble, barely containing his exploding wrath. What do you even want? A cruel, triumphant smile spread across the Western Heaven Demon Lord's face, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent. Kill yourself, he stated plainly, the words hanging in the air, stark and brutal. The demand echoed across the desolate, shattered courtyard. The Western Heaven Demon Lord stood on one side, his arms still wrapped around Jin Taekyung, the dark purple energy of visible threat. On the other, Jik Cheongang stood amidst the ruins. Jik Cheongang let out a humorless laugh, a sound devoid of mirth. A dog is barking here, it seems, he scoffed, his gaze piercing. Were you raised by a street mutt? His words were a deliberate, scathing insult, meant to provoke. Like master, like disciple. The Western Heaven Demon Lord sneered, his voice dripping with contempt as he tightened his grip on Jin Taekyung's neck. The young man gasped, a gurgling sound escaping his lips as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Do as I say, the Western Heaven Demon Lord pressed, his voice cold and unwavering. And you'll save your disciple, as well as your sect. His eyes locked onto Jik Cheongang, daring him to refuse. If you refuse, he continued, his grip visibly constricting, then we can fight to the death, after I break his neck. The threat was clear. The Western Heaven Demon Lord, seeing the Fire King's momentary hesitation, pressed his advantage. His hand, around Jin Taekyung's neck, pulsed with renewed power. You're not even fully recovered yet, the Western Heaven Demon Lord taunted, a sneer twisting his lips. He looked directly at the old man, his eyes gleaming with cold calculation. Are you sure that you could defeat me? Jik Cheongang remained silent, his gaze fixed on his struggling disciple. The golden flames around him dimmed, reflecting the internal struggle raging within him. He clenched his fist tightly, as if wrestling with an unbearable decision. His jaw tightened, a profound sadness clouding his ancient eyes. Keep your words. Jik Cheonggang's voice was low, strained, the words torn from him. A triumphant smirk played on Western Heaven Demon Lord's lips. He tilted his head, a chilling glint in his eyes. Of course, he replied, his tone smooth as silk, yet utterly devoid of sincerity. But in the depths of his mind, a far more sinister thought uncoiled. As if I would. His grip on Jin Taekyung's throat remained firm. Western Heaven Demon Lord's mind raced, a cold, predatory satisfaction filling him. The hidden dragon of Shangxi. If we'd fought for just 15 more minutes, he might have broken through a new martial realm. I can't miss an opportunity to kill him before he grows stronger. A dark, unholy joy swelled within him. The Heavenly Master is truly on my side. Jik Cheongang's eyes, though filled with profound sorrow, held a glint of something else. Was that enough? He asked. Western Heaven Demon Lord, confused, retorted, What a creepy guy. Jik Cheongang finally said, his voice low, filled with weary disdain. You become more of a monster in the time I didn't see you. What the hell are you talking about? Western Heaven Demon Lord asked in confusion. Then suddenly, an unexpected act caught him completely off guard. Jin Taekyung, still unconscious, gripped Western Heaven Demon Lord's hand and smashed it into smithereens. Western Heaven Demon Lord lost his hand once again. A primal scream tore from his throat. Jin Taekyung. He recoiled, staggering back a step. The purple energy around his blade pulsed erratically, reflecting the Demon Lord's seething fury. You! How dare you! He shrieked, his voice filled with a mixture of rage and frustration. His hostage, his perfect leverage, had just turned himself into a sacrifice, shattering his carefully laid plans. Then suddenly, a fiery palm touched the Western Heaven Demon Lord's chest. It was Jik Cheongang, the Fire King himself. Golden flames roared around his outstretched fist, crackling with an intensity that warped the very air. I told you not to touch my disciple. Jik Cheongang bellowed, his voice shaking the ground, a thunderous declaration of vengeance. The Fire King's fist, wreathed in roaring golden energy, struck Western Heaven Demon Lord with the force of a meteor. A wave of intense heat and concussive power ripped through the Demon Lord, tearing at his robes and sending blood spraying from his mouth. He was flung backward. Let's rewind a minute. Jin Taekyung lay slumped, blood blooming across his chest. His senses were a hazy mess, the world around him fading in and out. What is this feeling? He thought, his mind struggling to grasp reality. The pain was immense, yet strangely distant, as if happening to someone else. It must be a dream, he mused, a faint, melancholic smile touching his lips. For me to still be alive. He remembered the grip on his throat, the dark energy threatening to crush him, and the old man, Jik Cheongang, standing across. Or that the old man is already awake, even though he's supposed to sleep for 5 more days. The thought brought a strange comfort. However, a series of bright, shimmering notifications suddenly burst into his hazy vision, accompanied by a chorus of cheerful chimes. Jik Cheongang is awake from his long slumber. You have completed all related quests. Your sacrifice and efforts will be rewarded. Level up, level up, level up. Stamina, strength, chi has recovered. The notifications continued, each one a jolt of unexpected energy, a surge of power coursing through his wounded body. Then is this a dream too? He wondered, his eyes still closed, a mix of confusion and disbelief washing over him. How long are you going to stay like that? It was Jik Cheongang's voice, laced with an exasperated fondness. Jin Taekyung's eyes fluttered open, blinking against the bright light. I don't know either, old man, Jin Taekyung replied. The world was still a mess, but he was alive, and his master was here. Jin Taekyung, still dazed, tried to make sense of his surroundings. The world swam around him, a blurry canvas of light and shadow, and his body felt like a lead weight. I just don't have any energy, he thought, his eyelids heavy. I can't tell if this is reality or a dream. A strange, suffocating pressure persisted around his neck, a phantom echo of the Western Heaven Demon Lord's deadly grip. Why does my throat feel all blocked up? Jik Cheongang's voice, now closer and sharper, cut through the haze. Is that so? Then free your throat. Jin Taekyung tried, his weakened hands pushing weakly against the invisible force. He gripped the Western Heaven Demon Lord's hand and, with his lingering power, smashed it. Blood welled up from Jin Taekyung's mouth, a fresh crimson stain on his chin, as he choked. Jin Taekyung, the Western Heaven Demon Lord roared, his voice filled with pain. Freed from the suffocating grip, Jin Taekyung's body finally gave out. He slumped forward, collapsing face down onto the cold, broken ground, utterly spent, though still half-conscious. As Jin Taekyung lay sprawled on the shattered ground, his vision still swimming, he saw Jik Cheongang fighting. Then his master turned. Jik Cheongang's expression softened slightly, a hint of his usual exasperated affection returning. Long time no see, you little troublemaker, he murmured, his voice carrying a warmth that belied the recent chaos. Jin Taekyung pushed himself up, his body still protesting, but the surge of energy from the system notifications was undeniable. He looked up at his master, a newfound clarity washing over him. Ah, he breathed, a realization dawning in his bloodied eyes. I see now. Suddenly, a fresh cascade of system notifications flooded his sight. Congratulations! You have finally broken through your limits. You have reached the transcendent realm. Scorching Fire Divine Art is now at 8th Mastery. Blazing Fire Path is now at 8th Mastery. Fire Dragon Divine Spear is now at 8th Mastery. Level up, level up. He had pushed himself to the brink, embraced death, and in doing so, had shattered the shackles of his own limitations. He was no longer just a disciple. he was something more. The ground shuddered as the Western Heaven Demon Lord surged dark energy from his body. Purple lightning crackled around him, tearing at the already shattered earth. He caught Jik Cheongang's attention. The Western Heaven Demon Lord's face, bruised and bleeding, contorted into a mask of pure, unadulterated fury. "Gwa! You bastards!" he screamed, his voice raw with hatred. He rose, staggering, his dark sword now pulsing with a malevolent purple glow. The air around him grew heavy, thick with the stench of death and dark magic. He wasn't just angry. He was utterly consumed by a vengeful madness. With a guttural roar, he unleashed a barrage of dark energy, sharp, jagged bolts of purple lightning tearing across the cave. "Die, both of you!" he shrieked, his attack aimed at both the Fire King and the still-recovering Jin Taekyung. Jik Cheonggang, his golden flames flickering in anticipation, stood his ground. He braced himself, a low grunt escaping his lips, the golden aura around him flaring to meet the incoming assault. But then, the young man who'd been on the ground now stood between the attack and Jik Cheonggang, a fiery aura emanating from his body. Seeing him in front, Jik Cheonggang shouted, "No! Get behind me!" But before he could finish, Jin Taekyung, blazing with a fierce, golden light, summoned his spear. The blood on his face, the wounds on his body, seemed to glow with a strange, revitalized energy. He clutched his spear, now radiating a powerful, blazing chi, its blade a beacon of golden light. "Enhanced chi?" Jik Cheonggang exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. He'd expected his disciple to be recovering, not to be leaping into the fray with such raw power. Jin Taekyung, ignoring his master's warning, met the Western Heaven Demon Lord's dark, purple assault head-on. His golden spear clashed against the Demon Lord's dark blade, unleashing an explosive burst of light and energy that tore through the air. The impact sent shockwaves rippling across the devastated cave. The clash of their powers was immense, a struggle between light and shadow, fire and void. When the dust began to settle, revealing the two figures locked in combat, the Western Heaven Demon Lord's eyes widened in utter disbelief. He had just witnessed the impossible. He was basically on the brink of death, he thought, his mind racing to comprehend the sudden, dramatic shift in Jin Taekyung's power. How did he? A fresh trickle of blood escaped the Western Heaven Demon Lord's lips, a testament to the sheer force of their clash. His face contorted, not just with pain, but with a renewed, desperate rage. "All right, I'll kill you for sure this time," he snarled, his voice a venomous hiss. The Demon Lord, his face a mask of seething fury, then unleashed a torrent of dark energy. "Come," he roared, his voice distorted by rage, as purple energy pulsed wildly around him. As the Western Heaven Demon Lord charged, Jik Cheonggang reached out, his hand resting firmly on Jin Taekyung's shoulder. "Old man," Jin Taekyung began, a hint of concern in his voice. Jik Cheonggang cut him off. "You can explain what happened later," he said, his voice firm, a glint of fierce determination in his eyes. He then turned to the Western Heaven Demon Lord, a slight, almost imperceptible smirk playing on his lips. "Let's destroy this son of a bitch first." A wide, confident grin spread across Jin Taekyung's bloodied face. The pain was still there, sure, but it was overshadowed by a surge of exhilaration and a renewed sense of purpose. He and his master, side by side, stood ready to face the Demon Lord. With a synchronized burst of power, both Jik Cheonggang and Jin Taekyung lunged forward toward the Western Heaven Demon Lord. Jin Taekyung announced, You're done for." The Demon Lord was swallowed by the roaring inferno that erupted around him. Jik Cheonggang unleashed a devastating blow. His fist, wreathed in golden flames, became a blazing projectile, a concentrated burst of pure destructive energy. It tore through the air, a comet of fire aimed directly at the Demon Lord. The Western Heaven Demon Lord, bloodied and battered, still clung to his dark power, muttering through gritted teeth, "I am the Heavenly Master's loyal servant. As long as he is with me, I will avoid even death." His words were a desperate mantra, a delusion he clung to as the Fire King's relentless assault continued. "What the hell are you saying?" Jik Cheonggang roared, his golden flames flaring with renewed intensity. He and Jin Taekyung pressed their attack, their combined might forcing the Western Heaven Demon Lord onto the defensive. Jin Taekyung couldn't help but scoff. "I think he's got brain rot," he muttered, then called out to the Western Heaven Demon Lord with a mocking tone. "Hey, you good, dude?" The Western Heaven Demon Lord, enraged by the taunt, screamed. He unleashed another wild burst of dark energy, aiming to push them back. But Jin Taekyung, anticipating the move, deftly dodged the attack, his blade flashing as he struck the Demon Lord's arm. "Oof!" Jik Cheonggang gasped, catching himself just in time. Jin Taekyung, seizing the opening, moved in. "How dare you!" he bellowed, his leg glowing with fiery chi. He delivered a powerful kick to the Western Heaven Demon Lord's face, sending a shockwave through the Demon Lord's body. The Western Heaven Demon Lord roared in pain, staggering back. Jik Cheonggang then followed up with a sweeping chop, catching the Demon Lord off balance. "Did I look like an easy opponent to you?" Jik Cheonggang taunted, his eyes blazing. The Western Heaven Demon Lord choked. Jin Taekyung attacked with his spear, its movements so fast they seemed to create multiple afterimages. The Western Heaven Demon Lord, pushed to the brink, roared as he unleashed a desperate counterattack, a flurry of dark energy lashing out like whips. But Jin Taekyung, his eyes burning with renewed resolve, met the assault head-on, his golden spear deflecting the shadowy strikes. Jik Cheonggang, witnessing the Demon Lord's continued struggle, narrowed his eyes. You think you can afford to let yourself be distracted? He questioned, his voice a low, dangerous rumble. Without a moment's hesitation, the Fire King launched another powerful blow, his fist glowing with intense heat, striking the Western Heaven Demon Lord with brutal force. "Kuk!" The Western Heaven Demon Lord gasped, blood spraying from his mouth as the impact rattled his entire being. He staggered backward, his dark energy flickering erratically, barely holding itself together. He gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with a desperate primal rage. "Klihhh!" he shrieked, unleashing a monstrous burst of dark power. Multiple shadowy limbs erupted from his form, each crackling with menacing purple energy. He looked like a grotesque, multi-armed monstrosity, a whirlwind of dark intent, striking out wildly at both Jik Cheongang and Jin Taekyung. Dust and debris swirled, momentarily obscuring the battlefield. But through the chaos, the Demon Lord's ragged, strained panting breaths could still be heard. His body, though still shrouded in dark energy, was visibly damaged. His scale-like armor was torn and bloodied. He was clearly struggling, his strength rapidly waning under the relentless pressure. Jin Taekyung, his golden spear still glowing, moved with renewed vigor, circling the Western Heaven Demon Lord as his master pressed the attack. Jik Cheongang, his eyes burning with an unyielding intensity, advanced steadily. He looked at the battered Demon Lord, and his gaze sharpened. "Are you done pissing around?" he demanded, his voice cutting through the remaining dust. The Western Heaven Demon Lord, his face a grotesque mask of blood and sweat, looked up, his eyes wide with a desperate, almost insane terror. He let out a desperate, guttural scream, a plea torn from his very soul. "Dear Heavenly Master!" Jik Cheongang delivered a final, concussive blow, a blazing strike that sent the Western Heaven Demon Lord crashing into the already pulverized ground. The impact was immense, tearing a deeper crater into the earth as the Demon Lord's dark energy finally shattered, dissipating into wisps of smoke. Dust and debris billowed outwards, creating a temporary shroud over the battlefield. As the dust began to settle, revealing the desolate, ruined landscape, Jin Taekyung and Jik Cheongang walked forward, their footsteps crunching on the broken stones. Jin Taekyung glanced at his master, a cautious hope in his voice. "It's over, right?" Jik Cheongang, however, merely shook his head, a grim expression on his face. "Nope, don't jinx it," he replied, a hint of weariness in his tone. "Don't you remember what happened with the Bloodlord?" As if on cue, a horrifying sight emerged from the shattered crater where the Western Heaven Demon Lord had fallen. The Demon Lord's body, or what was left of it, began to stir. His flesh was torn, his bones exposed, a horrifying, skeletal figure struggling to pull itself from the rubble. From the depths of the earth, a booming, otherworldly voice echoed, filled with chilling power and cold fury. "How dare you try and kill my servant?" The very air grew heavy, crackling with an oppressive, malevolent aura that sent a shiver down Jin Taekyung's spine. Both he and Jik Cheongang looked up, their faces grim, realizing that their battle was far from over. From the depths of the crater, the tattered remains of the Western Heaven Demon Lord's body began to writhe and expand, bathed in an ominous crimson glow. "I have descended to earth from the heavens," a deep, resonant voice boomed, not from the Western Heaven Demon Lord, but through him, a chilling declaration of divine arrogance. "From the lowest of the hierarchy to the highest, all shall kneel before me." A monstrous, skeletal foot, wreathed in dark red energy, stomped down onto the broken ground, shaking the very foundations of the courtyard. "What the hell?" Jin Taekyung gasped, his eyes wide with a mixture of horror and disbelief. Beside him, Jik Cheongang's face was grim, his eyes narrowed, recognizing the terrifying power that had just manifested. "Is this the Heavenly Master?" he asked. The newly transformed entity, its eyes glowing with a malevolent red light, raised a massive, clawed hand. Its voice, now a booming command, resonated with absolute authority. "Serve me," it demanded, its power radiating outwards, a suffocating wave of dark energy. "Be subjugated by my absolute power." Jin Taekyung and Jik Cheongang were instantly on guard, their expressions hardening. The sheer scale of this new opponent was unlike anything they'd faced before. A dark, crimson aura pulsed from the entity, creating an oppressive field that threatened to crush them. "What?" Jik Cheongang exclaimed, bracing himself against the overwhelming pressure. This was no longer just a fight. It was a confrontation with a true god, a being of immense, terrifying power. The oppressive aura emanating from the Heavenly Master intensified, a tangible force that pressed down on Jin Taekyung and Jik Cheongang. This force started engulfing everything. The atmosphere became completely dark. Suddenly, a point of light began to form, growing rapidly, drawing in the surrounding darkness. In that moment, all sounds seemed to cease, replaced by a deafening silence that preceded cataclysm. Then, with a terrifying roar of unleashed energy, Jin Taekyung shouted, "One strike," he declared, as a colossal beam of pure, destructive power erupted from his spear. It was a searing torrent of red and gold, a blade of raw energy that tore through the very fabric of the earth. With a thunderous crash, everything split apart, not merely breaking, but cleaving, carving a massive, bottomless chasm directly towards the Western Heaven Demon Lord. The force was unimaginable, a divine judgment that ripped through the landscape, leaving a gaping chasm where the Western Heaven Demon Lord once stood. The earth groaned and trembled, throwing up massive clouds of dust and debris that choked the air. Rocks and rubble rained down, the sheer destructive force reshaping the very ground. Jin Taekyung's body was battered and bruised. He pulled himself up, gasping for breath, sweat and blood streaking his face. Huff, 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 his ragged breaths filled the silence. He clutched his golden spear, its light now dim, his eyes wide with exhaustion and a desperate resolve. He just whispered, "Please, die already, you bastard." But somehow, impossibly, the Western Heaven Demon Lord had survived. The Heavenly Master, still looming in its grotesque form, observed the devastation with chilling detachment. Taekyung's attack left a big hole in its chest. Its glowing red eyes narrowed slightly. Interesting, indeed, a booming voice echoed. The monstrous form then began to shimmer, its dark energy slowly dissipating. "It's a shame, but I shall see you again." With those final, ominous words, the entity dissolved into wisps of shadow, leaving behind only a small, dark, pulsating object that quickly buried itself in the broken ground. Jin Taekyung's body was a wreck, every muscle screaming in protest, but a stubborn will kept him moving. He crawled on the shattered surface, gasping for air. Huff, huff, his breath coming in ragged, desperate bursts. Jeek Cheongang was there, helping him up, his own expression a mixture of relief and exhaustion. "Goodness, are you all right?" Jeek Cheongang asked, his hand firmly on Jin Taekyung's shoulder, steadying him. Jin Taekyung coughed, a faint, bloodied grin spreading across his face. Despite the pain, a spark of his usual mischievousness returned. "Master, how is it?" he managed to wheeze. Jeek Cheongang blinked, a moment of confusion on his face. "Huh? How is what?" he asked, genuinely puzzled. Jin Taekyung chuckled, a wet, rattling sound, a proud glint in his eyes. "My one strike. It was awesome, right?" A wave of exhaustion finally claimed Jin Taekyung, his eyes fluttering shut as his body sagged. Jeek Cheongang moved swiftly, pulling the collapsing youth close. He looked down at Jin Taekyung, his own eyes wide with a sudden, overwhelming realization of how close they'd come to losing him. Jeek Cheongang's chest rose and fell with a deep, shuddering breath. He gently lowered himself to one knee, still cradling Jin Taekyung, as the last of the dust and debris settled around them with soft thuds. Yes it was. Jeek Cheongang finally conceded, his voice gruff but laced with a profound relief and a touch of pride. He held Jin Taekyung tightly, feeling the tremors of the boy's spent energy. The scene shifted. The dark, swirling clouds above the Tang clan began to weep, and a light drizzle quickly turned into a relentless downpour. "How's the situation inside?" A voice called out from deeper within the archway. Another voice replied, "It's not over yet. I think about 100 remain." A demon clan soldier, whose eyes widened in disbelief, a gasp escaping his lips, stepped forward. "What? That many still?" he exclaimed, his voice rising in alarm. He turned, his gaze fixed on the unseen speaker. "Why don't they just kill them all? What's taking them so long?" The masked man, his face obscured by dark cloth, turned to the man in the cap. "Well, the remaining martial artists are all elites," he explained, "but also the Tang Clan guys are killing us and themselves with explosives." The man in the cap stared, his eyes widening in shock. "Huh, that's insane. What is squad leader doing? He's fighting to the death with the Sword Saint's successor in the inner hall." The masked man interrupted, the gravity of the situation clear in his tone. "One of us died after trying to report to him about the explosives. Ever since then, no one has approached that area." The man in the cap absorbed the grim news. "I see," he murmured, the words barely audible. Then the masked man asked, team leader, the vice squad leader asked about the brothers that headed to Qingsheng and Amei." The team leader sighed, a weary sound. "They're not done with Qingsheng. We got a letter from Amei, though. Apparently, things aren't going too well with them either, because the beggar sect suddenly joined." The masked man let out a soft, troubled sound. The team leader's gaze, however, suddenly sharpened, fixed on something in the distance, beyond the archway. His brow furrowed, a flicker of unease crossing his face. He questioned. The masked man, confused, asked, "What is it?" The team leader leaned forward slightly, trying to pierce the veil of falling rain. "What is that?" Out in the deluge, a faint, unnatural glimmer appeared, moving with impossible speed through the sheets of water. Before anyone could react, a sharp, piercing impact tore through the air. The man in the cap screamed, a choked cry escaping his lips as his body violently recoiled. A spray of crimson erupted from his head. He was flung backward, a lifeless heap collapsing onto the wet, stone ground. The masked man whirled around, his eyes wide with disbelief and alarm. A choked gasp escaped him as he saw his comrade crumple to the ground. The sudden, brutal attack had left him stunned, his mind struggling to process the speed and ferocity of the strike. Panic erupted. "Team leader," he cried out, his voice a strange shout against the drumming rain. Another guard, his eyes darting frantically, pointed upwards. Up, someone's above the walls." Immediately, the remaining figures, cloaked in dark garments, drew their swords with a metallic rasp. "Who is it?" one of them demanded, his voice sharp with a mix of fear and defiance. But no answer came. Instead, a series of swift, deadly movements cut through the air. A blur of motion, too fast for the eye to follow, swept through their ranks. One after another, the guards fell, their bodies twisting and collapsing onto the rain-slicked ground, their weapons clattering uselessly beside them. Then, for a fleeting moment, as a jagged bolt of lightning tore across the darkened sky, a silhouette appeared atop the towering wall. Stark and menacing, it stood against the stormy backdrop. The figure remained motionless, seemingly unaffected by the torrential rain, a silent harbinger of death and destruction.